floors very surface to make your way into the beach. You can start for 15 20 minutes, 5 past 7, we will start picking up on okay. Today's free surface to make your way in.
Challenger Series, what does it mean? Well, it's a big event.
The road to the Championship Tour is underway.
That one is so much better.
After huge wins for Callum Robson and Caitlin Simmers on the Gold Coast, the Challenger Series travels south to Sydney's northern beaches.
Wow.
For years, Manly has been a staple on the road to qualification. But this year will be crucial as relegated surfers fight to get back on the Championship Tour.
Is it all you could ask for?
For others, it's a chance to prove they are worthy of a coveted spot among the world's best.
Wow.
Challenger Series stop number 2 is on.
It's a huge international event, and we have seen the best of the best.
Welcome to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Happy Friday from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. Competitors on hand getting their taste of the conditions earlier this morning. The women on standby for their opening round of competition, but also those remaining heats of the round of 96 for the men. Joao, a surfer who's been to those elite ranks of the CT, as has Leonardo Firavanti. They're going to be coming up in that first heat of the morning, and they are looking psyched. Leo, last time we were here at Manly for a big international meet, he was victorious. He's been hanging on to that title for a couple of years now. And maybe it's time for someone else to step up, Leo. Maybe you can hang on to it again. But we got Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, Kaipo Guerrero here on the Harvey Norman host set. Friday, Rich. It's going to be a big one.
It is going to be a big day of surfing ahead, and the good news, we have some nice little waves on offer. So welcome back to Manly again. Happy to have you here, mate.
Thanks for having us. Kaipo,
Yeah.
how are you enjoying your time in Australia, mate?
I have been absolutely loving it. I mean, geez, it's going to be on almost 2 months by the time I pack my bags and go back home to the islands. But it's been a great trip, and I got to experience all the different states. But I do like the northern beaches a lot. There's just been so much to do here.
Yeah, you've been here a while. I'm pretty sure Border Patrol has kind of highlighted your name. They're keeping an eye on you, mate. You've been here a couple of months now.
They should.
But it's fantastic to have you here in Sydney, and I know that you've been absolutely loving your time here in Manly, checking out the zone, getting away from the beach as well.
Yeah, actually, last night we had a great gathering with the Groms over at the Rip Curl Narrabeen store with two-time world champ Damien Hardman, his shop over there, and the stoke of the kids over there was infectious. And so we had a great time. We had local hero Dylan Moffat and Morgan Siblick. Molly Picklum was there as well, and Connor Coffin. So great little gathering last night.
Really cool. And the world champs are out in force. I saw Tom Carroll down on the beach before, the Pied Piper of the Northern Beaches. He's got about 1,000 groms with him.
Yeah, well, Tom obviously has a wealth of knowledge that goes, way back. And still very engaged with the sport. Tom's doing a lot of foiling and stuff these days, but he is one of the maddest frothers around. And obviously he's got this little pack of groms that he's coaching now, and he's brought them down to the comp. He wanted to get them down here early and get the fizz going.
Check out his morning meditation, too.
Oh, yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, really
great way to start the day. I've been missing it. But right now, let's get an update on what's coming our way today with Stace. Morning, mate.
Morning, Ron. Will, I reckon you might have one of the easier tours and commission jobs going around, mate. What are we up to?
Yeah, so we've got waves, so we're definitely on. We're starting with the men's heat 20 to 24, and then we're going to roll straight into women's round 1. We'll get 14 heats done today in that round. So the swell's a bit smaller today, but I don't think the swell's decreased. I think there's just a bit more south in it, and the tide's super low right now, so it should just improve through the morning.
Should be another cracker day. Thanks, Will.
Thank you, Will. Cracker days, cracker nights last night. Alex Chumpy Pullen, Olympic snowboarder, launched his foundation. We were lucky enough to go along to that, Rich. It was an incredible evening, inspiring stories, and definitely something everyone should check out.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just an amazing foundation in memory of an amazing human who inspired so many different people. And it was quite an emotional night, some really, heartfelt stories. And Well, we got to bed rather late, so anyway, we got
did.
some sleep.
There was some competitors there as well on the women's side. I saw Dimity Stoyle in the crowd, Nikki Van Dyke, all getting behind the Pullen Foundation, but definitely worth checking out. We'll give you some more information on that later today. But right now, we're going to get the first heat underway. And what a heat it is. Leonardo Firavanti out there in the red, surfed brilliantly on the Gold Coast. We'll see what he can bring to Manly Beach. Max Elkington, the young South African in the blue. Levi Slauson from Encinitas, California, will be out there in the white. And Joao, who we mentioned, a former CT surfer, still got the talent pipes, a fellow goofy footer, and possesses a lot of power.
I'm a big fan of Joao Chianca, and I love a little trivia on him. A lot of times he'll celebrate a heat win by punching himself in the head. And so I like that little.
Well, let's hope he wins.
Yeah.
But here he goes. He's going to get things started early here. Really, the surfers have no time to really wipe the sleep out of their eyes. It's time to go to work. There is no second chances in the opening round of these Challenger Series events. You've got to get yourself one of those top 2 spots. Joao there kicking off. A couple of, I'd say, mediocre hits by his standards. This is a guy that has matched it with some of the best pipes on the championship tour.
Oh, for sure. And especially the backhand that he possesses. But right now, Rich, look at the forehand and just going to work here.
Yeah, just a nice little runner on the inside. And we see this left rip bowl. It's going to come into play all morning as the tide does start to fill in. But as Will was alluding to, there are some nice, fun little waves out in the bank today. And we're going to see that progression, that performance surfing, that aerial element come into play. The wind's switched around a little bit too, Ron.
It's been really interesting watching the opening round so far, because yesterday morning and through to maybe mid-afternoon, Kipes, the waves were firing.
Yeah.
And it kind of lent itself to multiple manoeuvres, a more traditional approach. There wasn't really those big steep ramps, but some of these guys, they're super stubborn and they want to go to the air, and we did see some folks launch later in the afternoon.
Yeah, most notably Crosby Colapinto with a buzzer beater, had to throw the Hail Mary, got the score. So for those talented air surfers to have that in their back pocket to get a score on maybe a wave of not so good quality is a huge, huge advantage, I feel.
We've seen this come into play time and time again at this event. We've seen the air come into play as we get deeper into the rounds. And notably, Thiago Camarão yesterday as well. He threw a massive air towards the end of the day, big front-side rotation on this northern part of the bank, and we see some of our competitors starting to head up the beach. That's the spot there. You can see the sign that's right on top of the border, the unofficial border between North Stane Beach, where we are now, and Queenscliff. So Manly is actually divided up into sections, and the contest setup is at North Stane.
And that's where you'll stay, Rich, because
Yep.
This is your section of the beach, and you don't veer to the south, and you don't go to the north. Otherwise, there's a price to be paid.
Yeah, there is. I've actually got to get a stamp on the passport if I want to go north of the pipe. But no.
Didn't they pierce your ear one time when you went north of the pipe? They gave you an earring.
They did, mate. I've still got the hole.
Well, here we go. 26 minutes to go. Joao Chianca kicked off with a 4, wasting no time in trying to get it back up. Really tricky section to bring down there. Arrived a little late to the lip. But the quick start, it's probably a smart thing to go for out there at the moment when everyone else is a little sleepy.
These guys are, I mean, you're the local.
Way
Rich.
down.
They're north of the pipe right now.
Way north, mate. They're, well, we do have a big competition zone, the buoy outside there. If you actually track a line back towards the beach, they're right on the edge of the comp zone, and they are kind of right on the border between the two breaks. But there is this right-hander with these south swells. We get these running walls, these running lines, and you can see one there. And with this lower tide, they're running off quite fast. So they're going to have to get up, get going, pump for speed. But there is opportunity down there. That left-hander, the left rip bolt, there's not quite enough water on it yet. that will come into play in the next few heats, I feel.
So Will Hayden-Smith making the call this morning, was he spot on with the direction of the swell today? Is there still that energy out there? It's just a little more south?
Yeah, it is a little more south, and I drove down from Carroll, just 2 beaches north of Manly this morning, and Carroll's twice, maybe 3 times this size, and the headland here, the northern headland of the harbour, Sydney Harbour here, it actually, Manly Beach tucks right in behind it. So when we do get a lot of south in the swell, it can get cut down. The energy of it just doesn't quite get right in here like it does the beaches north of Manly. And even the difference in wave height between right down south at Manly and up at Queenscliff, there's probably a 2-foot difference in the size of the swell.
So more swell in Queenscliff?
More swell in Queenscliff, and that's that south energy as it starts to head up the coast. But as we get through the weekend, the swell's going to shift more east, and that's going to come straight in.
Firavanti looking sharp on his opening ride here. Really clean sequence of backhand hits. Looking energised, Kuiper.
Yeah, Leo, I mean, every single one of these Challenger Series are so important to Leo because he wants to get back on the championship tour. That's his mission right now. He had to keep a result in snapper, and so every heat's important. Here's a replay.
Yeah, great snap to start things off for Leo. And the second, gets up there for the third. Looking really composed, totally in control throughout the whole entirety of that wave. I was chatting to Leo yesterday, feeling really confident. I think he's riding a lot of board talk, a lot of equipment talk at Manly. And he was, dialing in, saying he's on a replica of the board that he rode to victory here in 2020. And obviously feeling really confident.
Man, he looks sharp. He wants to get back to the CT, but I really believe he belongs there. This is a guy that just, he has it competitively. He does his best surfing with the jersey on. And you just see him getting back there at some point. Max Elkington getting in on the action there. He's had a couple of rides now, but hasn't really been able to find a lot of room to move. Meanwhile, on the outside, Juandaru on wave number 3. This one's going to shut down on him. 22 and a half minutes to go. And Stace was with us last night. Stace, beautiful night.
Beautiful night, Ron. It was, like you mentioned, a couple of ripper stories, and what an inspiring evening. And we're lucky enough to have a beautiful morning, and it's shades of yesterday. We've got an Oakberry surf conditions update, and it's pretty much where we're picking up where we left off yesterday afternoon. 2 surfers to the north, 2 surfers on the left rip bowl over my shoulder here, and it's going to be very interesting to see if anyone makes that move. I can see Levi Slawson out in front of me here. I'd love to see him try some airs up near the pipe.
Yeah, well, he's got a great shot at it. Pretty handy above the lip, a surfer from South Africa. Max Elkington just dropped the 2.93. Levi Slawson's really yet to get going, but he is a talent for sure. We've said it a bunch of times, but Kuiper, there is no slow heats on the opening day of competition in a Challenger Series event. It's stacked, first heat to last.
Yeah, as we see it, Leo just bang away there. Yeah, the heats obviously have consequence because we have elimination from the very get-go over here. So you can't kind of cruise and feel the breakout at all. You have to go for it. And that, to me, that makes every round way more engaging.
Yeah, way more entertaining. I mean, on the championship tour, sometimes, we're getting through a couple of days of competition before people are kind of getting the flick, and there's this inconsequential kind of nature to it. Not the case on the Challenger Series. It's cutthroat in the opening round.
Yeah, it's if it's 2 men enter, 2 men leave, and you're packing your bags and you're going home. So you need to get prepped and you need to get ready to fire as soon as that hooter goes. And you can see Leo's done exactly that. He's dropped a 6.3 on his opening ride, instantly putting the pressure on the other 3 competitors. And that's what a seasoned campaigner does. And that's what someone with his level of experience can switch on. First heat, he's not going to wait around. He's going to get it done.
Well, we can see Leonardo Firavanti up there, I think, appealing for priority. Throwing his hands up, splashing the water. But, he's got so much space out there at the moment. He almost doesn't need it at this stage. 6.5 his opening ride. He's backed it up with a 4.5. in a great position at the moment, leading this heat. Joao in second spot. He started well with the 4, but hasn't done much else. Levi Slauson now. This is the young Californian.
How's the difference in surface texture there between the wave that Leo was riding, the smooth sort of peeling wall down to the northern part, and then this rippy section that Levi was surfing on his last wave. It's a replay here, cutting back into the whitewash, gets a little slide tail and comes through to the inside section, getting through, kind of picking a line between the bumps. And then opting to flick out of that one. Just not quite standing up on that bank enough.
Yeah, and I want to say Levi could be coming in here with some momentum. I believe he won the Pro Junior here earlier in the week coming into this event. But Leo's just upset about something. Let's get the story here.
I almost feel like has he not gotten scored or something on a wave because he's priority. He's on priority, yeah.
But he's not getting it right now. So
maybe they're saying that he's outside the zone and he's not going to get priority. Got to paddle back in and then establish it.
He's almost at freshwater. Next beach.
Yeah.
Past Queenscliff. That's how far north he's gone. Here goes Levi again. So 3.57 on his opening ride. Dealing with this rip. There's just a disconnect in some of these rides at the moment with that rip. Kaipo, it's flattening out these waves. It's not providing a whole lot of steep face for him to really rip into.
Yeah, struggling with those. And as Rich said, in contrast to the wave selection of Leonardo Firavanti, who found the nice peeling lefts that allowed him to get multiple maneuvers in on a smooth face. Take another look at this and you can see, Rich, like just a little struggle through here. Really had to wait to the very inside.
Yeah, and it's sort of a sleepy stop-start type of surfing that the judges really don't get overly excited about whenever you're just a lot of downtime. Here we go, live action with Max.
Couple of solid hits here from the South African.
So instantly, that one turn, even that one finishing turn, was better than anything that Levi got done on that smaller wave where he was always just trying to get to the next section and not really putting a big stamp, nothing, no exclamation mark on those waves. And you're always going to be better off doing a bigger dynamic move if you want to drop a decent score.
Yeah, long gone are the days, unfortunately for people like myself, where length of ride actually counted for points. These days, you can get the job done in a short amount of space. Max with a nice looking ride here, goes to the back end. Nice steep section, this one.
Yeah, that was a great turn to finish off. He didn't sort of overextend on it, just got it done. It was a clean maneuver to finish off. And with only that sort of high range 2 on the board, feel like Max is just wanting to get another semi-decent score on and get the momentum, get the rhythm of the heat underway.
Max, a part of a good little movement coming out of that Cape Town region, Komaki. They love their big waves. He dominated the Pro Junior scene, and now he's starting to get some real momentum on those regional QS ranks. Came into this event as the number 6 seed from Africa, and now looking to do some damage in these monster Challenger Series events. Just getting that turn a little wrong. We saw that a couple of times yesterday too, where surfers are thinking combo. Like, I've got room for 2. But if you're really just going for that transition turn and there's not many points in it, I kind of feel like it's just better to load up, get that
just
speed
get one,
and smash it. Smash that end section and throw something high risk. There hasn't really been a whole lot of it so far in the contest, and I think every time we've seen it, the rare times that we've seen it, the scores have been pretty reasonable.
Yeah, and that's the judges making it very clear what they want to see. They want to see those big explosive maneuvers. They want to see above the lip style of surfing. And, well, that's what, in years past, that's what's gotten people all the way through to the finals of this event.
Joao, the heavy-footed Frenchman, finds a couple of nice turns to flow through there. And right behind him, Leonardo Firavanti down the beach, or up the beach, I should say, to the north. He gets up again, trying to dispose of 4.5 to hang on to this lead. We'll wait for the numbers to roll in. 15 minutes to go here.
It is a sneaky move that Leo's pulling right now, in that he's way to the north, and I mean, you can see, you know, the recreational surfers in the background.
Yeah, trying to get involved in the first heat of the morning. Well, there's Levi doing exactly what Stace thought he would, and that's just get above that lip, swing that tail. Didn't get the pop that he was after to really generate a score of any decency.
Oh, that was a nice crisp turn there from Leo in the second one. And I just love the pace that Leo brings. He's one of those fast surfers.
It's just polished and refined. It's that championship tour kind of approach. Juandaru's trying to find it too here. Climbs over this section, the wave reforms.
Oh, wow.
Rolling through to the inside.
Whoa. Just a little bonus. And more.
It'll turn on quick. That little rip bolt will turn on. It'll be just one heat. There'll be enough water and it'll all start coming to play. But at the moment, it's just the lineup's giving our surfers something to think about. Strategy involved. They would have been down here at first light, as we were, looking at the conditions. And such a big part of competitive surfing is taking that time prior to a heat, getting your game plan sorted.
Well, just on 13.5 minutes remaining in this first heat of the morning, we're going to take our Bonsoy brew break. Back with more in just a moment. Welcome back to the show, reflecting on Leonardo Firavanti's win back in 2020, and he looks sharp. And when I think about it, you know, a lot of the previous winners in the modern history of the big events here have gone to the air, have had the air reverses in order to claim their victories. Geordie Lawler did it, Matty Banting did it, and Leo had to go to the air in order to claim the title this year.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was fun little waves, actually, a little northerly swell, and Leo was just absolutely ripping, and it was all decided when he got to the beach, actually, and you can see just the emotion starting to pour out of him. That was a big win for him.
Massive win.
And that was great, you know, starting off that 2020 season with a win, and I feel Leonardo Firavanti had a lot of momentum going into that season, and then
COVID.
Yeah,
COVID kind of zapped it. It was actually the decision was made to call off the championship tour, and pretty much the WSL had a big breather that year. So Carissa Moore, Leonardo, they got to ride that glory all the way into the new year, 2021. Here we go, Juandaru in second spot. He did have 4.77 during the break. Well, that was that long ride, I should say, that he took all the way to the beach, and it just kept giving and giving. But Leonardo's kind of on a tear out here at the moment. A couple of mid-range sixes for him.
Yeah, he's taking control of this first heat of the morning with those pocket sixes and some really good surfing from Leo. As I was saying, just he's got a good pace, a good speed that's suited to these small waves. Gets up and going. You watch on the next wave just how fast he's going, how much acceleration he gets right from the takeoff.
Yeah, we talked about it already, but it is evident in this heat how polished the championship tour surfers are. You know, in comparison to the campaigners, if you would, especially in this heat.
Yeah, especially the surfers that are really having their first shot at it. But we have seen some pretty amazing runs from competitors. That next generation campaigning to get themselves on the CT. But it's a tough battle. We said it at the start of the Challenger Series schedule up at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. To win these events, it's going to take championship tour type surfing. That was certainly the case at stop 1. Caitlin Simmers, she just seems destined for the CT. And Callum Robson, well, he was just a cut above, not just in his performance, but just in his mental capacity, his ability to just absolutely harness all the pressure and keep turning in big numbers when his back was against the wall was unbelievable.
Yeah, this guy's Callum Robson. We'll get back to him in a sec because Joao Chianca up a nice wave, 2-turn combo. Final hit was really nice, super controlled. Yeah, but Callum's got this this air of confidence about him that's not, it's not arrogance. It's just he's so sure of himself and sure of his style of surfing and what he can do on a wave, and it's really cool, man. He's really just gotten the spotlight this year, and you know, he's doing a Morgan Siblick, really just taking the top ratings.
Yeah, I guess the cool thing for the competitors is he's not here.
Yeah.
They needed a break from him. He needed a break from competition.
Yeah, and I mean, he's humbly unshakable, but in the context of what we have in the rankings and stuff, he actually stole 10,000 points off the table.
Yeah,
so he's going
right.
to affect the math at the end of the year with that win at Snapper.
Call the cops. 8.5 minutes to go. Leonardo is just in a real power position here now, holding priority, and he's so sharp. I mean, he's been hanging on this northern bank, and you're just feeling him now start to make his way back into the company of his rivals in this heat, so he can control things now.
Yeah, it was a really smart tactic, and that was I was alluding to earlier. Just there's a preheat strategy that all our competitors, you know, they get it sorted out before they've paddled out there. They're not just rocking up and going, oh, there's a couple of waves out there and I'm going to go out for a surf. You know, there's a full roadmap of how they want the heat to transpire, and you know, you've got a plan A and a plan B, sometimes even a plan C, depending on how conditions change through the heat. And Leo would have had that plan. He would have gone, okay, I'm going to go north. I'm going to stay away from everyone, get 2 quick waves. I know I can put 2 6s on the board, and then I'll start to put pressure on everyone.
Been talking a lot about, you know, maybe it even feels like we're trumpeting this new format, but I like it for the surfers that kind of haven't found momentum on the Championship Tour to get back on the Challenger Series, test yourself against the next generation. If you're worthy, prove it to everyone, to yourself. Leonardo, one of those competitors that got that big result. The other 3 surfers out there in the lineup haven't really got the work done just yet, so this is a crucial stop for them. I don't think when you travel as far as they have to come to Australia and there's 2 events, you know, everyone's pretty desperate to go home with something that they can kind of count on towards the end of the year, those top 5 results. Yeah,
and for the grand scheme for the fans, I mean, we really have a lot of storylines. We have the first half of the Championship Tour where it's about the cut and making the cut to the second half. Now we have the Challenger Series right now, and this is all about getting on the Championship Tour. And then when we resume with the Championship Tour, it's going to be all about getting into that final 5 and the Rip Curl WSL finals. So all of these scenarios make it so engaging and makes every single event have some type of gravity to it.
And what I like about the Challenger Series is that it mimics the Championship Tour, and that there's only a limited number of events that you have to perform at. Years past when it was just the qualifying series, we'll get back to the point in a sec.
Levi's got some speed here, and he steps onto the equipment of Darren Hanley and just gets a little hung up, not quite the completion that he was after, but just a noticeable speed shift and urgency in his approach then. He's going to need to keep that foot down to overcome Joao Chianca, who's hanging on to that second position at the moment.
Yeah, and just back to that point quickly, Ron, on the qualifying series, there used to be so many events, basically one a week. And if you had a little, you know, you had a bad run, you could always go, oh, you know what, there's another 10 events I'm going to compete on. Challenger Series is 8 events. We've already had, well, we're in our second one. And if you haven't gotten a result already, you've only got one more throwaway that you can deal with, and then the rest have to count. So you got to get to work, and you got to get to work quick. And you know, it's those surfers that get on a roll and get some good results, make those quarterfinals and above, they're the ones that we're going to see make the championship tour at the end of this year.
We've been lucky to have 3 incredible days of sunshine. A little bit of rain today, but it won't stop our competitors. Let's see what's unfolded so far. We'll dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. Leonardo Firavanti kicked off things with a 6.5.
Yeah, Leo just picked up a couple of great rides, almost seemingly very easily. Just found these two and just ripped them to pieces. Very composed and controlled in his approach.
Yeah, he dominated the Harvey Norman heat recap. There was nothing else to show. There was no scores of substance to get into. Joao Chianca's hanging on to a slender lead over third and fourth at the moment. He's in second position. Levi's kind of been loading up. You can tell, riding the top third of that wave, looking for some speed for maybe a big launch pad Copo.
Yeah, you can already see the projection in his mind that he knows he needs something big, and he needs a 6-point ride. So he knows probably the easiest track for him to get that number is to bust the big air.
Yeah, just his second Challenger Series event. He had a good result on that regional qualifying series. Second place at Pismo Beach behind John Mell. You know that they would have turned that into an air show.
Yeah.
Just over 3.5 minutes to go. And you see the surfers really just sort of patrolling the contest zone, looking for space, especially when they're in Levi's position, fourth in that priority order.
Yeah, you want to try
to find some room, doesn't he?
Yeah, you want to try and get away from your competitors if you're down in that third or fourth position on the priority order. It's not a big score that he needs, only a 6-point ride. We know that he can get that with one nice punt, one nice air. Have to be a pretty dynamic turn or a power hack to get it in. To get a 6-point ride, but we know that the air, that's when that real progressive high-risk element, that's when it starts to go north.
Also got the opening rounder of the women's event on standby. We'll see that a little later on today, and there is some amazing matchups, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it all unfold here on the beach breaks. The women have been free surfing just to the south of the competition setup, a lot of them, and the performance levels have been really high.
Yeah, we're when we switch gears, it's going to be really cool to see, because I think right about that time, and Rich we could speak to this, we should see the surf improving with the tide at that point.
I think so. I feel like yesterday, same thing happened, just on the lower tide. You see Max here up and riding.
Yeah, Max, there's a nice hit. He's just been really trying to link together his turns, seem way more focused on just getting that one big individual move done there. Nice vert. Look at Levi, though, so loaded up. He springs out the lip, and he likes the feel of that. So there hasn't really been a whole lot of that in this heat so far. He had a small version of a similar turn earlier on, Levi Slauson, but, you know, it's in him. And you could tell he was just loading up straight away here.
Yeah, this is what he was looking for, right? Just the punt and hoping that he gets that 6 from the judges. Points at the tower.
Yeah, remarkable ability to just rip that turn. He actually didn't even tee off probably the way he would have liked.
No, he didn't. And in contrast, Max, just some good traditional power surfing on the backhand with that great vertical snap. So this will be a good way to see where the judges are going to go with this.
Surely they're going to go the way of progression in these kind of conditions. There's just so much more risk involved. I think generally, you know, what you want to see when you're out in the surf is, you know, something high risk and something that you're incapable of doing yourself if you sort of surf every day. And there is a good majority of the surfing population that can do a solid backhand snap, but not too many that can throw the fins like Levi did. So that was a bit more like it, a more solid combination. That's really what he's been chasing this whole time, Max. So he had a 4.57 for his previous ride, so it was pretty well rewarded. It was a couple of turns, but really just the one move that had the meat in it. Joao Chianca looks to really hang on to this second position at the moment. He's in a dicey spot with 15 seconds to go here. So this wave, you know, despite the fact it kind of moved off the bank, still gave him a couple of little pockets to tap into. Leonardo Firavanti on the outside. Doesn't get into this one, but should be comfortable in the #1 position.
Yeah, it was funny. It was all about Leo at the start of the heat, and then he pretty much just dropped anchor, and all the other competitors just had to start scrapping to try and get to that second place.
Judges are taking a long time to give us that number for Levi.
Well, they got a bit to digest here too, Kipes, don't they? Because Max Elkington got himself that left-hander as well, so he's waiting on another number. He needs to better a 4.53 to increase the requirement for Levi, and he might have been chasing the score himself. We'll see what comes through first, but let's have another look at this.
Yeah, it was a pretty amazing air. Just how much speed he got. Oh, got more projection than pop, sort of out onto the face, and it was an interesting air that he didn't get the full rotation. Almost harder in a way.
Yeah.
Landing backwards and then bringing it back around. That was a good combo as well from Max.
I think that might be Max's best combo. I mean, he got 2 decent turns.
Yeah, and this is the guy that is potentially in trouble as we wait for those numbers to come.
He's in a real spot of bother, you'd think.
Well, he could also...
4.6, so Max did up the requirement just a little bit for Levi, so he needs a 6 out of that last ride, and the scores are coming through. So that last wave for Max was absolutely crucial, because the score did come through at a 5.43 for Levi. However, Max's ride wasn't enough to see him up into second place.
Yeah.
So really, we're just talking about a battle between 3rd and 4th position. And it didn't pay off for either of them. Juandaru hangs on to 2nd spot. Just have a look how close those scores are across the board. But Leonardo Firavanti wins that first heat of the morning with relative ease. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Thank you to Destination New South Wales. Great to be hosting the next generation of talent trying to get their way onto the championship tour. Welcoming everyone to the state which we live in. And there is just so much to check out here. But today it's all about completing the opening round for the men, getting the women out there and seeing what they can do with this fun little sandbar here at North Stain on Manly Beach. Right now, David Silva hits the lineup. He's out there in the red, the Brazilian. The former winner here is got Eduardo Mota, the Brazilian, in the blue. Tiachi Wakita, what a talent he is. Kicked off his opening ride, a strong one, 5.67. He's backed it up with a 3.5, but here it is for you.
Oh, great wave to start off. Good variety on that wave. And it's a 3-turn combo.
The other competitor out there is Shane Sykes, the South African. Oh, he's found a bit of room to move. Love that. Love that spin. So swift, so seamless. David Silva, as we mentioned, has been victorious here in the past. He gets a ride as well, sticking to that little rip bowl.
Yeah, you can see it's just starting to come into play now. This is live action. Eduardo. Ooh, just getting a little stuck there. But instantly, there's a different energy to the start of this heat. Feels like our competitors have maybe found something. The ocean's starting to cooperate a little bit more.
Quite a bit of rain too, Rich.
Yep.
What's that like? Pulling the jersey on, paddling out, and then having a big downpour.
Well, doesn't really affect you given that you're in the water. But
your vision though, like it can.
Oh yeah, I guess it does come into play, but it's almost once you're in that competition head zone, you're so hyper focused on what you're doing, and you're so in the moment that everything else kind of just melts away. And that's, you can have an injury, you can have a little niggling thing in your body, but that adrenaline, once that kicks in a heat situation, it kind of, everything disappears. And so I don't think the rain's going to really affect what's going on here. It's affecting the spectators maybe and the Friday morning walkers down here.
Is that adrenaline level always there when you put the jersey on, regardless of what the waves are doing?
Oh, absolutely. If it's not, I think there's a problem, because it's that adrenaline and it's that fire that really motivates you and inspires your performance. And if you don't have it, you perhaps might be time to hang up the wetsuit, because you know, that's what all competitors have and that's what they thrive off. And well, I know for me, I was certainly motivated regardless of whether the surf was, you know, 1 foot or 10 foot. I just wanted to be out there and I wanted to be competing in it. So you know, these guys are all here for a reason. They want to progress and they want to build a career, and the adrenaline would be pumping in each and every one of them.
Pipes, I'm going to go to you. I want you to give us a little bit more background on Wakita, obviously representing Japan, but spends a lot of time on the North Shore, actually living there these days.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit more about this guy.
The whole family
loves his pipeline.
Loves his pipeline, although he says he doesn't want to sit on his dad's peak, Takayuki, which is like really, really deep. He was like, oh, my dad takes closeouts, which are the craziest closeouts in the world. And every once in a while, his dad does come through with the wave of the year. But he puts his time out at pipeline. Sister Sarah is also competing here in Manly. Oh, looks like we got to split the peak, and it is Taichi again.
Wow, this guy, I love his flair. You know, there is just always impeccable technique with the Japanese competitors as they come through. But he's just got that added little bit of flair, that little bit of style to his approach.
Oh man, he is sizzling out here, and I'm going to play Resemblinator again because I love it, and I'm going to throw Rob Machado out here. There's definitely some shades of Rob in that style. Just that nimbleness, that weightlessness, and being able to just skip across those sections. But Keita's also got this little power element to his surfing, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's been, I mean, I've seen him, he's been training hard. He's running up and down the bike path, jogging in the morning, surfing, filming with sister. Mom's super supportive. David Silva, we already know what he can do in the backhand. And but Taichi just glides through that. And Rich, like you said, that's the light-footedness to make that section there. That's when the mobbish kind of resemblance comes true.
Fully, absolutely. Look how he's just rifling off this little left hand. That would have felt good to surf that wave. I think most of the work was done on those two outside hits. But you could see that little low road. That's where that wave doubled up on the inside. We call it a little low road. And it's starting to form up, this left-hand rip bowl. Our competitors, looks like they've moved back down onto the southern part of the competition zone.
We'll see what David Silva can do with this one. Had a 4 on his opening ride. Kicks off with a couple of big whips out of the top. Just solid stuff. 3 turns, one into the next. Should score well.
That's what he does, right? Once he gets into rhythm, David Silva is just, he will just link those turns multiple turns, and he got into rhythm on that one.
Wakita there just trying to whip the reverse. Shane Sykes dropped a really impressive rotation early on in the heat. Super smooth, scored a 5. You know, I think David Silva's maybe about to drop one of the better numbers in this heat.
First turn, really impressive, and the second one, just for such a little guy, he throws so much spray.
Yeah,
real compact sort of style, huh?
Yeah, and it's interesting when we talk about equipment with David Silva. He's got a lot of support from Kelly Slater, which Slater designs. Slater working with him, providing him boards. I had a chance to surf with the two of them, and it was almost like David was almost caddying for Kelly, but they were trading off boards, seeing how they felt, working on design. So he's kind of like under the radar. He's got some support from the GOAT.
Yeah, I love that story because David, pretty kind of understated character. I think a lot is lost in translation. You talk to any of the Brazilian surfers, they're like, this guy is he keeps us in stitches. He's got us laughing every single day that we're on the road together. But his backhand surfing, I think, is what caught Kelly's eye. Kelly gave his backhand big prop, saying it was one of the best backhand approaches on tour. Right now, though, we're watching Wakita work his 6th wave over, and he's already counting on a 5.67 and a 6.67. This one's been a little flatter through the middle portion and didn't really make the shore break, so I doubt that's going to improve his situation. But yeah, it's a huge tip of the cap to David Silva's backhand approach that Kelly Slater rates it so high, got him on his boards, and David now on the forehand, and he had a lot of speed then, but just hit a rib or something at the bottom.
Just a little crease in the wave, but it's on his forehand that David won this event. On these small little running left-handers, he took to the air and basically stole this event with some incredible above-the-lip surfing. And I actually saw Joao Chianca with one of David's backup boards, and it looked like it might have been one of those IPA shapes, and it was, he almost had that 20 setup in it.
Right, 2+1.
Yeah, the little 2+1 setup. So obviously thinking, okay, it's still small. Maybe going to the fish show. I don't know whether it's his backup, whether he's actually riding that one, but maybe we'll get a breakdown after heat.
For a free surf, it would actually be a super fun board to ride today. But a lot of times, I just feel the judges don't like when you ride alternate equipment. I mean, they keep an eye on it, and for some reason, it just doesn't resonate if they know that you're riding something like that.
Yeah, for sure. It's I don't know, the boards are so good these days, and especially how Aquila does it with his shapes. He kind of, the front end of the board still looks like a normal shortboard.
Yeah.
Wakita again, he's been busy in this one. Unable to up the requirement. I mean, he kind of keeps chipping away without priority, getting back to the takeoff zone and not really losing his place in the order. No one's catching rides, so he's just keeping busy.
Yeah, he's just getting the reps. Some surfers like to do that. They like to surf in rhythm and keep moving. You'll get others that just drop anchor and just wait for that wave that they want. But I like the strategy, especially in these type of conditions, to keep the reps going.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about the high road, low road rip bowl that we have, as in comparison to yesterday where we had clean lefts. Those clean lefts, I think you could do the heel toe number on your backhand for the regular foots. Right now on the lefts, it almost favors the goofy foots because that high road, low road nature.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Well, just under 18 minutes to go here, and we see the man in blue, Eduardo Mota, flying down the line here. What's he going to do with this? Pocket just flattens out on him, unfortunately. He's going to try and stick with it, but it'd have to be something pretty unbelievable to turn in a score. Oh, does pretty well with it. Yeah, you're welcome. But Eduardo Mota rode that wave a long way to get to that section, but he didn't have any scores to speak of. He really did need to start making a move. The highest number he had prior to that wave was a 0.67. So that's going to help his chances. Let's have a look at it. It's just a shame this section laid down on him.
Yeah, you can see here, watch the turn. He just has to cut it short. Keeps the board projecting down the line instead of a very acute direction change. But he got some work done at the end here. Takes to the air, gets the rotation, and he needed to. If he wanted to at least just draw a 5 out of that wave, still think it's going to be about a mid-range score, but it'll get him into this heat.
Well, just on 16.5 minutes to go, let's hear from the winner of the first heat of the morning. Leonardo is with Stace.
Leo, you looked really confident in your positioning out there. Were you profiling this bank yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, I surfed here yesterday afternoon, right where I surfed my heat just now. And I figured it would be a similar tide, and I thought it was going to be much bigger today than what it was. So I had a bit of a board swap. I went back to my epoxy, similar board I won a couple of years ago on. And, you know, first heat, it's hard to know where to sit, what the judges want, what to expect. But I just tried to stick to what I know over here, and it worked.
Yeah, it certainly did. Is it sort of a nice feeling for you to get that start, and then you see everyone else kind of freaking out underneath you?
Yeah, for sure. I got that couple lefts. I was actually looking more at the rights, and then a couple lefts came. So I'm like, all right, just the conditions, you know, are tough. It's gonna probably get better with the tide, but I knew you didn't need much to get scores. Just a couple nice turns and keep it clean, speed, bit of spray, and get the judges to give you a bit of scores.
A few coffees and away you go. Did you want to sing out back home to Europe and beyond?
Yeah, it's morning, so ciao a tutti, grazie per il tifo e speriamo che sarà una bellissima settimana come 2 anni fa.
Thanks, Leo.
Leonardo just has a real presence around these Challenger Series events, trying to get back to the Championship Tour, but still has that air about him, Rich.
Yeah, he does. There's a confidence that comes when you spend some time on the Championship Tour and you come back to these Challenger events as we go. Here's David.
Oh, David Silva, he's just looked a little wobbly on the forehand this morning. He's had a couple of bobbles off the bottom. He's caught a couple of rails. He's still got time to clean it up, but he doesn't want to make too many mistakes on high-quality rides like that, as we see Sykes there. He's getting a little caught up. Actually, this set not really helping any competitors generate any scores of substance. The person that does help is Wakita out there, because he was at the bottom end of the priority order. He's got the lead. Now he's got the P next to his name, and he can get into control mode out there, Kaipo.
Yeah, he's got definitely heat control right now, just like you said, Ron. So things played into the Japanese competitor's hand right here. What went wrong with David Silva? Had to skip through this section and then bogged that one just a little bit. And because of that, didn't have enough speed for that second turn.
It's amazing, isn't it? Just that tiny little glitch on that bottom turn. Just maybe hit a little ridge in the wave, and that just put his timing off for the rest of the two maneuvers. Completion, didn't get it.
Is it mentally something that happens pretty quick, Rich, once you bog a section? Is it just something you go, uh-oh?
Yeah, well, you're instantly trying to pick it up again. You're trying to pick up the rhythm of that wave and get back, because there's a flow of a wave that you have.
And you've got to make up for that mistake, right?
And you've got to make up for it. You've got to pick it up and try and get back into the groove and the speed of the wave.
And I went for a surf out at Queenscliff yesterday afternoon, and I'm pretty good at bogging a turn. And if you bog your first turn, it's like you're playing catch up. There's the wave. I mean, yesterday afternoon they would just run off, and you would have no chance.
There's another point here. There's the athleticism that it takes to surf these smaller conditions. It's different where you're getting speed from a bigger wave, and in a lot of situations you're trying to wash off that speed. But this style of surfing, it's really athletic. You need to pump your legs. You're generating board speed. It's a workout.
Yeah.
Every single wave is like a little mini workout.
So, and I find you got to get to your feet ultra quick, like as the quickest pop-up in the world.
Yeah, so paddle, you watch. A lot of these competitors, they'll be paddling super hard to actually get planing speed already, so that once they're up, it'll be pump, and just, it'll happen all so quick.
I'm learning a lot this morning from you guys. Thank you. Got to get up quicker. 12.5 minutes to go here. Wakita's out in front, 6.67, 5.67. Great start for the young Japanese competitor. And he's got David Silva breathing down his neck. We've got plenty more to come here in what is the opening round of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Welcome back to the show. We've got the second heat of the morning. It's actually heat 21, the round of 96, getting underway. 10.5 minutes to go here. We've got the young Japanese surfer Taichi Wakita is out in front, 6.67, 5.67. Brazil's David Silva's out there with priority. He's had a couple of falls, very uncharacteristic, but still hanging on to second spot. Needs a 7.31 to get into the lead. Shane Sykes, the South African, is in third position. Needs nothing to jump up into second, just a 4.04. And Eduardo Monta, he's had a pretty quiet heat, just one decent score, 4.67. Needs a 4.37 to get into second position. Love being here on the northern beaches. For me, I grew up in northern New South Wales. Coming to Sydney was always the opportunity to spot some of my favourite surfers. World champs, plenty of them down here on the beach today, watching these earlier rounds unfold as Sykes gets into this one. Saw Tom Carroll earlier, but I remember being a grom and paddling out here at Manly one time. Saw this guy, looked like he had gel in his hair, a couple of earrings, a tube suit, fluorescent yellow board, looked like an elf slipper. It was Richie Lovett.
I know where you're going with this.
It was Richie Lovett, but yeah, a lot of the great. Lane Beachley was out there that day as well. Pat Burridge from this region, another world champion. But the Northern Beaches has just produced, Kaipo, so many amazing talents, surfers that went on to win world titles for you. A lot of goofy footers from this region. Who are some of your favourites?
Well, I was lucky to spend a lot of time with Rob Bain.
Yeah.
As a grom, and kind of like got towed along there with Rob and Kat.
Are you all right?
And yeah, it was good for me. And so Bainey was like, just because of just the work ethic and just like putting his head down and just never making an excuse. And then when he put a jersey on, he was like ready to battle every single time.
Yeah, he played a lot of rugby league growing up. Rob Bain.
Makes sense.
He wasn't a kid who wanted the ball. He liked defending. He would like to tackle people. And that's how he served
it makes sense.
His competitive career. But I see a lot of Rob Bain, see him out in the surf. In board riders, he's still competing, puts the jersey on, and it's always a buzz when you see him down there. But yeah, we'll try and get him down here over the weekend and call a couple of heats with us. Absolute character, and a couple of years ago won a Grandmasters world title.
That's right.
Which was awesome to see. But yeah, there is, plenty of greats. So we'll rattle off a few more of the names as we move through this contest. But yeah, Simon Anderson. Oh, the list goes on.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I remember as a grommet down here at Manly, and you'd come down and you'd see a couple of boards sticking in the sand, and then you'd be like, oh, it's Barton. Barton's out there. And I'd just sit on the wall with a couple of my mates, and we'd just watch Barton, training and surfing little waves like this, and we were just mesmerised. It was incredible.
Barton Lynch's signature
the
traction
half moon,
pad.
Yeah, the whole three-dot.
Yep, the three-dot. That was just like, if you didn't have it, you were a Barney. you had to have that tail pad, otherwise you were nobody. Wakita at the moment, he's just had it all his own way through this heat. No one's really challenged him for the lead just yet. He's been the busiest surfer in the lineup.
He's really done what Leo did in the first heat, just take control, get those mid-range, higher mid-range scores, sixes, and way out in front.
Yeah, I guess in this situation, a lot of coaches would probably be saying, hey, you've got a 5.67 and 6.67. Don't look at a wave unless you can better that 5.67. Hold your priority and stay in that commanding position. But second place needs a 7.31 to get into first. So, he's just feels like he's just getting a feel for it out there.
Yeah, he's feeling pretty safe at the moment, but needs to be a little bit careful. We know that in these smaller conditions and with waves improving by the minute, anything could happen, a flurry, especially with that man on screen, David Silva. He could put 2 sevens on the board in a space of 2 minutes.
No doubt. Just under 6 minutes to go. Let's go out the back with Dometic and Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Here with Sarah Wakita. Sarah, some of these heats are hard to watch for friends and family, but this one's going to plan, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. He's got 2 good ones, so he just needs to calm down a little bit and catch another good one, and we'll be relaxed.
It's kind of hard to tell a goofy footer to calm down on such a fun left rip bowl, right?
Yeah, for sure. He's just catching a lot of waves, and yeah, hopefully he'll catch another good one.
You had an amazing performance up at the Gold Coast, but as you know better than anyone, you do need 2 waves to win these heats. You ready to get a couple of 8s today, not just one?
Yeah, for sure. Maybe 2 or 3, just in case.
We wish you all the best, and particularly for the rest of this heat. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Stace. And Sarah will be surfing in heat 14 of the opening round for the women. Tough draw too. Chelsea Tuak, Bahine Fierro. Should be a good matchup. Right now, though, just over 5 minutes to go. And there's been some movement out in the lineup. David Silva got himself a ride.
David Silva went to town.
He did.
That was when there was no bogging, there was no catching rails. He was able to spring through on that board, and that was an impressive wave. Here it is, Rich.
Yeah, this one just opened up for him through the inside, but he started well. Clean snap to start things off. Just read this wave perfectly. Now he gets on the low road, and watch this vicious little hack. Straight back into the pocket, gets the slam, but so much power and speed and acceleration out of that one turn.
I think we might see Wakita just kind of settle in out the back now and try and get priority back in the final stages here, because David Silva might be making a charge for that #1 position in a moment.
Yeah, it's, well, I don't know how high the judges are going to go with it, simply because it was a smaller kind of running wave, but some amazing surfing.
Let's dive into the Harvey Norman Heap recap here. Wakita got the work done early, stayed busy, banked a couple of decent numbers, and put himself well out in front. Shane Sykes had this rotation.
Oh, that was an incredible air rotor. It's been this man in white who has just, he stayed so busy, very active, finding these little runners here. Little mob-like approach, just whipping the board around, staying nice and light and nimble. I love that approach on these smaller waves. I always get a bit disheartened when the surfers look unenthused, and he definitely looks like he's enthusiastic, as does David Silva here. Strong backhand, really playing to his strengths.
Yeah, I think there's, been a real blow to David Silva's confidence. Last year he finished those strong kipes, got that runner-up finish in Mexico on the championship tour. Things just didn't pan out his way through those first 5 events on the CT, and even on the Gold Coast, I thought, here's a guy with that backhand that's got a great chance at maybe going into that #1 position on the Challenger Series ratings. And in the first round, I think we were seeing signs of just some nerves and uncharacteristic mistakes, but he's turned it around.
Yeah, missed opportunity at snapper for sure for Silva, but he can make up for it over here where he's already come out on top before. So that's got to be in his head, some confidence, and you take a win, you take 10,000, then you're right in the game for requalification.
Yeah, the pickup or the observation I was making, Rich, is when a competitor's nervous or feeling a little out of sorts, they tend to get on that front foot a little bit more, and they're chasing down sections. They don't have the patience, say, that we saw from Leonardo, and that's just how David seemed to be falling and stumbling on his rides, just so over his front foot, racing to get to sections before he needed to.
Yeah, it's the difference between surfing with a level of urgency and just surfing in the zone. When you're totally balanced and relaxed and things are just happening without really much thought, and it's just everything's clicking and connecting. And I'm thinking back to a few years ago when David did have the success here. He was just just popping airs all over the place, just totally connected with the little waves and the break, and just feeling like it's a bit disjointed, the approach at the moment. He's getting it done though.
Yeah, well, he dropped a 4.7, and that was a wave that really just offered the one decent section. Board flipping over there on Wakita, and that's always a reason to sort of get concerned. That lucky he didn't come into contact with it, as Eduardo goes chasing the reverse on the end section there. Unsuccessful though, so with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, he's going to be struggling to get back into a position to tap into a ride and chase down that requirement, that 5.06.
Not a big score at all. Just needs a little wave. He's got that air game. Big fella too. If he could open up with a big power hack and then do that air rev. You can see David Silva now just charging to the south. He's got priority, and he wants to start playing a little defense.
He's got to go cover Shane Sykes. He's got to look for the green jersey and cover him, and he's not able to because here we go.
He only needs a 4.74.
That's right.
He's got those big individual turns too. Shane, though, he's just arriving to each of these opportunities a little too late.
Yeah.
And this wave is already starting to burger out, fattening up quite a bit.
Oh, man. When you're free surfing as a competitor and you're getting 8s and 9s and 7s every single wave, and when you're in a heat situation and you go, I need a 4,
yeah,
it's like, just give me the wave, give me the opportunity to lock it down.
And he had the chance because he broke away from David Silva, who was looking for him with priority. But that was unfortunate.
Yeah, frustration there for Sykes. As we see Eduardo, he got up before the hooter here, so he's got a shot. He needs a 5.06. He's got a launch. Wow.
Oh, he
almost had it. He almost had it. Ankle tapped on the way out of that rotation. And he's going to go down, and so are his chances at moving on through to the next round. Taichi Wakita, what a performance from the youngster. Really solid, got the work done early. Rode twice as many waves as Shane Sykes, and the approach paid off for him. David Silva did just enough to hang on to second position. We'll take a quick break. Back with more here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro right after this. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. By Javianas, official partner of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. And by FCS, the official surf hardware of the World Surf League Australia.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. We've got 4 great surfers in the lineup, finishing out the men's round of 96, heat number 22. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside the 1978 world champion Rabbit Bartholomew and True Starling. True, you'll be paddling out later today. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, really excited. I had a surf this morning, which is why I'm very cold right now. The waves are still really fun. It's a little bit rippier this morning, but hopefully throughout the day it gets a bit better.
Amazing. And Rabbit, we got a little wet on the way to work today, but there's some good waves on offer.
Oh, yeah, we've just got a few showers, a few bands of showers coming our way. But, yeah, you know, when there's weather, there's surf.
Great heat from Taichi Wakita, brother to Sarah Wakita, advancing through and making a name for himself here in Manly, alongside of Tommy Carroll and a bunch of crew down here. I did see Tommy Carroll come into VIP this morning with a whole pack of Groms with him, Bugs.
Oh, yeah, Tom's such a mental figure to Groms and Groms of all ages, I've got to tell you.
Great to see that influence pouring back into the next generation. And we've already got some small scores across the board. Alistair Reginado has started out with the highest score of a 4.5 on the board. Sheldon Simkis in with a 0.87. Liam O'Brien with just a 0.43. And Oscar Berry in. Priority now looking for his opening ride with 26 minutes on the clock.
Well, this is a really unique heat just because of the makeup of where these guys all come from. They're all they're all living in Queensland.
That's so
which
true.
Is very, very different for this event.
And getting off to a quick start, this was the 4.5 true from Alistair.
Yeah, Alistair, well, he won the trials up in Snapper, and they've given him a jersey for this one.
That's so good to see, him being able to just get some opportunity to catch some waves against the world's best. Has another look there and starts to build in that score line.
Yeah, well, Alistair surfed waves like this his whole life up on the Sunshine Coast.
It's a pretty good proving ground for surfers coming down to a place like Manly. We saw Julian Wilson yesterday, Bugs, really just coming out, showing his ability to capitalize in small conditions like this, which would have been so similar to what he was born and raised surfing on the same.
Exactly. I mean, I know Julian's known for his surfing on point breaks and reef breaks, but he actually comes from the beach breaks of the Sunshine Coast and would have surfed a lot of conditions like this.
Up and riding now. Alistair staying busy on his backhand, finding that little inside bowl as it just runs off the bank. Small wave, but some fun-looking shape as he comes through to the inside, tags the lip. He's staying active now to back up that 4.5 true.
Yeah, really nice for Alistair. I actually saw him last night at the ice cream shop. And I was chatting to him and he was like, oh, I think I might be getting into the comp tomorrow, I'm not too sure, and it was lucky that he was able to because Tristan Gilbord was injured, so unfortunately he wasn't able to compete here. So Alistair took the spot and he was ready to be here for that, which was really cool. Yeah, so he, as Rabbit said before, he won the trials for Snapper and he's from the Sunny Coast. He's also part of North Shore Board Riders, who took out the Australian Board Riders battle 3 years ago now, and it was if you haven't seen it, you should watch it. It's a very clutch finish, and Alistair was like, he had 5 seconds to get from the beach into the box and got in there with one.
Did he make the full dive into the box at the end?
Yeah, he did, and it was against North Shelley, and North Shelley Board Riders, which is where Molly Picklin and Joel Warner from. They thought they'd won, and then Alistair got in there just in time, and North Shore took out the win. It was pretty amazing.
So good. Love hearing the stories of the board riders battles here in Australia. It's just such part of the culture. And Bugs, looking at the field of full Australians that we have in the lineup, they all would have been raised in their competitive years in those board rider communities.
They were. I mean, Liam O'Brien's a very proud Burley boy. Sheldon Simkis from Snapper. We know Sheldon just got second. The Boost Mobile Pro. He was the Snapper surfer in that draw. Alistair from the Sunshine Coast. Oscar Berry, originally from Ngari, relocated to the Palm Beach on the Gold Coast.
And a paddle now from Sheldon. Nice connection for the first turn. Staying low and compressed, generating some speed as he comes through into the next section. Tags the froth and blows the tail out the back true.
Yeah, really nice stuff for Sheldon Simkis. That just shows why he's number 2 on the rankings at the moment. You know, he's looking really solid coming into this event.
Liam O'Brien with an opportunity now. Driving down the line. Connects with the corner. Finds a second one. Throwing so much spray in the midst of the rain. Oscar Berry now with an opportunity on his backhand. Connecting through for the next section. Hoping this wave will connect through on the double up. He's doing really well to negotiate just the different sections that are coming up within it. Throwing some spray, connecting on the inside, and we've got some scores to come across the board, Bugs.
Yeah, we sure do. From 3 of the 4, Alistair's already in with his 2 scores, a 4.5 and a 4-pointer. So he's out there in front. Sheldon with that right-hander. Liam just got his first wave. We haven't seen much of Liam, this year. The injury just before Pipeline really took him out, and now he's got to battle his way through because he didn't get the wild card.
Alistair now goes down, Yeah, it was such a shame to see Liam have to miss out just before Pipe was kicking off, going down with that broken foot true.
Yeah, it was such a bummer there. We'll have a look at this replay for Sheldon Simkis and get back to that. Great first hit off the top there. I love how he just waits for this one to stand up, and when he knows he's got the connections, that's when he starts to grab some speed and puts it up there for a really nice finish. So that's a better looking wave there for Sheldon. Let's have a look at the slow-mo. He definitely gets the release there, gets a fin out the back of the wave. So it's actually really hard to do that because you kind of aren't really connected to the wave. So it's a big risk for that last turn. And Oscar, really nice start here. He's the young one in this heat. He's still doing the Pro Juniors. He actually took a win out at a Pro Junior at the Gold Coast, I think. You know, so he's doing all 3 different series at the moment, and it's great to see him get a wild card into this one. But Liam, he did break his ankle like literally the day of Pipe starting, and Geordie Lawler took his spot there. I know he's been doing a lot of rehab with a lady, Jackie Marie Bailey, and she's a prehab rehab specialist, and she's phenomenal at what she does. So he's definitely in the right hands, and it's great to see him back competing again.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see him back in the jersey. We saw him go for his first surfs there at Bell's Bugs when we were down in Victoria, and just still kind of hobbling and really taking it easy on the ankle. But now he's back, hopefully looking in form coming into the Sydney Surf Pro, as we see Sheldon now looking for that corner to start to stand up in front of him. Connects with a more critical section, really unleashes on that last turn. And now he's looking for something dynamic to finish off with as he comes down closer in front of the judges. Tags the lip to finish. And Sheldon is looking really comfortable. It's very different conditions, Bugs, than we saw him capitalize in on the Gold Coast. And that versatility in his surfing is really paying off this morning.
It really is. I mean, and it really helps that he started with a good score in the 5s. And he's backed it up now on his backhand. And that was a pretty nifty little ride, that one. And he does look very comfortable out there.
He opened up with that 5.50 as his second score. It was just a throwaway of a 0.87 on the first. He's now looking for that backup score to take out the lead over Alistair Reginado. Alistair getting those couple of 4s early on, true, set himself up, but he's taken off on 4 waves that haven't amounted more than a point. So he's really going to have to kind of tap back into getting in that priority rhythm and finding the right waves.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Shannon. You know, he needs to really go and get a better scoring ride for that backup or even increase that high score. We'll have a look at Sheldon. Nice quick float to start. And I love how he, again, just waits for this one to stand up. It's really tricky to see if they will, but he just picks this wave perfectly as he goes into the lip there, and he'll get a bonus section as well. So really nice surfing for Sheldon as he puts it up there for a finish. It's actually really tricky out there to have a look at the waves and go, is this one going to run on the bank or is it not? Here's Alistair up and riding.
Alistair goes for the reverse on the inside section. Not sure what happened, if he was able to get any good connections on the outside. Bugs, we've got a decent looking score dropping through now for last of Sheldon Simkis. It'll set him up in the lead with bigger requirements across the board for the rest of the field.
Yeah, Sheldon's really put himself in the box seat in this heat.
Yeah. Now having another opportunity. Throwing lots of spray. Working his way through to the inside section. Seamless connections.
Yeah, look, he's looking really sharp, and he's backing up. And here we see Liam. As we said before, we haven't seen much of Liam so far, but I tell you what, when he was last year, when he broke through, I was really looking forward to how he did against the big guys. We weren't able to see that. Now he's got to go all the way back again and battle his way through this. So this is a pretty important heat for Liam.
Yeah, this is huge. He actually lost out in the first round on the Gold Coast, so that was a real shame for him to not find that momentum, finally back in the jersey after missing out on those first 5 events for what could have been his rookie year on the championship tour. Drew, let's take a look at this one.
Yeah, I really like this wave from Lob. You know, he just carves the start here, staying really close in the pocket as he puts it up there for a third turn. I like that turn, that spice that he adds to it as he brings this one back around. So it doesn't really offer too much more, but he manages to get another connection there. We all know Lob has that. Here's Alistair last up and riding here. So this one, it's just a little bit flat to start. He really needs to kind of manage and negotiate the sections out here, but offering a little bit more as he puts it up there for a nice carve. And this is where you see him go for that little thinner reverse there. But Lob, he does have that momentum, and once he gets it, it's really hard for him to lose it. He had a third at Rottnest last year as well, and he did really well throughout the season. So, I'm sure we're all hoping that he's able to get a couple of good scores.
Yeah, well, he showed it at Rottnest last year. He certainly belongs at that top level with that. I think he got a third place.
As we see Sheldon Simkis, just that quick kick in and out. Yeah, it was pretty incredible to witness Liam with that call up as a wild card into the Rip Curl Rottnest search. To walk away into the semifinals is unbelievable. We've seen a couple of those dream runs this year. We saw Moana Jones-Wong winning Pipe as a wild card. We saw Baron Mamiya winning Sunset as a replacement as a wild card, now qualifying himself for the back half of the season as well. And Liam O'Brien had a little bit of that story last year, doing really well in one of his first opportunities, as we see Alistair go down on the finishing turn, had a couple quick snaps. And now waiting for scores to come through across the board. Some important ones there for Liam O'Brien and for Sheldon Simkis. Sheldon currently sitting in the lead with 15 and a half minutes on the clock. As we wait for those scores to roll through, we're going to go down to catch up with Taichi Wakita.
After going right all week up at Snapper, you must be so stoked to come down here to a fun left rip bowl.
Stoked, yeah, good left.
And obviously a pretty strong showing in the one event in your region in Japan, but not a lot of heats under your belt, so it must feel nice to get an early start here.
Yeah, the week's been fun, so, and yeah, it's kind of similar to what I've been surfing in Japan, so I feel confident. Yep.
Pretty cool to come into Tommy Carroll cheering you on in that heat.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of my heroes, and he's a good friend with my dad, so stoked to see him.
For sure, and is it your first time to Manly? What have you been getting up to?
Yeah, it's my first time, and yeah, I love the city. Cool people and good food, so it's nice.
You've been hitting Japan, that Japanese restaurant?
Oh, yeah, Japan, and what was that? This other place that was really good, Japanese restaurant. And yeah, it's been good.
Quick shout out back home to Japan.
応援してくださった皆さんありがとうございます。次も頑張ります。
Thanks so much for your time. Well done. Thank you.
Huge result. The Wakita family will be stoked, Bugs.
Yeah, I know. It was a pretty classic, to try to get something going in that interview. But I mean, obviously there's a language barrier. But he seemed very reserved, and he's just I think he's very focused on the event. And I think it's an opportunity. He thinks he can really do well here on this little rip bowl. He surfed well in that heat.
Yeah, he surfed really well. I have a feeling the other Japanese restaurant he might be talking about is Sunset Sabi.
Okay.
And it's in Manly, and it's pretty phenomenal. It's got really good food. There's actually 3 different restaurants within Manly owned by this one company in the guide. He just has an amazing understanding of all these different cuisines. It's so delicious there.
There's so much good food and so much good coffee all around Sydney. I mean, Australia is kind of known for the coffee culture that it has anyways, but being in this area just outside of town in Sydney is pretty exceptional for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, it's all within walking distance at Manly. That's the great thing, You've got the beach, you've got the harbour, you've got the Corso, lots of restaurants and cafes. It's really cool place.
Currently sitting in the lead at Sheldon Simkis with a couple of 5s. Liam O'Brien dropped in a 6.77 for his last wave. He's sitting in second, but just has a 2.83 to improve on. Alistair Reginato and Oscar Berry chasing scores in the 5 to 6 point range to take the advancing positions. 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll bring you back with more action here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. At the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, we watched the local boy and Sheldon Simkiss get absolutely shacked on his way to the finals, Bugs.
Yeah, that behind the rock, slipping into that barrel is, tell you what, it looks tricky, and it is. Sheldon definitely used his local knowledge and his skills.
Incredible to witness that, True. You were on the beach announcing team for that event. Really fun to see Sheldon get some good waves.
Yeah, wow, it was really awesome to be able to announce that whole event. Sheldon was on an absolute tear, and he was definitely, from the beginning, one to be in the finals, and it was awesome to see an All-Aussie final with him and Callum Robson as well.
Pretty amazing to see both of them, similar in age, have had kind of similar journeys on their way to the top. Callum just edging ahead, getting into the championship tour this season. But now for Sheldon, he's looking like one to really battle, especially if he gets good waves like this on offer, Bugs.
Oh, yeah. Sheldon's, he's really well-rounded now. He's been, and he's made a bunch of finals at the QS level, and he's ready.
Queuing him up to have another lap on the left. Great looking wave, a little bit more size to it than what we've been seeing the last couple of days. Lob with an opportunity to answer back as well. Goes for the progression, doesn't ride out of the finish. Down to 10 minutes on the clock. And Sheldon Simkiss just sitting in the lead. Alistair Reginado, he started out really quick, but he just hasn't been able to build on those 4-point rides, True.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bummer for Alistair. Lob got that 6.77, which really put him up into second. But this is a really nice ride for Sheldon. Found a really clean wall here. It's a little bit bigger as well, so it's going to offer a lot more scoring opportunity.
Your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, well, what I'm seeing is, we've got that tide moving in. So every 10 minutes, every 20-minute block, we're going to see a little bit more water on that bank. And that's just going to be really helpful.
Yeah, it'll be great to see those conditions continue to improve through the morning. So much action during the break that we saw Oscar Berry momentarily go into that second place position. Liam O'Brien found this one as well to answer back. Got the connection on the inside, True.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Lob, and that's, the kind of surfing we're used to seeing from him, and the kind of surfing that got him a third at Rottnest. So it's great to see him really try to get through this one. But, the young gun, Oscar Berry, drops in the highest wave score of the heat so far.
It's a 7.1 for last of Oscar Berry. He's only taken off on 2 waves, started with their 3.5, waited patiently, Bugs, and then found a 7.
He really did wait patiently. It was the other guys just kept surfing, and Oscar just sat out there with priority, waited for the one he was looking for, and we've seen some of the more experienced surfers doing this throughout the tournament. And it paid off that 7.10. He's still in third place, but he's carrying that low 3.5. And Liam has actually shot into the lead, courtesy of really that 6.77 has put him in a good position. The 4.73, a good backup.
Good backup, and the situation has changed yet again. Sheldon Simkiss now down into second place with a score to come through. Oscar Berry back out of that advancing position in third, and Alistair now sitting with priority, chasing a 6.53 at the moment to take the advancing position. Down to less than 8 minutes on the clock, and Oscar walked away with a good result on the Gold Coast. 10,000 points on the line. He found himself in the round of 16. He went down to backhand powerhouse in Ramsey Bokheim. But put together a really strong event leading up to that moment, True.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's pretty amazing to see Oscar just really progress through this one. He's such a young competitor, still, as I mentioned before, on the juniors. So he has so much time ahead of him, and to see him, get a start in Snapper, do really well there, and now have a start here, it's pretty amazing to see that. And I know everyone from Angari and Palm Beach, I think he's in Ali Board Riders as well, will, be supporting him through this one.
It's been pretty unreal to see the consistency, because he just hasn't spent as much time in the jersey as a lot of these other surfers that we've just seen in this space for a long time. Sheldon Simkiss with a look there, he decides to kick out. But yeah, Oscar winning that Pro Junior on the Gold Coast, then taking out a 5th place at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro as well, and making it into the round of 16 for the Challenger Series, Bugs. It's a good run of results for him.
Yeah, he's had a good Australian leg for sure, Oscar. He's definitely come on radar. And, getting the call up for Snapper was a real feather in his cap, and then he, justified that with that equal 9th.
Sitting with priority, it's Alistair Reginado. Liam O'Brien, though, is going to have an opportunity here. He's looking to build on that 4.73, which is his backup score.
Yeah, he was looking for that one to double up, True. You know, those little double ups through the inside, but it was just too convoluted. It didn't quite line up for him. But Sheldon's actually shot back into the lead there. That 6.23 put him into that, burst him through that 5-point range into the sixes. I think that was probably where he needed to go, because you got Oscar sitting there with that 7-1. That's a threatening result to catapult him into the top two.
I feel like even if you're sitting in first in this heat, you're not really safe. You know, Oscar, if he gets a 5 or something like that, he can move himself up into the lead. So it's really difficult, you know, to be able to get through this one.
Taking a look at the Harvey Norman recap, we had some heavy rain about halfway through this heat, and Sheldon Simkis unleashed that 5.53 to start off, Bugs.
Yeah, he started really well to 5.53, and then this back up on the left got him right up there with into the lead, and then of course Liam sort of overtook him with this one. This was I believe it was the 6.77, and this one for Oscar kind of went under the radar, but he waited a long time for it. See the backhand vertical attack here was really well rewarded.
Really smooth, linking all those maneuvers together. He dropped in the highest score of the heat so far with a 7.10, and Sheldon Simkis then answered back with this 6.23 true to take him up into the lead.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Sheldon. He just seems to be really in tune with his backhand out there. We also saw him get a really nice right as well to start. So really impressive surfing from Sheldon. His partner Macy has an exceptional backhand, really lethal actually. So drawing from that, I'm sure Sheldon would be.
It'll be exciting to see Macy in the draw later today. We're finishing out the men's round of 96, and we'll be going straight into the women's round of 64 for a big day of competition. We've got that tide pushing through midday, which should help to improve those conditions even more, give a good pulse to the action with some of those better sets rolling through, as we've got so much weather sort of sitting on this Sydney region through today. We'll have those rain squalls rolling through a little bit, those little puffs of wind popping up and down, Bugs.
Yeah, we've got a lot of rain bands are forecast to move through. It'd be nice if they were only coming through today, but I think we're going to see a few of them over the next 3 days. It's been a wet season on the East Coast, so no one's surprised to see a little bit more rain as we get closer to winter.
It's exactly what we would have been expecting at this stage. 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Simkis sitting out in front, sitting number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings right now after walking away runner-up to Callum Robson at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. He's currently leading. But Liam O'Brien, off of a broken ankle injury that took him out of his rookie year on the CT. Those first 5 events he had to miss out, unfortunately, due to injury, and now he's got to start from zero because there was a lot of injuries kicking off the men's championship tour this year.
Yeah, we had a whole bunch of things happening. We had a lot of injuries. Then, of course, we had Gabriel Medina, you know, kind of going into
bit of a sabbatical.
A sabbatical off year, and you know, being a 3-time world champion, that weighs heavily in the criteria for the wild card. So that made it really tough for the guys who were injured.
Yeah, it's been a real interesting year to see all that unfold. Now they've got this opportunity on the Challenger Series to put themselves back in that mix, to have a shot at getting that requalification for the 2023 season. Liam O'Brien would be looking so tightly at getting back into that conversation. Down to 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Coming up in our next heat, Nolan Raposa, Gatien Delahaye, Justin Becret, and Matthias Herdy. It's going to be a very well-fought battle amongst those 3, 2 representing France, an American, and the Brazilian in the lineup.
I really feel with 2 minutes to go, a lot can still happen in this heat, as you said, True. Like, no one's safe because, let's see well, Alistair's sitting out there in priority. He's trying to do what Oscar did and just wait for that bombing wave. He needs a 7, so it's not an insignificant score. Liam's sort of working around the inside. He's got the 4th priority, so he's just trying to get into that 5-point range and make that distance between him and the other 2. And you've got Oscar, who doesn't need that much. He only needs a 4-4, and he's in 2nd priority.
I feel like as well today, especially this morning, there was so many waves coming through and a lot of inside ones as well. So if you have that third and fourth priority, you can afford to sit a little bit further in and get those double ups, which Manly is just so renowned for. So I think, you know, if I was a Sheldon or a Liam who aren't really sitting quite safe at the moment, I'd be trying to sit a little bit further in and catch a few double ups.
Down to the final 60 seconds. Surfer in white sitting in fourth has first priority, first pick of the lineup. And he's having a look at this one now.
Yeah, interesting looking wave. He's got a double up to it. He's faded.
Driving into the first section, connects with the lip, straight into the second, throws a lot of spray. He really needs to capitalize on this in section. Drifts that tail around, executes well. He is chasing a 7.00 bugs, which would be the second highest score of the heat in comparison to Oscar Berry's 7.10.
Yeah, well, these first two manoeuvres on that were just so clean. I don't know if he needed a bit more down the end, the wave to go a bit further, but the first two manoeuvres were super slick.
And it was a really nice looking wave as well. It was a little bit bigger, really smooth, and really offered those critical sections. So he surfed it really well. I think maybe if he had have had a little more punch on maybe that second or third turn, the judges might have got it over the line, but we'll have to see what it comes in as.
Little split peak to finish off with. Lob goes right under priority from Sheldon Simkis. He has a little ride on his way in to victory. So now just waiting for that score to come through for Alistair. He had a very busy heat. He caught the most waves in the lineup. And it's this last one that it's going to come down to, Bugs.
Yeah, it really does come down to that last one. Be good to, there it is again, here's the replay. That first turn was really strong. You know, it's a really well-served wave. You've got to look at the comparisons. I suppose, I mean, the Oscar wave's the clear comparison, but probably the Liam O'Brien 677, the other comparison to look at.
Just waiting for those scores to come through. We don't have a single one yet from the judges. We will have a small score to trickle in for Sheldon and Liam, but those won't factor into the equation. Great to see the full Aussie pack in the lineup, all spending time surfing together up on the Gold Coast. Signing autographs now, getting straight out of the water. And we'll take a look. Here's that 6.77 from Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, that's right. And the thing is, he got a bunch of, you know, really strong manoeuvres on this one. This is going to go close for Alistair. It's going to be, looks like it's going to be in the sixes. I kind of thought it might be around the 6.5 mark.
Well, you pretty much nailed it. It's a 6.30. It's too shy for Alistair to move into the advancing position. He does walk away with third, which is slightly more points at the end of the day, but not enough to be making it into the round of 48. Sheldon Simkis, victorious. Liam O'Brien advancing through. And we'll be right back with more action. Stay tuned right after this.
To pick a winner at Manly, throw a dart at the heat draw and go with whoever it lands on. Traditionally, this is one of the most combative arenas that pro surfing has. Anyone who pulls on the ratchet at this event has the potential to win it. We have seen everyone from world champs to CT warriors to QS grinders to local legends to child prodigies take the silverware at this event. Manly is a surf town that gives it up for the spectacular, and in 2022, the winners will be bringing fireworks.
Love being back in Sydney for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Mateus Herde, Nolan Raposa, Gatien Delahaye, and Justin Becret looking to put their name on a list of great champions from the past.
Yeah, well, Vaughan Blake just really spelled it out there. I mean, it is just, it's not a lucky dip, but it's, you know, you've got to do something so special to win this event, and there's going to be a combination of traditional carving and progressive aerials.
The 2018 World Junior Champion, Mateus Herde, drifting the tail on that last snap. Goes in for that good finish, redirects, and has another pocket opening up in front of him. Goes for a little slide there as well, jams it in. Nolan Raposa now with an opportunity. He's been on a hot streak coming off of the Gold Coast and puts that little reverse on the finish. 26 minutes on the clock, scores to come through for all of the surfers in the lineup, getting busy. And now fighting their way back to the top to put themselves in that priority rotation. Nolan Raposa, Gatien Delahaye, Justin Becret, and Mateus Herde. It's going to be a very good matchup, Drew.
Yeah, it's a really great matchup with the two Frenchmen, a Brazilian, and an American in this one. And here we go, Justin off riding.
Talk us through this replay, Drew.
Yeah, really nice start for Justin. He was looking really strong at snapper, and wow, this is a really great ride. He is just unleashing on these sections, just absolutely attacks it for a finish. That's probably the best wave I've seen all morning.
Answered back, Gatien Delahaye got a piece of the action, Bugs.
Yeah, we've got a European battle on our hands here, two of the European contingent from France.
And Mateus Herde with the opportunity as well.
Yeah, well, this is a really strong heat too. Very international heat compared to the last one, and they've really come out firing, all of them, all four.
Little flurry of action to kick things off. Scores now filtering through. Justin Becret opened up with a 5.83 as the high mark. Nolan Raposa got a piece of the action to back up his 2.5 true.
Yeah, really nice carves for Nolan Raposa. He's just waiting for this one to stand up, and it will, and he gets a little bit of a reverse there for Nolan Raposa. He had a really great event at snapper, getting the third there, and he's training with Matt Myers as well, who has a bunch of crew around him. So it's really cool that, you know, he's keeping with the momentum through here at Manly. Yeah, it was actually a really great story for Nolan for that last event.
Yeah, it was pretty unreal. So he went down in the semifinals to Callum Robson, who went on to win his biggest event yet of his career, which was really exciting for Cal. But for Nolan, it was a really impressive performance. Bugs, on his way to the semifinals, he took out Leonardo Firavanti in the head-to-head matchup in the quarters and took out Julian Wilson in that round of 16 heat. As we see Mateus Herde now with an opportunity. Driving down the line, it's a smaller size wave and he'll duck out. It's a pretty stacked field for Nolan to take out in those head-to-head matchups between Leo and Julian.
Nolan has, you know, really, I just think he's really coming into his own right now. He's surfing arguably the best of his career, and so impressive up on his backhanded snapper.
He's got small scores on the board at the moment, that 4.37 being the high mark for his score line. And Drew, you can really see with this low tide this morning, just the surface of the water, waves really kind of just not connecting together very smoothly.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky out there, which is why the doublets are probably the best ones, and those ones that kind of have like a little bit of a wall towards the back of them, because then hopefully they'll connect through. It looks like Justin having a look at this one.
Driving back into the pocket, connecting with that second turn, now looking to go vertical and smashes it. Foam climb to finish. The ride out incomplete. Building that score line. Bugs, he opened up with a 5.83. He's got the highest score of the heat so far on the board.
Yeah, it's pretty handy to have that in your column to start with, and he was just trying to get a little back up there. Some of those little ones, true, the smaller ones, they just hit the bank so well.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've had the turn of the tide. It's still quite low, but at least we should start to see an improvement.
Yeah, definitely. And I think throughout the day, as you mentioned, it's just going to get somewhat better and better, which is exciting as well, moving on through to the women's side of the draw.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day of surfing ahead of us heading into the women's opening round of 64. Scores to come through now for Justin Becrette to back up his opener of a 5.83. In that last heat, we saw Sheldon Simkis victorious, looking really good here at Manly.
Left rip bowl specialist, Sheldon Simkis.
Yeah, you know almost better than me that we don't really go left on the Gold Coast. So, you know, I try to go left where I can, and you always tell me to go left where I can, and it doesn't always happen every surf. But, you know, today there's a really good left rip bowl, so kind of forced to go left. But it was fun. I got some really fun waves.
How do you go into that heat? Obviously, you young men are full of confidence. But do you look at that heat draw and go, I got to step up here?
Yeah, that was an incredible heat on paper, and you know, Lobby obviously is a world tour surfer, and Oscar's been on absolute fire lately, and he was surfing so good at snapper, and then obviously Reggie came in last minute, and yeah, paddling out, I was definitely a little bit nervous, but you know, it was like Chris was saying, it was like paddling out for an ABB or something against the other Queensland Board Riders Club, so kind of just took that in my stride and just thought, you know, I still got to get 2 waves here in 30 minutes and get the job done.
And that you did. Talk to us about your time in Manly. You've been enjoying yourself?
Yeah, it's been really fun. I enjoy Manly. I'm staying with local Winter Vincent. He's been giving me a few little tips and tricks on the area, and yeah, we've just been keeping active, surfing a bunch, me and my girlfriend Macy, and the waves been small, but the fun's been high.
On your Shelley, well done.
Great to hear from Sheldon with the full ABB lineup. It was unfortunate to see Tristan Gilboa have to pull out with injury, but it did open up that opportunity, True, for Alistair to get a shot in the heat.
Yeah, which is really exciting for Alistair, unfortunately just missing that 7.0 that he was needing. But, you know, big signs for Alistair coming through to the rest of the regional qualifying series. You know, he's surfing at this level, which means he's forced to surf higher than what he ever has before and really just hit the sections as hard as he can to post those big scores against people like Liam and Sheldon.
And Bugs, thinking about the fact that Sheldon, you know, has to force himself to go left, has to find waves to really improve on that. It's great to see him really capitalizing and show that he's got that strong backhand as well.
Yeah, look, my theory is that, you know, I mean, a lot of surfers, you know, we have right-hand point breaks. And my theory overall, though, is that great surfers have naturally good backhands. I just think backhand surfing is nearly a more natural way to surf. And, you know, I've always stuck with that.
I love that theory. It's definitely proven well for Sheldon at the moment, True.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, just having that fun outlook towards being here. You know, sometimes people can take it too seriously, and then that's where this unnecessary pressure starts to creep onto their shoulders. So it's really great to see Sheldon just having lots of fun, you know, listening to the tips that people are giving him, but also just taking it all step by step.
And even Bugs, thinking back to those heats at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, the surfers that were on their backhands, like Ramsey Bokheim, their surfing is unbelievable. The power, the critical sections that they can get into, that's just different than someone surfing on their forehand.
But, you know, particularly on a long point break, coming off, they're getting into that strong, you know, that deep backhand bottom turn, then whipping it off top, being able to drive down the face and being able to really repeat that in repetition over a short period of time. You can get 4 big moves in. Ramsey was a classic example of that. Definitely no disadvantage.
Definitely not at all. It is one of my favorite things to watch. Thinking of the women's draw coming up, you've got Bronte McCauley in your heat, True, which is a heavy matchup to come up against. She's got one of the greatest backhands of the women's tour.
Yeah, she definitely does. Her backhand is pretty lethal, but looks like she'll be going left today. You know, we've seen all morning that there is better lefts coming through, and even just listening to Sheldon there, he say, you know, the left seemed to be better. He did go right, but that was pretty much the only one we've seen in that heat, and there's a few really fun double-ups on the left.
Nolan driving through that first turn, connecting with the second, now having to gain speed as this wave goes totally flat. He's going to look for that reform through the inside. Does the full redirect now to attack on his backhand. And he's sitting with a 4.37 as his high mark at the moment. Had a bit of a lull in the action there. waiting for the next good set to roll through.
Yeah, you know what? I see this heat right now as a real scrap. Like these guys, they're gonna try to eke every single decimal point out of this, and it's just going to be close all the way through. I just got that feeling. No one's going to break away.
Drew, take us through this one.
Yeah, really nice carve to start for Nolan. Just a little bit of a flatter wave here. There's not really too much on offer, but he opts to go for a right to try and get down onto this inside. And that's a backhand attack that we were so used to seeing from Nolan up at the Gold Coast Pro, up at Snapper. So, you know, it was a really nice wave there, but I agree with you, Bugs. Like, there's not really too much going on in this heat. It's quite scrappy so far. So hopefully someone can really break through and get a decent score.
17 minutes on the clock. Justin Becret currently sitting out in front. He had the wild card to the Mayo Pro Portugal. It was his very first championship tour opportunity this year in March, which was exciting to see. He made it through that opening round, avoided the elimination, but then went down in the head-to-head matchup against Kanoa Igarashi. It was a really tough heat for him, though. He didn't go down without putting up a fight, Buds.
Well, the thing is that, you know, that it's a wonderful experience to be able to, you know, get into a CT, you know, get through that first round. You can't avoid coming up against one of the top seeds in round 3, but that's part of the beauty of the experience, because you gain so much from that. You bring it back to the tier, the level of surfing you're at, and you're much more comfortable.
Connecting through that wave to the inside. It goes flat for him. He can't make that little connection, but got a good snap to start off for Justin Becret. Mateus with another opportunity here. This wave really is going soft. He's going to fight through, putting that pressure on the front foot to cut through that dead section. And then really, the last wave he went for, we just caught it as the replay there. True, he went for a little air reverse, didn't make it out for any scores or anything like that, but it seems like in Mateus's mind, he wants to go progressive on his last couple of waves.
Yeah, and that's not really much of a surprise for Mateus. Really nice snap to start as he brings this one around. This wave just unfortunately just dying off, but I love how he tries to stick with it and continue through with this one. We're just so used to seeing Mateus, you know, going for those progressive maneuvers. But back onto that point, Bugs, before about, you know, coming up against the top seed. Sometimes if you are that top seed, in a sense, you might underestimate someone like a Justin Becret, or like John did with the Morgan Sibling last year. And Morgan got him like 3 times.
Yeah, well, it's the same with Mikey Wright when he came in. I don't see it like, okay, you come up to that third round, you're going to come up against one of the big guns, right? They're one of the top 5 seeds. I don't see it as like a moment of truth as much as a moment of opportunity. The wildcard's got absolutely nothing to lose. Yeah. They're not expected to beat the big gun. But when they do, gosh, well, look at Mikey. I mean, he beat Gabriel Medina, John Florence. Next minute, he's got wildcards in the next events, and the momentum kept going, and he qualified.
Yeah, same exact story with Baron Mamiya this year. Just getting that win at Sunset, coming in as, you know, someone that was close to qualifying in the past, but really having his breakout season when he hit the championship tour. Not even on the qualifying series before that.
Yeah, and sometimes when you have those heats that are harder, you actually rise to the challenge, which is really exciting to see.
Mateus Hurdy with the opportunity here, connects after just kind of gliding through that first section. It's looking really smooth for him on the inside, and he smashes the finish. Scores to come through for Mateus. He's currently sitting in that knockout position, though. We're down to 14 minutes on the clock, and we're going to go to a quick Bonsoy brew break, grab a morning cup of coffee, and we'll be back with the action right after this. Welcome back to Sydney, one of the most beautiful places in the world. We're currently located at North Stein and Manly Beach. Mateus Herde is flying through the sky for that opening maneuver, cuts back, and now will patiently set it up for this inside section. The right's going really soft through that middle, and now he's going to hope for that double up to connect with. Starting to link through as he heads towards Queenscliff, makes the connection across the pipe, and now goes to tag the finish. And even more opportunity opening up in front of him for a solid wave. He's feeling it, Bugs.
Oh, yeah, that was an incredible link up there. And they're there to be had. You get the right one through. You know this break pretty well. I mean, we've seen some great connectors past the pipe, and they've been keepers.
Yeah, definitely. They're few and far between, but when they come through, they're definitely really easy to spot. Mateus just going for the air. Doesn't get too much high, but he definitely gets that spin. And I love how he's just waiting for this one to wall up. He doesn't really try to overcook it here. So really nice snap there for Mateus. And here he is flying down the line, goes for a finish, and he even gets a couple of double ups there. So it's actually really fun, that ride. I free surfed it yesterday, and there is quite a few double up rides. And when they connect from that comp bank out the back, it's just such a long ride through there.
Scores to come through for Mateus. His last score was a 4.67, which did move him from 4th into 2nd. But he's now chasing down a bigger score to take him into the lead and put some pressure on the rest of the field. He's had some great results within his past. He's a World Junior champion. He came really close to qualifying that year in 2018 as well, when he walked away with a 2nd place finish to Joel Parkinson to Parco at the Hawaiian Pro at Haleiwa. It was a really insane performance. He took that out. He got really close to qualifying and then flew across to Taiwan and ended up winning the World Junior Championships that year.
Yeah, Mateus has been one of the surfers mentioned as the leading edge of Generation Next.
Gatien now on his backhand, looking for this corner to connect through to the inside. Finding a little bit of a nugget as it rolls through, and he'll put another score on the board as we're still waiting for last of Mateus to roll through. Mateus also had an insane run last year at the Corona Open Mexico, the final event of the championship tour before the Rip Curl WSL finals. He made it all the way into the semis, true, and went down to Jack Robinson.
Yeah, he's definitely the new superpower coming out of Brazil. You know, he's just had so many great results and he's feeling really confident in himself. And I think it's amazing as well. He has a lot of mentors too, like Ian Gaveo, who's kind of just giving him all of this information that he can really run with.
10 minutes on the clock. Stace Galbraith is hanging around the contest site today. Hi, Stace.
Hi, Shannon. Yeah, trying to duck and weave through the weather. I found some shade up in the Bonsai athlete area, and I bumped into Cole Robbins. Cole, can I take a guess at who you might be supporting down here?
Yeah, please do.
Santa Barbara boy in the house.
Yeah, hometown hero, Connor Coffin. Definitely going to come and support him. And, you know, I really wish that he made that cut. It's a tough thing to do, but he always surfs so damn good, and it's going to be really fun to watch. And going to be screaming. I got a microphone behind me, and I'm excited to be here.
It's been cool to watch all the shortboarders get right behind the longboarders earlier in the week, and obviously you're getting right behind Connor now. It's been pretty impressive to watch his mental attitude coming into these events. Obviously, as you mentioned, not making the cut earlier in the year.
Yeah, you know, he's such an incredible surfer. I mean, grew up surfing with him, and it is neat how we all kind of back each other. We're all just surfers at heart, and Connor was actually such a good longboarder back in the day when we were surfing, and, you know, to see him now doing his thing, it's incredible. And I mean, there's no way in heck I wouldn't be here supporting him. It's a lot of fun, and I'll be rooting for him the whole way through the comp.
I'll let you get a bonsai and a miso soup and tuck right into it. Thanks for your time, Cole.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate you.
Great to see the longboard crew supporting. Cole Robbins was in the men's draw for the World Longboard Tour event that we kicked off the first 3 days of the waiting period. He walked away with a quarterfinal finish, went down to Harrison Roach, which is arguably the top seed coming into the event this year, finishing off number 2 as we don't have the number 1 seed in Joel Tudor in the draw. Justin Becret still sitting with that lead, finding a good-looking wave to connect with now. He's got a 5.83 as his high mark. He's looking to drop that 4.77. And Mateus with another opportunity now. This wave starts to stand up for him on the inside. He finds a really clean face to connect with, finds the power pocket, and that big round back into the section to finish off with. Now Bugs, his last score dropped in as a 5.43 for that right.
he worked for every decimal point of that one. I really feel that 5.43 went from about a 4 to a 5.43 on that last little section.
Yeah, I agree, Bugs.
Take us through this one, True.
Yeah, really nice snap to start. He just kind of floats the section here, and then he puts it straight up, gets a little bit of release, and I love how he carves through this one. Maybe a little bit too far down. If he had to cut it a little bit short, he could have got a cleaner finish there, but still a really well surfed wave.
Justin Becret had this opportunity, Bugs.
Yeah, this is a pretty good backup score for him. He's in first place. He's looking to better a 4.77. I feel he did that on that wave. It was a pretty crisp ride.
Now, thinking back to that 5.43, you just made such a good point in that it was a lower scoring wave, but Mateus surfed it up to find it, where sometimes you get surfers with the best of the wave selection, but they just can't actually perform to the height of what their scoring potential is.
And often with that right, it's very, very flat unless you do something progressive on the way through. It's right on when you get on the other side of that pipe, you get right near the shore, it stands right up, and suddenly they're going full-blown turns. I saw it a few times yesterday where it definitely up by a solid point at the end, and they stuck with it and it paid off.
True, we noticed that a lot in the longboard side of things in the first few days of competition, where some of those bigger sets were actually just not picking up the good lines that they needed to, really providing a good wall, where the smaller waves, smaller in size, but they actually provided a good opportunity for surfers to kind of up their scores because they had such good pockets for great nose rides.
Yeah, definitely, and I think, that's the consistency from Manly throughout those last few days to today as well. There is that scoring potential. There is those critical rides that are coming through. You've just got to be in the perfect spot for that. And you actually Manly's a funny wave. You can't really sit. You have to catch waves, get into the rhythm, and then once you're in that rhythm, that's when you'll be able to identify the waves that are coming through and go, okay, that one is going to have the opportunity for me to really unleash on it.
Down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Mateus has increased his score line with a 5.7 as his last wave. He still is sitting in that second place position. Requirements now on Gatien and Nolan into that high 6-point range. Mateus now taking another opportunity. He's sitting under priority. It's freed him up to just stay busy. Goes progressive on that opening maneuver. Can't ride out of it from the tail. And Gatien starting to move himself a little bit farther to the inside section.
Well, they're both Gatien and Nolan, they're in priority situation, but they need to get big scores. There's been nothing really huge put on the table here, but Justin Becret and Mateus Hurdy did improve their positions on that last exchange, made their first and second spot. Here's Nolan now. Let's see what he can do.
Nolan with a huge roundhouse to open up, snaps the lip, drives down that section, tags it again, and now he's looking for a big finish, which is the bins. He does ride out complete, but a bit of a lack of control there on the end, Bugs.
Yeah, a little bit like he pulled it out. I felt it was a pretty nifty ride. He looked pretty strong through the night. I didn't see I'd like to see if he did anything at the very beginning, but he had a good feel about it on that wave.
Yeah, he definitely did. I think, that wave offered some scoring potential. It was a bummer that he wasn't able to really capitalize on the finish. A nice quick foam tap to start as he brings it around straight into the pocket. Really nice carve there, and goes for a nice snap and a float there for another finish here. But that was a bit of a bummer that he kind of digged his nose into the water there. It was really great that he was able to pull it back out. I think the judges will definitely crucify that. But it's interesting, Gatien Delahaye hasn't really had too many waves on his board yet. He was really consistent through his region. He got 2 seconds and a third. So he's got that consistency and that momentum, but he just hasn't really been able to solidify any good waves in this heat.
Nolan with another chance. Snaps to redirect. Foam climb, it's a small wave, he'll kick out. It's such an interesting point, True, thinking about finding that momentum and that rhythm close to home. Within that European qualifying series, we saw him take away second place finish in Israel, a second place finish in Portugal, but then to translate that into a big international field, it's difficult to do. As we take a look here at the Harvey Norman recap, Bugs, with Justin Becret holding down that leading position for most of this heat.
Yeah, he sure has, and he starts out here. He's got a couple of pocket 5.83s, and that's pretty handy at this point. So similar exact scores. This last effort here, it just got himself a little bit further in front.
Mateus Herde had an opportunity as well. He's currently sitting in that advancing position, picking off the next in the set, True.
Yeah, I really like this wave from Mateus. Beautiful release that he gets there, and then he just goes straight up into the lip. You know, he's surfing really well. He's catching heaps of waves. He's had like 11 or 12 waves already, so that's a lot of waves in half an hour.
Well, this is interesting what's going on here. So we've got Nolan who's abandoned the spot here. I think he's looking for something to go to the air on. Maybe, you know, we saw his fantastic backhand at snapper. He's gone well up the beach. It's a desperate move with 2 minutes to go. He needs to get something in that high 6 range. A 7 would be handy. There's a good size set coming through. There was another surfer chasing him.
Mateus Herde with third priority, sitting in second position, was chasing him down the beach, as we see Justin with just another go here on the inside section. He's already sitting in that leading position. And now, will Nolan be able to find that opportunity? You can see him really putting that distance between. Now Mateus is sitting with that second priority. And Nolan has pushed himself so far over towards Queenscliff, True.
Yeah, I definitely think that Nolan at the moment, he's going, okay, I haven't been able to get many decent scores on my forehand. I really need to go to my backhand here. So I think he's trying to go down to this right, but he's seriously going all the way through to the free surfers. He needs to be careful that he doesn't go outside of the contest bank, because if he does, the wave isn't going to be scored.
Man, what a crazy situation to see unfolding down to 1 minute on the clock. Now, last year in the Challenger Series, Nolan opened up with the very first event at the U.S. Open. He also found himself with a third place result, had an incredible run in Huntington Beach with the semifinal, same as the Gold Coast. At the next event in Portugal, he fell out in the opening round.
Well, it looks like it could be a carbon copy situation. The good thing this time round is that he's got a full 8 events with 5 that count. He's got an absolute keeper in that third place finish.
Yeah.
If this happens to be a throwaway, which it looks like it is, because he's been absolutely checkmated here by his opponent, and he's already conceded. And that's classic. The chase down the beach, then the concession, then the good sportsmanship.
That was pretty great. Good workout for Mateus, having to chase Nolan all the way up to Queenscliff. And a great matchup. Justin Burkett answering back. He only had an opportunity to surf at the Quickie Pro France last year. That was his only Challenger Series event. Fell out early. He's now looking to be in the run for the entire Challenger Series this year for the Frenchman, and Justin advancing past alongside of Mateus Herde. We're going to go to a quick break. Connor Coffin, Jacob Wilcox, Jorgen Cousineau, and Thomas Debier paddling out right after this.
Here comes Molly Pickle, big swing, big front side hook.
Stop 2 of the Challenger Series continues here at Manly Beach. It's the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. The first round for the men, done. Out of the way. Time to move on to the opening round for the women. The round of 64. Great matchups throughout this one, and it's going to be a lot of fun to call. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett on the Harvey Norman set here, Rich, and I'm looking forward to this first heat. India Robinson, one of those amazing rookies. She's going to be incredible to watch, but we've still got this final heat to wrap up for the men, and it's going to be a big one.
It's going to be a really exciting one. We're going to have Connor Coffin in the water, Jacob Wilcox, who's on a bit of a tear and trying to get into that championship tour. Qualifications. He's come close, and he really needs some good scores here.
You think I'm eager to get into the opening round?
Yes, you are. I thought you were going to keep going with that one. I was about to jump in, but I knew you had it, mate.
There's just this final heater, of course. Connor Coffin will be out there in the red. Jorgen Cousinet, the Frenchman, will be in the blue. Jacob Wilcox in the white. And Thomas Debier of France will be out there in the green. Should be a good heat. Couple of scores already on the board for Jacob Wilcox, who had a disappointing result up there on the Gold Coast. Looking to bounce back quickly here. Positive start, though. 6.67 to kick things off.
Yeah, good score for Jacob. And he's going with that tactic of getting 2 good scores on the board quickly. This is Thomas from France. Finding this little inside runner, getting some good backhand work done. Series of 3 manoeuvres connected. And looking to link up with a final manoeuvre right on the shore break. It's another little speed snap. This is Jacob, the goofy footer from Western Australia, just back into the pocket. A nice slice. A little bit more power and acceleration in that one.
Yeah, the 2 Frenchmen in this heat, or you've got them both living in different zones. I know Jorgen spends quite a bit of time in Reunion Island. Thomas, Guadeloupe. So this will be fun to see. They're both huge. I know that Jorgen's one of the bigger guys in the draw. I think he's about 6'1", somewhere around 85 kilos. Here he goes now, hammering away at this one. But Thomas is 6'2", so a couple of real heavyweights here. And Jorgen getting that board going. Just not sure they'll give him the credit for that final manoeuvre there.
He just looked a little bit too front-footed on that final manoeuvre. And as a result, just catching an edge, going down with the big lad, and the advantage of that extra weight is that you can throw just a little bit more spray. Now watch the technique here from Jordan, just right off the front foot. It's almost, that front foot almost acted like an axis, and he's just pivoting his board around it. Comes through to the inside, pumping for speed again. A nice tight little pocket turn, and that final one just cupped out on him and caught a rail.
We've seen Cousinet in championship tour events before. He's had the call-up as a replacement, as a wild card a few times. Hasn't been past the 3rd round, but he's been heartbreakingly close to qualifying on 3 occasions. Only missing out by a couple of spots as Connor Coffin looks to get going here. But yeah, Jorgen, 2017, 18th on the QS. You're looking for a top 10 finish. 2018 got the 16th. 2019, he seemed to be on his way there. He got the 15th. And when you think about surfers on the CT coming back to do the qualifying series as it was back then, you know, there was usually people coming from around about that zone with double qualifiers in the mix and getting themselves into the CT. So it's just been very difficult for him to break through. He's managed to keep that consistency, and we'll see how he fares on the Challenger Series this year. But he did finish on the Challenger Series in 45th spot last year. Here he goes now.
Yeah, so up and riding, just smaller inside wave, but you can see the energy that he's bringing to this heat. He's going to need it too, because he's kind of stacked.
Yeah, it's a good one. Had a 3.9 on his opening ride. Jacob Wilcox just smashed it out of the park, though, on his opening ride. 6.67, and he's backed it up with a 3.4. Noticed that a lot of those kind of event favourites from the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, who fell out of the mix earlier, have come here with just a reinvigorated approach, just looking to really ramp things up from the opening round. I think that being the first stop, some competitors were definitely guilty of coming in just looking a little complacent in the opening round. So they quickly found themselves packing their bags for Manly.
Yeah, you can't be on cruise control in the first round of the Challenger Series. Very important to have the gas on. And that's what Thomas has done here on this second ride. Really starting to link these snaps together as he brings it all the way through to the inside. And this is Jorgen again. Just look how vertical he's getting the board up there for such a big guy. Gets so much body torque. Also stays quite low, keeping all the energy and power in the thighs. Allows him to just react quickly and explode in those little sections.
Haven't seen too much of his backhand. Here's another guy that you're used to really seeing focus just on his forehand work, but Connor Coffin does have an amazing backhand approach. Saw him to a final last year on the CT. As we see Jacob Wilcox loading up on the inside. Just kind of squatted down on the finish there, didn't quite get the landing he was looking for. Maybe wasn't even on his feet when he completed the rotation. So a bunch of average scores, really just the one big number on the board. But when I think about the surfers out there, obviously Connor Coffin getting himself into the final five for the WSL finals last year, and surfing really well on that showdown day. So we've seen plenty of Connor. Jacob Wilcox, his free surfing is really where the majority of his highlights have come from. He's looking for more in the jersey and looking for big wins on the regional QS ranks. He's had a lot of success, but he wants to win some of these major contests.
Yeah, he needs sort of a big breakthrough victory in a Challenger Series, doesn't he? I think that'll really set the wheels in motion and get Jacob on the pathway. He's come close in recent years, but he definitely has everything it takes to make it on the Championship Tour. He's got big moves, definitely got some ticker when it comes to slabby waves. Some of the most amazing free surf clips from up the northern parts of Western Australia in the desert. Just some mind-blowing tube rides. And he's got a crazy air game on him as well. So all the ingredients are there. Just needs to be, maybe the oven just needs to be turned up 10 degrees or so.
Here goes Connor now, just trying to find the open face here. Sticking to the southern end of the sandbar. Not going to get much out of that ride. Looked like the back foot might have come off. 19.5 minutes to go. Yeah, Jacob Wilcox, despite the fact he hasn't made the CT, we've seen him more than just about any other competitor who hasn't made the grade on the Championship Tour. He's had a lot of wildcard opportunities, 8 CT spots. He was over there at Margaret River at the last Championship Tour event, but his best finish in a CT came in 2019 when he made the quarterfinals at Bells. He comes into the Challenger Series as the number 6 seed from the Australasian regional ranks on the QS. But he's still young, even though we've seen quite a bit of him in those CT events over the years. You know, he was getting those wildcard call-ups as a young teenager.
And he's certainly grown over the last few years, been working on his fitness. He's really turned into a man when you look at his physique. And he's also done the work. If there was an Achilles heel for Jacob, it was the small wave performances. So he did make the move, came over to the East Coast and you know, threw his laid down his cap on this coast, and it was specifically to get tuned into waves like this. And that's what you need to be, completely well-rounded. Small wave game is on point now.
18 minutes to go out in front at the moment. Thomas Debiez in second spot. And he just needs a 5.25 at the moment to jump up into the lead. Jorgen's in that third position, looking for a 5.1. 4.51 required for Connor Coffin. There's Thomas. Keep him busy here at the moment. Not going to get anything out of that ride. Conditions-wise, Rich, what are we going to see as the day unfolds?
Oh, I think we're going to see this south swell is supposed to hang in there for most of today. Because it is south, we touched on it earlier this morning, a lot of the swell height actually does pass Manly and it heads up the coast, but there's still enough energy in it, and it wraps around, refracts around the northern headland of Sydney Harbour and wraps into Manly. The good news is that we got really good sandbars, defined left-hand rip bowl, and then a right running off it, and then another little bank up to the north there. So what swell we do have on offer here in the I guess you'd call this head high and below. It's really fun, really contestable, and this is pretty typical day of surfing here at Manly.
Just under 17 minutes to go. Let's check in with the winner of that last heat with Stace.
Justin, you must feel very comfortable out there this morning, looking very much like Southwest France at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. He looks like Les Estagnons on a small day. Bit of current, little left. There was a lot of good guys in the heat. Nolan, Gatien, and Mateus. It was a solid heat, so I'm happy to make it. Even better to win the heat.
How do you settle yourself? Obviously, looking at conditions like this, it's right up your alley, but how do you stay calm?
Well, I was just kind of telling myself that it was just like back home. This peak looks exactly like what I'm used to surfing. So yeah, I've been surfing this, and I was trusting my kind of instinct. And yeah, wasn't too stressed, just wanted to give it my all. That's what you have to do on the challengers. A lot of good guys, just give it your all and see what happens. Huh?
A lot of athletes mixing between PU and epoxy this morning. What did you ride?
I rode an epoxy Darren made me when I was on the Gold Coast. Pretty good, huh? Pretty spicy, feels fast. It's a DNA. Great.
They certainly work. Would you like to say a quick hello back home to France?
Oh yeah, for sure. Salut tout le monde, bisous à la famille. Je sais que c'est tard, merci pour ceux qui regardent, et sinon, vous regarderez sur le replay.
Thank you, well done.
Just a Becret there, and he is looking sharp. I like that Darren Handley board feeling spicy underfoot, but a lot of epoxies coming out of the board bag for this day of competition.
Yeah, absolutely, and I've noticed Connor's on a JS hi-fi in this heat. I think Jacob's riding possibly a DNA epoxy. Darren Handley.
So Jorgen's on an epoxy, but this looks like a good old-fashioned polyurethane shape. And Thomas is, putting plenty into those moves, waiting on a number to come through for that last ride.
This was a great replay here. That final turn from Jorgen Guznet was a brilliant turn.
Just over 14 minutes remaining here. Connor Coffin, who had an amazing start to his Challenger Series campaign up there on the Gold Coast, finds himself down the bottom of the order here. And just earlier on, we saw David Silva hit the lineup. He ended up saving himself to get through his heat, but he took a few uncharacteristic falls. Just looked a little off, like almost lost some of his composure. That CT experience wasn't really shining through in the early stages. Sort of similar here with Connor.
Yeah, it's a little bit scrappy, and you can see Connor's fully broken away from the pack here. It looks like he actually went down to the southern bank, and then he's perhaps had another decision change where he's heading back to the northern rip bowl. But just that in itself is showing some form of kind of non-commitment in terms of your decision making and where you want to be. And Connor, just that little uncharacteristic fall on his backhand. As you mentioned, geez, his forehand, that's what he's known for. That's his arsenal right there. It's that big frontside carve, but this is polar opposite conditions, really.
Well, he's making the move at the right time, has priority now. 13 minutes to go. We'll see if Connor Coffin can get himself out of trouble here. Right now, though, it's time for a Bonsai brew break.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
You can check out Make or Break now on Apple TV+. Great stories from behind the scenes, the 2021 season, really diving into the competitors' lives away from competition and bringing some of that to the screen, and it was awesome to check out.
Yeah, it's unreal. I binged pretty heavily on it.
On my Apple TV account.
Yes, I did.
Too, Rich.
Thanks for that, buddy. But yeah, no, the Drive to Survive series too, that's another one that really kind of, you know, I binged out on that one as well, and I couldn't help but do it with Make or Break, even though I know these guys and the women sort of, and you see it happening as a commentator behind the scenes. It's so they're getting stuff that we don't even see. So it's great insights into the personalities of our tour surfers and a really exciting viewing.
Yeah, the production team, box to box, that did Drive to Survive, and they did Make or Break. They just have a way of peeling back the layers, of getting a different story, and like you said, even though that you're very familiar with a lot of the competitors, you've watched them come through the ranks, they just managed to find an angle that surprises you, and yeah, definitely there was some engaging stories, some heavy situations, and yeah, definitely encourage everyone to go check it out. And already this second season is shaping up to be a big one, because we've had some monumental results on the championship tour this year already. Probably none bigger than Kelly Slater's victory at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. I can't wait to see just what they got from that event, because it was an emotional win.
Oh yeah, I don't think there was a dry eye in the house watching that one go down. You know, we were all the 50-year-olds of the world anyway. We were riding it with Kelly, and yeah, can't wait to see that one. It's going to be a great series.
So many older surfers come up to me in the lineup and say, what about Kelly? You know, he's the reason I'm still kind of out here and still enjoying my surfing and pushing myself to get better all the time. He's such an inspiration. So yeah, I can't wait for that one. But out there in the lineup at the moment, a different story unfolding, and maybe one day we'll have a Make or Break Challenger Series story to catch up on, because there is just so many surfers chasing the dream of making the championship tour in four-man heats, four-women heats. Things get heated. There's blow-ups behind the scenes. There's a lot going on. These guys are really scrapping in these earlier rounds to get themselves through to the next round of the competition, stay alive in the mix, and give themselves the best shot at making the finals day here. Yeah,
well, outside of the actual final heat, you know, this is as important as a semi-final or, you know, first round is Make or Break. You've got to get through this, and there's points that are going to be given out, and you've got to get through if you want to be part of the distribution of points. And this heat has actually started shaping up quite nicely. Jorgen dropping, is that an 8.17 that he's got for that last backhand wave? Judges just loving that. So I think our first excellent score of the morning.
Yeah, and Thomas has really come from nowhere here. In fact, the two European surfers, those competitors representing France, are out in front, and the big names are the ones struggling to get themselves scores to crack the top two at the moment. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, Jacob Wilcox showing that flair, great style, good repertoire on show. And this one came through at a 6.67.
Yeah, that was a great way for Jacob to open up. And then this is Thomas just through the inside section. Have a look at how much spray he is throwing on each one of these backhand hooks. And then outside, Jorgen. Again, that was that big vertical hit. That's the one that the judges really loved, throwing that 8.17.
Yeah, solid score, isn't it? And he only needs a 4.33 to get in front. Thomas there having a look at that one. Looks like he's on a special board. because typically the surfers, even on the Challenger Series, you know, they're working with shapers, they're getting their equipment dialed in pretty early. So, you know, after just the first stop, you'd be thinking like your boards would still look kind of new. Thomas, however, he's on one that looks like it's seen a few sessions.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it's just hard to cut the cord with those with the favourites, with the Magic board, and there's something to talk about here in confidence in your equipment. If you're connected to a board and you feel that confidence riding a board, sometimes it's hard to go and find another one that gives you that same level of confidence, where you're not actually thinking about your equipment in a heap, because you don't want to be. All you want to be thinking about is what the waves are doing and what you're going to do on that wave when you're riding it. You don't want to be thinking, or for a second even, oh, I'm not sure if my board's good for this turn, or I'm not sure if, you know, it's going to perform the way I want it to here. All you want to be thinking about is how you perform. So he's obviously clicked with this old board, just trying to keep it alive. And sometimes, you know, they only come out when you've got the jersey on.
Connor Coffin back in 4th place, using priority on this ride. Doesn't look like much at the moment. He's sticking with it, and just a look of frustration there. After a big score too, and it's a 7.58 just to jump up into 2nd.
Body language telling us a little story there on just Connor looking somewhat dejected here. Shoulders are slumped a little bit.
He may have been thinking at that point, I might have to just, you know, chip away at the requirement here and get something on the board that's greater than the 4.5. Don't think he was seeing a 7.58 in that wave, but that wasn't looking like much from the takeoff.
It's hard to chip away when all your other competitors have at least a 6.67 and above as their best scoring ride. You need to match that if you really want to get into this. And as you said, it really didn't have any wall on it at all. And Connor was maybe thinking, okay, it's going to have an inside track, I'll stick with it. And then it just faded into nothing world. So Connor maybe, now it might be time for him to actually dart away, which he is. He's going to go to the southern bank, which you were saying yesterday had some nice left-handers, but here's live action.
Yeah, this is the one Connor wanted. A couple of sections on the outside already starting to line up with the shore break. And Thomas just moving so much water. On fire at the moment. Trying to get rid of 4.83. Jacob Wilcox trying to chase him down, and it's a 5.41. That's just to get the 2nd. It didn't look as convincing as Thomas's ride. So, not sure Jacob's going to do it with that one.
Okay, Connor's coming back again. So,
oh, man.
He's in all sorts. There's so much head noise going on with Connor right now. You can see it. He's just unsure of where he wants to be in the lineup.
The waves are just allergic to him at the moment. You can't connect with one at all. As we see Wilcox up again. He'll need to add some of that progressive flair through the inside to turn this ride into the number required. Got the work done. After a 5.41 to take over this man, who's only trying to get rid of a 3.9 to push the requirement higher for Wilcox. And he seems pretty happy with himself. So I'm guessing that he did a bit of work at the start of that ride.
Yeah, well, the 4.33, I think that we're going to say goodbye to that score for Jorgen, and he's going to improve. Let's have a look at what happened on the outside. A great aggressive turn to start off, and a 2nd. Comes round the bowly little section, staying with the energy, and then gets another little hit. He gets it up there so fast, just stabbing backhand turns. And Jacob, contrast on the forehand, a beautiful, smooth, stylish slice. Comes through to the inside. I thought he was going to gear up for the air right here. But he sees there's more work down the line and gets a multiple series of turns done.
I think you're right. I think he wanted to, but the wave just kind of backed off. Thomas just moving so much water. He got through to the inside. Again, just unleashed here. Big hit. I mean, rapid fire backhand approach, trying to just get rid of a 4.83. We've got scores coming through, just over 2 minutes to go.
So one of those waves then, Ridden, should have been Connor's. He wasted his priority on that little 2-pointer or whatever it was, and then the 3 other opponents got good rides. So if he had just waited another minute, another 30 seconds even. So he's made it very difficult for himself at this point.
Oh, he might be pushed well and truly out of it. He might need a couple of rides in a moment, waiting on scores to come through. There was some decent turns laid down in that exchange for all three competitors. Jacob Wilcox did some really nice surfing, but Jorgen's got the benefit of having an 8.17 in the scoreline and only replacing a low score. He's done it easily, 6.83, so he jumps up into the lead. Thomas, I believe, still waiting on a score as well. And Wilcox is going to be battling for second spot, you'd think, in the final minute here.
This is interesting stuff, and probably going to need, at the moment, he's looking at close to a 6. He's probably going to need maybe even a 7, because I feel like Thomas is probably going to improve on his 4.83 by maybe a point.
Yeah, it feels like he's going to get the edge on Wilcox just on the strength of his previous scoring ride, the 7.67. That they were pretty comparable rides, those last two. 5.93 has just dropped for Thomas, so he improves his heat score just a little bit. Jacob now needing a 6.94, and he drops a 6. So that last ride just counts for nothing. 40 seconds to go here.
Oh, you can see how frustrated he is. And 30 minutes goes so quick when you're in the water too, and you're competing and you're catching waves and you're trying to formulate a heat, put it all together. Time just seems to go at hyperspeed.
Well, you can see Thomas there protecting that second spot at the moment, holding priority over Wilcox and not giving him too much breathing room in this lineup. Jorgen Kuzene, though, wow, what a heat for him. Solid scores, biggest heat score total of the morning. And the two surfers representing France just did a number on the boys out there today.
Yeah, they did, just with really aggressive, strong turns, and yeah, very happy.
Massive result for Thomas and Jorgen. They're powering through to the next round. We say goodbye to two of the big names on the Challenger Series, Jacob Wilcox and Connor Coffin. They'll need to reset at stop number 3. That's round 1 in the bag for the men. We'll get the women's opening round underway right after the break.
The significance of Manly Beach is just so iconic. It's so rich in history. The likes of Isabel Latham back in 1915, she surfed with the Duke. Like, that's absolutely insane. And then Phyllis O'Donnell, like, she won her first world championship at the time there, and it just kept, you know, that momentum of iconic moments, whether it was Pam Burridge or the GOAT Lane Beachley. Every time you walk on that sand, you can feel the weight of history, and you just want to, you know, rise your level and surf out of your skin.
Sally Fitzgibbons hitting the nail right on the head. This is a destination that's seen big performances by the world's best, including the great Lane Beachley, who learned to surf down here, and made a place in this lineup. She had a couple of big wins on the Northern Beaches. Sally Fitzgibbons has had a victory here. That was back in 2012. But we'll go looking for another winner here this year. It could be one of the competitors out there in this first heat of the opening round for the women, the round of 64. India Robinson impressed us so much on her run through those first 5 Championship Tour events. Almost made the cut. She'll be out there in the red. Sawyer Lindblad, love her approach. San Clemente surfer out there in the blue. Great talent. Kiala Tomoda Bannon. She is another remarkable talent. She had a good heat up on the Gold Coast too. And Gabby Spake, the surfer from Collaroy, just up the track, is out there in the lineup in the green. But it is Sawyer who's going to get things started. And earlier this month, she had a QS victory, the Jack Surfboard Pro. Massive win for her. So she's carrying some real momentum and just had an amazing run on that regional qualifying series over there in North America. 5 events, a win, 2 runner-up finishes, a semi-final and a quarter-final from 5 events. And she's, you know, it was the victory that came earlier in the month that didn't count, I think, towards her regional ranking, but she comes in as the number 4 seed from North America. I just love her surfing. And this is Kiala now. And I mentioned she had some real moments in her opening round up on the Gold Coast. Talented surfer, and Gabby Spake. She'll have the support of the Northern Beaches faithful down here, and we'll see how she goes. She's up against some very tough customers.
Yeah, this is a great heat to get the women's round off and running, and some great ways for the ladies to really show what they've got. And they would have been watching in the last couple of days, just going, yep, just let me at it. Here's a replay of Surfer in White just streaking down the line here. It's that final hit in, quick adjustment to get the final turn. Here goes Gabby. Nice looking wave from the takeoff. Jams the bottom turn. Nice hook to get things started. Little caught behind on that one, and that caused her to come late to that final hit. Unfortunately, not able to quite ride out of that one.
We got some insights from Sally Fitzgibbons coming out of the break, just talking about the history at this location, Rich. But, you know, Manly has always produced an incredible amount of amazing women that have gone on to win world titles. When you were a Grom, I know you looked up to Barton Lynch, but you were also able to look up to the likes of Pam Burridge as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really Barton and Pam that paved the way for all the Manly surfers, girls and boys. A little grommethood that we were looking at them, and obviously one of them by the name of Lane Beachley, who would go on to win just multiple world titles and become arguably the greatest women's surfer of all time at that point. And I was sort of in the same era as Lane, and she went on to just incredible success. But it was the Barton and Pam and Robbie Bain, and then there was all this crop underneath them too that were incredible. It's always been a really competitive beach, and the whole peninsula is actually really competitive, and lots of great men and women from these parts.
Yeah, I still kind of fan out a bit when I see Pam Burridge. I don't see her too often. She lives on the south coast now, but she graced us with her presence up here the other day. I didn't get a chance to run into her, but yeah, she was just always such a friendly character to bump into. See quite a bit of Lane Beachley. Looking forward to seeing her probably around the finals.
Yeah,
we'll get her in to
absolutely
have a chat for sure. But yeah, it's great seeing this next wave. The evolution in the performance, we're watching it unfold year in, year out. It just goes to a new level. The next generation are so well-rounded. They're probably more accomplished above the lip than this current crop competing on the Championship Tour, and I think things are going to get really interesting in the next couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you think of the real, top of the crop women surfers at the moment, Steph and Carissa Moore, just incredible surfers. We saw Carissa do that crazy air up at the Newcastle event last year. But this young crop is really honing their progressive skills. This is Sawyer just getting a little caught behind. So women just starting to work out the conditions here. But Ron, we've got such a strong crop of young little gromlets in our local club down here. And just women's surfing is going just through an incredible boom at the moment, and inclusiveness is just really been, you know, accepted worldwide. It's great to see.
India Robinson there, just looking to get something decent on the board. It's been a bit of a sluggish start for her in this heat. Sawyer Lindblad, though, has put the pressure on. She easily won that opening exchange. And Rich, I guess when you look at that number, 5.5, for Sawyer, it's not a huge score, but it's 2 points better than what anyone else has managed at this point.
Yeah, it's all relative to the other scores in the heat. This could be a good ride here, though. Gabby Spake just working all the way through.
Yeah, not too bad at all. And now India on the backhand. Let's see what she can do. Found a bit of a pocket here to work with, but you could tell she had a little glitch off the bottom there, and it threw her timing out for that top turn. What's interesting about the Challenger Series for the women is there is only 5 spots up for grabs. So the top 5 making the jump on the next year's championship tour, it's not a lot. I mean, it's a stacked field. There are 64 surfers in this opening round, and they're going to be battling through this 8-event schedule to get a top 5 finish.
Yeah, absolutely. That means that, you know, 61 competitors are going to be crushed when they don't make it. This is a replay here of India Robinson. This is her wave previous to the last. Getting some nice turns done there. This is Kiala on her ride. Nice cutback to start things off. Quick snap there. Just getting some nice face work done. Series of maneuvers here. Now this wave starts to bowl up again. She gets a solid hit on the inside. Milks this all the way through. So that's a better wave, connecting all the way through.
Yeah, really decent there. So that'll really help her chances. She was looking to get rid of a 1.93. Should set her up quite nicely. But yeah, from Kauai, great talent. Surfed the Challenger Series in 2021. Had a 9th in Irasira. Finished 23rd overall. So, you know, when you think that there's 64 surfers in this opening round, 23rd for your first proper run at a Challenger Series is pretty solid stuff. But Kiala's been competing from a very young age. I think over there on Kauai, they're lucky that they've got the Irons Brothers event, and she's taken part in that. But also some serious inspiration for her growing up in Bethany Hamilton, Alana Blanchard, Tatiana Weston-Webb. They're her heroes. And she's doing them proud at the moment. She's got a score on the way, but right now, with just under 19 minutes to go here in this heat, Sawyer's out in front. Let's quickly hear from the winner of the last heat.
Jorgen, well done. That was a well-fought battle, especially at the finish, finding the backup score to your 8-point ride. What was going through your mind knowing that you really needed to secure that position, even to just be advancing, let alone take the win?
Yeah, you know, at the end, I was a little bit stressing because Jacob just needed a 5.4 to pass me. So I was like, okay, Jorgen, relax. You just need to put another 5 or 6 on the board because I had a 3.9. And luckily I got a little left with some wall on it, so I was able to do 4 turns, and yeah, I'm happy.
Now, you just walked away with the highest heat total of the men's opening round with a 15.00. You did the similar thing on the Gold Coast with your opening round being really strong. What's it going to take for you to now back it up heading into the next round in this division?
Hopefully I won't be making the best score of the first round and then losing into round 2, you know. I don't want that, you know, because on the Gold Coast at the end of the heat, it was a little bit sad for me because I had the score, the 8-something, and then Zeke got the bomb, and I was a little bit bummed. But this contest, I'm feeling good. You know, my boards are working really well. I arrived a little bit earlier for the contest, and I've been working with Darren. So yeah, this board is magic, and hopefully I can make more hits with it.
Well, you're surfing really well. You've got so much stuff with you down on the beach, backup boards as well. Is there much of a difference between the two boards you brought down today?
There's not a big difference. Probably there's, because the other one is a pintail, like a round pintail, and it's really sharp. I've been surfing the pintail a little bit more those days. Feels like my surfing is getting better and better. And yeah, I don't know. I've been training with my coach, Vincent Primel, and since that, I feel like my surfing is getting back, because, you know, I had a back problem for like a year. And to feel like the momentum is coming back feels great, you know. And I feel like I can finally qualify.
We're definitely waiting for that for you as well. Great to hear the back is doing better, and we wish you all the best in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, buzzing, jogging there. Kuzane looking really strong, feeling good, overcoming some really tough rivals in that last heat of the opening round for the men to earn his place in round 2. And yeah, the performances are strong so far. One of the highest scoring surfers of the event so far. 16 minutes to go here in the opening heat for the women's first round. Soya Lindblad getting off to a good start. 5.5 on her first ride, 3.5 on her second. I mean, they're not huge numbers, but today, you know, from what we've seen, the conditions have been a little more difficult. The big scoring opportunities on these rides have been a little bit fewer and far between.
Yeah, a bit harder to come by today. I don't think it's just quite lined up. The swell's not as defined. It's a bit more broken in the swell line. This is Gabby Spake.
Yeah, Gabby getting a couple of nice hits in on this one. She's really trying to better a 3.87 to give herself a better shot at getting into the top 2. Lindblad there just taking a ride, not connecting through to the shore break. I think of India Robinson's chances in this heat, and you know, I haven't seen too much of her backhand approach. I know her forehand's really strong. We'll get a look at it here. Nice start, just staying in the top half of the wave at the moment until it steepens on the inside, and then I think we'll see her come off the bottom a little squarer, try and get a bit more of a vertical approach. Does well to hang on to that turn, didn't quite time it right. Kiala on the outside's connected with a good-looking wall. Nice shape to this one. It's allowing a little bit more of a flow between turns.
I really like those two waves. That was a great exchange from Kiala and India Robinson. You saw very good read on both of those little left-handers there, just picking the moments, not just letting the wave dictate where you do the maneuvers, and both the ladies connecting here. Have a look at this, just perfect position, backhand hook, and a second one. Just wraps it back into the power source. Third, and then connects there with that final turn, getting the tail right up high. But some real power in this approach here from India Robinson. Second turn, high off the lip, and a third, just always staying close to that little foamy pocket. That is where all the power and the energy of the wave is. Little draggy on that final turn, but she did get to the finish.
Gabby Spake had this one as well. This came through at a 3.4. I mean, got a good little sequence of turns done. But I think Kiala's going to win the exchange. She had a better wave. It lined up nicely. It was steep. And she hit every section really clean. India, even though she got the moves done, she was a little off through her second turn, got a little hung up, and the last turn she didn't probably time it as well as she could have.
No, she was just a little off with the timing, and it really can be, you know, half a second. That's all it takes when you're timing these tiny little waves and trying to fit the board in the right part of the pocket, little steep sections. And India's got the advantage of the power, though. And when she does those moves and when she does connect with the right part of the wave, she really does, you know, just carve a big slice out of it, and displacement of the water is really significant.
Yeah, and I think the panel picks up on it. Just under 13 minutes to go here, and we've got scores rolling in for our competitors. And it looks like Kiala's locking down that second position at the moment, but there is still time on the clock. 12 and a half minutes to go. Been a big week already with a lot of heats, but we're still not through the opening round for the women. They're out there at the moment. First heat, the round of 64. And just as we thought, Keala Tomoto-Bennett, the surfer from Kauai, has dropped a big score. She ripped her last wave. She got a 7-point number and she's jumped up into the lead. India Robinson, she had a 5.53 for her last ride in second spot. Sawyer Lindblad is out there. She's got priority at the moment. She needs a 4.11 to get back up into a qualifying position. And Gabby Spake, she's been the busiest surfer in the lineup, but she hasn't got a solid score just yet. Her best is a 3.87. She needs a 5.73. I'm going to say keep an eye on Sawyer on her next wave. She's going to be on the forehand. She's sharp. Obviously spends a lot of time in the lineup at Trestles Ridge on those lefts that you love so much. You used to get a victory over Taj Burrow in the final at Trestles all those years ago, mate.
As long as we go there at least once a day, I'll be happy, mate. Thank you.
But it is a fantastic advantage that Sawyer's going to have out here in this lineup, this little rip bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is quite similar to that those inside runners at lowers. They stand up and they run down the line here, similar to this rip bowl.
And India, even though she's a championship tour quality surfer, she was there through those first 5 events. Again, all the real highlights I've seen of India on the forehand with that big, powerful frontside rip. So I think Sawyer's going to have a chance here. You know, you can't count out those surfers who've been to the elite level. They've got the composure, and even though maybe her forehand is stronger than her backhand, I think that Sawyer Lindblad, if she can get on the right waves, is going to have a chance to maybe cause a bit of an upset here, and she's going to connect with the set. Nice slice to get started. This wave flattening out, but she stays in transition and manages to get quite a bit of speed out of that second manoeuvre, and it's a solid hit to finish this one off.
Yeah, that was some good surfing there. The wave just fully not offering up, just a cupped out section where she could really jam that one magical moment on the wave, but she did some great work on it. She surfed good, nice and fast, showing a little bit of tail release and flare on the cutbacks. Stood up well, just driving that cutback straight back into the whitewash, gets the rebound, and again, just that little bit of tail release as she carved through that one all the way to the inside, a tricky section, a little bit of bump on the face, and she was able to ride out clean. So that was that wave you were talking about, Ron. Good comeback wave.
Yeah, 8 minutes to go here. Let's head out the back with Dometic. Shannon Hughes is in the Bonsai athlete area.
I'm down here with Kira Pinkerton. Kira, we just saw that wave from Sawyer, looking a little bit like T Street, where you're from as well.
Yeah, it does. We get to practice there pretty much every day, especially when nowhere else is breaking, and it looks a lot like that here right now. And the high and low tide's really hard to figure out here, I've noticed, and she looks pretty good right now, so I'm stoked for her.
Now you're coming up into the last heat of the round, so you're not actually going to be competing today. You got in the water this morning. How did you feel out there?
I felt pretty good. I went out in the low tide because I'm pretty sure that's when I'll surf my heat, and it's really tricky, and I've been surfing on the high tide every day, so I'm just trying to find a little balance with my epoxy.
And how are you enjoying Manly? What else will you get up to today, knowing that you're not going to be in the jersey?
Take a really warm shower, maybe a jacuzzi. It's really cold here, so I'll do anything to stay warm and not get sick or something. So,
great call. Thanks for the chat, and we'll go back to you guys to take it through the rest. We'll see if Sawyer, the San Clemente local, can keep it.
Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, 7 minutes to go, and she's just jumped up into the lead, 7.83. And getting some credit, I think, for really not just going through the motions with those calves on the outside, Rich, but gritting her teeth and ripping in.
Yeah, there was some intent in each one of those turns. And you could just see she was just slicing a little harder with a bit more acceleration. And as a result, drops a great number, and she'll be feeling good about that. climbing straight into first position. And I will note that it is cold. The air temperature has dropped significantly over the last day, but the water temp is still really, really warm. It's up around the 20-degree mark, so just the wind chill factor, that's why we're seeing a lot of surfers donning the suit. They'll be putting on a short arm full suit or similar.
Where's the jacuzzi at? That's what I want to know.
No. Well, mate, we have built basically a city down here on the beachfront, so I'm sure in one of these tents somewhere there's a little jacuzzi, or perhaps in the accommodation.
Just under 6 minutes remaining here. Gabby spoke. She's been busy, but she's got to just use this priority now to good effect. She's got to get rid of these 3-point rides and replace them with something bigger, because she needs an excellent score at the moment to get up into the top 2. She's making a move at the moment. So this wave looks like it might be lining up. She gets caught behind for a moment. She's going to miss that final section. So I doubt that one's going to help her chances at lowering the requirement. She needed to better a 3.87. It's coming through. It's going to be in the 2-point range. So she'll fall to the bottom of that order of priority now, and it's going to be difficult with 5 minutes to go to get herself back in there. She might actually need to shift up her position in this lineup and go looking on one of the other sandbars to find some space.
Well, what she's done so far hasn't worked, and she's ridden about 6 waves already, and really nothing of any substance above a 4-point ride. So she needs to go to plan B with only just under 5 minutes to go. She needs to go to it pretty quick. Maybe head down the beach, try the forehand approach.
So Lindblad just asking questions of those competitors, holding strong on the takeoff zone at the moment. Moving to the north, eyeing things off. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman Heap recap. So Lindblad, she easily got the jump on her rivals in the opening exchange, banked this 5.5.
Surfing with a lot of energy, taking it all the way through to the inside. Staying right where she needs to be on the wave, positioning herself really well. This is Kiala. She got a great ride through the inside, just connecting multiple turns, keeping the speed going, connecting the turns with speed and flow. But this was the last wave of Sawyer Lindblad that really took control of this heat. You can see the aggression in the carve. And the final hit here, bang, just gets a little release. Perfectly in control, now out in front.
Yeah, so India Robinson, no, it's not a small requirement. She's chasing out here at the moment. She's had to sit there. She's also in second priority. And the surfer she's trying to overtake is sitting out there with that P sitting next to her name up there with the scores. You can see it. Kiala's got that priority. She's got control at the moment. Gabby's found some room on the inside. Couple of hits there. Again, just sort of forced to go scrapping on the inside. She doesn't have right away out there at the moment. So she's really just trying to chip away at that big requirement and give herself a chance in the final stages here.
Yeah, for sure. And just, it's a good experience, good... whenever you're getting heat time with competitors at this level, you're always learning. She'll go back and, if she doesn't get through this heat, she'll go back and go, okay, what went wrong? What could I have done better? Could I have positioned myself a little differently? Could I have chosen better waves? Could I have surfed better on them? Full breakdown.
What's your observation?
For me, I actually want to work on her technique. I feel like her stance is perhaps a little bit narrow, and it's not allowing her to get as much leverage and power through her turns. If she gets another wave or we see a replay, you'll see that as she's going up, she's sort of just pivoting quite softly off the lip, and she's not driving through it like, say, India is or Sawyer is. So there's maybe a little bit to work on from a technique point of view, but then also from a wave selection point of view as well.
Just under 2 minutes remaining here. And let's have a look at that last ride here for Gabby Spoke.
Great surfer nonetheless. Just gets a little caught on that cut back there. Put the timing off for the wave. Couldn't get to that final hit.
So yeah, just a 2.67. And it's going to be difficult for her now because, you know, priority is basically going to be working against her, as is the clock. Just over a minute remaining. India Robinson's the surfer that we've got eyes on at the moment. But India also has to work around Kiala, because Kiala's got that priority. So she really needs sort of like a two-wave set to come her way so she can sell, or the wave to Kiala. Sawyer Lindblad is going on with it here, trying to get rid of the 5.5.
Oh, that's great too.
Nice little hit on the inside.
She's a great surfer, isn't she? Really good technique. Just loving how much aggression and sort of new school flair she's bringing to the manoeuvres, getting the upper body involved, throwing the arms around a bit. That there is method to that madness to make it look good.
I think the big win earlier in the month too is just, you know, help the confidence. She's super accomplished. She's had some big finishes, but I think it's helped her confidence a little bit. And in that position of being in third place outside one of those top two spots, she had priority. I just felt she'd turn this heat. She did just that, and now she's going to be moving on through to the next round. India Robinson's not going to get an opportunity here in the final stages, and Kiala's going to hang on to that second position. And she did surf incredibly well, had that 7-point ride.
It's notable that the Championship Tour surfers who missed the cut and have come down to the Challenger Series, they're not having their full way with this. A lot of these surfers that are grinding through the Challenger Series with big aspirations are dominating a lot of these heats.
Well, we're going to take a quick break here. More action coming from the opening round of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl.
Destination New South Wales. Pick a wave, any wave. There's tons of them around. We happen to be at Manly Beach. This is the site of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. I'm Keipo. This is the 78 World Champ, Rabbit Bartholomew, and Stace Galbraith is also joining us here on the Harvey Norman host set. And we are into the women's competition. This is heat 2 of the opening round, Stace, and we got another stacked heat.
Yeah, and a pretty familiar name there in the red, Sophia Medina.
We might know her older brother, Gabriel. So this is setting up for a good one. And it looks like Sophia has already locked in a 3.5 to her credit. As we see Daniela Rosas also out there representing Peru. Rachel Presti representing Germany by way of Florida. And Summer Macedo representing Brazil by way of Lahaina Maui. But now live in Brazil. It's a global sport, isn't it?
It really is.
Let's catch up on some replays, Bugs.
Yeah, well, here's Sophia on her opening wave on a backhand.
And let's take a look here at Daniela Ross, the Peruvian in the blue jersey. And this is her opening wave at a 3.83 for this effort, Stace.
Yeah, she did well to get through that dead water there. Oh, nice turn on the inside. She's able to get another wave later on with a bit more opportunity out the back.
Best of the exchange right here. 4.37 for Rachel Presti, Bugs.
Yeah, this is a good opener. So the tide coming in now, and that left becoming more defined for sure. We had a couple of tricky heats earlier on in the men's where it was, gosh, it was, they really had to like find those little left bold runners. We saw some great surfing.
Yeah, Rachel Presti on the screen, 19 years old, originally coming from Melbourne, Florida, number 7 in the regional QS, qualifying for the Challenger Series. Nice left coming through here. Priority to Summer Macedo, and this is the first we're going to see from this exciting surfer. And a great surf family. Summer lining things up and snaps a finish. Needs to pet her way out of the whitewater, unable to do so, but a couple of quality turns before for Macedo State.
Yeah, she looked really strong on her board there, just unfortunately unable to really ride out of that last turn with control. She was probably, would have liked to have been a little deeper on this wave too. There's some good scoring opportunity there. Unfortunately, it just sort of ran off into the gutter, but she did well to keep her board moving. I love how she's coming from behind and really getting that board tight and critical on the lip, but just unfortunately not riding out of that last turn.
Yeah, Summer Macedo has actually had, Bugs, a small taste of the championship tour. She's gotten a wild card in the Maui event at Honolulu in both 2018 and 2019. Turning our attention now to Sophia Medina. And Sophia winding up and cutting some water here. Nice snap to finish, and she kicks out. What do you think, Stace?
Muito bom. I think Charlie will be pretty stoked with that one. This is reminding me, you know, we're referencing a lot of waves around the world at the moment. I feel like everyone's got a left rip bowl in their backyard somewhere, but this is looking a lot like Maricias in Sao Paulo. Sophia would be feeling very comfortable out there, and very much like her older brother. She's really patient off the bottom. She's never looking like she's in too much of a rush to get up into the lip until she times it perfectly there, and a stylish little kick out. I don't know if she was stoked or unhappy with that wave. I can't quite tell with that one.
Lots of action happening. This is Rachel Presti. Opened up with a 2.87. And that's going to be an effort to ditch her backup score of a 1.5. We'll see what the numbers come in through. And consistency showing with this tide push. Summer Macedo back up and riding. Macedo patient through this outside section. And winds up. Finishes off on her feet. We'll score that for Summer Macedo. Judges owe us a bunch of scores at the moment. 3 total. Let's take a look here, though. It's the Peruvian, Daniela Rosas, I'm sorry, coming through here. And again, a lot of rides, Bugs, but very similar rides, so it's going to be interesting to see how the judges are able to separate the scores at this moment.
Exactly what I was thinking. A lot of really similar rides. I think it's going to come down to really strong finishing moves. That's what they're missing out on, it seems like. That's a more critical section.
And the more critical wave, Charlie, Dad loves it on the beach. And that wave, Stace, had a little bit of a roll, a little bit of whitewater, and a more powerful double-up section that really allowed Sophia to accentuate her turns. Here it is on the replay.
A lesser experienced surfer in these type of conditions would have not rode that wave. But Sophia read the double up perfectly. She knew that whitewash was going to back off and would allow her a couple of steep sections there, and she absolutely dealt with it.
Here's Daniela Rosas.
Again, you can tell she's got a good backside carving technique, but she just really needs to find a bit better of a wave out there to really showcase that repertoire.
Summer Macedo on the replay bugs.
Yeah, well, Summer's, I think she's capable of really getting a good score if she can get her hands on one of those waves that Sophia's got. Just a little steeper wave. We've got that incoming tide. I think the women are going to get the best of it today, because I think with the rising swell, the higher tide's going to be pretty good today.
And it appears to have a lot of opportunity right now. So it's been non-stop surfing. And what that puts us in a situation with Stace is that our judges are really playing catch up at this moment.
Are we owed 3 scores for Sophia or just 2? She has ridden a lot of waves in the last couple of minutes. I think we are obviously waiting for 1 big score, but I'm curious to see if we have another one waiting as well prior to that.
Yeah, I think we're actually waiting for her 2 best scores.
Yeah. So as we're waiting for those scores, let's check out the winner from the last heat. Sawyer Lindblad is with Shannon Hughes.
Sawyer, that was a really solid way to start off. How did it feel out there? It looked a bit like T Street.
Yeah, it was really fun. I was watching all the lefts coming in before my heat, and I was just really excited to go out there.
Talk to me about coming into the Challenger Series this year. You were right on the brink of qualification coming into Haleiwa and then hurt your ear so bad that you just couldn't make it through those heats. How are you feeling now with the reset?
Yeah, I feel really good. I'm excited to get off to a better start than Snapper here, and yeah, I'm really excited to keep going.
What have you been doing behind the scenes to prepare?
Just surfing a lot, yeah.
Good one. Anyone you like to say hi to back home in California?
Hi, Mom. I think she's watching.
Well done out there, and we'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
All right, well, congratulations. And moving on into round number 2, the round of 32 for Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, well, Kaipo, I got to mention Sawyer in that last seat. I was so impressed with that carving roundhouse cutback she's got. Just how much she digs into the face, and it's so clean and crisp. And yeah, she's got something going there.
She had a phenomenal run last year on the QS, narrowly missing out qualifying for the World Tour. So I know she'll be very excited to hopefully get some early points on the board here to start this Challenger Series season off.
Yeah, we had early visions of Sawyer in the U.S. as she's taken out a couple of Grom Search titles as well, Recro Grom Search titles. So great surfing and earned her way into the next round. Now we're caught up with all of our heats, you guys. So Sophia Medina, a 5.27 and 3.77 with the lead. Summer Macedo, her surfing earned a 4.03 and a backup of a 3.9 for the lead. As we go back to a split peak situation, we're going to keep it with Sophia Medina taking the right. Oh, and throwing down a nice layback slash.
Charlie's on the move.
Sophia is just building momentum throughout this heat. Just 17 years old, and she is destined to become the next female surfing phenomena out of Brazil, Bugs.
Yeah, well, you know, if we're considering what a powerful surfing nation is, it's kind of been a long time between drinks. You know, Silvana Lima. We haven't seen just a lot of phenomenal female surfers out of Brazil yet. And you think, you know, being so naturally athletic and, you know, the success of the Brazilian Storm, it just seems they're a giant of a sport waiting to happen over there for women's surfing.
This happened on the other side, on the left, Stace.
Carried her speed well through that flat water again, but no real major turn outside. A really nice finish, so it's just a matter of what we were alluding to earlier. This wave looks like it's got a bit more on offer out the back for Rachel Presti, the East Coast American representing Germany. She had a nice turn outside. She'll be hoping to finish this one strong. She might get another little low road here. She'd like to get there nice and early, and she does to ride through that tricky end section. And then we have Summer here, Bugs.
Yeah, and we're starting to see that tide having a good effect now. There's a stronger body of water all the way through, connecting now. That's a strong ride by Summer. So you know, it's a matter of who's going to be breaking into that 6-point range.
Yeah, and again, the judges owing us 4 scores, 1 for each of the surfers. So again, they're utilizing the replay before assigning the number, and then we can set you with the situation on out in the water. Really interesting thing that's happened in the last few years, Stace, is the surfers kind of discovering their roots. I call it Olympic fever, when you discover your roots and start representing, you know, countries where your family may have come from.
For sure, and you know, getting back to what Bugs mentioned earlier, obviously not taking away from the women like Summer, like Tatiana, representing Brazil and doing such a good job of it. But I understand where Bugs is coming from there, in the sense of we really haven't seen the women, you know, the young women coming out of Brazil like we have the men. And it's great to see Sophia here doing that and, you know, doing such a good job of it. And, you know, I don't think she'll be looking around for anywhere else to go. I think she'll be representing Brazil from start to finish in her career.
Yeah, well, she's homegrown.
Yeah, this is true. 5.87 she just checked in with. But yeah, with that conversation with the Olympics, I'm actually I'm working on being an agent with Strider Wazalewski with that Olympics happening in 2024 in Tahiti, and I think he has a chance, and so we're trying to get him on Team Poland.
That would be cool.
It would be cool.
He would do really well, Strider. 6 to 8 foot chopes.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's any openings on the Polish team, but perhaps we can get Strider on that.
There's a couple of really good Greek surfers coming out of America. I think, you know, that's my heritage. My father's Greek, and Dimitri Poulos comes to mind. So, yeah, I think we're all on an Olympic journey in the back of our minds. What about you, Bugs?
When I did that, we did the genealogy thing. There's Scandinavian.
Yeah?
Yeah, the Scandinavian. And what we'd learnt was that the Vikings did go to Scotland.
Okay. So, and I have no chance whatsoever because I'm Hawaiian Portuguese, and both nations are well represented in the surfing department. With that, hey, we're having a good time here. I hope you are too. We're going to take a break. We're going to be back for the conclusion of heat number 2, round of 64. We're taking a Bonzoy brew break.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. And by Dometic Outdoor, official camping gear partner of the World Surf League Australia.
We are back at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl and Sofia Medina, with a strong lead in this second heat of the round of 64. Opening round for the women. I'm Kaipo, joined by Rabbit Bartholomew, 78 world champ, and Stace Galbraith to talk you through the action. Stace, a dominant performance so far by Sofia Medina.
Yeah, this is clinical. Charlie Medina obviously has one of the deepest playbooks in surfing. He certainly knows his stuff, and Sofia is doing a fantastic job of executing that right here.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that, you know, the passion that Charlie brings to coaching. Like, Sofia gets it right, he starts running along the beach to the right. Like, you know, it's incredible.
There he is. That is Charlie Medina, and we saw a lot of the support from Charlie that he lent to Gabe in the early years on both qualification and Gabe's early years when he sprung on to the championship tour scene, Stace.
I mean, we saw shots like this for the better part of the last decade, and as Bug said, whether it was J-Bay running in the water freezing cold or Snapper up on the rocks, he's there. And yeah, one thing I admire about Charlie is he truly does not mind what other people think of him. He's focused on his family, he's focused on doing his best and supporting his family, and good on him.
And that's a great story, because before Gabe Medina became a household name in surfing and a sports icon in Brazil, the Medina family did sacrifice a lot to get Gabe there. And it is truly the deep story on the family sacrifices to back up Gabe and now to back up Sophia is one of a family working together, Bugs.
Oh, absolutely. And now, now Charlie's, working with Sophia, which is just awesome, with exactly the same level of passion and commitment that he showed to Gabriel in those early years. It's an amazing story.
There we go. Summer Macedo, currently in third, surfing her way to a 4.5 or better if she wants to take that second position. Little sleepy section on the middle, and that wave definitely takes a nap on the inside, so not the 4.5 she was looking for.
I will give her one thing there. She does look really light and fast on that equipment. Her feet are all up and down her board. She doesn't look slow in these soft waves. She's looking really, really explosive, so I'd like to see her get another wave.
Medina up and recognizes that wave is going to go wide, kicks out to keep her place in line, the priority line. First priority right now with Daniela Rosas, the Peruvian surfer, currently in second place, looking to improve upon her low of a 3.83. She's sitting on priority with 10 minutes remaining. So a good position right now for the Peruvian surfer in the context of the heat stace.
Yeah, definitely. She sort of has the best of the rest. That 4.83 there is, it'll be a telling score with, under 10 minutes now on the clock. I would say we will see a few more flurries, but at the moment, with the amount of waves we've seen ridden, the women at the moment in second, third, and fourth, they're really struggling to get into that 5-point range. So I think that 4.83 is going to be gold.
Yeah, Daniela, only 19 years of age. The youngster already has success on the qualifying series. She's won the Layback Pro as well as the Rip Curl Playa Grande Pro, taking a win in both those QS events in the South America region for the qualifying series. So at a young age has already had a lot of success, and ultimately her goal to be on the championship tour and perhaps a world title. So you could bring a second women's world title, Bugs, over to Peru.
Yeah, well, they've already had success. I mean, if you go all the way back to the 1960s, Felipe Pomar was, right up there with Nat Young, with, the great American surfers, Mike Doyle.
Yes, they said Sofia Milanovic. We got to talk to her about representing that surf nation of Peru and all the way to a world title.
Sophia is such a phenomenal ambassador for surfing globally, but particularly in Peru. And we'll get back to that in a minute.
Here we go. Summer Macedo looking lively here. Nice inside section, keeps the board alive, keeps the rails engaged. Nice snap. Back around this section, glides to the finish. 4.5 is the requirement. I think she got it. What do you think, Bugs?
Yeah, I think she's right up there. I mean, she just needed to finish that wave, and definitely got a lot of potential. If she could, that fall, she's really looking to nail a 5, and that'll get her into second place easily. She starts pretty well here. She keeps the flow going. And, in the context of the scoring of this heat, that there was a couple of slick moves in this. I'm pretty confident she got it.
I think so. I think these waves look really playful. They look easy to surf on the TV, but there's all these different little ribs and bumps in there, and something she did so well at the end of that ride was commit to that second last turn and not really worry about the end section. She put all her money into that second last turn. I really think that's going to be the money maneuver that really gets that score up there.
So we're waiting for that important score with just 7 minutes, 15 seconds counting down on our clock. We'll see if we have a change in the situation out there. Daniela Rosas hanging on to that priority, and things may be getting a little bit more urgent for her when the next score drops.
Yeah, I mean, it might go up around the 6 mark. I mean, that was, when you really think about the context of this heat, that might have been the best ride.
I really liked, like you mentioned, Bugs, she got across that dead water so well. It's such a hard thing to do. I worry about first priority and holding it too long in conditions like this. Summer Macedo, from my recollection, should have been nowhere near that wave. I think she had 4th priority.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things, you can almost sit there waiting for something that's not really there, and the surface underneath you, or just chipping away, as we're still waiting for a score here. But I think you're going to be spot on, Rabbit. It's going to be one of the better waves of the heat. There it is, a 6-point ride.
Actually called it exactly. 6-point ride. Summer Macedo goes into second and advancing position. Daniela Rosas is going to hear that news right now, and perhaps a little more urgency. There she goes. She reacts quickly. Snaps off the top. Little hung up there. Has to get through this sleepy midsection. Does a good job of going rail to rail. Wants something explosive for a finish. Throws the finner out the back. She was looking for a 5.35. So, a meaningful score needed right now, Stace, from that last performance from Daniela Rosas.
It's game on. That was a really, really strong ride. Little hung up out of the top here at the start, but if I look at it as in a positive light, it's pretty hard to put your board up in the lip like that on those kind of fluffy opening sections. And she keeps her board moving through the inside there, nearly pushing a little too hard, but regains. And then great finish, getting the tail out through the whitewash. Definitely her best ride, in my opinion.
This happened during the replay. Medina finds a way again, Bugs.
Yeah, well, she's waited a while for this one, and she's trying to improve her position and get up into that 6-point range herself. Another solid ride. So there's 3 really good rides in this heat.
And Rachel Presti.
Oh, good looking wave. She needs to unload here. She does. Get around this section. Oh, this is an interesting one.
Wow.
Well, the game on all right. Stacey said it. Charlie's on the move now again.
I want to see Jim Hogan down there right next to Charlie. I believe Jim's coaching Rachel Presti, so...
I want to see all 4 coaches on the beach.
Get him down there.
You know, like barking orders, so that's pretty cool, because suddenly the pressure came on. We see Summer, she's chomping at the bit there, the high score of the heat, that 6-point ride. Daniela, she's looking to get back in the game at something around the 5.5 mark. We'll see her there.
This is going to be such an exciting last 4 minutes. We've got a really good score coming in for Daniela Rosas here.
Well, Daniela had the stronger finish. You know, maybe she didn't do as good work in the middle, but her start and finish were pretty good. Her finish was extraordinary.
I mean, the scoring opportunity available on Rachel's ride was by far and away the best wave that has broken this heat. And she dealt with it. She surfed it fairly well. That was one of those waves you more or less just need to get to the end of it. It was a pretty special wave.
It was a really good wave. The first turn was like a 2-point turn at the start, but then she got into a rhythm, and she did that wave. It was the best wave. Had that really strong body through the middle part, and she was able to go to town on it and finish strongly. So we are seeing some pretty significant scores, Typo.
Yeah, so last of Daniela, a 6.03. She does go into second place. Judges still owe us a score for Rachel Presti. Rachel needing a 6.73 to take that second place off of Daniela. Sophia Medina remains in first place, but there's just going to be, I feel like there's going to be a shuffling of these places when the scores come in, and we're going to see a lot of changes happening in this last 3 minutes. We've got one more judge to report, and it comes in a 7.5. Rachel Presti goes all the way to first. Sophia Medina drops to second. Presti up and riding right now, taking the lead, and wants to continue that momentum. A couple of speedy turns out the back, and caught a little bit behind, faded a little too far, but can she make up with it? And she does. Gets the finish, stares at the beach.
She's had a 2-minute heat.
She sure has.
That was incredible. That wave,
Well, she's just looking to get better a 4.13 to improve her position at the helm.
The interesting part now is a surfer like Summer Macedo or Daniela Rosas. Both of them only need a little bit over a 5-point ride to take that second position. Here's a replay of Rachel, Bugs.
Yeah, these first 2 turns are really strong. Then she does a cutback here, goes a little bit too far back. That little double movement there, loses it. But then she comes around and finishes it strongly. And I believe that's going to go better than a 4.13. I love this first turn.
Yeah, so
well,
this is
that
the
other
7.5.
Yeah.
So you could see, like Stace said, the wave quality was there for the picking, and Rachel Presti snatched it, Stace.
You see that happen on the World Tour a fair bit. Arguably, the surfing was better on the smaller wave.
Yeah.
But the bigger wave with more scoring opportunity is more than likely going to get the bigger score. It's a debate that we could have for eons.
Well, Rachel did increase her lead over the rest of the field. The 5.13 checks in for the last. So now really the story is who's going to get second in advancing position. We got 1 minute remaining. Summer Macedo with first priority and a need of a 5.14.
Yeah, this second place is wide open. Sophia has been cruising like for 25 minutes, and suddenly this heat is just opened right up.
Here comes Summer. Nice carve to begin with. This wave's going to steepen up, a little tapered here, but some opportunity to throw some turns on the backhand inside section. A finish is going to be crucial right here.
Oh, double
low
up.
road. Oh, and the low road catches the heels of Summer Macedo. Stace, is that going to cost her the score?
I think it will. I really think she needed to get a strong finish there. I think she looked good on her board, like I said, through the whole heat. She's looked in tune to just the waves she selected have just been a little flatter than the other waves the surfers have ridden. So she's needed to get a finish there, I believe. I don't think she'll get it.
5.17 required, 5.14.
Yeah.
She was. I feel she was on her way to it.
It's right around the number. I mean, I'm not ruling it out. The first turn's great.
Yeah. Second turn's good.
She's on her way for sure. I mean, it's right there. I wouldn't be surprised to see her get it, but my initial gut feeling is that it's just going to come short. It's the old thing. You want to leave a little bit of salt on the bread for judges, and she just...
That came in at 4.73, does not get the number. So it will be Rachel Presti as well as Sophia Medina moving on into the round of 32. What a great battle. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more from the opening round for the women's here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League Australia. And by Coopers, official beer of the World Surf League Australia.
World Surf League stop number 2 on the Challenger Series, the launching pad into the championship tour. We're in the opening round for women's Heat 3 in the water. Luana Silva, Paige Harrop, Felipa Anderson, and Elise Cooper all out there. 4 surfers enter the water, just 2 move on into the round of 32. I'm Kaipo. I'm here with 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew and surf coach, surf scholars, surf judge. There's a bunch of stuff. Stace Galbraith. This is the opener for Elise Cooper. Goofy foot, local girl, going off on her opening ride. Well put together. The local, as well as Luana Silva, surfer from Hawaii who wants to claw her way back into the championship tour, Stace.
Absolutely, and she deserves to be there, and we're seeing it right here. The main difference you will see between a World Tour surfer like Luana at the top of her game and the rest is the transition speed. There's just no downtime between her major maneuvers. Oh, and she's got 2 quick waves here.
Yeah,
wow.
She actually got 2 waves during the break, so coming out with fireworks is Luana Silva from the North Shore of Oahu. Just celebrated her 18th birthday on May 7th. Just one of the bright stars for the future of women's professional surfing. First score, Bugs, 8.33. She already went into excellent range.
Oh, and she sure did. Well, as Stace said, there was a difference in class. And we saw it not only in the transition, but just in that strong bottom turn, top turn combo. And loving it. You know, I don't know if this is the first wave or second wave. This could be the second one. This second wave, it's a smaller wave, but how well connected is it, Stace?
I love that turn there. Sits down on it, gets the tail out over the lip, and she's going to just have fun now. 4th priority, pick another one up on the inside copes.
Got a little hung up there, but no problem for Luana Silva. Second wave checked in at a 7.83. She already has an excellent heat total of 16.16, and we're only barely 5 minutes into this heat.
That's Andy Irons, Victor Rebas, Arica Chile kind of stuff there. Return to shore.
Well, yeah, I know. Return to shore and continue on with your 18th birthday celebrations.
The reference right there, if Stace, that was really, really good. As we look at the history of professional surfing, there's been some brilliant moments and some dominant performances where surfers actually, you know, wrapped everything up in the first 5 minutes. Too early to say that in this scenario because we have 3 other very talented surfers out in the water, but I like the reference, Stace.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely not something you would do, particularly in a heat like this. I think Andy's strategy there was he was worried about getting hurt. It's a pretty serious wave, and so 2 9s, his job was done.
Give us the backstory, really, because I'm sure a lot of viewers don't know.
For sure. So Andy, I think 2006 maybe, I'm not too sure, that crazy left in Chile, and he got 2 9s in about 45 seconds against Victor Rebas, and he basically, I think he paddled past him and said, if you beat me, I'm out of here. This is like a pretty life-threatening wave, and I feel like I've done enough. And if you get 19.5 points, you deserve it.
Came to shore.
Well, and he went on to win that event.
He did.
I mean, Dino Morrison gave me a full story of Andy, and he said it was just so gnarly on that left. It was unbelievable. Like, it was just one mistake. There was all these little bits of rock, and, you know, it's a heavy wave.
Yeah, ton of urchin, super shallow, not very user-friendly.
No.
But getting back to this heat now, this is a perfect example of where a surfer like Luana, she's obviously fallen off the tour.
Yeah.
So as heartbreaking as that is, I'm sure there's things in her game that she will want to work on. No better time than right now to do that.
Yeah.
If she's maybe thinking about getting a bit of more variety in her repertoire, maybe getting a bit more dynamic in her surfing, maybe some bigger first turns. She might be practicing something on the forehand now. She could go over and surf the right. This is just the perfect chance now. She's got an open canvas. She can really look to learn a bit about herself here.
And, you know, she did have a decent result on the Gold Coast, a 9th place finish. So that was 3,320 points to her credit. She makes quarters and on up here. She's going to leave the Australian leg in a very strong position. Turning our attention to Elise Cooper here. The young lady representing the QBC just on the other side of the pipe here at Manly. And we're Felipa Anderson with a dynamic finish there. One of the veterans in this matchup. 30 years old, Felipa Anderson. You might know her brother Craig. He puts on wonderful free surf edits. and she's a great surfer in her own right, Bugs.
No, Philippa is. I mean, you know, I've seen a lot of her heats, and when she gets going early, she really builds the performance. You know, I've seen her get a little nervous in heats too, where, you know, when she's under a lot of pressure, when she's having to come from behind, it's really going to come down to her wave choice. She's going to have to be on the better waves, because Elise Cooper is really aggressive in her approach. It's like, I really like it.
Definitely, a big fan of Lisa's surfing. She had a regional event up at Cabarito, Bugs, that we called, and she was ripping in conditions that were very similar to this. She's super quick in the transitions, light on her feet, but then powerful in her turns. It's a rare gift to have that, you know, to be sparky, but then super powerful at the same time.
Yeah. Well, she opened up with a 5.33. We're still waiting for her backup score to set the situation out in the water.
And of course, Paige Harrop, you know, is a former CT surfer and New Zealand's finest, one of New Zealand's finest for sure.
Yeah, Paige Harrop, I think about 9 years on the championship tour representing New Zealand. And so she would be the veteran of the bunch. Let's catch up while we have a break with the winner from the last heat. It was a brilliant display. And like Stacey said, you know, basically putting it together in the last few minutes for the win. Rachel Presty is with Shannon Hughes.
Here with Rachel Presty. Rachel, that was a wild finish. Please tell me what happened and what was going on in your mind.
Well, the beginning, I made a couple poor choices, and my plan wasn't going to plan. So I had to regroup and just take a deep breath and wait and get that good wave.
How good did it feel when a set like that actually rolled through with a good pocket?
It felt good. I had trust out there that that wave was going to come and I was going to get it. So I didn't feel really nervous or anything, just waiting for that moment, you know.
You've been spending a lot of time in Europe in preparation. What's been going on behind the scenes pre-Challenger Series?
A lot of work mentally, actually. Last year was not the greatest year for me, and this year I've learned to, you know, get everything together mentally so that I can be the best I can physically.
Incredible. Anyone you'd like to say hi to that's tuning in?
Yeah. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I love you guys, and I miss you guys, and I can't wait to see you next week.
Impressive performance, and we'll see you in the next round.
All right. Well, there you go. On to the round 32. This heat in the water, we got just under 20 minutes remaining, and the bottom of your screen, you can see some of the matchups that we've had so far and the matchups that we're looking forward to as we progress through today. We will run 14 heats in this opening round for the women here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl.
You know, guys, I really like the insights that Rachel just gave us there, because, you know, for these young athletes that are trying to, you know, forge their way through to the next tier of championship surfing and obviously get to the CT, when you come up short at whatever level you are, you know, you do have to go away and, you know, we talk about a reset and that, but it's just that, it's that mental preparation. First, you've got to deal with it and process the whole thing, and then you've got to mentally prepare, and that's a big statement. And you know, I love what she said. It was very honest.
So true. I think you know, a surfer like Griffin Colapinto is sharing a lot of insights into what he does, and it's definitely just as important as the physical preparation. There's a lot of time sitting there like this. You see Philippa here just waiting. A lot of time to yourself. Just you and what's between the ears. And what's between the ears doesn't need to be good, but you just need to know how to deal with it.
But I mean, it's like part of the whole human condition that we've got doubt built into us. And it's easy to come to the surface when you're an athlete.
Paige Harrop, a little caught on the whitewater, is going to stick with this one and is going to rely on the finish and the shore break for the score, and gets a nice finish.
This is kind of similar to the start of the other heat, where we saw the women you know, just getting one really nice turn on the inside and not too much out the back there from Philippa or Paige. Unfortunately for them, the other surfers, Elise and Luana, obviously have got off to really good starts. So Philippa and Paige here, really good friends, and unfortunately they're kind of sharing the same strategy at the moment. It's not really looking too sharp. They're going to need to get on some better quality waves if they're any chance of getting through this heat.
They are getting left behind, and you know, Paige waited a long time for this one, got caught behind that white water. It's good to take off deep, but then she wasn't able to get any work done through that middle section. And it's not going to really challenge. Good surfing.
Oh, little explosion there by our Heat leader, Luana Silva. No harm, no foul. She'll maintain her lead. Score came in for Paige Harrop as a 3.67. Weighed heavily on that dynamic finishing maneuver she had in the shore break.
Yeah, well, let's go back to Stace's point. What a great opportunity to work on some new stuff in the singlet.
A quick one on Luana Kipes. Was she representing Brazil previously or always Hawaii?
Always Hawaii.
Okay, cool.
She comes from a Brazilian family, but representing Hawaii.
Her dad's Brazilian, yeah?
Yep, born. Just spent, came onto the scene, actually, and it's an interesting story how she came onto the scene. She came onto the scene, I believe her first competition, the first time I saw her, and she lit it up, was at the Relsun Menahuni contest. As a young little Menahuni, it was perfect 3-foot makaha and little right point break, and there was this small little girl that went out there and was doing huge just turns way beyond her years, and everybody at that point took notice and went, wait a minute, who is this? Who is this little girl? We want to know more about her. And she did shy away from, a lot of the amateur, because the amateur circuit in Hawaii can get really busy where you're surfing every weekend or every other weekend. She shied away from it for a while. When she embraced it, she's had instant success.
First time I saw her was when she won in Portugal at the Challenger event, and I was so impressed. She needed a 7 to win that event and had this perfect double up that she surfed beyond doubt the score, and it was so impressive to see that, because you can definitely see surfers just chasing score after score, and she just looks so relaxed. I think she dropped a 8.83 as the horn went. It was one of the most exciting finishes I've seen in a long time.
The exciting thing for me in women's pro surfing right now, and all three need to claw their way back onto the tour, but all three represent the future to me, is Molly Picklum, Luana Silva, and BettyLou Sakura Johnson. I just see those women as really the future, and I see them as the ones who are going to progress the sport, Bugs, to new level for women's surfing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and we've seen that. We've seen flashes of that. But once it all comes together, and which is so exciting for women's surfing. We've had such a strong status quo, but they've been such powerful influences and role models.
Oh yeah, and here we see Luana Silva, and with that comment I just made, I have to also include Gabriella Bryant. I don't want to forget that one. But those four women represent the future of women's professional surfing.
For sure. And I feel like, though, you mentioned they need to get back on.
Yeah.
Gabriella's
already on.
She did it, for sure.
She did it.
And then I think, obviously, we saw Caitlin Simmons take the win out on the Gold Coast, and, she seems to be taking maybe a similar path to Luana, that she's just doing the major events that she really wants to do, and she didn't really see her too much through the juniors and whatnot, and then all of a sudden, she's definitely one of our brightest stars, no doubt.
Paige Harrop, nice carve to begin. Little snap there for variety. Lines up the inside and pokes the nose for the finish.
Yeah, she was trying to get herself back into the seat as this young lady here, or one of the veterans, still young, but not quite getting it together. So Phillip was having a really tough go out there. It's been a really slow start for her, and she, put on the right wave, she's capable of getting a big score.
This is much better wave selection.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, getting two really nice turns out the back there, but unfortunately the inside not lining up as she would have liked. That wave had that funny little double up ribbon, and same again here for Paige. This is a much better wave than her previous rides, but unfortunately just coming unstuck here at the end. She had to go big. She did that, but just couldn't get the completion. So there's good signs. That's better, but the clock isn't going to be their friend as this heat counts down, Bugs.
No, it's not, and this young lady here, Alice, is putting it all together really well. Didn't quite finish, didn't quite surf out of that one, but...
We're going to take a break, but we'll be right back for the conclusion of this heat right after these messages.
Here comes Molly Pickle, big sweep, front side hook.
WSL Challenger Series 8 events. We take your top 5 finishes at the end of the year. 10 men, 5 women graduate to the 2023 Championship Tour, and that is what this is all about. We're just beginning the road here at stop number 2, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Heat number 3 out in the water. And Luana Silva started off with a bang, an 8.33 and a 7.83 dominant performance so far by the surfer from Hawaii.
That list of events there is phenomenal. It could be the World Tour. There's some such good locations on there.
Oh,
this is becoming the perfect transition step. I don't think we will see that gap there between people coming onto the tour and not being ready anymore. The venues, they're going to build CT surfers.
World-class venues. I mean, this tour, this Challenger Series is the best initiative.
It sure is. As we look into the water, we got a paddle right now. And not getting into it, so no ride here. So let's check out Shannon.
I'm down here at the back with Dometic, with Moana Jones-Wong. Now, Moana, you took out the Billabong Pro pipeline earlier this year. Conditions are looking slightly different here at North Stain this morning. How's your preparation going before your heat?
I'm just not trying to stress out too much. Like when I surf pipe, I don't stress out for some reason. I don't know why. But like these waves make me more stressed than pipe. So yeah, I'm just trying to be like mellow and just watch the waves and hopefully do the best I can do.
You got a great support system behind you with your husband and Coach Maddie Bembros.
Yeah, for sure. I know I'm super lucky to have my husband here and Bemi and like everybody from Volcom that's from Hawaii is here. So yeah, it's super cool.
Amazing. Well, best of luck and some fun conditions. Back to you guys.
All right, so Moana Jones-Wong getting ready for competition today. Paige Harrop finishing off a wave, and to Moana's credit, I mean, it may be challenging, nervous, but one thing she can hold high and on her shoulders is a pipe champion, and currently going by the title of the Queen of Pipeline in my book.
Oh, she is the Queen of Pipeline, and that was just an extraordinary performance. I mean, it wasn't so much against the world's best, it was just against and with the world's most dangerous and most challenging wave.
Yeah. Seriously groundbreaking performance. Like her performance out there, we'll be talking about that forever. That was amazing.
And she'll only get better out there.
This is true. So rewinding here through this replay, Bugs.
Yeah.
Paige is a 6.13 out of that.
That's better.
Yeah, this is a much better ride, and you know she's in great form. She looks sensational on a wave. So Paige looks like she's nearly lifted the speed of her surfing stays.
Definitely. That was a much better wave. Beautiful twist there in the carve, and then got there nice and early to the finish and threw a ton of spray over the back there. Made sure of that finish. She came unglued on her last ride, so she'll be feeling pretty good to ride out of that one. And it was good timing to get that wave. We saw Rachel Presti have a 2-minute heat in the last heat, and she did a really good job there to pull that together, but it's certainly not how you really want to structure your heats.
Well, Paige did it, 6.5. Paige leaps into second place in advancing position with that effort. I love just the torque that she gave in that first turn and the timing on the finish, Stace.
Yeah, definitely, and it's one of those things of, you know, we're talking about mental game and preparation and things like that. We definitely saw it in the last heat. I think the surfers, you know, you can see them warming up into their heats, and I think it's a real skill to be able to have that intensity from the get-go, because they all have the skill set, but you've got to unlock it from the word go.
Well, Luana Silva did exactly that. She went out there from the word go, was absolutely ready to surf, and just nailed it. An 8.33 and a 7.83, I mean, just bang.
And it's more common than you think. I was chatting with Michael Dunphy after, unfortunately, his result at Snapper. He had a great heat, he got some great scores, but he came in, he sort of was just a bit out of rhythm on that first exchange, and he sort of just mentioned, you know, I was kind of mesmerised. You know, the horn went, the waves were so good, I wasn't really focused. And it's one of those things where I'm sure a lot of the surfers would say that. You know, you put so much into it, it's almost like task overload. There's so much going on, you can kind of forget what you really need to do, and that's get yourself on a good wave early.
And not to mention how many times it was said that what a thrill it was to be at a snapper with just 3 other surfers. That's mesmerising too.
Here we go. Paige Harrop is going to work here. So far, so good. A little bit on the finish, lacking, but you know what? That didn't matter because those turns before that were quality, and I think she's going to kiss that 3.87 that she has in her scoreline goodbye and increase her heat total. Philippa trying to get around this section, and late to the lip there for incomplete.
Yeah, not having a happy heat today, Philippa. She's you know, as Stacey said, she needs the 2-minute heat drill going because Paige has done exactly that. Now the pressure comes back onto Elise Cooper, who came sort of firing out of the gates, but she just didn't finish her second ride, and that's telling now. But she's got priority. Let's see how she handles that with just over 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and let's see our Harvey Norman recap how we got here. It started off with a bang, Stace, with Luana Silva.
Yeah, we were treated to, you know, she's had a 2-minute heat, but it was at the very start. This wave here, a beautiful wave to surf, and she absolutely tore the bag out of it. And then backed it up very quickly with this wave here, which arguably it gave her a little bit more to work with. The section kind of was pushing back at her a bit harder. This one hit the bank really nice. And she fired off a couple of amazing turns. I love that one there. Yeah, she's stoked. That's a great start there, Bugs.
Yeah, and now, well, this is Paige Harrop, who didn't get going until 10 minutes to go in the heat, so the first 20 minutes, nothing on, and this is a sensational ride. She packed a lot into that, and then she backs it up with this smaller wave, but here's Philippa.
Whoa. Well, that's a nice start as we cut back to live action for Philippa Anderson. Big outside maneuver, good looking inside section where she hammers the lip one more time. That's going to put her right back in the mix.
Well, it's going to put her in the heat.
2-minute heat, here we go. Go, Philsy, get back out there. You can do it on 2 fins, there's not enough time. Just go.
Oh, Paige Harrop backed up with that 5.332 typo.
Hey, a brave fade there at the start of that wave, but it needed to be done. She needed to square up as much as possible, and she did. And she got the job done there for a finish. I would like to make a mention of Philippa's earlier ride where she came unstuck. She had the awareness to pick up that little chip deeper on the bank. It led her into the wave. She was just half a beat behind it. And it's just a shame because she was so close to nearly getting to rattle off 2 quick turns, but unfortunately she was late and then had the fall. So it's just one of those things. Surfing can be cruel sometimes. She was just out of rhythm on that wave 2 waves ago, but a big score coming in for Philippa now.
Yeah, I think that was really a ride that were bookended with a great start, great finish, and a great score with a 7.27. She jumps into 3rd place. Now Philippa only needs a 4.56 to take 2nd place off of Paige Harrop, Bugs.
Wow, this is amazing. We're digging how this heat's starting to come alive, and these 2-minute drills, we saw it in the last heat. You know, both Paige and Philippa have taken a leaf out of that. Luana did it at the very beginning, and Alice Cooper came out, and Elise has just really gone to sleep, but she's got priority, and I mean, she's still in this game big time.
I've eaten my words there. Paige and Philippa have come home so strong. I really thought they were going to get left behind. They missed the start, and a couple of more poor waves after that, but they have come home so strong, and with 2 minutes on the clock, it's not out of the question that they could drop scores to challenge the lead now. That's where their first 2 top scores are looking. I mean, Paige would need a really big number, but Philippa's right there.
Veterans know how to fight back, and they did so. Now the pressure on the local girl, Elise Cooper, with priority. She wants to get back into 2nd place. She needs a 6.5 at the moment. 2 minutes on the clock.
And how prudent was it of Paige Harrop to go out there and get that quick backup wave, that 5.33. Without it, she'd be out of there.
Definitely.
That was a smart move. There's a 2-minute drill. That was a 90-second drill.
Bang, bang. And I think this is where, you know, priority just gets heavier and heavier and heavier as this clock counts down.
So
Elise would have to be thinking near excellent score. You know, because if it's a couple of waves in the set usually, I really think 6-5, you know, if a set does come, I don't think that will be the number by the end of this heat. The other women there, they're on a bit of a roll, you know, so you'd almost think that if they get another chance as well, those scores are all going to go up.
But the one thing is that Philippa's sort of gone very, very deep and to get away from Paige, and Paige is on a case, and she's too deep for the.
Whoa!
I think Paige might have taken this one off her on the. Yeah, she did. Now, sorry, Philippa's going to go back across just to get that point. Here's Paige though on a backhand.
Oh, she could be improving her scoreline right here. I didn't see the maneuvers out the back, but. The paddle, a little bit of defense, and executed on the inside. So we'll see how the numbers roll out for Paige Harrow.
It was all defense.
100% defense, and a unique situation that we can go into a bit more detail later, but the score required versus Paige's lowest score actually doesn't really work in Paige's favour.
And here comes Elise Cooper. She's waited a long time for this, guys.
Carves through there. Oh, and curls the finish.
Philippa Anderson on the outside.
And rolling in this one. Oh. And gets to her feet. And there's not going to be an opportunity there. Luana Silva. This is just for fun for Luana. And she goes out. So it's going to stay the same. Luana Silva is going to move on along with Paige Harrow into the round of 32. We need a couple scores to make it official, but I can assure you those are the results, and there are the results on the bottom of your screen. So we'll move on to a break right now, and when we come back, we got more action from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the show, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. An overcast day, but that's all right. There's still some big, bright performances happening out there in the lineup as we dive into the first round for the women. Luana Silva just went mad in that last heat, Rich. Excellent heat score total. You can just see how keen she is to get back onto that championship tour.
Yeah, absolutely. That was some great surfing. She really just set a new benchmark, a new level, and the rest of the ladies are going to have to follow on because she was absolutely tearing in that heat.
She was. Great to be on the Harvey Norman set to call these next couple of heats for you. Luana's feeling the buzz. Showed great form on the championship tour. It's just so difficult to stay above that cut line. There is just no room for error. You've got to have great consistency. One surfer that's been really looking to find that over the last few seasons is Mahina Maeda, who is up at the moment, the surfer who was born and raised on the north shore of Oahu, but actually represents Japan and got to surf in the Olympics last year, had an equal ninth there. But Mahina, very accomplished, competitive surfer, won a World Junior title some years back, but is desperate to really make the grade, get herself onto the championship tour. She's certainly got the talent to do that. Also out in the lineup, we've got Brianna Cope, who's in the red jersey. Another one of those incredible talents out of Kauai, and she surfed great up at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Samantha Sibley is out there as well. Another one of those amazing talents coming out of San Clemente, 20 years of age. And Samantha really starting to collect some big event wins as she starts to make a push towards the championship tour as well. Sarah Scott, the South African, also in this one. A young competitor from Komaki who just has such big raps on her at an early age. Won an open title over there in South Africa at 13 years of age. Wow. So definitely has the talent. Here's the replay of Mahina's opening ride.
Yeah, not a bad ride to start things off. A little bit of flair on that final manoeuvre. I love the last turn on this ride here of Samantha Sibley. Just weaves it all the way through to the inside. It's the finish. Sorry, that was the wave previous. This is the one I'm talking about. Gets the nice roundhouse cutback to start things off. Then this wave builds all the way through to the inside and really just gets critical on that final section. Just drifting the fins momentarily.
Pretty solid stuff. I mean, we saw it from Sawyer Lindblad earlier on. The lefts just looked like a happy place, a bit of home, a little bit of trestles, a bit of T Street in there. But, you know, kind of similar too, just on these kind of grey days, has that kind of Californian feel to it. Yeah, absolutely. Shades of lowers out here for sure. But one thing I am noticing from all the ladies coming from that region, the San Clemente area, there is this element of flair to their surfing. It's that progressive element when you're surfing with the Colapinto brothers. This is live action here, Mahida. You know, it's you pick up on these things. You find influences in your counterparts out in the lineup, and when the caliber of Kolohe and Dino and Griffin and Cross and then Jet Schilling and all the crop of, you know, Cade Matts and all these amazing surfers who regularly frequent lower trestles, it's hard to not pick up on the extra bit of flair and the progression. Brianna up at the moment on her second wave. Enjoyed her forehand approach over on the Gold Coast. And now we're seeing Sarah Scott. She had a 4.5 on her first wave. That'll be okay too, that score, so we'll get an idea of what the order is, but we're waiting on numbers for Mahina. I think she's going to be the surfer out in front in a moment. Samantha Sibley's got a decent score to come as well. But Mahina, you know, she's had a lot to do with surfers at the championship tour level, even though she hasn't been there herself just yet. Is now a certified instructor in gymnastic and natural, working with Kid Pellegro, and in doing that has exposed herself to incredible surfing talent. So many people going to Kid's studio over there on the North Shore and working with him and getting prepared, adding to the core strength, the elasticity, and just getting the body right. So, you know, she's helped train John Florence, she's helped train Geordie Smith, she's helped train big wave surfer Felicity Palmatier. She's had all these incredible surfers come into the studio, work with herself and Kid, and no doubt she's kind of just been, you know, sponging their knowledge of competitive surfing as she looks to gear up and take on the championship tour herself.
No doubt, and I really like the open-mindedness of the modern-day surf competitor, and bringing other codes, other forms of training, other exercise, other regimes into the repertoire, and looking to the martial arts, looking to the gymnastic style training where there's strength and agility in the muscle work, but it's not bulkiness, because for me, it is all about strength. Sometimes that, you know, if you're just lifting weights all day long and you're putting on too much bulk, I feel like that could almost hinder and sort of not allow you to have that flexibility. It's that type of training where the muscles are elongated, but there's strength involved. I think that's the best way to train for surfing, outside of actually just going surfing.
We've been bulking up a little bit through this run of Australian events.
Yeah, we have.
Sitting around watching other people surf, it kind of allows you to do a bit of bulking up, not muscle building.
It does, yep. And huge thanks to Western Australian Tourism for putting us on a wine tour.
Here we go.
Or 10.
Samantha Sibley loading up here. She had a 6.5 on her last wave, has some speed, but this one just stretches out, gets away from her. I do love the opening round of these Challenger Series events. Just to get eyes on the next generation they're going to be pushing through on the Challenger Series, trying to get into the CT. Here we go. Mahina up again. She had a 5.57. Looking to get rid of a 2.8. Should be able to She can hang on to this final turn. She goes down.
Oh, that wave stood up really well through the inside.
I wanted to make the point earlier, Rich, when we were in the booth. We were just talking about the new format and how interesting it is that you've got this half a season now. You can tell us what went wrong in Mahina's wave.
Just streaking down the line here. You can see a little bit of backwash. She gets that first turn off, tries to get to the second there. It was almost like there was another little low road wave underneath this one. Cut that first turn a little bit short because she wanted to get to this second one. Maybe just needed to sort of rope a big John-esque carving kind of wrapping turn on there.
It says a backwash coming into play. Brianna Cope on the replay. A little backhand hits for her.
This is the advantage that the natural footers have out here. We've touched on it. We keep going back to it, but it's that ability to just turn in that super tight radius, cut your bottom turn short off the bottom, head straight up into the lip. Very hard to do that on a wave of this size on your forehand. You're almost forced to go out onto the face, get that big carving and arcing turn happening. So it's as a goofy footer, you've got to figure out, okay, how am I going to compete with the vertical nature of the backhand approach? And we've seen some of the goofy footers do it, and it's that big power and flair. Get the tail up high, start kicking the fins, and really go into those power hacks on the closeout manoeuvres as well. I want to see a bit more of that, those big layback turns.
It's felt like the judges have been paying attention to the more high-quality rail carves too on the outer section. They've been scoring okay when they're executed with a bit of conviction, and there's a bit of an aggression in there, and they're fully committed to the move. So you can match it with the backhands, but you definitely can't be complacent through those manoeuvres. You can't be too smooth. You've got to actually dig in and throw something at it. Just under 19 minutes to go. Let's hear from Luana Silva. She's with Shannon Hughes.
Here with Championship Tour rookie Luana Silva. You got out to such a strong start, started with an 8, backed it with a 7. What was it like being out in the lineup today?
Yeah, I think that's kind of how everyone wants to start a heat. That's a pretty dream start for me, and I'm stoked to just be surfing a fun little left bowl bank, so yeah.
How do you find the transition into smaller beach breaks, given that you typically stand out when it's a little bit bigger and a little bit heavier?
Yeah, so coming from like perfect right-hand point breaks from snapper, and then I wasn't expecting too much coming here. I was expecting, grindy little beach breaks, but I think it's one of my weaknesses, and I have to really practice on that a lot. So I'm just stoked to come away with a win on that one.
And how does it feel to get to spend some time in Sydney?
Yeah, it's my first time here, and it's absolutely beautiful over here. So yeah, I'm excited.
Well done, a great performance and something strong to work towards in the next round as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, I think all the competitors who are making their first trip to Sydney are enjoying it. We're just north of the entrance to one of the most beautiful harbours in the world. Maybe a little bit of bias there, but I always tell people when they visit here the first time, get on the Manly Ferry and head over into the city. And when you come around the corner and you get a view of the Opera House, the Harbour Bridge, Port Denison, it's just a really special view to take in.
Oh, it really is an incredible harbour, probably the most beautiful harbour in the world. I'll go out and say it. Yep, go on the record and say it. It is incredible, and well, Manly's been known as the gateway to the northern beaches. It's unique in that we have harbour on one side and the ocean on the other.
And if you're a thrill seeker, wait for a huge, big, stormy south swell and catch the ferry into the city.
Yeah,
you might not see much.
No, well, you'll get the ride of your life though. There is a number of harbour breaks that come to life when the swell does really kick around the 10-foot mark and above. There's some great reef breaks around here, even just in the Manly zone here, from the Queenscliff Bombora all the way around to Ferry Bower, Cabbage Tree Bay there, or Shelley Beach. A number of little ledges and reef spots out there. Dead Man's, which has been pretty popular during that last big swell that we had.
Yeah.
And then there it is there.
That is a triple black diamond run though. It's a heavy wave. Check it out. It's not for everyone.
There's 3 breaks out there. So Dead Man's right around the front of the headland there, and then Winky is another nice little right-hand slab, and then Ferry Bower, a bit more of a gentle wave. But the beach there, Shelley Beach, it's unique in that it actually faces west, and unique direction for a coastal beach.
Still waiting for that west swell to kick in for a good session at Shelley Beach. But here we go. Got a free surfer down the beach, but we've got waves hitting the lineup, and in position for this one is Sarah Scott. She finds herself back in 4th place at the moment. Good start to this ride though. Pretty decent combo. Might be her best ride yet. She had a 4.5 earlier on. But Samantha really ran away with it early. She went a 4.83, backed it up with a 6.5. Mahina's had her opportunities, but fell on her last ride, and that probably would have seen her into the lead.
It's a great ride here. I love the just how much pressure she keeps on that back foot. Just sets her bottom turn really quickly after the first attempt at the top turn here. So watch this, bang! All the pressure on the back foot now. Resets the line. It's on that heel side rail. Great extension in the upper body, then keeps it quiet as she goes through the pivoting action off the lip. Nice 2-turn combo. Here's a good-looking insider.
Well, Samantha just always opens those shoulders up, really looks back into the bowl to ensure that she's really drawing through her turns. 3 manoeuvres, should say goodbye to the 4.83 and increase her heat score total here.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we do bring the replay up for this one, just pay attention to what the nose of the board's doing. And on her cutback, she's roping that board all the way around. And the nose of her board's actually going back up into the whitewash, and she's able to redirect. It's a big open face carve. And it's this next one here. She puts a little bit more into it. Bang, right there. And quick adjustment to get to that final turn. Here's a good slow-mo action. Opens up the shoulders. As you said, there's the little tail release. That adds just a little bit of spice, a little bit of salt and pepper onto the end of that maneuver. And a quick transition. Almost a bit of a weightless attack on that final section. And when it comes down late, you can't really hit it with a lot of power. You have to almost de-weight your surfboard and jump up onto the lip, up and out.
A late takeoff here for Sarah Scott, but can't get around the section. 13 minutes remaining here. As we see now, Brianna looking to go to one of her strengths. She's got a great forehand approach, just a 1 turn, placed it nicely, but she is looking for a reasonable score here, 5.05. Sam Sibley on the inside. She's going to keep busy at the moment. Just tripped up on a bit of backwash there.
Yeah, just hit a little speed bump on the way through, but again, showing that flair, that little bit extra into the turns. I like it. I think she's going to go way out in front when we see that, well, the way before this one. She just grinding off the top and gets the tail release. And another really aggressive cutback, and unfortunately just hit a little bump in the wave, caught an edge.
For many of the surfers competing in the Challenger Series that have come via those regional QS ranks, you know, they've gone through those regional QSs, beating surfers that they've probably come up against a lot. So there's a comfort to it. get back to the point in a moment as we see Mahina up again going after one of these top 2 spots. She's been pushed out of the top 2 now. Gets the finish this time. Only needed a 4.2 to get up into second place.
Yeah, good intent on that wave. I like the energy she brought to it. Just identifying there was perhaps only 2 turns, but she made them count.
A lot of waves being ridden in this heat. Past the halfway mark, everyone's got multiple scores on the board. Sarah Scott, she's in second place. Mahina's got a score to come, so she might need something out of this ride to get back up there. 11.5 minutes to go.
It was a well-surfed wave, but maybe just lacking that big moment. See, it's just a little slopey, this one. And Sarah just has to cut back into the whitewash, just waiting for it. A lot of pump work down the line. You can see the direction of the surfboard is primarily just angled down towards, down the line. Where you see here, big redirection, carving, a bit more aggression. Snap, just very critical final turn there.
Just in her technique and her form, you can tell Mahina's in incredible condition. Looks really fit, but also has that elasticity. Brianna Cope up at the moment. It's kind of been left a little behind in the opening exchanges here, but her timing on her last 2 rides has been spot on. She went a right, she hit it beautifully, only had room for 1 turn. That wave, she got the extras in. So she might just get herself off the bottom of the order here. Waiting on numbers to come through. Just over 10 minutes to go. Let's see the replay.
Yeah, this was silky. I liked it. Critical snap to start things off. And a second one. Little tiny bit of pump work, but got to that final hit. So the 3-turn combination. Very stylish surfer. Stands a little bit taller than the other women in the heat.
Waiting on numbers to come through. 10 minutes to go. We're going to take a quick bonsai brew break.
Here on the northern beaches, it's got such a good culture, such a good surf scene. You can always find a nice little wave anywhere along this coast. When I'm not in the water, me and my partner Em just love to go see what Sydney has to offer. We love going on walks, and it's always good to go for a coffee down at the local cafes, and so many amazing restaurants. You can always find a nice trendy spot. I'm so proud to be from New South Wales. I love telling all my mates from around the world how good it is here.
Welcome back to the show. Mahina Maeda is making a charge for the lead here. She's in second spot. Her last wave came through at a 5.43. She's got some speed to use at the end of this ride. And she swings that tail incomplete though. Just a couple of falls holding her back for some really solid scores out here at the moment.
Yeah, she is surfing really well. But just lacking that big open face, pockety wave where she can get to work. You can see she's ready to go, all wound up. She's got lots of energy, streaking down the line here. Just pushing a little bit too hard. I feel like just identifying that there was nothing happening at the start of that wave. She needed to go big at the finish.
Crazy potential in Mahina, and I mean, she's 24 years of age now. She's had some big moments. We mentioned that World Junior title back in 2014, almost qualified 2015. But she had a rough go on the Challenger Series last year, finished in 40th position. Her best result was the 25th. So that's just bowing out in the next round with a 4th place finish in the second round. Her surfing, you know, sort of looks like it deserves bigger finishes.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of underrated, really, when you think about how well she surfs and where she should be in these events. But it's a grind. You've got to find your way through. You've got to figure out a way to make these heats.
I guess for Mahina and Samantha Sibley, they're really like already accomplished. They've had some big wins, so in their minds they're probably thinking like, I can beat anyone on my day. Sam's big victory came at the Supergirl Pro in 2019. When you look at who she beat on her run to the win, you kind of go, wow, she can really put it together. She beat Kira Pinkinen in the quarters, Caroline Marks in the semis, and Tatiana Weston-Webb in the final.
Whoa.
So, you know, that's a really tough field, a championship tour field to overcome, to get that big win in a contest that's always hotly contested. Mahina up again, just staying busy without priority there. So really we've got to look at the requirement for Brianna Cope and Sarah Scott here, both chasing mid-range 5s. It's not over this one. Samantha's in a great position though.
She is. She's been dominant in this one. She's got the only scores with 6s. She's got 2 of them. So comfortably out in the lead at the moment, and I think she will look to build on that, second in the priority order. So she'll compete well here. She'll just play these 5.5 minutes down. Well, very impressive surfing here from Mahina Maeda, and she's done well to make a lot out of not much at all in terms of the waves she's had, and that's been done just through pure good surfing and an aggressive approach. With Samantha Sibley, she's been surfing well, but her waves have been a bit better, and I think that's been the difference. She's had opportunities like this one where she's been able to open up and really apply those big moves. This is probably the biggest set of the day that she got in her heat. And it was that cutback there. I really liked that one with the extra push, and then got to that final end turn, the 3-turn combination.
Just catching rides, getting on those quality waves that give her the opportunity to go from one move into the next without the bounce and the weaving that, you know, is required sometimes to generate enough speed for a half-decent turn.
Judges hate it when you bounce. They really don't like it, because that is just a sign that you're trying to get through a section, you're trying to generate speed. If you can weave, and I tell you who used to do it really well, and that's Brad Gerlach. Ger was the king of weaving through a section and not pumping. And, well, the point I'm trying to make is that when you get a wave that's a bit stop-starty, the judges pick up on that. You know, sometimes you have to pump through a section, but if you can connect your turns and everything's smooth and there's flow, that's what they love. That's why flow is in the criteria, and it's always spoken about.
Yeah, it's just prettier to watch. You know, I think you can make up for it. There's only a handful of surfers that can, you know, pump through those dead sections or use that erratic kind of movement of the board to generate speed, but they can save it with something that not a lot of other competitors can do, a move that's well above the lip.
Well, there's actually a difference between sort of jumping to get speed and pumping to get speed. The person that probably does it, or the first person that came to my mind, was Italo. He does it better than probably anyone, the way he pumps down the line and sets his turns up.
Mahina up at the moment, a lot of speed, but just runs out of room here. Runs out of wall. So again, she's staying busy. She's without priority. She's just doing everything she can to try and get rid of that 5.43 and replace it with something greater here. Just to push that requirement as high as she possibly can to make it difficult for Brianna and Sarah out there at the moment.
It's a little bit of a dangerous game, though, at this point in the heat, to be scrapping around on waves that I don't particularly think maybe would have given her the opportunity to better her score. So I feel like she needs to just settle in these last few minutes just to make sure. You know, you could get a wave with multiple waves in it. Brianna and Sarah could get waves. Well, she's picked up one here, Sarah. Oh, little slip off the front foot.
Yeah, only needs a 5.73. So a strong first turn is going to be critical. Need that wave to stand up and give you a bit more through the inside as well, but really an attainable score for that second spot at the moment.
Wow, Mahina has managed to get third priority over Sarah Scott. That was interesting, and it could have played out a little differently if Mahina had not been able to get out the back so fast. She would have still been down in fourth priority. But with 2 minutes to go, she could have locked Sarah out of this one.
Feels like conditions, Rich, are slightly improving as we get through the afternoon.
Yeah, definitely the texture on the ocean has smoothened out a little bit, which means there's more west in the wind. So we've got a southwesterly wind right now. Here we go, Samantha, perhaps a victory lap for her.
Trying to improve on a 6.5 here. Just keeps finding these waves that have that nice little reform. She falls here and lets go of a couple of decent sections on the inside. But it's really not going to matter at the moment. She's got the 2 strongest scores of the heat. And it feels like it's going to be that battle for second spot. If someone can drop a really big number, they could potentially go into the lead. But Samantha's still going to be sitting pretty, you'd think, in the top 2.
Yeah, I think so. I think she's possibly done enough to get through. May even hold the win here. Looks like there's a little wave approaching, though. Brianna Cope with priority. She might have a go at this.
Yeah, the big thing is that these competitors, they hate making little mistakes and leaving the door open. We're going to see Sarah Scott make a move for that second position. Couple of decent turns, swings the board through the lip on that last one, trying to add any extra points she can as she climbs up over the foam. 5.73 was the requirement.
No, sorry, just wasn't quite enough there. I think she needed the third turn. Valiant effort, though. She did well to actually find a wave under priority. Looks like Samantha Sibley is going to get the win, and I think Mahina Maeda has done enough as well.
Sam just making her way in now. That's going to feel pretty good. Kicking things off with a round 1 victory here as this heat comes to a close. Solid stuff from the 20-year-old from San Clemente. Mahina Maeda is going to hang on to that second position as this one comes to a close. And now she allows herself an opportunity to let a smile out.
Yeah, wipe the game face off and then let the emotions run wild. It's a good feeling. Get the win. Never gets old.
In tricky conditions too. A victory over a stacked field is always going to help build you some confidence as you power through. She's into the round of 32. And we're looking forward to some more big matchups. There's the results on screen. The official scores are in.
A few more small scores to lock in, but it looks like Samantha Sibley did take out.
Plenty of support there for Samantha Sibley.
Yeah, you got some pretty funny wipeouts.
Winner rolls the next heat.
Made your waves
5, 4,
count, though.
3,
Pair of
2,
6.5s over
1.
13 points.
Yeah.
Solid heat total.
Sick.
No, you look great.
And also progressing through that heat in
You
second.
finished the one with that big blowtail.
Breaking things down after a heat win there. Samantha Sibley moving on through. We've got another great heat up next with the Championship Tour event winner hitting the lineup. Welcome back. Moana Jones-Wong, she won the Billabong Pipe Pro at the start of the year. A wild card entrant, and she beat Carissa Moore in an incredible final, and she just looked destined. All the hard work, all that time in the lineup of pipe paid off. And have a look at this thing.
Oh, this is just a proper pipeline. And Moana Jones-Wong, well, she tamed it and just put on a display of surfing that was, well, was unmatched and a worthy champion.
Recently celebrated her 23rd birthday. That was on May 16th. The feisty competitor from Haleiwa, and she's up and looking to get things started. There's a great top turn straight up into the lip. Driving down the line. Look at this wave. One of the best rides we've seen all day.
Finished it, yes.
And Moana Jones-Wong is going to post an unbelievable number to kick things off here. Nora Leota is up at the moment. Another surfer from representing Hawaii. She's out there. It's a good heat, this one. Laura Rupp of Brazil in the blue. And Minami Nanaka of Japan is out there in the white. But what a start for Moana Jones-Wong. Incredible stuff. And I'm intrigued. You know, the performances at Pipe were and have been incredible for a long time, but to see her on the open face in high performance conditions is really fantastic, and she absolutely nailed this opening ride.
Wow, she's just proven with this one wave right here that it is not just the pipeline where she has some talents, just bringing her forehand attack to this running right left-hander here. Just picked up. This is one of the better waves we've seen in the last couple of hours. And, well, Moana was just at it. She didn't hold back, just attacking every section. Timed it perfectly, got to the finish. She'd already, well, I think she squeezed about an 8-point ride out of that thing, at least.
Well, let's see what Minami can do. She's got a nice looking wall herself, drives up into the lip, just got a little hung up on that final maneuver. And this is the replay of Nora's ride.
Yeah, so Nora, this was the wave after Moana's wave, and you can see there's just this foamy line on it. Bit of froth and sort of hard to engage, get the board in rhythm, get those rails really biting into the face. And this is Laura on. She picked up a little right-hander here, gets to the junction, snaps it off the foam there. Live action on the left now. Smaller wave.
Yeah, Laura's had a couple of these smaller rides now. That's okay if you can do big surfing. If the wave's got enough power to just generate some speed and you can do big surfing on those smaller rides, you still might get an okay score, but the wave's so small and the energy's so lacking that you can't get big turns off, then wave selection errors are being made.
Yeah, absolutely. And no matter what you do on that wave, you know, you can only get a certain amount of points, maybe a 3 or a 4, if you don't do something absolutely remarkable on it.
Yeah, I think the message from the panel will be clear once Moana Jones-Wong's score comes in, because it was one of the bigger waves. You know, it was an absolute gift of a ride to connect with. You know, it takes a special kind of positioning in the opening stages of a heat, Rich, when priority's neutral, though.
Absolutely, yeah. She's obviously been eyeing off the conditions and put herself in the perfect spot when that set rolled through. But I love the way she surfed it. She was in attack mode. She wasn't in defense mode. She just gave it everything she could on each turn. Here's a good-looking ride. Oh, no.
Nora just trying to tap into a flow there and took the fall, unfortunately. Numbers looking really solid for red. Might even go into the excellent range. It might fall just shy. It's waiting on one more score to come through for Moana, but she's not wasting any time, but she is going to waste priority on that one.
Oh, yeah, so perhaps just a little mistake there, but it's still very early in the heat, and she is going to have one of the better scores of the morning, right on 8 points.
8-point ride for the 23-year-old. Well out in front already. What a fantastic start. Look at the comparison when you think about the opening exchange. almost a 4-point spread between herself and Nonaka. And now she's going to put the head down and make sure she gets into this one. So looking to add to that excellent score. Big rip off the top. Board looking fantastic as she hammers through to the inside. And really making sure to tee off on every scoring opportunity this wave provides and gets the finish. She might be able to come in. That was really solid. I mean, that was an insider. She'd just given away priority to her rivals. I don't know where they were in the lineup then, but she moved inside and she has picked off another gem. It's going to be the second best wave of this heat for sure.
Well, like Luana Silva a couple of heats ago, she's just risen the bar a little bit here. You can see just with the speed, Luana's attacking these sections and she's driving through the turn. She's not just placing the board there. Look, just ripping through it, accelerating out of every single turn, right up into that critical pocket, and then gets to the finish, throws the fins out a little bit. Oh, just stabbing that one. Just kicks the fins out and then re-engages. Surfing the wave well, judging these little sections that are popping up in front of her. There's a new speed that she's brought to this heat.
She's just really on beat at the moment. Her timing just spot on through that ride. But just one of those surfers that's gone out and with those flatter sections ripped into the move and is able to generate some speed with those carving turns. The Japanese competitor now, Minami, she's tapped into maybe her best ride here, so had a slender lead over Moana Jones, but that's going to change. She'll be hanging on the second position, and she was trying to get rid of a 3.93 there.
Yeah, I think Moana's just going to shoot straight into the lead with this next score. It's probably going to be in that vicinity of a 5 or a 6, or maybe even more if the judges got really excited about that second turn. But she's going to be way out in front. This is going to be a battle for second place now.
Well, let's get caught up with Sam Sibley. An amazing performance from her in that previous heat. She's down on the beach with Kaipo.
Seemed like you had great rhythm out there for the heat win, but I want your take on your heat performance.
I felt good in the beginning, but then I saw a couple 6 sections on some of my waves and I got a little too ahead of myself, a little excited, and ended up belly flopping a few times. So yeah, I'm stoked I came out with the win, even though I did a few belly flops. So
So how are you going to do, what kind of adjustments are you going to make before the round of 32 when you enter the water again?
I think I'm just going to be a little more like cool and collected. Yeah, I think the girls are just going to get better and better, and yeah, I got to bring, you know, my professional A game. I can't grom out on the inside, so yeah.
Well, there you go. Great performance. We'll see you in the round of 32, Samantha.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, it was a strong start from Samantha, but Rich, it's always cool to hear a competitor come in, reflect on their performance and say, you know, I left some points out there.
It's very rare as a competitor that you come in and you guys surf the perfect heat. It doesn't happen very often. You always have something to learn, even if you do get a win or a progression. You kind of go, okay, well, maybe I could have picked that up there, or that wave choice there was a bit of a mistake. I got away with it. Sometimes you can only make one mistake and it'll cost you the heat. Sometimes you can make 3 or 4 and you'll still get through. So it's depending on the consistency of the waves that you get and how many waves are on offer. But always good to break down the performance, and well, that's why the coaches are so in demand these days, and very rarely do we see our competitors without a coach.
Well, Laura's coach is going to be blowing up after that one because she paddled for a wave with priority, didn't get it, but look at the number for Moana Jones-Wong, 7.6 on her second ride. I mean, no mistakes just yet, although she did give away priority. It almost kind of set her up for that second wave.
Yeah, it was a really good second backup score, and I thought it was going to be around that maybe 6.5, but the judges really liking the aggression, and I think the flair of those 2 middle turns. And think back to the first wave, there's only 0.4 of a point between the 2 rides that she had, but they were vastly different. The first one bigger, down the line, lots of distance travelled, open face. Got to the finish, and the second one a bit more aggressive. So 2 ways to get a decent score.
Yeah, I think in a lot of the heats on the Challenger Series at the moment too, where we're seeing surfers who are coming into the Challenger Series maybe with some disappointment after falling below the cut line on the Championship Tour. Then you've got surfers who've gathered momentum coming from the qualifying series, coming into it with confidence, and they're clashing. And in a lot of heats, you know, we're seeing, I think, just that battered confidence of those CT surfers coming into effect, and some of these rising stars getting some big upset results. In this heat, however, it's a collection of competitors that haven't been to the CT before, but Moana has an edge over the field here at the moment because she's definitely got in the back of her mind the fact that she's been to the Championship Tour as a wild card and had a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a confidence booster in itself, and getting an 8-point ride at the start of the heat like she did here, that is also a good confidence booster. So just the two contrasts here, you can see the first wave much bigger. But on this second wave, she had these little pockety sections that stood up, but a bit more aggressive, a bit more flair in the turns, especially that one there. And then comes to this final section.
Well, winning at Pipeline, it makes you an immortal in the sport. Your legacy is cemented from the moment you claim that victory at Pipeline, and Moana Jones-Wong has done that. And when she rocks up at the event site now, doesn't matter where she is in the world, people are going, wow, she's a Pipe Masters champion. Yes. And, you know, it's something that she'll be able to hang her hat on forever, but she's young. She's got competitive aspirations. She wants to get to the Championship Tour, and with surfing like this, she's going to be hard to stop. But 16 minutes to go here. We'll talk more about that after the break. You're watching the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Ronnie Blakey here with Richie Lovett on the Harvey Norman set, calling heat number 5 of the round of 64 here. The opening round for the women, and Moana Jones-Wong, who won the first stop on the Championship Tour as a wild card and took the yellow leaders jersey on the rankings into stop number 2 at Sunset Beach. She's out there in front at the moment. 8-point ride, 7.6 on the backup, and still has 14 minutes to turn this into an excellent heat score, which would be 16 points plus. Looking so sharp, digging in nicely on her opening turns and ripping through the second as well here. Rolling through to the inside, this wave steepening. And she is just everywhere she needs to be at the moment. I don't know how she just keeps finding herself in this position of being on the best waves when there's 4 surfers out there getting their opportunities with priority to get into the rotation and get a look at some of these scores.
I'll tell you how she's doing. She's been patient and just working the priority rotation in her favour. We've seen some of the other competitors, Laura and Nora in particular, I've seen them scrapping around on these little mid-sized, smaller inside waves. Moana's just going, that's fine, I'll just wait for these little sets. Just hits the brakes before she even took to that bottom turn, because she wanted to position herself right in the pocket here. And she is just getting so much spice and sizzle off the top. And I just love the speed at which she's she's surfing at. And even Kaipo's impressed.
Impressed. I think, like all of us, you know, we're just fans of good surfing. And when someone comes out, doesn't waste the opportunities on a decent wave on a tricky day. It's just awesome to see him put it together. Let's go out the back with Dometic and Kaipo getting a really close look at the action out there.
Yeah, Ron, just a little bit of a conditions update. Obviously, Moana's just surfing really well, but the conditions have improved throughout the day as the day has presented itself. We got this light variable winds looking really good. We just passed the high tide mark, so we're gonna have a draining tide till about 5 o'clock local time throughout the day of competition. Good news with the tide is the coefficient between high and low tide, not that large. It's gonna be a high-low tide, so we should maintain enough water on the bank for the quality to continue throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Out the back, we've got something setting up at the moment. It looks like Blue having a look at it. Laura just had a little bit of a look, but Moana Jones-Wong on the inside, enjoying herself out here at the moment. And she can afford to just let her hair down and rip into a couple of these insiders. Feel out that equipment. It is looking super sharp at the moment. Laura chasing it down the line here. She's only managed a 3.13 as her best ride, so that one's not going to factor in for her. 11.5 minutes to go.
Well, I think we can be forgiven if you thought Moana Jones-Wong was just going to be a pipeline specialist. I feel like with this performance that she's put on right here today, she has silenced any critics in her small wave repertoire and her small wave performance. It is just on fire.
Manami up at the moment. She's showing some promise as well. She's going to hang on for a good finish here. She's been chipping away. Much like Mahina in the last heat, the forms look solid, but she just hasn't been able to register a solid score just yet. That'll be better than the 3.93 she's hanging on to as we go to the replay.
Yeah, good looking wave from the start. The nice extended bottom turn. Critical attack on those first two snaps, and then she brings it all the way through. Does a little double hit here. 1, 2. Hits two little turns in the space of perhaps where maybe one big explosive maneuver would have been better, but she got to the finish, which is a positive. I think she'll consolidate here, as Laura and Nora will look to try and chase her down in this final 10 minutes.
Yeah, Nora's just kind of settled into this priority position now and been a little more patient, because the start of the heat just didn't really pan out for her scores-wise. She had a couple of rides, just 2-pointers. She's got serious work to do here to get herself up in a second spot, especially I think after this last number comes through for Manami. Here we go, Laura sizing one up here. This wave just not really doing much yet, but it'll start to pick up some momentum through the inside. Nice hit. Moana's up again. She's looking so energized at the moment, and with those big numbers on the board, why wouldn't she be? She actually increased her heat score total with her last wave. Her previous ride, a 7.83. Don't think this one's going to go into the top two, but well, some of her rivals would probably love some of her throwaway scores.
Absolutely. Yeah, she's just dominating this heat. Absolutely dominating. Here we go. This is the one Nora was waiting for.
And Nora just, you can see she likes to set up a big backhand jam. She's been getting away from the face of the wave and looking to drive up vertically in her first maneuvers. But I just don't think the wave has really kind of been asking for that sort of approach from the outset. She's almost needed to go to more of a backhand carving angle and then look to set up the vert on the inside.
Yeah, correct. Comes back to the point you made earlier in the heat, Ryan, about surfing a wave to its potential and surfing a wave up or down. And if you take off on what only really offers a 4-point ride, you know, that's all you're going to get unless you do something amazing on it. And unfortunately, she hasn't been able to open up. So I feel like she needs to give herself the opportunity on some better waves. Here goes Nora on the replay here. Comes through to the inside. Hook off the top.
I'm guessing that Nora has a really good backhand snap.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen it yet, but just the way she's lining up the opening turn, every time she's sort of dropping to the bottom, but I just don't know if she's just getting enough speed out of that first kind of roller coaster drop down the wave to really turn it up and get that board vert. But
yeah,
I don't know. I hope she can connect with a wave, a quality wave like we've seen Moana on, because yeah, she just seems to be able to pivot really quickly. So we'll see if she can find that opportunity out there. Just over 7 minutes to go here. Nora's going to still be looking for a big number. She needs a 7-point ride to jump up into second. Manami just dropped her best number, a 5.33, so Laura's now after a 6.37.
Scores to come in as well. I think Manami got another one in that exchange, another wave.
Yeah, it's another good one too, 5.57. So pressure's really on Laura Rupp now, the Brazilian, and Nora Liotta, the surfer representing Hawaii.
Yeah, this is really starting to happen for this heat for Manami and, of course, Moana Jones-Wong. She has been on every single good wave that's come through, and she hasn't safety surfed them either. She's just been in attack mode.
Yeah, it's been super impressive. I mean, with her third scoring wave that she's not even counting on, a 7.6 and a 3.7, she'd still be leading this heat.
Wow. More good waves approaching. And guess who's got priority?
They're just making every opportunity count. Really, just the quality of surfing's been so solid. Even on the average waves that she's been on, she's still done a decent turn.
Yep.
So just dominating from the outset here. Just under 6 minutes remaining. And this has been a good glimpse of what we can expect to see as we roll through the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman recap, though. We definitely want to see these opening rides again.
Yeah, absolutely. Moana Jones-Wong just picked up one of the better waves of the day right from the opening moments of this heat, surfed it with so much conviction. And just picked up all the good waves and surfing so well. I love just the timing, just how active she is off the top, getting really critical, very, very fast direction changes with the board. She's got that flare element on lockdown.
Manami has been getting in the mix as well, Rich.
Yeah, Manami's been just constructing a smart heat, just picking good waves and getting to the finish on each one of her rides. She hasn't really needed to step outside the comfort zone just yet, just doing enough to get through.
Yeah, she hasn't had the super big explosive turns just yet, but another competitor that, you know, you kind of look at and go, wow, that it's all there. The technique's really solid. I think she'd be capable of stringing together some pretty special turns if she gets the right kind of wave. She scrapped her way to second position in the early stages of this heat, and only really on her last two rides has connected with waves that have true scoring potential.
Yeah, and it's been the tale of wave choice for me in this heat. And Moana and Manami both picked the better waves and surfed well on them. Seems simple in theory, doesn't it? Just find two good waves, surf well, you'll get the good scores. It is so much harder when you're out there with 4 or 3 other surfers and you're all fighting for position, fighting together in rhythm, and just talking about rhythm. Moana has had perfect rhythm in this heat.
You can just see how aware she is of her competitors out there too. Aware of her position in this lineup. There's been a rip pulling through that takeoff zone, dragging the competitors out of just that ultimate entry into these rides. And Moana's obviously got some lineups on the beach, and we've seen a lot of the competitors spending a good majority of the heat actually looking at the beach instead of looking out to sea.
Well, with this this sort of south to north sweep that's happening through this rip, if you do just sit there and not pay attention, you can get yourself 20 yards, 20 metres outside of the takeoff spot where you need to be. So lineup is incredibly important for every single surf you go for. You should be trying to identify where those good waves are and picking your lineups on the beach.
Here's Nora again, going after a 7.1. Doesn't get a whole lot of face to work with there. And on a few occasions, she's got a little stuck at the top of her ride after that first move. But this is it's a hard heat to fight back in when you've got one competitor. You know, quite often it does seem that surfers get fixated on the person sitting at the top and looking at their numbers and maybe just pushing a little hard, trying to get yourself a couple of those excellent scores as well. When really all you got to do is get in the second position. And for a long time, Manami didn't have great scores.
Yeah.
But she wasn't threatened by Laura, she wasn't threatened by Nora, so she was able to build, and she's done that throughout this heat. Her last two rides have been her best.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's some live action here. Nora up and riding, just on a smaller inside wave. It looks a bit better on this one, actually. Starting to wind up. Unfortunately, the wave not giving her the opportunity. This is Laura.
Yeah, looking to set up this end section. Solid hit there. She likes the feel of it, but she does need a big number. She might have done some great work on the outside there, but she needs a 7 to jump ahead of Manami with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. And she's caught a little bit of backwash to get herself halfway back to the takeoff zone here.
Yeah, I think just trying to pump herself up. And it's starting to click, but with only 1.5 minutes to go, she's going to have to do something pretty special here. So let's have a look at the opening carve. Just a bit lower on the face, but keeps the speed going all the way through to that final section, which felt good. And, well, Moana, his little victory lap. She can come in after this one, but some great surfing. And has been given a little treat here. I've been eating this up. I've only really seen her do, you know, some surfing in Hawaii. I haven't been really fortunate enough to see her in these type of waves, and I'm very, very impressed.
Yeah, you can tell she's been working hard too. Laura Rupp, she is still waiting on her last number to come through, the one that she got excited about. The feeling is that maybe she'll need another score. She may have chipped away at the requirement. There's a good chance that she did that, but not sure that last ride's really going to work in her favour.
No, and here goes a bit of a security wave here for Manami. She'll solidify second place. Nice, big, expressive cutback. Now she's just waiting for it to bowl up again. Here we go, a big snap, big hit to finish off. Just losing it at the last moment. Just needed to hang on that one. I don't think it's going to matter in the scheme of things. I think she's done enough.
Well, this one coming to a close, and Moana Jones-Wong, what an unbelievable performance from her. Kicked off with an excellent score, an 8-point ride. Backed it up with a 7.6, and not soon after gave the 7.6 the flick and replaced it with a 7.83. Dominated start to finish.
See ya.
Looking sharp on those James Chill, the Chile Creations. A local shaper here on the northern beaches. Really solid stuff. Manami Nonaka's going to hang on to that second position, it feels like. Laura Rupp made a late charge. She got herself a 6.1, but just couldn't back up that score on that final ride. So her run here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro is going to come to a close. But heat number 5 in the bag, and a fantastic performance there from a surfer that at one point this season held the yellow jersey on the championship tour. We are going to take a quick break. More action just around the corner.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. There's a lot of rain in the forecast for today. We've already been a little bit soaked in our runs between the beach and the booth, but it's been really fun nonetheless with some great waves on offer. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Super Coach Stace Galbraith and former Australian national champ Britt Nicol. Britt, happy birthday first off.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thanks for joining us.
Where would I rather be?
Nowhere else in the world. Thanks so much for joining us to call the action today for the women's. You've been on beach comms for the whole event. How's it been going on that side of things?
It's been great, Shannon. The conditions have really started to come through throughout the week. We thought it was going to drop off a fair bit, and we've been lucky. We've been blessed with the conditions. They've started to pick up, really started to glass off, and the women are making the most of it.
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing to be able to see some great waves come through. We just witnessed Stace Moana Jones-Wong go to town on a couple of waves.
I did watch that heat. That was a clinic.
Out in the lineup now, Ando Santos, Yolanda Hopkins, Kailani Johnson, and Teresa Bonvalo battling it out for an opportunity to surf in the women's round of 32. We've got two women that represented Portugal at the Olympics, in Teresa and Yolanda, and I'm really excited to see the two of them matched up against each other in this heat because they've had a long career of battling it out in those Portuguese junior events and pro events. But now we get to see them on this world stage together as we see Ando Santos got an opportunity on the start. Stace?
Yeah, she's going to be loving that little left rip pole as we see Yolanda here. Strong surfer. I watched her training up on the Gold Coast. She got there nice and early, and yeah, I was really, really impressed. But as I've been alluding to all week in the posted interviews, lots of rights up there, but lots of lefts down here, so it's always good to see if the surfers can mix it up both ways.
Yeah, Brett, have you enjoyed just the opportunity to see everyone rip into that left rip bowl?
It has been, and as Stace just mentioned, a lot of them are normally right-handers, and just to see the competitors being able to go left, and particularly that last heat with Moana, you know, she's come off that 2022 Pipe Championship, and she's good in big waves, but then to see her perform here at Manly on those smaller waves, she's really just found her groove.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing because we saw her get that opportunity to surf at sunset as well and to go right. And it was just a little bit of a lack of momentum. She couldn't quite find herself in a space where she was getting some winning waves. And now to see her find that small wave surfing on the lefts, I was so impressed with her performance in that last heat. Scores coming through from that first exchange. We've got a 3.67 on the board for Ando Santos and representing Brazil, but hailing from North Narrabeen. Britt, you've called many heats with Anne in the lineup.
I have, and she has spent a lot of time here on the northern beaches. I know now that she's got a little bit of family up near towards the Sunshine Coast. I bump into her every now and then up the Tweed Coast, and yeah, she gets around. She's been in Australia for a very long time now, and obviously representing Brazil, and just to have the opportunity to be in this WSL Challenger Series, I'm sure she'll be making the most of it in front of a crowd that she's performed in front of before here at Manly.
Yeah, it's pretty huge for her to get that call up on the alternates list. Stace, we saw her hanging around the athlete zone for the whole, for that whole first round for the women's on the Gold Coast without an opportunity open up for her to actually get a spot into the contest. So great to see her in the jersey now.
Yeah, she'd be splitting at the seams at this opportunity. It's we saw Nathan Hedge on the men's side of the draw as well have a similar fate up there on the Gold Coast, and with the waves so good, I know that both of those surfers would have loved that opportunity, but they've been both been lucky enough to get the call up here, and no doubt.
Fun to see that change
make
up.
most of it.
Exactly, as we've got some live action now in the lineup. Sitting with priority, Teresa Bonvalo, strong surfer coming out of the coast of Portugal. Wraps it into that first section, lays it down on the second, but just can't keep control, Stace.
Yeah, she's a great surfer, Teresa. She's been doing it for a long time. She's still only really young, but I feel like she came on the scene really early, and unfortunately just coming unstuck on the finish there, but you can definitely see her potential. If she gets a hold of one of those turns, she's going to drop big scores pretty easily.
Down to 23 minutes on the clock. Small scores across the board. Teresa opened up with a 2.5 for that first turn. And Britt, both Yolanda and Teresa came pretty close to qualifying last year. They finished out within that top 25 conversation on the Challenger Series, just outside of really maybe would have needed those final opportunities at Haleiwa, but they had a pretty good run throughout. So they would be feeling pretty confident coming into this year's Challenger Series, knowing that they got quite close last year, as we see Ando Santos now with an opportunity. Uses priority on this wave, drives into that first turn. A little bit of a bumpy section, but it cleans up for her as she's able to hit the lip. And she's now looking for that double up through to the inside, and it offers just enough for her to link it together. Straight into it with Kailani Johnson out of Indonesia. Nice snap, drives through on the finish as well. And a good exchange there, Britt.
There was a great exchange between those two surfers. We'll wait and see what those scores come through, but here we go. Surfer in white, up and riding on her backhand, Yolanda Hopkins. Great first turn here as she comes hard off the bottom, cracks a lip, gets it over the top, manages to ride out of it. Making the most of that one, Shannon.
Yeah, that was some solid surfing. Good size set as well as we take a look at this one from Teresa now. Driving into that first turn, nice snap. Starting to stand up for her as it hits this bank on the inside section. We really want to see that wave steepen out, and you can even see that sand drawing off the bottom, and she's able to capitalize on the inside space.
Yeah, she made amends for the little mistake on her previous ride. Should be stoked to get that wave on the board there. It's always a little nerve-wracking riding the last wave in the set, you know, knowing full well that your competitors have most likely put some good scores on the board, as we see Anne's replay here, Britt.
Great first turn. She really extended her body through that one as she came hard off the bottom here. Finished strong. It looked as though she might have wanted this last section, and she managed to get it. Ando Santos making the most of that. The surfer in blue also up behind her, answering straight back. Great first turn, keeping nice and busy. You can see the surfers just really eyeing off that last section and wanting the completion.
And then we saw Yolanda get a piece of this one, Stace.
Yeah, it's two really, really hard turns to do on your backhand. Like a good backside carve and then a backside floater, really, really hard. And the bummer is they just don't score that highly. So I think we might see that wave not come in as high as what I think Yolanda might have wanted out of that wave. But Teresa here getting a couple of nice turns off the end here. Really good energy in between her turns there at the end.
Now, when you speak about that energy in between, what do you mean by that?
Just her body language. I guess if you could compare her to Anne, is probably the easiest thing to do here. They're both goofy footers. You'll just notice in between the turns, the whole body's still engaged in the ride, so it's building that anticipation. You never want to take your eye off the surfer because you just don't know what's coming next.
I love it. Down to 20 minutes on the clock. Scores coming through. Kailani Johnson opened up with the biggest score of the heat so far on a 3.9. She's now going to have this opportunity. Drives through that first turn. The wave just softens out and doesn't give her that wall to connect with. We've got scores coming through across the board from that last exchange. And we'll see who's able to get the better of it. Ando Santos with what's looking like the best score of the heat so far easily. Drops in as a 6.17. She's now up into the lead. We've got scores to come through for Yolanda and Teresa. So we can see a little bit of a movement out in the lineup. It's our surfer in red under third priority who's going to have a look at this one. Nice first wrap. Sets it up as she drives down the line. She's going to look for that connection on a powerful finish. Stays super compressed, Britt, to finish off.
That was a great looking ride there from the surfer in red, Teresa Bonvalot. She was in fourth place, chasing a score, and she just projected out of that turn. And as Shannon just mentioned, with compression, so great style there from the surfer in red. We'll wait for those scores to be locked in.
Taking a look at this one here. Talk us through it, Britt.
Nice first turn there. She got a little hung up. She was hoping for this inside connection as it stands up here. This is the money turn. Projects out of that and just nice and compressed. The replay, slow-mo, hand touches the water, board straight up over the lip. And right there, could have bounced her off, but that compression, chest over knees, she looks to the beach. It's the way to do it, Shannon.
Great surfing from Teresa. Finding that rhythm now, Ando Santos on her forehand. Gets caught behind that section. It just doesn't hold up for her the way she would have been hoping. But she did drop in that 6.17. So for the late call-up, the CT replacement, and Ando Santos not getting that opportunity to compete on the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, she's now sitting in the lead. There is a score, a decent score to come through for Teresa Bonvalot. And we got a 5-point ride that dropped in for last of Yolanda Hopkins Stace and has set herself up well.
For sure, a great score there. You take a 5 at this point in the heat. I get the feeling sometimes, you know, as surfers, that you do something and it feels a certain way and it can look different. It was a ride to me that I feel like she probably was paddling back out, maybe hoping that she might hear 6 or 6.5. But from our perspective, I think we all knew it was probably going to, sit around that 5 range. But good surfing nonetheless. And this heat, once all these scores filter through, it's going to be, no one's really put their name on it just yet.
Teresa still with that score to come. We've got another set rolling in. And another rain squall we can see there on the camera. Good looking ride for Yolanda Hopkins. Uses priority. It's a strong paddle to get into this one. She's got that corner to start with. Wraps it back, starts to set up for this steeper section. Connects that first turn together. I feel like she was looking for a second turn to find Stace on the inside.
Yeah, it's always just a strange sort of thing to leave in the judge's mind when you don't connect with the end of the wave. And you can, the judge can see you looking for one more turn, and when it doesn't happen, it's just, not the last impression you want to leave with the judges.
Scores coming through from that last exchange. In the previous heat, we saw a great representation out of the North Shore of Oahu in Moana Jones-Wong. Walked away with one of the most solid heat scores of the day, a 15.83. She's ready to go with Kaipo Guerrero.
Wow. 15.83. That's a great way to open up your account here at Manly.
Yeah, I was pretty nervous, so I'm really stoked that I got some good waves.
You know what, though, Moana, I want to speak to your versatility, because a lot of people are just like, oh, pipe, the queen of pipeline. But you showed that you can do it on turns.
Yeah, so many people are like saying so many mean things, like, oh, she can only serve pipe, she can't even serve, like she can't even do a cutback. And I felt like really hurt about that. So I'm happy I got to show like some of my surfing today.
You sure did. And guess what? All of you people, Moana Jones just ripped in a beach break doing turns.
She seriously ripped it apart. Dropped in an 8 on some of the best turns that we've seen out of the women's field, Brett.
Certainly was. She is showing us what she's made of. She's not here to muck around, Shannon. It was one of the best heats that we've seen all day here. And, well, what have we got? We've got heat number 6 of this round. Teresa Bonvalot in the lead now with a 6 and a 5.8. And Dos Santos has been pushed into second spot. Yolanda Hopkins in third. Kalani Johnson in fourth.
Kalani's chasing that big score of a 5.95 at the moment to take over that advancing position. We've still got more than halfway to go through this heat, so there's plenty of time for a couple more good sets to roll through. And it's been an exciting week of surfing so far. Britt, you've been in the action for the last couple of days, got to call some heats for the World Longboard Tour, now into the Challenger Series. And coming out of the Australian Regional QS, you were able to put the jersey on again for the first time in quite a while. You made it into the quarters of the Port Stephens event. How did it feel for you to be back in the seat of someone like Teresa?
It was different, Shannon. I mean, I've got such a long competitive history, and then I think in the last maybe 7 years I'd spent 5 out of the water. So just to put that rashi back on was a different feeling, and it was good. It was more of a bit of fun. I started to find rhythm, and just to get a result like that and remind myself that I can still surf in a contest was a good feeling.
What's it like, coming back into that moment of recognizing, you've had time out of the water, literally physically out just due to health conditions, but then at the same time wanting to go out and show that you can perform? I think there's a lot of surfers that can relate to those situations coming off of injuries back into a jersey. And do you feel that competitive drive just as much as you did kind of in those Grom years?
I do, and I think with time came maturity, and time out of the water I was able to sit back and reflect and really watch other competitors and watch more heats. And now that I'm back in the water, I'm spending more time in the water, I'm spending more time in the gym, and previously I couldn't quite do that. So just to be able to do that and reset it was almost a different mentality altogether.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's just so cool to be able to hear that and to see you then pouring back in other areas of the sport as well. As we've got a little line rolling through here, you can see that backwash really affecting things. Kailani, though, finding that speed to start off with. Nice connection with the lip and goes down. There's another set rolling through just behind. And we're going to track with Ando Santos now, using priority on this one. Driving into the pocket. Lines it up for a good section. Just a 2-turn combo, but a strong one, Stace.
Muito bomb. That was sick. Such a dynamic turn. See Teresa And young Annie, they're really eyeing off that end section and putting all of their eggs into that basket, and it's you'll see it pay off in the scores. They're not worried about the in-between moments. They're just looking for majors. And when you flip that round the other way, that could be Mick Fanning. A little arm up, back foot jam. That was so cool.
I love it. Ando Santos bringing it home. She's already got that 6.17 on the scoreboard. We're now waiting for that next score to roll through with 13 minutes on the clock. We'll go to a quick Bonsoy brew break. We'll bring you back the score for Ando Santos to see if she can take the lead.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. By Havaianas, official partner of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. And by FCS, the official surf hardware of the World Surf League Australia.
11 minutes on the clock. Ando Santos jumps into the lead space with a 6.43 for a solid second turn.
Yeah, that wave was, you know, the bones of that score, that final manoeuvre. It was a nice setup turn to begin with, but she just hammered that end section. And yeah, well scored wave there. That's the kind of surfing that judges want to see. And ultimately, they want to see hopefully a couple of those style of turns on the one wave, and then that's when we're going to see 9s and plus.
It'd be so exciting to see Anne in a position like that, you know, coming out of that alternate spot, getting the call up, and to be able to surf Brit here at home for her. Obviously, she's just from around the corner at North Narrabeen, but she'd be feeling so comfortable sleeping in her own bed as well, and then being able to surf a wave that she just knows really well.
All of those creature comforts definitely help, Shannon, and like you mentioned, just to be able to sleep in your own bed and have a home-cooked meal, surf a break that you've spent a lot of time on. She's probably done a lot of coaching out here as well, and for Anne, I feel like it's just a normal free surf for her. She's really just putting it up there, and she's getting numbers for it. So Ando Santos, the young 20-year-old, she is taking this one away, came into this event as an alternate, and she's making the most of that opportunity.
Kailani Johnson links in that first turn. Now looking for that connection for the finish as well. She hits the section, doesn't quite find the power that Ando Santos found out of the last one, but connects a couple of maneuvers together and should be building on that scoreline space.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point you make there about power. Your power comes from your timing, and it's not the only sport in the world where that's the case, and you notice it on an end section like that. Just a little bit late to the lip and couldn't fully show her strength there in that final manoeuvre. It'll be potentially one of her better rides, potentially her best, but still just didn't quite get that release on the final manoeuvre. Looking dynamic on this flat part of the wave though. Just kind of come up on her, crept up on her a little quickly, so she's going to have to work on that end section hit if she wants to get any bigger scores. But before we get too much further into this heat, I know we're going to get some action here.
So many great waves rolling through here for North Stain. Nice wrap for that first turn, and she goes up late on the finish, rides out clean.
Again, like such a difficult turn to do. It's just a shame she didn't really have anything else before that.
Britt, Yolanda is one of those surfers that will throw it up no matter the consequences.
She is, Shannon, and here's the replay here. really drives hard here, out onto the face, pushes with that back foot, throwing a heap of spray, generating so much speed as she puts it up over there. Really critical turn to ride out of, but her technique was flawless. As Stace mentioned, just unfortunate that she didn't get too many other more critical moves on that wave.
Yeah, really needing that strong start maybe to put a huge score on the board, but nonetheless, love seeing her throw it up there. And also with the early kick out, see another set rolling through at the moment. Dos Santos in the lead. Bonvolo into second with a 6-point ride to improve on their 5.80. Scores coming through now for last of Hopkins. Johnson sitting in fourth, dropped in a 3.87, so it did factor into her top 2 waves, but she is chasing that requirement now of a 7.90. And Hopkins at the moment chasing a 6.80. Now she got a 4.57 for that last wave, so it does factor into her top 2, but requirement stays the same for Yolanda. And she's got some work to do to get herself into an advancing position here. Yolanda walked away with a 9th place finish on the Gold Coast, went down to Championship Tour rookie and BettyLou Sakura Johnson. Put on a great performance though, and will be looking strong heading into the rest of the Challenger Series, building off something like that, Stace.
Yeah, a 9th. We kind of have been thinking perhaps that could be your final result in the bag that you keep at the end of the year. So a great way to start the year. You've got some points on the board. It would be a keeper, especially if you can drop a few first place in those earlier columns.
Kailani out of Indo, driving into that first car. Puts it up for the second as well. Kalani's had a great start to her season this year. She took out 2 wins, the qualifying series and on the junior series there at home. Teresa as well has connected together the dots really well on this wave, throws the fist claim. And she's walked away with a couple of big wins on the qualifying series this year in her home region in Europe. Yolanda now putting it up big for the finish as well. She's really struggling to find that big opening maneuver those days.
Yeah, definitely. You see Teresa's opening turn there, and the wave allowing, a textbook frontside carve. Britt mentioned it earlier from one of Annie's waves, just holding the turn the whole way through, really turning your shoulders, and it's commitment. If you're turning your shoulders and turning your head and not worried about what's going on down the line, that's what the judges want to see. And then again, a very difficult maneuver to get up and over there, and that's why you saw the emotion there. It doesn't look like the craziest turn. That's a crazy turn. Beautiful slow-mo action there. Again, talking about power, the power coming from the twist, and then getting up and over the backwash. Didn't throw a ton of spray, but it's so difficult to come down that backwash. We've seen plenty of surfers coming off on that section today. So, yeah, Teresa feeling it on that one.
Scores still to come through for those last 3 rides. Red, white, and blue, all waiting for scores. Kailani Johnson drops in a 4.3, which is her highest score, narrowly decreases her requirement to a 7.5, but still a big ask in front of her. Now Yolanda is chasing down that 6.80. Teresa, though, may be bettering her situation, Britt, because that was a really good 2-turn combo.
She is looking for a mid-range 6, and we'll leave that one in the hands of the judges, but it was a really good wave. I feel like she'll come close and may not quite get there, but Teresa Bonvalot just showing the spectators and the judges that she is not here to mess around at this event. She's been knocking on that championship tour door for quite a while now, so if she can get a good result here at Manly, she'll put herself in a good position for the rest of the season.
Yeah, she's been one of the strongest women. I mean, these two really on screen, Yolanda and Teresa, the 2 strongest coming out of Portugal. And for Teresa, she's also had those call-ups to the championship tour. She's had a couple of those wild card opportunities when the CT has hit her home breaks of Super Tubos and Cascais for the women's side, as Yolanda just kicks out there. Teresa looking for this left on the inside, she'll go down. So it's been an interesting draw to see these 2 matched up against each other, but then Ando Santos has found that rhythm early on. She's been able to build on it, and she's now looking for this to stand up for her. She makes it through that dead section. Nice and smooth, and she goes up for a big finish, throws a progression Stace.
I like the idea. You could see her winding up for it. It was pretty cool.
Kailani now with the answer back. Nice snap. Driving back into the pocket. I'm loving the power that she's bringing to those first 2 turns. Connects with the lip line to finish, Britt.
She does, Shannon. She's sitting in 4th place. She's looking for a score. Teresa Bonvalot scratching into this one. She got a 6.2 for that last wave. Nice first carve there. Smaller wave as it steepens up on this inside section, cracks the lip and manages to ride out of it with confidence.
She's finding those in sections, just line it up straight in front of her.
She is. She's really given it everything she's got, but ultimately she does not need another 4.5 or a 5. She's got some pretty dynamic tricks in her bag. I would have liked to see a little more variety on the finish there.
Especially with a woman like this in the lineup. Yolanda is someone who on a single big turn could drop the score she requires. She hasn't quite found it on this wave, but she's looking for a solid section to hit to end off on, and just goes down. Stace, what went wrong there?
Look, to be fair, it was probably one of the better waves she stood up on all heat, and the wave was still pretty hard to surf. I wouldn't go as far as to say it was a horrible wave, but it was a very, very challenging wave to surf. I think she did pretty much everything she could. That was tough going.
Down to 3 minutes on the clock. We've got scores to come through across the board. Ando Santos currently sitting out in front with those couple of 6s, and Britt, she's been charging some huge waves in the Sydney region, dead man's, on some lay days from competition. It's been pretty insane. Have you seen a lot of that footage?
I have. If you look at her on social media, Ando Santos, she's only 22, Shannon, so she's quite young. She's from Brazil, but she's been residing in Australia for many years now, and just, yeah, showing surfers and spectators that she can not only surf small waves like we have here at Manly, but she can take it to the best.
Yeah, she's been seriously charging like big slabs, death-defying surf in this area. It's been really, really insane. 2 minutes on the clock. And we've got some scores coming through to see if that last exchange will change the situation for anybody. It's looking unlikely for Yolanda, and for Kailani, a 4.77 and a 3.47. For last of Yolanda Hopkins or previous of Yolanda. So it's not going to move into her top 2 scores there. Anne and Teresa currently sitting in those advancing positions.
I just had to have a quick look about Ando Santos and what she's been up to. She might be one of the best female backside tube riders I've ever seen. Her technique is impeccable. She's not just charging, she's riding the tube. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, she is.
I didn't know that about her. That's incredible.
And she's just like this quiet, sweet presence around the contest site. She's always up for a friendly chat. She's really small, compact young woman. So you wouldn't expect that she is taking it similar to me to a Laura Eniver. Same sort of style, same size.
Demeanor
like
on land, super
pocket.
chill.
Exactly. And then you get them out in the water when it comes to waves of serious consequence, and it's like, who are they? Down to the final minute on the clock. Ando Santos still sitting in the lead with a score to come through. Teresa Bonvalo, like you said, she doesn't need another 5, and that's what she got for her last wave Stace, a 5.67. She's going to take this opportunity mostly to make sure Yolanda Hopkins doesn't get a piece of anything.
Yeah, there was never 7 points in that wave, so I don't really know why you would bother with it. It's 35 seconds on the clock.
Will.
The unfortunate thing for Yolanda here, she does have 3rd priority. That is not the order you want to be in at this point in the heat.
Yeah, it just seems like a little bit far out of the question. She's going to have this opportunity, though, taking off under priority. She really needs to capitalize. Nice snap in the pocket. Drives into the next section. She tries to stay compressed to ride out of it, but just gets bumped off, unfortunately. And as scores come through, she was chasing down a 7.20. It's a huge congratulations to our CT replacement, getting the call up here at home for her in Sydney for Ando Santos. Takes it through with a smashing win, a couple of 6s on the scoreboard. Takes out 2 Olympians in the lineup between Teresa and Yolanda. That was a super impressive performance put on by Anne Dos Santos, and we are going to see so much more from her as we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap. Stace and Dos Santos just on fire from the start.
Absolutely, the opening maneuver on that wave was incredible, and she did really well here to get some extra points on that final turn. And then we saw some pretty similar surfing here from Teresa. Beautiful technique on the carve, and then she was getting really good timing on this end section here. That's where the points are coming from on that wave. The board looking super responsive under her feet, Britt.
It was. Surfing green just answers straight back. This is a great heat between these 4 competitors. That last turn there, she just projected out with so much speed as well.
And Dos Santos in with victory. stoked to have the home crowd supporting her family there on the beach, and just feeling the love with a great heat. Britt, it has been so fun to have you in the booth with us. Thanks so much for entertaining us with your great analysis, and best of luck on the beach for the rest of the day.
Thank you for having me. Enjoy your Friday.
And happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Britt.
Another year older.
We're going to get some cake for you tonight for sure. Thanks so much for tuning in. We've got more action to come right after this. Sarah Baum, Amuro Suzuki, Zoe McDougall, and Letty Canales hitting the lineup. Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Stace, I know you're from Queensland. I'm obviously from California, but we've got to love some time here in New South Wales.
I love it. It's the variety of coastline and the different little places you can go. And obviously we are in one of the biggest cities in the world, but there's still little nooks and crannies you can find, you know, to yourself. Waves with no one around, which is, I think, as surfers, what we all want. It's similar to fishing, you know. You don't really tell anyone where you're going.
Exactly. That sounded like a good Sally Fitzgibbons answer. She just lives down on the south coast of Sydney, and she's always able to surf solo. It's amazing in comparison to where you're from.
Absolutely. Yeah, not a lot of variety where I'm from, just perfect right-hand points.
I mean, not a bad option
I'll
as well.
take it.
I'll take it as much as I can, too. Out in the lineup with 26 minutes on the clock, we've got Amuro Suzuki out of Japan up against the Hawaiian Zoe McDougall, the South African and Zoe Baum, turned Australian, lives in Newcastle now, and Letty Canales from the Basque Country. She is just waiting there with priority to get her account underway.
Yeah, we've seen a quick start here from everyone else. So, yeah, Letitia here, she can really kind of put the pressure on from this first wave if she chooses wisely. We've seen a few surfers in these last few heats look to get busy early, and it doesn't really help. If you're not on a quality wave, it doesn't really matter what time's on the clock. A quick start is not necessarily a good start.
Yeah, it's really been about the wave quality today. I love that you're just obviously picking up on that so much better than I would. But it's been interesting to see those surfers who have tried to just catch heaps of waves. Like some surfers getting 12 to 15 waves on the clock, but unable to get past like a 4-point ride.
For sure, and it's one of those things. If you're a surfer who doesn't like waiting, that's fine. And at the start of the heat, it's understandable to have those nerves and want to ride a wave. Knock yourself out. Get your 4, get your 5. But at some point in the heat, you will have to wait. And you will have to wait for your turn. There's no point in surfing the whole heat in third priority. We just, usually on a beach break, you could see that, the people sneaking around and getting creative. But the bank we have today, there is a big difference between a quality wave and the rest. So it's still about wave selection.
Wave selection being so important. Amuro Suzuki got off to a quick start. She already has a 4.33 on the scoreboard. Just less than 1 point rides for Zoe and Sarah to kick things off. Zoe with an opportunity now out of the north shore of Oahu. She's also a surfer that does so well charging bigger, heavier waves. But it's been fun to watch her competing on the qualifying series now for the last 5 or so years. Connects with the lip, races around this section, and puts together a smooth ride. Now answering back, Letty Canales, driving through the pocket on that first turn, links it up for the second one, and she'll just miss the timing on the finish.
Yeah, it was sort of reminded me of Kailani Johnson in that last heat. Just couldn't quite get the timing on that finish. So she'll look to get back out and hopefully rectify that. I think, luckily enough for her, no one's really put a huge score on the board yet, so that mistake hopefully shouldn't come back to bite her at the end of this heat, but it's always nice to finish your first wave. Same with Zoe here. A couple of nice turns. This wave's right on the shore, but the judges don't mind. As long as you're hitting steep sections, they'll give you a score. This wave didn't really give her the power she needed to get out in front of that one, so similar to Letitia here. It's always nice to, like I said, finish your first ride. And she looked good across this flat, a bit of water. I'd say by the looks of things there, she's on an epoxy from DHD. And the things with the epoxies are they do sit on top of the water nicely. That's what they're really good at. But you do have to be mindful sometimes that if your timing's not perfect, you can get held up a little bit, which is what we saw there.
Do you think with those end sections being a little bit more difficult to time, is that mostly due to that funny backwash? It just seems real difficult to read.
Definitely. So you've got the backwash wreaking a bit of havoc there, and then you've also got the entry speed from the previous section. So it's kind of going, a steep section out the back. It backs off a little bit like we saw there. It goes flat, and then all of a sudden you're dealing with a section that's kind of got more speed coming towards you than what you have going into it. And that's what Teresa Bonvolo did so well in that last heat. She cut out the nonsense. She didn't do anything in between. If the section wasn't there, she wasn't turning. She was looking to generate speed, and she would just jam that end section. So she wasn't getting the combination of major maneuvers, but she had speed and power. And you can't have it all. You've just got to surf what's in front of you, and I think she did really well at that.
Yeah, I love that breakdown. That makes so much sense, thinking about the fact that she wasn't putting too much movement in, but if she could engage that rail, find that speed line to drive through into the next section, it just opened up all the opportunity for her.
Definitely. As we see a couple of fun-looking waves coming in here.
Balmy with an opportunity in front of her. Up into the first section. Slides that tail around. Love that slash. Drives through now. Really looking for something exciting to finish with. Goes for a huge roundhouse. And now looking for one last little finish. She just looks so smooth through that. Hey,
just quietly, that was so well filmed. I had no idea where she was going on that wave. That was really well done. And then particularly with the roundhouse cutback, Ace Buchan did one the other day. I was a huge fan of it. That's an interesting wave to score. The judges are going to earn their money on that one. I have no idea where they're going to go with it.
It's good too, because we haven't seen too many proper roundhouse cutbacks this event.
No, not at all. A nice first turn out of the lip there. It's good body language off that second bottom turn. And this turn here, engaging the rail. That's the fastest part of your surfboard. You use that thing and it'll send you wherever you want to go. Oh, she nearly got the little finish there. That would have been cool if she could have tied that all in. I've been loving this down low slow-mo angle. Such an underrated turn. Perfect technique, twisting the upper body. A roundhouse cutback is the turn. It's almost like the scrambled eggs for chefs.
Yes.
If you can do a good roundhouse cutback, you're a good surfer.
It's just also, I think as a viewer, that is the sort of maneuver that I can connect with in an instant and go, that felt so good.
Definitely.
As we see Amuro lining up that first section, finding the second, now it goes that dead spot. Can she find the momentum coming out of it to hit that section? Looking for a finish. She'll tag that foamy closeout. And now waiting for scores to come through from Sarah. But seriously, watching that even in the slow-mo again, it just gave me like that little jump in my heart of like, oh, that was so fun. I want to go do that.
For sure. Yeah, it's another one too. Like as a surfer, if your board does a good roundhouse cutback, you know it's a good board. You're literally transitioning through every part of the surfboard. You're coming through the front foot, then you're traversing back through the tail pad and engaging the fins. And then if you get a good rebound, you're essentially doing a backside re-entry. So yeah, it's... can't believe we're spending this much time talking about cutbacks, but they're pretty cool. And you see it with the longboarders too. Like, it's such a functional maneuver. Can really help set up the ride when there's not much going on. It looks a whole lot better than just sort of standing there and doing nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And it is just something that in the draw so far we haven't seen from the men's or the women's side. You mentioned Ace pulling one out yesterday, but I think maybe just due to the shape of the wave here, a lot of those dead sections, the surfers haven't had that speed to even try and engage and wrap all the way back to the pocket.
Definitely. And you kind of don't want to take your eye off down the line either. It's a committed turn.
Zoe with a snap to start. Setting herself up through the inside now, putting a lot of work in here. Rail to rail. Tags the finish.
That's a better finish.
She's looking to improve on that 3.83. We're still waiting for the judges to drop in the score for Sarah Baum. She just needs a small score to put herself in the equation.
They might be up there having an in-depth conversation about roundhouse cutbacks.
Yeah, she's just as in-depth as we've been going. As we wait for that score to come through, we're going to go down to catch up with the on-fire local in Ando Santos.
Extremely quick surfing out there. Really worked to your advantage. Your thoughts on that heat?
Oh, it was amazing. The waves have turned on for us today, and really grateful to be in the beautiful Manly Beach. Yeah, it was fun. I got to luckily get a couple of waves and get some turns in, and yeah, I just had fun out there.
What about coming in as a replacement, without a lot of notice that you were going to be in the comp?
Yeah, I've always dreamed of being in this contest. I began surfing here in Australia and actually on these very shores right out the front over there. And yeah, to be in this comp for the first time ever, I'm really grateful. I found out a couple of days ago only, and really grateful.
Well, great opening showing. We'll see you in the round of 32.
So stoked to see Anne finding some good waves here, feeling at home in the area, and going up against a few strong competitors in that matchup. She'll be heading into the round of 32.
Get me a box of tissues. That's what it's all about. It's so cool having a professional event in your front yard. I was lucky enough to grow up on the Gold Coast and watch the Silva Pro come to town every year, and it changes your outlook on surfing, just that exposure to the top level, and then it gives you something to dream about, and she's fulfilling her dream right now. It's so special, and not only that, she's winning heats. So, yeah, well done.
Putting the full picture together. Sarah Baum scores through. It was a 6-point ride.
It's a good score. There wasn't really a whole lot going on that wave, and she made it happen. So, yeah, I'm stoked to see that number where it is, and pretty much agreement from most of the judges. 5.5 to a 6.5 is the spread, and they've got their scale set now. That's the barometer for good surfing. And I'd like to think we're going to see a whole lot more of it. I'm a huge fan of Amuro Suzuki's surfing. Her technique is impeccable. As she has a little look to the shore there just to check priority. She had priority over Zoe, but she's going to let Zoe go this wave.
Snap to start for Zoe. Starts to gain some momentum. Throwing a few snaps together, looking for something slightly different to finish off with that corner on the inside. And Amuro's put herself up into the lead. Backed up to 4.33 with a 4.93. And I couldn't agree more. Her surfing's really just astonished me over the last year. Being able to witness her perform on that championship tour stage, getting the call up when Lakey Peterson went down with that back injury at Narrabeen. It was so cool to see her get a few opportunities on the CT. This one from Zoe. What are your thoughts?
I think a couple of years off from the competitive scene for all of us has done some surfers wonders, and I think Zoe McDougall's one of those surfers. She looks so confident on her equipment. Her boards look amazing under her feet, and she's connecting with these rides so well. But if I have to throw the coach's hat on here, which I never really take it off, she's got to pull the pin now on those waves. It's time for her to wait for the wave that is going to help her win the heat. She doesn't need another 4 or 4.5.
Exactly. Sarah now making that connection from one wave to another, finds a finish. Now Amuro with a good green face opening up in front of her. She's got that little wobble and just has to make that adjustment to go around Letty and can't quite find that rhythm coming out of it.
Yeah, you're right. Going back to Amuro, she's a phenomenal talent out of Japan. And I truly believe she belongs on the World Tour.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, especially seeing her. So she got the call up there for North Narrabeen. She had some early losses. But then when she made it to the Rip Curl Rottnest Search. She walked away with a quarterfinal finish. She beat Courtney Conlog in the round of 16 and had an 8.33. On the championship tour, that is very difficult to do.
It is very difficult to do, but when you have the firepower like a Muro, I was talking with her coach, Tim McDonald, about that heat and keeping it really simple, which is something we often speak about, but I think the surfers, they can get really excited sometimes, as we see Letitia here. This is a nice little wave. It's got a good taper. That's better. She's a bit earlier and gets that nice finish there. So definitely one of her better rides, as we see Zoe picking off a right here, Shannon.
Oh, a nice carve back. Sets it up again, just kind of digs that rail, lacks a little bit of speed, but now starts to find it again for the finishing section. Really loving her on her forehand. If she can get another one of those rights that stands up for her, I think it could be pretty dangerous.
For sure. I do think it's a little ambitious, though, to be looking at those rights. They just look like really hard waves to surf. I can really only think of one or two throughout the whole comp, off the left, that is, that has been you know, a standout wave. For me, on this peak, it's definitely the left, as we see Letitia here. A nice rat back to the pocket. Another nice finish. So she's starting to find her rhythm now too, as we have Zoe on this right. Nice snap out of the lip. A nice carve here. Timed it well with the lump and the backwash. Again, her equipment's looking nice. A little catch there on that carve, but through the dead water, it's looking really nice. And again, a nice finish. But again, if I'm being hypercritical, it's probably only going to be another mid-ranger. It's time for her to drop the hammer and look to try and get herself into the lead.
Amuro finding a quick backhand attack. Is she gonna, just nearly gets bumped off of the finish there, but really quick transitions between those three turns.
Definitely. And I mentioned it earlier that the judges don't mind too much if the turns are at the back or right on the shore, as long as the wave has some height to it and some steepness, and there's a critical section there, they'll give you a good score. I think, you know, you couldn't always say that the judges previously would always like to see big turns on the outside. But I think as the sport's progressing, surfers are getting very creative with how they ride the waves, and surfers can get 8 points 2 feet off the shore these days, and I like that. I think it's cool. It's not necessarily the wave. I like to look at the surfing. And
then we saw Amuro connect with this double up on the inside.
That little bottom turn there was really nice. A nice turn, but extremely difficult to get that second one in. If Amuro's finding it hard out there to finish her waves, I can tell you it's hard. She's really, really solid on her feet.
Down to 12 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Sarah Baum currently sitting in the lead, but we do have scores to come through for our bottom three surfers. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll give you that full situation update.
So we should level up, I know that life's a lot, baby, we got this chance to make it last. We should level up, we should level up.
Sarah Baum currently sitting in the lead over Zoe McDougall, Amuro Suzuki, and Letty Canales. Scores starting to come through. Sarah in the lead. Zoe's last score, a 5.57, puts her up into that second place position as we now wait for last of Amuro and Letty to drop through. For Letty, it's a 4.00. It doesn't jump her up out of that fourth place position. And Sarah Baum had this opportunity during the break.
Oh, what a double up. Just picked a beautiful wave here to serve. A couple of lovely opening carves. She can get a big finish here, send a big score. That was a well-surfed wave. And as you mentioned there, yeah, Zoe McDougall getting a 5.57 on her last ride, which is exactly what she would have wanted to hear out of that wave. I wasn't too sure how high that score would go, but that was exactly the kind of number she was chasing. Something to really start to match that 6 there from Sarah Baum. And then obviously we are waiting for another ride from her because look, I do feel Amuro Suzuki is the one to beat in this heat. She has so much firepower, and I know coming down in this final 10 minutes, I'm fairly confident she won't be, keeping those scores to finish the heat out. So it's good timing for Balmy and Zoe to start getting those scores on the board that are getting up close to that good range and beyond.
Yeah, to really start putting that pressure on, knowing that if Amuro finds herself on a set like what we just saw from Sarah Baum's replay, she could easily be looking at one of those excellent scores on the board. It was back in 2019 that Amuro got so close to qualifying that she was that single person out, that single woman outside of the line. And then Carissa Moore decided she was going to take the season off in 2020 and just take some time away from competitive surfing, which gave Amuro the opportunity. And Carissa actually called her up and told her herself that she was going to get that shot. And obviously the whole world changed, and Carissa came back to the championship tour in 2021, and Amuro got on that flight, came here in pandemic Australia to wait for the call-up. Didn't get the call-up for that first event. Stace, you were there in Newcastle. What was it like watching her then get that opportunity coming into Narrabeen and find out she was going to get in the draw?
She did get a little consolation prize up at the Gold Coast. We got very barreled that week. I will say that. I took her over to a spot that is just up the road from the points, and that was where I saw her like really shine for the first time. I was like,
amazing.
oh my God, she definitely, belongs to, deserves to be on the World Tour. And then all of a sudden there was no World Tour, so that was a bummer.
Yeah.
But yeah, fast forward to Narrabeen. Yeah, look, I think that first event it might have been obviously pretty emotional, overwhelming. I think she kind of didn't really get to show exactly what she was made of. But yeah, like you mentioned, once she sort of settled in and had a few events under her belt, and then we saw her really start to open up at Rottnest Island, the lefts there at Strickland Bay, just suit her surfing down to the ground. And yeah, she did amazing over there.
Crazy too for her to be able to build that confidence as we track with live action. Zoe McDougall on the left, Sarah Baum on the right. Nice drive off the bottom for the goofy foot. Wraps it back, looks for that finishing maneuver, and she'll ride out of it. That was a difficult section to kind of come late into. Sarah's last wave was a 6.43, sets her up with that lead. And now it's really a bigger ask on Zoe McDougall to get the advancing position away, but it's still a small score for Amuro chasing just that 4.88.
Yeah, definitely. This, like I said, there's no one really, as we get to Zoe's replay here, this was a perfect split peak. I think the ocean has made me look like a fool many a time in the past, and it certainly did it again then. That right was so much better than the left. I think this is one of the better rights of the day. Had that nice little coping on it. It didn't flatten out at all, and Balmy was able to tee off. Look at this wave. That is just exactly the wave you want to get in a heat. It's just had the nicest tempo, not too much backwash, as we see Amuro here.
Amuro now lining it up. Powerful whip on her backhand. Puts it late into the section and goes down. Sarah with a score to come through. She's got those couple of sixes. And back to that season for Amuro last year, getting that result. I think the quarters at Rottnest set her up coming into that Olympic conversation. She wasn't in qualification for the Olympics when she headed to El Salvador for the ISA World Surfing Games. And she needed to make it through quite a few heats there to kind of figure out if she was going to make it on the team. She ended up making it on, knocked out fellow countrywoman in Shino Matsuda, who had kind of pre-qualified a couple years before, but if any of the Japanese women did better than her in that event, that they were going to get the call-ups. It was this crazy thing happening, this dynamic, specifically for Team Japan on both the men's and women's side. Amuro made it through for that Olympic opportunity, and then I think it was just probably that fact that she could draw on her big results, the name she'd taken down at Rottnest, that took her to that bronze medal finish at the Olympics, where she had to take out CT surfers. She took out other surfers in the draw, more from that ISA side of conversation, who are amazing and put together some great heats. But for her, it was an opportunity to take out Caroline Marks in the bronze medal match, and she did it. It was unreal.
She nearly took out the champ in the heat before too. That was crazy. Oh, wow.
Okay, a lot to negotiate there. She makes it over the section after that first turn. Hammers through. Just trying to keep that smooth style linking in. Doesn't have a lot else on offer towards the finish. She's putting a lot of work together, but she hasn't been able to scratch out of those threes. And Sarah Baum on the wave of the heat, it's the right, gets a 7.43 for that last wave.
I really don't like being wrong. That right was amazing.
Welcome to life.
That's right. Yes, I'm still learning. It's a really, really strong lead that Sarah Baum has now in this heat.
She's one of my favorite competitors. I really enjoyed watching her kind of figure out literally the strategy and the competitive side, because I think her surfing has been there for a long time. This year on the African side of things, so she lives in Newcastle. She's been living in Australia for probably almost a decade at this stage. But because of the regional qualifiers, and she still represents South Africa, she's not an Australian citizen here. She then had to fly back to South Africa, compete in that regional series. She couldn't quite walk away with a win as we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap here with Zoe McDougall. Zoe's currently sitting in that second position.
Absolutely, a beautiful carve there. It's like I said, that wave wasn't as steep as Sarah's 7.43, but she certainly made it look like a fun wave to ride. And then this is one of the better waves that's broken all heat. A nice bowled out left, beautiful turn there to start things off. Unfortunately, couldn't add a lot of a ride into this wave. Sort of just had to get around this section. I think Sarah would have loved a vertical section to finish this wave and could have seen the score go up a bit higher. But then she found some vertical face on this wave on the right. This is what judges are looking for. Combination of major maneuvers, no downtime. Style is not in the shortboard criteria. However,
it should be.
Sarah's got plenty of it. Great style.
Ducks out of that one. So for Sarah, it was kind of this strange year where she had to go back to South Africa to try and get qualification into the Challenger Series. She actually missed qualification, so she's gotten the call-up as those replacement opportunities for these first two events, based off of the fact that while she couldn't quite take away that win in the South African events that all started pretty much from the quarterfinals with only 16 women in the draw, Sarah then came back home, competed in some events here in Australia, and she walked away second place at the Newcastle QS 5000 to Macy Callahan. Starting out in the round of 64, she took out the biggest women in the draw in Australia and really proved that she deserves to be here competing for a spot on the championship tour.
Oh, without a doubt, I'm glad to see her in the event, because I know it can be tricky for the non-residents, residents but non-citizens in Australia. So yeah, there's a few different ways you can go about it, but I'm glad to see her here. This has been a quiet last sort of 10 minutes or so for Letitia. She's been waiting patiently with priority, and she's so still in this. She only needs a 6.37.
She made that adjustment also from the beginning where her timing was off on those first couple of sections, like we saw a couple of the women in these previous heats. She's made that adjustment to figure it out. So now she can get that first opening turn.
Absolutely, yeah, you're spot on. She's definitely got her rhythm with her board in the ocean, and she kind of has a bit of a better read on it now. So if that opportunity comes, you'd like to think she's going to be able to execute.
Down to 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock, and there is a tight pack of women sitting in the lineup. Sarah currently in the lead with the most distance between herself and the others. Letty with priority and Amuro with second priority. So Zoe McDougall is going to stay close to them, but sitting under fourth priority, she really can't do much.
No, she really can't. She can kind of sell, though. She could maybe try and put one of the other surfers into a wave that she doesn't think is going to be the score. Or if a wave comes that she likes the look of, she can chuck on her best poker face and pretend that she doesn't want it. As we see Amuro getting a bit of help from the beach here. Wants Amuro to move a little more to the south.
Okay, so is that the signal? Where the nose of the board points?
Well, that's what I think. I could be wrong. I actually don't know. Look, not a big fan of signals from the beach. Everyone has different strategies. I know Glenn Hall, he would never whistle, he would never wave. Once the surfer puts on the rash, they put him on. But then I know other surfers too that are heavily involved. Jake Patterson likes to do it, and other coaches as well, as we see Letitia up and riding here, Shannon.
All right, nice couple of carves. She's got such a smooth, graceful style. I love seeing that come through for her, but she was going to need to find a wave with that good section.
Absolutely, and that's a great example there of there's absolutely no shame in waiting out a heat. It can feel like you have to ride a wave, but that wave just never had 6.37 points written on it. There's absolutely no shame in waiting your turn, because ultimately, if there's a 6.37 in this wave, she should be on it.
Okay, this is the question. Can Amuro get the score? She's chasing a 6.04. First section, it looked like it was going to really stand up for her when she took off, so she just had to go with priority. Connects it through, looks so cruisy on the inside, and puts a powerful finish, ditches those fins on the end. But a tough ask in front of her. Sarah Baum just put on an absolute style clinic, found that huge roundhouse cutback, looked so fun, had us both frothing in the boots and just getting the water safe.
Gonna go home and study that roundhouse cutback. Oh, it's cool. Do an air.
Yeah!
Yes.
Sarah Baum, newly engaged to her partner, Georgia. So excited to see their lives kicking off on a new journey. And she's now into the next round with some solid performance, some solid rail surfing in from the South African. Just behind her out of the North Shore, Zoe McDougall makes it into the women's round of 32. Stay tuned. Molly Picklum, the Pickles, paddling out right after this.
Here comes Molly Picklum, big sweep, big front side hook.
The 2022 Challenger Series has swung into action. The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro went off. We had a big performance from Molly Picklum up there. She got a second place finish, sitting in number 2 on the rankings coming into the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. She'll be out there in the yellow jersey. Leilani McGonigal representing Costa Rica out there in the blue. Rina Matsunaga, of Japan will be out there in the white, and Sasha Baker will be in the green. Should be a good clash, but just thinking about what's to come on this Challenger Series, it's going to be great from here. It's over to Ballito in South Africa. That'll kick off early July, late July. They'll be at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Then it's over to Portugal for the EDP Vizsla Pro Erasura, the Quicksilver Pro France, which will be fantastic, a mobile event which will capitalise on the best sandbars in that amazing region in October. And then on the home stretch, Sakurema for the Corona Open, Corona Pro, and then it's to Haleiwa for the last Challenger Series event of the year. So 8 contests, your top 5 results counting. 26.5 minutes to go. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman set with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And Burks, we had this wave during the break.
Yeah, this is Rina Matsunaga from Japan, and yeah, definitely women's surfing in Japan is really taking a lot of strides. A lot of young Japanese surfers have, come over to Australia to finish their high school and be part of sports excellence programs.
Leilani, this is her first ride, came through at a 3.6. Rena had a 4.33. Yet to see Molly and Sasha Baker tap into their first rides. But Molly, her surfing through the last couple of championship tour events, Bugs, and at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. What did you make of it?
Well, you know, her surfing at Margaret River actually blew me away, just how mature she was. Her carving surfing was amazing. She did the best turn of the entire tournament, and really, you know, showed that even though, okay, she didn't make the cut and she's back here, she showed her potential. And then at Snapper, it came down to the wire. It came down to that last exchange at Snapper Rocks. So she's in very, very good position to carry on and requalify if she can. These first round heats are so important, Ronnie. They you know, it's nerve-wracking for the competitors because it's such a, you know, 90. I mean, it was 64 surfers, 32 eliminated.
Yeah, brutal. And you know, a lot of those surfers that had that dud result at the first Challenger Series stop are trying to rebound, get some confidence back. Molly's not one of them, though. She's running on pure momentum at the moment. A lot of confidence, starting to drop big scores, connecting with a good-sized wave here. Just the 2 turns on the outside. Trying to climb over that double-up section, but there is going to be some steep opportunities here, steeper opportunities. Have a look at that one. Nice little reform sections for the competitors at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure when they were watching them, they were looking at those double ups, and getting over that little double onto that bowling section offers huge scoring potential. Molly, she's gets on the open face here. Once she does 2 like solid turns in this heat, and that's a pretty high degree of difficulty in that one right there.
This one, you know, potentially was setting up for an exciting finish, maybe even a little bit of a barrel ride on the inside there, but unfortunately for Sasha, unable to get over the reform, over the double-up section.
Yeah, well, Sasha, you know, she would surf a lot of these left rip bowls up there on the Sunshine Coast, and I know Sasha's competed in many. She's come through the juniors, the pro juniors, and, you know, representing Queensland, and she's been in Australian teams and a lot of heats under her belt. So as far as being battle hardened, I'm not sure about what the other girls in this heat, but Sasha has definitely been in a lot of heats. So this is a familiar territory for a rip bowl left bank on a forehand.
Yeah, from up at Majimba and part of the Board Riders Club up there. And she had great success as a youngster back in 2017. She won the National Rip Curl Grom Search Finals. They're a hotly contested grommet event. And yeah, it was sort of setting up nicely for her. She's yet to get that big breakthrough QS result, but she is starting to get herself into the final series a little bit more regularly now, and we'll see what she can do here in this first effort in the Challenger Series contest.
Yeah, well, Sasha's mum was on Queensland teams back in the day when I was representing Queensland. So, you know, that was, you know, with Michael Peterson, Peter Henno, classic teams, and her mum was a really solid surfer from the sunny coast.
Sasha unable to bank a decent score just yet, but it's a similar story across the board. Rena has got herself a 4.33, and Molly Picklum, the highest single number of the heat so far, 5.17.
Yeah, so that's a 5.17, really for one turn. You know, she got that one setup turn and then one really solid vertical backhand snap with the lip, and it just goes to show the judges will reward one turn.
Here we go, Leilani setting this one up. She's the surfer with priority out there at the moment. Nice first hit. Really clean faces out there now. You can still see there's some lumps under the surface, but really clean. You can connect with a pretty decent ride out there, and Leilani finished that one off beautifully.
Yeah, that's a really sweet ride, and Leilani, Costa Rica, now there's a wave-rich environment. She would be, you know, lots of unbelievable left-handers over there.
Got the opportunity to represent Costa Rica at the Olympics last year. What an honour.
Yeah, that's so special.
Here's Molly Picklum again. 5.17 on that first wave. Let's see what she can do with this one. Really leaning hard into these carves and putting some body torque into it to swing that board around, generate some momentum. Working hard for a speed there.
Yeah, and of course Molly herself is I'd like to know how many heats Molly Picklam's had already in her life, because she's come through the whole system, and yeah, she's a competitive animal, really.
Yeah, you were talking about competitors just being battle hardened. A lot of these young next generation rippers have been competing since before they went double digits. So really fantastic grommet careers before moving into the Pro Juniors, and now through the QS ranks and onto the Challenger Series. Leilani McGonigal has just absolutely hammered this ride. Good looking wall on the outside now. The surfer for Japan, Matsunaga, taking this one apart. Kind of liking what I'm seeing from the conditions out there at the moment. That was a tricky end section. There is still some of that feedback. There's a little deep channel just beyond the shore break section, and the energy seems to build up there before wanting to return back out to sea.
Yeah, there's a fun time. It's around about that half tide either way, coming in and going out. It's a super fun time on that bank. But Rena, yeah, I liked her setup on that one. She looked like she was going to put together a really good score. Unfortunately, came unstuck at the end. That'll be docked. So this wave here, I like the setup, Ronnie. She's got good timing on this wave. Setting up for the inside turn here. If she could just pull this off here, it would have been, I think it would have been right up there in the 5+s for sure.
Bugs, we see some heats where, you know, you're looking at competitors and thinking, wow, this is a surfer that should get into the later stages of the event. And then you have certain heats, probably like this one, where there's some, you know, a real young field out there and surfers that haven't really been campaigning on the qualifying series or the Challenger Series for a very long time. And, you know, I guess they're out there and the goals are a little different. You know, of course, everyone wants to get the heat wins. They want to get the big results and maybe get themselves close to qualifying for the championship tour. But is it really about just performing well at this point and doing the kind of surfing that warrants big numbers? Is that the initial plan when you're entering these major events for the first time?
Well, I think for the first time, it's, you know, it's pretty nerve-wracking. I think surviving that first round is a big deal. And I think maybe at your own threshold, you know, what is your benchmark of performance for a PB, for a personal best? Then that's something to take home. And when you're reviewing with your, you know, your circle, your coaches, your family.
Well, this is Sasha Baker, looking like it's going to be her best ride already. Can she finish it off on the inside? Nice little tail slide there. But I like that. Yeah, it's you know, it's something to strive for, just doing your best and bettering your own performances rather than getting caught up in the, you know, that dream of actually holding the trophy at the end of the event window. But, you know, in every other sport, that kind of seems to be the way. You know, if you're a swimmer, you're just trying to beat your times. If you can do that, you can be proud of yourself.
And it really helps with your training and your preparation, and, you know, putting your head down and going, right, I saw progression.
Molly Picklam, young, definitely has already achieved a great deal, but she does have the expectation because she's already been at the top and she finds herself back here on the Challenger Series. So for Molly, she's out there with that big goal in mind. She knows that finals will likely see her back onto the CT. She's already given herself a fantastic start.
And having said that, so the mechanics of it are that Molly is, her comfort zone is that she cuts through these things. She trusts herself. She trusts her own process within these early rounds to get the job done.
Well, Leilani's just found a bit of rhythm out here at the moment. Her last two rides have turned in a 6 and a 6.4. Looks really dialed in. Lost her footing on that last manoeuvre, but it was unlikely that one was going to go into her top two anyway.
No, she had a little flurry there where she got a couple of really decent scores, a 6.4 and a 6. And that set her up nicely for a solid lead, and they were back-to-back waves early on.
Yeah, 16 minutes to go here. Checking the clock and probably loving her position at this stage. Still, Molly Picklam has numbers on the way, and they're dropping now 4.1 for a second wave. That's moved her up in a second position already. And the Japanese competitor, Matsunaga, is looking for a 4.95 to get up into second. Sasha Baker's after an 8.2. How lucky have we been in the last couple of years to have some incredible insights into not only the surfing, women's surfing in the modern era through Make or Break and the series streaming on Apple TV+, but also the incredible documentary Girls Can't Surf, which really dove into the hardships and hurdles that past generations faced, just finding their place in a lineup. And there's some real trailblazers there that set the pace for these young competitors.
Absolutely, that movie's all about, it's like, the busting down the door. I mean, women surfing, getting to a new level, and the reality of what they've had to come through, in the lineup in a male-dominated world.
Yeah, I love some of that vision, and some of my favourite competitors on the women's side featured in that film. Pam Burridge, just love Pam's energy and was a huge fan of her surfing. Lane Beachley featured quite heavily, but Wendy Botha as well. What an unbelievable surfer and just character she was. So confident and fiery.
WB was one of my favourite surfers, and she was just she would just gun it. Like, well, I used to go down and watch her heats, when the events when we go on the tour in South Africa and other places where you knew the waves were going to be good. Wendy Botha would just tear it up, and she was electric.
And you and I have spoken about her a lot, just how classy her surfing was. Lisa Anderson.
Oh, well, Lisa was just the whole package, and she had such a brilliant feel for the ocean. She had a wonderful style. She had all the moves. She won 4 world titles and went off and, had babies. It was kind of like, she was kind of lost to the sport. I think she could have had a much longer career, but it was...
family first?
Yeah, absolutely.
But, yeah, she was an amazing champion, and, definitely set I think, the pace and inspired that next generation with her lines and her progressive surfing. Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore often reference Lisa and her surfing.
Yeah, I remember there was a time when, I'm running a tournament at Burleigh, and the guys were going, "Oh, you're not going to put the girls out." It was kind of like that vibe, and I put it was I think a quarterfinal or a semi-final, had Lisa Anderson and Rochelle Bellard, and they went out there on this really clean 4-foot, 5-foot day at Burleigh and started getting barrels and doing the cleanest lines. And I'm pretty sure a young Stephanie Gilmore would have been there watching Lisa surfing that day, and it was just awesome surfing. And Rochelle was getting also super good barrels too.
It's really fun when you think about who inspired this generation. I think we can look at the world champions on the CT right now as being those figures for these youngsters breaking through. But then talking about Lisa, Lane Beachley, Wendy, inspiring Steph Gilmore and Carissa Moore. What about the surfers that inspired people like Lane and Pam Burridge? Who were those champions?
Oh, well, I mean, I think Frida Zamba was there before those days. I mean, just slightly, but she was part of that crew, really. But the ones that really broke it down were Margot Oberg and Lynn Boyer were amazing. They're such good surfers, and obviously there was a lot of events in Hawaii, and they could handle it, like really solid Haleiwa. And, Margot was just the queen of surfing. And
what about this ride for Molly Picklum? Well, she has looked sharp through this Australian leg so far, in particular the last couple of contests, and she just went rail to rail and comboed up a couple of huge turns. I'm expecting potentially an excellent score here, Bugs. I think if it's not excellent, it's going to be in the high 7-point range.
And this just goes to show Molly, she's sitting in second place. She's had a 5. She wouldn't be happy, but she knows what she can do. And this is such a brilliant ride, so crisp, and her timing's this turn here is just world class. No claim. She's just going, yep, this is what I do.
Well, the first turn for sure could have had a little more in it. It definitely kind of flattened out, but she made up for it through the second. And just the fact, as you said, she went rail to rail. A quality wave out here is a gift, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get the number. You've still got to surf that wave to its potential, and Molly did that probably a little more, and she's up again at the moment. 10.5 minutes to go.
Yeah,
just from the opening outset, you know, there's been so much body torque in those backhand calves off the top. You can tell she's really trying to just leverage all that power and whip the board through those calves to get that speed.
Yeah, well, you're spot on. We haven't got the score yet, but, you know, very confident. Consistency, how consistently the judges have really rewarded that level of commitment and precision and power and timing.
And we saw Moana Jones-Wong earlier on. She found a wave that allowed her to go turn to turn, and she actually stepped back on her board and didn't rush it. She hit every section beautifully. We've had an interference on Leilani McGonigal out there at the moment, and that is devastating with just under 10 minutes to go. Leilani moving to the inside.
We'll have to see what happened there, Ronnie. This happened off camera.
Wow.
Look how good she's surfing.
She's surfing great, and we're going to see what happened on the outside, but that's going to be devastating. Looks like it was a priority interference too, which means she loses her entire second score. So she's going to need something unbelievable, a big number to keep herself in this heat and give herself a chance to move through the next round. Here we go. Let's have a look at what happened here. Well, that is super unfortunate for Leilani. She kind of got trapped.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't malicious. It definitely wasn't on purpose. She just got caught in a super bad spot. But I do think that she thought that Rena wasn't going to catch that wave, and she was turning for it herself.
Molly loses the back foot there. She's going to go down, but she has a monster score on the way. You could see it coming from a mile off. That previous wave looks like it's going to go into the 9-point range, and there it is, a 9.27 for the previous wave of Picklum. 8.5 minutes to go here, and just a devastating incident there for Leilani McGonigal, who's going to have to fight her way out of third place with a single ride. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll update you on that situation again in just a moment.
Throw to me.
Welcome back to the show. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl, and we've got heat number 8, the round of 64 for the women unfolding here. 7 minutes remaining in this one. Molly Picklum already has amassed an excellent heat score. Had a previous ride that dropped at 7.07, which just complements that beautiful 9.27 that she rode earlier on. 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and the big story, other than the 9.27 for Molly Picklum, is the interference against Leilani, and she was sitting in second position. Here it is again. So the surfer in white, Rena, has unconditional right away. She's got priority, and Leilani just kind of got trapped on the inside there, Bugs.
Yeah, if anything, I would say this is more of a cautionary tale in that, you know, it was still questionable whether Rena was actually going to get that wave, and I think Leilani was going, is she going to go this side of me or that side of me? And she just got caught in the headlights. She just got caught in a bad position. So she definitely didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, I think the competitors are kind of hashing it out or breaking it down out the back. But Leilani, I think at one point it looked like Matsunaga was maybe going to go to the left side of her, and then just the wave was kind of, the energy in the wave was sort of pushing her towards almost fading into the wave. And Leilani was just kind of caught in between. But when you're scrapping without priority on the inside, you've got to be so careful in that situation.
And that's why I say it's a cautionary tale, because I mean competitors have really got to take notice. You know, with 4 in the heat, with surfers without priority scrapping around, you're going to be in that little whirlpool of impact zone, and this is the sort of thing where you can get yourself in a bit of bother.
Well, it's just so devastating because Leilani would be in second position without the interference.
Oh, solidly, Dave. Because Rena now with that 806, well, Leilani has to get a Molly Picklum style 9+ to get through this heat.
Marco Giorgio yesterday had a paddling interference. There was no priority. That's losing half your second score. So, you know, he was still within reach, or had a better chance than what Leilani's going to have here, because she's got to get the job done now with just a single ride. On a priority interference, you lose your entire second score. So she's looking for an 8.06. I mean, the way she's surfing it's not out of the question, but as soon as Sasha Baker or Rena start comboing up a couple of reasonable rides, it gets really difficult.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we look at it right now, if she only lost half the ride, she'd be still coming second. You know, if she only lost half her score on the second ride, she'd still be on about a 9, probably about a 9.7 right now.
It's actually really difficult to watch, isn't it? Because it was such an unfortunate situation. Like you said, there was no intent. It wasn't malicious. It was just a confusion, really, in just positioning.
And you're right. See, what did happen was the wave then moved. The wave moved back onto the bank, and so instead of going to on the shoulder side of her, the wave itself moved back onto the bank, and Rena had to go with it, and that had Leilani in that halfway position. Even if she'd been facing her or facing the other way, I don't think that would have happened.
Yeah, and Leilani is visibly upset. Because this isn't local board riders. There's not another contest next month. And you know, there's major points up for grabs. There's prize money to help fund your campaign on the Challenger Series. As we see Molly just looking freed up. Not a lot of opportunity on this wave, but just absolutely ripped the board through that backhand carve.
And the brand of surfing that Leilani's doing, you know, she could have gone deep into this tournament. You know, I was really impressed with her surfing. You know, it's still, while it remains under, you know, under 8, under 9, she's still within reach of this. She could get an 8.5.
My mind, you know, it's just going back to that situation down there at Bells Beach we saw in the Men's Championship Tour event, where Jackson Baker put a solid lead on Geordie Smith, and in the final stages there was a wave coming in and Geordie had an opportunity. He kind of pretended that he didn't want it, then swung at the end when Jackson had his back to him. Now, Geordie was definitely trying to play games. It was a tactical maneuver, but in actual fact, Jackson was really lucky as well, because he was sitting inside of Geordie's position without priority.
I thought that was an interference.
But if you're in the face of your competitor when you don't need to be, you're basically leaving yourself open to a decision like that.
Oh yeah, again, like on that wave, on that particular zone, Jackson just got himself in a position to maybe get that wave, but Geordie was just up the back of him was steeper, and where Geordie was, he would have had to take off at an angle. I mean, you know, it was a line ball decision.
But the fact remains that Geordie was outside of where Jackson was sitting, and Jackson could have potentially been his path. If he just took off and rode into Jackson, Jackson would have been stuffed.
Totally.
So it's, you know, it is a sketchy one to sit in a position potentially inside the path of your rival when they've got priority. Leilani, she's still after an 8.06 at this point.
Look how good.
Great first turn. It would be amazing if she could get herself out of trouble, but she's running out of time here. Less than a minute to go. That wave's not going to do it.
And look at, I mean, that slashing cut back there. If she could put that together, 3 of them together on a wave, she'd have that score. But, you know, maybe she's not thinking, you know, maybe she just thinks it's gone.
Must be hard. Must be hard to get your head back in it. 35 seconds to go. Bugs, you know, no doubt, all the heats that you've surfed, you've had some experiences where those calls have gone against you, and you know, they must be hard to digest.
Yeah, it was hard for the other guys, for sure.
15 seconds remaining here. I mean, the story of this heat has been the interference, unfortunately. It's just such a, you know, a big call. Leilani was unable to save herself with a single ride, but, you know, we've got to shift the attention to Molly Picklum and the scores that she put together in this heat. A total of 16.34.
Yeah, it was a brilliant performance by Molly, and she's shown her intention that the hunger's still there. She's not celebrating. Sometimes when you do get second in a tournament, you go to the next one feeling like you're the #1 contender.
Yeah, it was an amazing effort, and we'll see why as we dive into the Harvey Norman Heat recap. Got started early, Bugs. Some nice turns off the top, but just her ability to just link these turns together.
Yeah, well, that started out, that was in the 5s, that one, and this is going up into the 8s. This is a brilliant ride.
This was the 927.
927, bang.
Yeah, well into the excellent range. This was the horrible situation with Leilani.
Yeah.
Getting the priority interference call there, and had to get the job done with a single ride. It was a big number she was after, up into the excellent range. Molly Picklum, though, dominant performance, charging through to the next round. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we've got one of the most stacked heats of the opening round for the women.
Here on the northern beaches, it's got such a good culture, such a good surf scene. You can always find a nice little wave anywhere along this coast. When I'm not in the water, me and my partner Em just love to go see what Sydney has to offer. We love going on walks, and it's always good to go for a coffee down at the local cafes, and so many amazing restaurants. You can always find a nice trendy spot. I'm so proud to be from New South Wales. I love telling all my mates from around the world how good it is here.
Well, Molly Picklum on screen just put together one of the highest scoring heats that we've seen on the Challenger Series this year. Dropped a 9.27, breaking it down with her coach there, Glenn Hall. She looks sharp.
Molly is on fire. She really wants this. She wants back on tour, Ronnie.
Ronnie Blakey with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew here on the Harvey Norman set to call Heat 9, the round of 64 for you. Bronte McCauley, the Australian, will be out there in the red jersey. It's an all-Australian affair, actually. Nikki Van Dyke, a former CT surfer, looking to get back there, will be in the blue. Zali Kelly, a young campaigner on the rise, in the white. And True Starling, part of our commentary team here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. She's out there in the green.
Yeah, this is a pretty spicy heat.
Well, True knows that she's got her work cut out here because she's up against some really tough customers. And it looks like it's going to be Bronte getting things started early here, Bugs.
Yeah, well, we've seen the backhand attack of Bronte McCauley in the West and that snapper. And now she's on a forehand. Zali Kelly. Again, an early wave for Zali. Wow. She's taken a leaf out of Molly's books here.
Yeah, she's a real talent, Zali. She made the Challenger Series last year with a big run on the regional QS ranks, but turned down the place in the Challenger Series so that she could finish school. She managed to get herself back to the top end of the QS ranks again, and here she is having a full run at the Challenger Series schedule. First score came through for Zali at a 7. True Starling here. Wow, really leaning that board over through that first turn. Sticking with it, rolling through to the inside. True grew up just to the north of here at Narrabeen. She's been mentored by the great Damien Hardman, Nathan Hedge, and she's obviously a phenomenal talent.
When you grow up at North Narrabeen, Ronnie, you are going to have a great backhand.
Yeah, of course, Laura Aniver, a big hero for her as well, and Laura has won this contest before. That was back in 2015. Wouldn't True love to break through for a big, major victory here at home on the Northern Beaches?
Yeah, she certainly would, and she's got to get through a mighty little sort of mountain to begin her campaign. This is one of the tougher heats. There's some battler, some CT experience in this heat.
It sure is. True keeps herself very busy when she's not doing the commentary. She's got an amazing online media magazine called murmurmag.com. It is so cool. It's got such great insights on all the women charging through the Challenger Series. Great profile pieces as well. Zali Kelly going on the lookout for a backup number here. Just loses contact with that back foot. I think the cold's actually wreaking a bit of havoc out there at the moment. There's been a few surfers slipping off.
Yeah, that last, the finishing turn has been a tricky one. But that's what happens when you're just trying to squeeze that extra one in. And, you mentioned earlier about when Moana, she just sort of stood on the board and waited for the section. Sometimes it's better just to say, instead of trying to squeeze 3 in, just getting 2 really solid turns in.
Nikki Van Dyke's been looking super inspired to get herself back onto the CT. This is a great looking wave, and Nikki's just let go of a serious combination of big turns there. A lot of spray coming off the rail. Zali Kelly had a 7 earlier on. She had a little less work, but one big opening turn. I think that score might be pretty large as well. Bronte getting in on the action. That way laying down just a little bit on her. Now True Starling gets an opportunity. Plenty of consistency out there this afternoon. True's going to go down on that first section. So waiting on the numbers to roll through, but expecting something pretty solid for Nikki Van Dyke.
I'm thinking excellent.
Let's have another look at it, Bugs.
The timing is unbelievable. From the first turn here, such incredibly good timing off the top. Really sharp surfing. Really well put together this wave. That's 4 massive turns. I couldn't see it going anywhere except the excellent range.
Well, Nikki Van Dyke, the 2012 World Junior Champion, 2017, had a CT win in Portugal. A number of years on the championship tour. 7, in fact. And in that time, her best finish came the same year she won that CT event. She finished 7th. But the 27-year-old got bumped off the CT last year, and she wants to get herself back there. Looked good on the Gold Coast too. Zali Kelly, though, she's putting the early pressure on, dropping some good scores here. Nikki Van Dyke up once again. Nice little whip off the top. Nikki's had a couple of victories here at Manly Beach. She won in 2016, also 2018. Bronte McCauley up at the moment. Just loses it, trying to just squeak 2 turns into a short amount of space there. Didn't have much speed for the final manoeuvre.
Yeah, Bronte, you know, she looks like she's really, on a forehand, she's surfing a lot faster than we've seen her on a backhand, but obviously on a backhand we've seen her in pretty solid waves. I mean, I like how loosened she's surfing. Just as you said, she's really trying to squeeze turns in very quickly. And if she gets one of these waves that peels off like the ones that Nikki and Zali have got, Bronte's going to do some damage too. Zali Kelly, she's just opening up. This is going to be a good backup to that 7.
So Zali's just really focused on the pocket of these waves and not getting too far out on the open face. And standing back and just waiting to see what the wave serves up before leaning into those bigger turns.
She's very measured on the bottom turn. Okay, here we go now. True Starling. She needs to get into the heat, Ronnie.
Yeah, she does. True looks to have that patience though at the moment, but doesn't get that final turn right. But she did kind of cruise her way into the opening stages of that ride, waited for a moment to let go of that first turn. But the falls are going to hurt her. Against surfers of this caliber, you've got to make those moves stick.
Well, Nikki scores in.
Yeah, you're right. Up into the excellent range. 8.5 for Nikki Van Dyke. She jumps into the lead.
She's got another one to back up here. She'll improve on that 3.83 as well. So in a probably a 90-second period there, Nikki Van Dyke has taken command of this heat.
Great to see Nikki Van Dyke out last night supporting the launch gala event for the Alex Chumpy Pullen Foundation. And the motto there is all in. Nikki couldn't go all in last night. She had to compete today, but it was a fantastic night. Great speakers, hosted by Matt Shervington, an Australian sprinter, Olympian. Mick Fanning was on hand. Laura Enova helped pull the event together. A couple of years ago in a tragic accident, Chumpy Pullen actually passed away. He drowned, and he's got a young family. He was an incredible athlete. He was flag bearer for the Australian Winter Olympic team a few years back, and his foundation is about giving opportunities to those less privileged to get down to the snow and maybe tap into, you know, that incredible sport and way of life. But it was great to see Nikki on hand and getting behind the foundation launch.
Yeah, that's awesome, and you know that was it was really a tragedy. It shook us all up there on the Gold Coast when that happened.
Here goes Nikki Van Dyke, representing last night, representing well today. Already an excellent score, and I love the timing on that manoeuvre. You know, quite often when you're faced with an oncoming section, you know, it's easy to just think, hit what's coming at you, but to get that move done a little bit earlier and get the release of all that rail is a thing of beauty. Nice swoop as we go to the replay here. There it is.
Oh, wow. Nikki's just really a class act. And it looks like she's even improved the surfing.
Yeah, well, for someone that's, you know, spent a long time on the championship tour, maybe it was just the fire that she needed to get knocked off and just reevaluate what her goals were in the future. But through these first couple of Challenger Series events, she's looked sharp. She's got a long way still to go here at Manly, but it's been a positive start so far to this heat.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, one of my sponsors said, you know, look, you've been on the tour for so long, maybe we need to, you know, he was investing in racehorses at the time, and he said, we need to spell you and put you out to spell. You know, that's what they do in racehorsing. They put you out on the paddock for a few months, and then they bring you back for racing. Unfortunately, in surfing, if you have a spell, you're at the bottom of the QS. You know what I mean? Like, that's the gnarly thing when you're holding on to rankings and that, you really just can't take a year off.
Now, remembering this is live TV, Bugs, what did you tell him?
No, hang on, this is live TV, Ronnie.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
I don't think the competitive fire of Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew would have taken that too kindly.
Oh, I said, oh, look, I'm not Mr. Ed.
No horsing around. Nikki Van Dyke up again. Just really just looks on today. I mean, completely jinxed her with that final manoeuvre, but I think she's still got another score to come through for that clean combination on that previous ride. 16 minutes to go, though. This has been a classy championship tour-like performance from someone who wants to get back there.
Oh, it really is. It's showing a lot of intent.
You bring up a great point, though. I think Nikki maybe did have to get away from competition and reevaluate things because she lost a major sponsor. She lost her place on the CT. Oh, I'm so glad that she's here fighting here at this second stop on the Challenger Series. As we see True Starling with a great opening manoeuvre, now cutting back to the bowl. So showing good variation at the moment. True's made the move with the family up to Cabarita, where you can tell she's been doing some work on the forehand.
Yeah, just to, that point, to go a bit deeper with it. I mean, when you're on tour, it's one thing when you're contending for world titles and you're in that race all the time. But when you sort of get into that middle thing and say your ranking dropped to about number 12 or 15 or something, you can find that it's a little stifling, as we see True on a forehand, trying to get something going in this heat, Ronnie. And when you get stifled as an athlete, your surfing looks a bit stale. It's true. And you look at how many surfers, once they get off the tour, they freshen up, they do the best surfing of their life. I mean, Josh Kerr is a classic example. The surfing he's done in the last few years, on these twin fins and the freedom of it is sensational. The best of his career, the best of his surfing. And it's just the freedom. But then when you're able to put that together and say, right, I've got that intent, I'm prepared to get in the trenches with these surfers at this caliber, at this level, and fight your way through like Nikki is, I salute that.
Bronte McCauley up at the moment. But Bronte, much like True Starling, is really just trying to get things kick-started here. Just can't get the motor running at the moment as Nikki takes an awkward fall on the inside there, that board flipping over. Looks like she was far enough on up the board, though, that she didn't come into contact with those fins. 14 minutes to go here. And Van Dyke's second score for that previous ride. The big combo has come through, 7.07, well out in front now. Zali Kelly's after an 8.57 to get into first, but she's locked up second position pretty nicely here at the moment. True Starling starting to push a little bit harder. Maybe that desperation coming into play because she needs a 9.34 to get into second. Bronte McCauley's after a 9.1. At this stage, they must still be thinking, I can do this with two rides.
Well, what happens too is that when you've got Zali Kelly, one of your opponents coming up with a 7, then you've got Nikki Van Dyke with an 8.5, you tend to go, well, I've got to push it beyond my safe and beyond my comfort zone. Now, it's well within Bronte's had some big performances and she's come back in some big heats. But she's putting a lot of half rides together. She hasn't sort of settled.
She hasn't yet had that high quality championship tour level maneuver just yet in this heat. Even that wave was a bit of a smaller ride. She did finish this one off, which is a positive, but I think everyone is very aware of the capability of Bronte McCauley. So we're waiting for that to come to the party here as Zali looks to replace the 6.27.
And seeing Zali's name in your heat too, you're up against, like Zali, Molly Picklum, these young surfers coming through. They're not only energetic, but they are well grounded and their repertoires are mature beyond their years.
Yeah, I think Zali Kelly probably goes into this heat just going, cool. Nikki Van Dyke, Bronte McCauley, True Starling, I got a shot. I think for True Starling, it's probably a much bigger challenge when she saw this heat on paper. 12 minutes to go here, and we're going to take a quick break, but still plenty to come in what is one of the most stacked heats of the round. Welcome back. A big day of competition here once again on the Challenger Series, stop number 2. And the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, hasn't disappointed. There's been some really solid heats, some big numbers dropped out there in the lineup at the moment. Nikki Van Dyke has a pair of really solid scores, one up in the excellent range, above that 8-point mark, sitting on an 8.5 and a 7.07. Zali Kelly's been strong, a couple of solid rides for her. Bronte McCauley has just dropped her best number, a 6-point ride, and she's now after a 7.27 to get the second. So she's given herself a chance. This is the 6-point ride. But True Starling's in a bit of trouble here. She needs a 9.34 with just on 10 minutes to go. That's to get the second position.
Well, you know, True's just got to get herself a 5. Just a 5 would just sort of settle her, and she'd be able to get into the heat. Bronte's done that with that 6.
I've got big raps on True Starling, though. A really sharp mind, really competitive, stays composed. Even just chatting to her about heats in the commentary, you can see that, you know, she understands her position. She'll look to get on a high-quality ride soon and put up her best number and give herself a chance in the final stages here. Potentially lining one up here at the moment. Lets this one slide by. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat. Molly Picklum is with Kaipo.
Wow, Molly, 9.27. That's one of the best wave surfs so far in the competition. Talk me through that.
Yeah, I actually felt like I had nerves in that heat, so I was kind of just getting to the end of it, you know. I just wanted to draw my lines and finish a wave, and yeah, I'm really happy I got rewarded for that, because then when I feel good, hopefully they go higher. So yeah, feeling good.
Well, looking forward, this must give you a ton of confidence. You just posted an excellent 2-wave total.
Yeah, of course it is, especially when you're not feeling that great, because then there's only more to come. And to get through the first heat, I feel like you kind of want to get through heats, so then you create momentum. I actually had a thought the other day where I was like, you kind of feel like you're drowning in those earlier heats, and then like as finals day comes around, you like see who your other competitors are. But for now, it's just, yeah, keep trying to make heats.
Thanks for the great surfing, Molly.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, Molly looking sharp.
Thank you.
I think, you know, you could look at it as a massive game of musical chairs. As we see True trying to find one of those chairs, those seats in the next round. Just digging in, just really working hard for her points there, but it just didn't happen.
You know, I've got to tell you, Ronnie, I got my own theory on a few things too. I mean, I used to, you know, like run a few events where it was like I was the contest director, the commentator, the media guy. And at the end of those events, after 4 days of commentary, I'd go out on a right-hander and take off my board and want to go left. I mean, I was all at sea. I think commentating and surfing heats is a difficult combination. I've got to tell you.
Well, True's been working overtime too. She's had a big few days. She has been finding her time to get out there, and we've been giving her some breaks so she could go surfing. But like I said, I think True mentally has the capacity to do that. I think she's a surfer that looks beyond competition for challenges in life. That's evident in the quality of work she's producing on mermanmag.com. But here we go. Bronte McCauley unable again to find the finish. That's really hurt her on a few rides. She's taken a couple of falls, but she has chipped away at the requirement. She needs a 7.27 now.
Yeah,
that wave's not going to do it though.
Yeah, but I kind of felt she fell back into that pattern she started with there. I thought Bronte would go out there and maybe really wait for one of these waves that she can line up with, and you know, she's so capable of getting like a 7.5 or an 8-pointer.
Well, that wave didn't really work out too well for Zali, but she had an opportunity to unload a big first turn right in the face of Bronte McCauley. 6.5 minutes to go here. Nikki Van Dyke just so far out in front, just looking so solid. I mean, Zali's in second spot, hanging on to a 7, but she still needs an 8.57 to get into the lead.
Yeah, and Bronte, you know, isn't out of this by any means. She only needs a 7.27. Like, that is well and truly within her wheelhouse if she gets the right wave. That 6 was only a pretty short, sharp ride. Without a big finish, but she got some good work done.
Here's the Harvey Norman recap. Zali Kelly with possibly the turn of the heat so far. Looked really sharp in that opening exchange. Banked a 7-point ride, put herself in a good position.
Yeah, it was really based on that one really good turn, but this is like 4 good turns. This is some of the crispest surfing.
Big pack of kids finishing school coming down to watch the highlights. And this Harvey Norman recap has plenty of them. Nikki Van Dyke, what about this combination?
This is sensational. Nikki is showing championship form.
And sometimes you don't need to lay all your cards out in that first heat. She had the 8.5, and on that wave, you know, it was solid surfing, but she could have attacked the end section a little bit more. Looking forward to this next heat, Bugs.
Yeah, Dimity Stoyle.
Dimity Stoyle is going to be hitting the lineup. A really disappointing result for her, you'd have to say, on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks, where, you know, she's really found her place in that lineup. She didn't leave. Stop number 1 of the Challenger Series with a big result to count on. So she's looking to bounce back here at Manly.
Yeah, well, and she went so close the previous year to actually qualifying for the CT, and then she roared through the regional leg. But Snapper, and she's posted so many, you know, great footage, great sequences, barrel riding, incredible carving, but no, it didn't happen for her during the Boost Mobile Pro.
Going to find a nice little seat down there to watch that one unfold. Might even hit the Cooper's little VIP zone there.
There you go.
Yeah. The thing that's going to be interesting about this next heat is all that highlight free surfing vision that we saw of Dimity during the last couple of years was all captured on the forehand. We'll see what she can do on the backhand here. See if she can match it with her good friend Nikki Van Dyke.
Well, Bronte McCauley has got herself now into the priority position with just under 4 minutes remaining.
And this is where I feel Bronte's really improved. I mean, her surfing has no question come along in the last couple of years. The break from competition, I think, served her better than maybe any other competitive surfer on the women's side. But it's been her ability to absorb pressure in situations like this, where in the past I feel like we've seen her, you know, fall away and maybe just crumble under the pressure.
She's matured into a top-class competitor in all aspects.
Nikki Van Dyke on the forehand. Nice carve there, doesn't get over into the double-up section. But, I mean, Bronte's got to overcome a bit more than, you know, a big heat score here. She's been falling a lot in this heat. Her wave selection's been off, so she's got to completely recompose herself.
Yeah, it is the wave selection more than anything. That's what's led to her having to force these quick fire maneuvers into a wave that hasn't allowed her to slow down and just open up with that massive repertoire she's got. Now's the time to do it. If you know, she needs the ocean to cooperate, because Zali, look at Zali Kelly just right there in a wheelhouse.
Looked like they were sitting on the same board then for a second. You got to hang tight there with your competitors and remind them of who's in charge. Zali Kelly holds the lead, and it's a pretty decent one over Bronte. But Nikki Van Dyke's been dominant. You can see True Starling. She's just been trying to push it as hard as she possibly can on those insiders without that priority. Chip away at the big requirement that she's after, but just isn't working out for her. Here goes Bronte going after that near excellent score. Nice rip to get started. Has some speed for this section. It almost crumbled over the top of her board there, and she wasn't able to really connect with it the way she would have liked. So I don't see that one going into the sevens. Nikki there, though, is again just looking super patient, picking her moments beautifully. The timing's been spot on.
And here's Zali
on a good sized wave. And Zali gets a couple of decent turns there, and she's going to bail out of that ride, ejects out of it. She's going to try and get the priority back over Bronte here.
That is very clever surfing for someone of her age, but talk about a well-grounded competitor. That's priority special right there. This wave, it just right there looked very promising. Great slashing first move. Just gets caught up here, goes for it. But then nothing else, you know, she had to get over that double up if there was a chance. It needed more that wave. Zali adds another nice little backhand combo to her tally.
Oh, yeah, it's hard to tell when you're looking at it from that side on angle just how critical those turns might look from the judge's perspective. But she was trying to replace 6.27. 35 seconds to go.
I just saw Zali paddle on the other side of Bronte, so she's now in control, because look at this, they're both paddling for this wave, and Zali will get it, but and time is really against Bronte. She needs one right behind her. This would have been pretty handy if Bronte was able to get this one.
Yeah,
not sure what it's offering though.
No, it's kind of filling up, a couple of double up sections in it. No major turns done just yet.
No. There's Bronte behind her, I think. No.
It was Nikki having a look at one. Bronte's, I think, maybe still on the outside. I don't know if she's going to get into this one in time. But I mean, Bronte, I love the way she gets so compact. She has those turbines working to generate that speed. But that last ride that she had a go at was a 6.07. Well, so she got some credit for it, but she needed something a bit steeper.
Yeah, look, we gave an early concession that we conceded the heat to Nikki Van Dijk halfway through, and that there was a scrap for second. And Zali Kelly, you know, she just surfed a brilliant heat from start to finish. That 7 to start with really established her in a great place. And then she saw it out.
I still feel like she might improve on her numbers too. She's still got another score on the way.
Yeah.
I was like, so many waves.
And she still had that sort of that grommet, catching a lot of waves.
Yeah, yours was.
Look how many waves Nikki Van Dijk got.
Yeah, really strong. Nikki was busy, but the work was done early on. A solid heat score total, and the other numbers still rolling through for Zali, but it's going to be better, I think, than maybe a 6.527. Yeah, she got a 6.3, so slightly improved on the 6.27, and she is moving through to the next round. We're going to take a quick break. More action coming from the round of 64 here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl in just a moment. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League Australia. And by Coopers, official beer of the World Surf League Australia.
Welcome back to the action for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. The women's round of 64 has been underway for most of the day. We kicked off bright and early with that men's round of 96 to finish out those last 4 heats, Richie, and they were pretty good ones, but now we've been full throttle into the women's draw.
Yeah, and it's been some great surfing, and I feel like the energy in the ocean's just kicked up a notch or two in the last hour as this tide's run out, which is kind of against the grain. Normally when that tide turns, it sucks the energy back out, but it's doing the opposite today, and that last heat was great. Big scores.
Yeah, some huge scores. We've been really enjoying it from the Harvey Norman host set, just comfortably tucked away from the rain, as there's been so much of it coming down today. all rugged up in our big jackets and ready for more action through the afternoon. In heat number 10, we've got Dimity Stoyle, Mafalda Lopez, Havana Cabero, and Keely Andrew. 2 surfers in the draw, the Australians, both out of the sunny coast with exceptional CT experience, up against 2 young women looking to put their name on the map here with a big international field stacked against them. As we take a look at what Dimity Stoyle got up to in the break.
Yeah, not a bad wave for Dimity. Just starts to wind up through the midsection here, bringing it all the way through. She would have been watching Nikki Van Dyke in that last heat and inspired by her performance. And Dimity is really motivated at the moment to find her way back onto the championship tour. Recent signing, obviously, new sticker on the board, so that's exciting as well. And Dimity's been in great form these last couple of years. Surfing's really improved. And in good company, that little pack that they have, Dimity and Nikki and Laura and Steph all hanging out together and really feeding off each other's energy.
Yeah, I think it's been one of the coolest packs that's come through within women's surfing, definitely in this modern generation, because they've helped to push each other to become some of the most stylish surfers that we've seen on the women's tour, as well as being some of the most dynamic when it comes to really critical surfing. Keely Andrew now tagging the lip on that second section. She's also hungry to get herself back in that mix. She fell off tour at the end of last season, didn't re-qualify through the Challenger Series, and now has that road ahead of her again. As we see Mafalda Lopez linking it together through to the inside. Beautiful wrap. Great engagement of the rail. Tags the lip to finish. And we've got a heat on our hands. Dimity opened up with a 5.17 for that first ride.
Yeah, not a bad way to start. A 5.17 mid-range score. Should be looking to build on that. Just a little glitch at the front of that, the start of that wave, Shannon, was always going to keep the score somewhat low and in that mid-range. Here's a replay here of Mafalda on her opening left-hander, just streaking through to this inside section here. You can see the water starting to pull through back onto the sandbank. That high tide and that energy going out through the rip sort of calmed down a little bit, but as that tide has turned, we're seeing that water moving back out again.
25 minutes on the clock. Havana now getting her opening ride underway. Nice couple snaps to start off with. Linking it together, and finds that critical section now to finish with. She'll come through just under the lip, and she did already open up with a 1.23, so she's now going to put a second score on the board. And Mafalda Lopez out with a stronger start than Keely Andrew with a 4.67 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, so building, something to build on here. 4.67 we saw in that last heat. It was the 7s and 8s that were getting the win. Something to aspire to there with the scoreline, but good to get some scores on the board and get into the groove. Let's watch the replay here of our surfer in white. Havana just starting to get to know these little left-handers, just cutting that first turn just a little bit short. It's always nerve-wracking, the first heat, first ride, just getting into that comfort zone. Sometimes you just need to get it done. Even if it isn't a big score, you get underway, you get moving, and start to get into the rhythm, the flow of the heat.
Dimity looking to continue that rhythm after her opening 5.17. She's got a good-looking face in front of her, connects with it on the backhand. Links it together. That style coming through, it's normally what we see from her forehand surfing. We heard Ronnie Blakey calling it out just before she paddled out to see how she would fare on her backhand, because we just don't get to see her even going left very often.
No, she's got rightitis, and yes. Just always, up at the right-hand points up around Queensland, it's a tough ask to go and just get your backhand all groomed and ready for a small beach break when it's totally the opposite up north there. But she's doing all right.
She's doing great. We got a split peak out in the lineup. We're going to track now with Mafalda. Nice carve to start. Tags it up into the lip. Just bites that's a tricky one. Right on top of Dimity Stoyle. Dimity trying to get out of the way as well. Mafalda just not able to ride out of that turn.
Paddle battle.
Paddle battle has ensued.
Yeah, she may have just had her in her peripheral vision there. Maybe just caught off a little bit with the concentration, but it was a late entry into the wave, but a nice carve to start things off. Tries to put a little bit of extra emphasis into the first turn, and then the second turn there, she definitely would have had Dimity in her sights. Maybe just put her timing off a little bit there, but Nothing really Dimity could have done. She was doing her best to stay out of the way. And this is Dimity on the replay, just working this wave all the way through. It's really tight radius snaps, and unfortunately just overcooks it a little bit on that final turn. So she'll be leaning to clean that up.
Scores to come through now. It's kind of ironic that it was Dimity there in that situation, trying to get out of the way as Mafalda was trying to finish that in section. With Keely Andrew now a good looking right in front of her. This is exactly where her comfort spot unlocks. She finds that speed. She's going to engage with a pocket, throw some spray. Now wraps back through this dead section. She's going to hang with it, hoping to get that good finish that we've seen coming through plenty of rights throughout the week, and finds that lip line to float through and finish.
Really good wave for Keely Andrew. And a rare right-hander, but as I said, there's a pulse happening right now. The energy of the ocean, I think it may have been just a little shift in the direction of the swell, just by a couple of degrees, is just bringing all these swell lines in. A great carve to start this one off, drops down as it starts to pocket out, comes round onto the open face again. And Keely just working this one all the way through to the inside. She could see right now, she knew it was going to go again. Just comes into the junction section and rides out super clean. So very controlled snap to start things off, and great adjustment there as that wave just cupped out, and she was able to just put a little bit more weight on the back part of the board. Gets back up into another clean snap. Very centered way of surfing, Keely. You can see there all the weight went over the front foot, and then she balanced it out.
Scores to come through for Keely Andrew. Scores come through for Lasso Pavana Cabrero as well. I was remembering back to being in Haleiwa, and there was a moment when Dimity Stoyle, she did well in the Challenger Series last year, and she had an opportunity to qualify. She needed to make it through to those final rounds at Haleiwa. And she took off on this wave in a 4-woman heat there, and she was coming into that toilet bowl section. It was a heavy section, and she needed to tag the lip and finish, and she likely would get the score she needed to make it through and advance through that heat. She had to kick out, though, as another competitor, Letty Canales, was just underneath her. Exactly how that scenario unfolded. And Dimity, just having her caught in her eyesight there, had to bail through, ended up going incomplete on the maneuver, obviously, just with Letty not even having any opportunity to get herself out of the situation. And Dimity didn't get the score, and it may have cost her qualification for the championship.
Wow, tough one.
As we see Keely now with a big section in front of her, she'll kick out and scores in for that last right. She's going to keep looking for him because she just found herself an 8.33.
Yeah, it was a great wave, and I think the score is spot on there. Just a big running right-hander. And they won't... this is going to be a tricky lineup this afternoon. It will be forever changing. It'll change from heat to heat.
What's it like being in that situation, knowing that you're at a spot where every hour, even every half hour, the takeoff zone is shifting, the right waves are shifting, standing on those shorelines, watching it beforehand? Is it important to pay close attention?
Oh, yeah. It's more than important. It's everything. You know, this is different to, say, tennis, and where you're looking at, you know, the tennis court. That thing's not changing. The ocean is consistently changing with every single second that passes. So you need to be, you need to be really in touch with the ocean and how it changes and the patterns of it and what the tides are doing. And all our surfers, they're really good ocean men and women. And it becomes instinctual, I think. The more time you spend in the ocean, you start to really tap into the rhythm of it. You understand as the sets start rolling in, the rhythmic nature of it. But yeah, that half an hour before the heat is very crucial to be paying attention to what's going on in the lineup.
It's exactly what we've seen from so many of those surfers today, paying close attention to it. Nikki Van Dyke did well with that. She walked away with a 15.57 heat total, and Stace Galbraith is checking in with her.
Phillip Island or Manly?
Yeah, Manly, I guess. But it definitely felt so much like home back there. Yeah, it was like a little rip bowl of woolies. So yeah, I felt very at home out there. I was actually really nervous for some reason. I think when you have a couple of days out of the water, and yeah, I was just so hyped on snapper and going right. So when I got here, I was like, oh, it's a bit of a rude shot going left. So yeah, stoked to make that one, and yeah, just want to keep surfing heats, Stace.
Well, if you keep surfing like that, I reckon you'll surf a lot more heats. Talk to us about having, you know, such a strong backhand and seeing this left rip bowl. You must have, it must have been hard to kind of settle the nerves.
Yeah, I know. I've actually felt really wobbly. Like I know I got some really good scores, but I actually felt pretty wobbly. And yeah, I kind of think I need to have a couple more surfs and go left. I've just been surfing so many rights recently, so yeah, a couple more lefts, and we'll be good.
And a pretty special night last night.
Oh my God, I was just saying, like, yeah, I broke down this morning, just so emotional, just really moved by last night's event. Chumpy's foundation, the gala last night was so beautiful and just so inspired by, you know, the impact he had on so many different types of people, all walks of life. And yeah, it was beautiful to be a part of it. It was an honor, really, wasn't it? It was a really special night. So yeah, super inspired by Chumpy, and I'll take that into the water today.
You certainly did. Thanks for your time, Nikki.
Well done to Nikki and Richie. I think there's a few people around the contest side that have been taking inspiration after last night.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the Chumpy Foundation, and that was the inaugural gala night, and there was a lot of people there. A big turnout from, you know, snowboarding industry, surfing industry, businesses around Australia, and it was a great turnout. Obviously, the family there as well. But yeah, some emotional speeches, some heartfelt speeches, and inspirational stuff. Really, really good.
Taking Nikki Van Dyke through to a win today here in Manly, feeling at home for her as well. I mean, she's far from home, but how nice it is to just get out into conditions that feel like a wave she would have grown up surfing at, to be able to just tap into that almost auto drive and find the right waves with sections similar to anything she would have grown up competing in as well.
Yeah, for sure. You know, probably being a little hard on herself there. But as a surfer, you know when you're on, and you know when you feel like you've put in a good performance. And it's one thing to get the scores, but it's another thing to come in and go, yeah, I felt totally comfortable and totally on. And you know, Nikki's good enough in that last heat. She got some great waves, and she knew that if she just surfed, you know, maybe at even 70%, she was going to get some great points on the board. So the exciting news for us is that she's got more in the tank, and she's got a couple more gears there, and hopefully as this contest rolls out, we'll see more of Nikki Van Dyke.
Yeah, she'd be feeling so fired up as well after that quarterfinal finish on the Gold Coast, for her to now walk into the Challenger Series with that much to build from. That'll be a keeper in her scoreline or in her events towards the end of the year as well. Down to 15 minutes on the clock. We've got the women paddling themselves into position on what looks like maybe a breaking wave. At the moment, our surfer in white is sitting in priority. And we've got this little peak building up. Second priority is with Dimity Stoyle, and she's going to have an opportunity here. Caught behind the section on the takeoff. She's going to slice through and now look for that pocket. Throws a bit of spray. Seamless into that second turn. And the third. Looking really strong. Linking it together now on that second wave in the set. It's Keely Andrew putting together a strong backhand attack for the finishing maneuver. She's looking to back up that 8.33. And a score to come through for Dimity Stoyle. She opened up with that 5.17, added that backup score of a 3.43. She'll be wanting to ditch that and get herself into the excellent range, because she heard that Keely Andrew already got there. And as we see them on the paddle back out, we've seen some conditions changing this afternoon. Stace Galbraith, what's the report?
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. I'm here with an Oakberry conditions update, and the conditions are changing, and I think they're changing for the better. The wind is still immaculate. It's west-northwest. Tide's going out till about 5:30 this evening. If we rewind the clock back to this morning, we saw Leonardo Firavanti starting up near the pipe. I reckon we're going to see a bit more of that this afternoon. There's a couple of nice waves coming in up there, I reckon.
Oh, amazing to see conditions just continuing to shape up, Richie.
Yeah, and as the Manly local, that's good news, and I'm always happy when the competition comes to town that there is really contestable waves on offer, and so far so good. It's been really fun waves all week long, and I think we're going to be okay all the way through to next Tuesday, and it's going to be an exciting weekend. Can't promise anything with the weather. I think we've got a couple of days of maybe a few little rain squalls that we're going to have to dodge, but then I think it'll improve after that.
Pretty standard Australia for the last few months. Dimity locking into a nice section. Gets a little hung up there, and now she's going to look for the finish here. Right onto the shoreline. tags the lip, she'll kick out well. Now, do you think with his, call out that with the conditions shifting a little bit, that takeoff spot maybe moving closer to the pipe, you see the same thing happen?
Yeah, I think so. Just as the sandbar up north starts to get less water on it and gets more exposed, we'll see that that second peak, which is up sort of under the scoreboard on your screen there, that'll start to come into play. But we've still got a little bit more time on this left rip bowl here. Some great waves, and yeah, the scores are reflecting it. I mean, Keely Andrews just, well, she picked up one of the rights off the edge of that edge of the left, so it is actually turning into a left and right peak. But yeah, plenty of waves.
Very exciting. 12 minutes on the clock. All scores are in. Keely in the lead. Dimity in second. Mafalda third. Havana fourth. We're going to go for a Bon Toy brew break. We'll be back with more right after this.
In 2012, I was fortunate enough to have a win at Manly, and I still hold it like really close to me because it really lifted me for that year, and it was that lift I needed, especially coming out of injury. Just to get the win in front of that crowd, and that's the closest like big event to home, and walk in and have my friends and family around me, like nothing beats it.
Sally Fitzgibbons with that win back in 2012 set her up for just a really dominant run on the championship tour as well. It was pretty special for her to be able to find that feeling here and then just go on to some great moments in her career.
Yeah, well, Sal's been, a permanent fixture on the World Championship Tour for so many years, and it was weird. It was just weird to see her sort of miss qualification, but seems like the qualification gods are shining on her again.
They definitely are. Dimity Stoyle linking together doesn't make that finishing section. Mafalda now with an opportunity. She really needs to go into that attack mode here. Great engagement of the rail. I love that two-turn combination, and now she tags the lip to finish. This is the moment she's been waiting for. For the Portuguese surfer, you saw Vasco there giving the clap on the shoreline. Love seeing that support from that Portuguese backing as well.
Absolutely, especially because, they're in a foreign country, so they've got their little connection from home, and the good vibes. Obviously, Vasco, he's been on the tour for a long time now, possibly handing over some little bits of information. A great card to start things off as she just streaks down the line. She wanted to get to this section here, just up and over the lip. Another smooth cutback. We're gaining control there, just really not letting all these little bumps and ridges in the wave face upset her line. Here's Keely on the backhand. She's got that one great score. Looking to back that up. And this wave's going to really help her score line. This might see her go way out in front now.
She's already sitting on that 8.33 for her second scoring wave. Just a couple of twos around it. So we're now waiting for it, that last one, to jump her into a significant lead. Dimity Stoyle and Mafalda with scores to come through as well. Down to 8 minutes on the clock, and sitting with priority, it's Havana from Puerto Rico. She had a really great run through that North American regional qualifying series. Her best result being the semifinals in Barbados. She went down to former CT surfer in Chelsea Tuwak. And it's just been really exciting to see Havana now get this opportunity onto the Challenger Series as well, getting the chance to test her skills up against CT surfers like Keely and Dimity. as well as getting that opportunity to just travel and experience some new places. I saw that her and a couple of her good friends on the women's side of the tour, and Leilani McGonigal and Summer Macedo, got to go to the Opera House this week and just get a little bit of feeling for what's on offer around Sydney.
Yeah, well, it's when you sign up for a career in professional surfing, you really are a student of the world, and you need to get to know all these different places. And it's not just getting to know the waves, it's getting to know the town and where to eat and where you feel comfortable. And that's one of the beauties of traveling. And great to see all the internationals coming to Australia and really enjoying their time up on the Gold Coast and now down here at Manly in New South Wales.
Yeah, just getting to build those little pockets of home away from home. Down to 7 minutes on the clock. Mafalda Lopez has jumped Dimity Stoyle in the ranking. She's into second with a 5.93 on the board. Keely Andrews sitting solidly in the lead now, backed up to 8.33 with a 5.67. And Havana sitting with priority. She's going to have a look at that one, decide not to go, and hand it off to our now second place surfer in Mafalda Lopez. Driving back. She's looking to link it up on the inside. Gets a little caught up there, now retimes it and just ditches it. She is sitting in that second place position now above Dimity Stoyle with 5 minutes, 44 seconds on the clock. We're going to cross down to catch up with Kaipo Guerrero.
Well, the on and off rain makes it a little slick, but I got my Bailey's ladder and it's got the grip. And that means you won't slip and can full on rip. My Bailey's ladder I can always depend on.
Kaipo is killing it.
I can feel a musical career coming on.
Oh yeah.
For Kaipo.
We're losing him in the commentary booth.
Ah, man. Might be in the studio soon, laying down some tracks.
The new rapper on tour. Thank you so much to Bailey's Ladders for supporting. There's a lot of infrastructure to build around the contest site. It makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
All right, out in the lineup, 5.5 minutes to go. Havana unable to scratch out of that 2-point range, while Dimity Stoyle is now requiring a 5.44 to get the advancing position. Nice snap back to start. Linking it together. Nice and smooth, generating some speed. Really needs to get some work done here. Negotiates a wobbly section with the backwash, and she'll go down on the inside. I sense that it's just a little bit frustrating though. You know, she came off of that really good run on the Australian qualifying series, but then coming into the Gold Coast didn't have a great result and needs to get some work done here. Keely Andrew, on the other hand, has just been so smooth, looking really confident. Her body language even is just here and present.
Yeah, absolutely. She's looking really good and nice and smooth, looks relaxed. And she's, I think, going to get the win here. She's kind of got that first place locked up with that great opening ride, that 8.33. So it really is the battle for second place now. And Dimity's just got to work on a wave choice here. She's not really giving herself the opportunity on a good wave with a bit of open face. We know she's got the turns. Comeback wave here for Havana.
She got the opportunity in front of her, a little hiccup midway through. She's now gaining some speed, tags the lip, but goes down. Just can't quite generate that speed. Stace was talking about it, how difficult it is to tag that finishing section, not just the timing, but actually to be able to find the speed through the dead section to be able to finish off strong.
Yeah, well, this is when, you know, that leg power and technique really comes into play. And I'm a huge advocate of surfing small waves a lot, because I feel like the athleticism that it takes to surf in small waves, you know, it's hard to replicate that. So the more reps you can do, the more training you can do in smaller conditions, gets you set for days exactly like this.
It certainly paid off for you in your career growing up surfing here, and then to go on to the championship tour years that you had, to your victories on the qualifying series.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I'd come down to the beach, and regardless of what the conditions were like, I never turned away. I always just went out there and went, yep, that's what's in front of me, that's what I'm going to train in. So, yeah, and you know, back in my day, I was showing my age again, you know, there were a lot of beach break conditions on the tour then. Yeah. It was the start of the Dream Tour. We did have some amazing locations that looked kind of like this wave that Keely Andrews picked up start of this heat, and working it all the way through to the inside, and I just love that she stuck with it because she got a really powerful finish there. The exclamation point on the end of that one. But look, Keely Andrew has just had her way with this heat, really controlling it, picking the good waves that are allowing her, but I like the timing. She's just placing her maneuvers really well. This is Mafalda. She's had some good rides too, Shannon.
Yeah, she's really been able to string it together. Has taken that advancing position away from Dimity Stoyle with this ride, locking in as a 5.93. Some great rail work, puts that finish on the end, and well-deserved into the Harvey Norman recap. She's now got another wave in front of her. Great cutback. I'm really loving her style and just sort of getting introduced to Mafalda's surfing. She had a really good result on the qualifying series out of Europe last year, walked away with a 3rd place at the Azores, as we see Keely now just whipping it around. She's gonna stick with this one, perfectly placed. She's just gonna cut through this section with no problems at all. That board just knifing through and throw it up on the finish. She's already sitting out in front so greatly. For Mafalda, it was a really impressive result, that semifinal for her at the Azores. In the opening round, she just came out first wave of the competition, dropped a massive air reverse.
Oh, really?
And like incredible air game. Came out of
Wow.
nowhere, has been working on this obviously at home.
Yep.
And walked away with an excellent score for her first wave of the event, and then made it through to the semis.
Oh, that's unreal. And possibly that little moment of confidence making the air was perhaps, you know, what she needed to get going in that in that event.
And just putting something that she would do so comfortably in her free surfs out for a test in competition in the uniform. Havana with a nice little sort of transitional maneuver on the start there. She's waiting for this on the inside, still chasing that big score to get herself in advancing position, but this is a really good learning space for Havana as well. Just getting that opportunity to surf against women like Keely and Dimity and Mafalda in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. She'll come in from this result and just break it down, figure out what went wrong. But with 30 seconds to go, Dimity Stoyle has priority. She is willing the ocean to deliver her a wave that she can score that 5.44. Not a big score. We know Dimity can really attack these sections on her backhand. Bump, perhaps. She's going to have to, well, she's going to have to take this wave. I don't think there's going to be time for another one.
She's got that priority. And with 8 seconds on the clock, the paddle there from Keely. Keely's up and riding. Dimity, just unlikely that she was able to scratch into that one behind. And although she sat with priority, just couldn't find a last opportunity.
No, just got caught out with the time. And I think, you know, for me, it was wave choice for Dimity. That's the thing that let her down in that heat. And unfortunately, she's out of the event.
She'll have to reset, heading towards Bolito for the rest of the Challenger Series. 2 events down. Well, sort of, for some of our surfers, I suppose. Keely Andrew with a great showing, making things look really good on the right. Walking away with an 8.33 as her high score. We're going to take a quick break. Macy Callahan hitting the lineup right after this.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Out in the lineup, Macy Callahan getting off to a quick start. That backhand attack has taken her to some great results in her past, thinking specifically of Hossegor for the Roxy Pro France when she was just a wild card, made it through into the gritty end of competition with a really solid backhand attack.
Yeah, she's got that backhand attack, which is sort of rare. No, it's not rare at all. It's I'm just having a go at the Queenslanders again with all those right-hand point breaks. They get so spoiled up there. When it's on, it's on. But yeah, they do get a season once those northerlies kick in, and then you know, that's when the backhand approach gets a bit of a touch-up.
They got to go chase down those back beaches and get into the beach breaks.
100%. But yeah, no, Macy's got a really, really strong backhand, and we did it back at that French event. She just clicked into gear, something happened, and you could see it was perhaps prior to that, just suffering from a little bit of lack of confidence, but something clicked in that event, and that's when she really took off.
So exciting. And then we've gotten to see her on the championship tour for the last couple of years, but now fallen off. We didn't see her in the jersey this season on the CT, and she'll be looking strong to re-qualify as we take a look at this first wave.
Yeah, just a nice hook under the lip, start things off, and then a slash on the open face. Now she stays with the power source and a couple little foam hits to finish off. So not going to be a big score, but she's off and running.
Scores in. It's a 3.83 for Macy Callahan. She's in the lineup against Pauline Audot, former championship tour surfer out of France, the Olympian as well, up against two names that are younger to competitive surfing on an international stage, in Natasha Van Grunen from South Africa and Ellie Harrison from Australia. It's actually Ellie's birthday today.
Oh, wow.
So happy birthday to Ellie.
Happy birthday, Ellie.
Hopefully she has a good run in this heat here and walks away with some cake waiting for her on the shoreline.
That'd be a nice little birthday present. Absolutely. But she's, well, she's got a hard heat.
She's got a very stacked heat in front of her. One of those coming out of the junior side of Australian surfing. She's been looking really strong coming into competitions this year, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see her take away a great victory here. Natasha Van Grunen, she had an opportunity to compete on the Challenger Series last year representing South Africa. Was one of the few within the draw representing that nation, especially on the women's side, her and Sarah Baum. And it was great to see her get those opportunities. She wasn't able to lock into any significant results, and I love that she's right back here again with that growing opportunity now with 8 events on the calendar, one of them being close to home for her at Bolito this year. As we see Ellie out to a quick start, really extends that back leg on that second turn, puts that pressure onto the front foot to cut through that shallow section, and she won't make the connection, but we'll have some scores to come through. Pauline just with a throwaway score to kick off.
Yeah, well, the last wave for Ellie, I think it was another one of those just get going, get started, get the feet in the wax, and maybe shake off a couple of nerves as we see. This is Natasha on the backhand.
Nice tag to the lip on the finish.
Yep, not a bad finishing move there. Feel like this heat will be like the last one, and it will build. And maybe a couple of little nerves just creeping in at the moment. There's definitely good scoring waves out there. And Pauline Audot, well, she has had a surf with her just the other day, actually, when the longboarding event was on. Snuck out for a quick 20 minutes, and Pauline was out there, and she was ripping, let me tell you.
Natasha didn't quite get a start maybe she would have been looking for, but always nice to complete waves.
Yeah, off and running, and this is a replay of Ellie's wave here. So not a big wave, not much face on it, Shannon, just a little bit of cut back work here. So building points, but not building a lot of points. So it'll come through as a low range score. And as I said, now she's off and running.
Natasha now on her forehand, tags the finish as well. We've got 2 scores to come through for her. And now Pauline, quick out the back. She has just been putting so much work in behind the scenes. She's one of those surfers with a lot more experience. She's had that time on the championship tour, and she's just dominated the European scene for so many years.
Yeah, she did.
walking away with like a lot of very firsts for female surfers out of Europe. First surfer to re-qualify for a second year on the championship tour coming out of Europe. Things like that, where she's really been that front runner and has set the stage for so many of these other young women that we have now coming into the draw. But with that, I would not count her out to get that re-qualification.
You know, she's got that determination as well. She won't go away. She'll just keep at it. And I like her chances in this beach setup too, because this is not too dissimilar to a sandbar up at Senyos, or, you know, around Le Penon, or one of the beach breaks along Hossegor. They get very, very similar conditions to this, where there's these little triangular sandbars, a lot of riptide banks. So Pauline should be feeling at home.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of paddling just to make sure they're really in the right spot. They're not missing a section by taking off too deep down the line or something along those lines. 22 minutes on the clock. We've got small scores trickling through now. Surfers repositioning themselves in the lineup. Surfer in red currently sitting with priority as there's a little bit of a set starting to roll through, breaking farther down the beach. We'll see if anyone's going to turn to take off on this one. Ellie Harrison is going to. The birthday girl with a strong paddle in. Nice smooth takeoff. Unleashes some power on that turn. Doesn't get another opportunity. Macy Callahan now. A wave with multiple sections for her to hit, to unleash on. And that will set the tone of the heat.
See the difference in wave choice, wave selection? That's the experience that Macy has. She's been on the tour for a while now, and she knows a thing or two, and she knows what waves to catch. There's no point taking off on three-point rides, really. Here goes Pauline.
Throws a lot of spray on that first turn. Times it well for the second. Lines it up. Similar looking turns across the board for those first three. Doesn't get that real explosive finish to it. But she's looking smooth and steady on her feet. We've now got scores to come through for Macy Callahan, for Pauline Odo, and for openers of Ellie Harrison. Nothing too outstanding at the moment, but that question mark's going to sit on where Macy Callahan's wave will filter through. In that last heat, we watched Keely Andrew find herself with an excellent score. Stace Galbraith is there to check in.
Trust the Queenslander to find a sneaky right.
Yeah, no, I was surprised myself. I kind of saw a couple, and yeah, it was definitely part of the plan, but I didn't think one would actually come.
Dream come true.
Oh yeah, for sure. Going left in Queensland is pretty rare, so yeah, it felt good to go right again.
I don't know, you sunny coasters are pretty well rounded.
Yeah, we definitely get a lot of left rip balls like this, so it felt a lot like home, but yeah, probably just a little colder and a lot more work.
Big year ahead on the Challenger Series, Keely. How bad do you want to be back on the World Tour?
Oh, for sure. That's the goal for the end of the year, and I wouldn't be here if I didn't want that. Had a shocker at Snapper, and I didn't sleep that night, so I've kind of gone home, reflected, and set some more goals for myself for the rest of the year. So I'm pumped and I'm excited and I'm feeling good, and boards are amazing, and yeah, I'm really excited to get this going.
Speak to that. I know you work really hard with Roddy and the team on your equipment. What are you riding? And yeah, you got any secrets you want to share?
Actually, he showed me a groveler for here, and I didn't ride it today, but yeah, I'm just on a 5.8. It's whatever I ride. It's kind of a mix of everything, but yeah, 5.8, and it's just my go-to board, just a performance board, and I love it. And yeah, Roddy's amazing, and the team up there, they do such a good job, so stoked.
No fixed fins in this one. Richie Lovett will be happy about that.
Yeah, unfortunately it's a little bit difficult to travel with, but yeah, that would have been ideal for me. But yeah, these are the next best things.
It's certainly looking good. Well done, Keely. Thanks for the chat.
Do you approve of the equipment and fin choice?
Well, I do there. She's got Julian Wilson fins in, so of course I do. Yeah, Keely's one of those rare surfers who does like to put fixed fins in her boards, but the challenge is finding a glasser and a sander who will actually do it these days, and who knows how to do it. It's becoming a bit of a rare breed.
That, as well as having to hit the road and actually travel.
Well, that's the other thing too. You don't want to get somewhere and find that your fins are knocked out. So really, you know, the systems have been the norm for the past couple of decades, and so much choice out there, and it's like putting a crap set of tyres on a Ferrari. You know what I mean? These boards are Ferraris that our surfers are riding, and fin choice is a huge part of the selection process. And choosing different fins for different conditions, that's all part of it.
Yeah, that's such a good analogy. Just thinking about a car with the wrong tires on, it makes perfect sense that Doesn't matter how good the body is. She doesn't have the wheels to get it somewhere.
Wow, that's it. And, you know, in a beach break situation, you're probably going to go for a more upright fin. That's going to help you do a tighter arc, a more of a pivoting style turn. A more raked out fin is going to elongate the turn and encourage you to do a longer carve. So I would assume that most of the surfers are riding a neutral or a more upright fin this week.
Ellie cutting through on a really sort of bumpy wave. It's got a glassy face, but anything but that, as that section looks really challenging to read and negotiate. Paulina Doe with a little bit of a better corner to open up on as she comes into the inside. She puts on a quick finish. And as that tide is draining out, we can really see the women having to work out where they're sitting in the lineup. Those little rips are starting to pull them out to sea.
Yeah, you've got to start really looking for the line, and as they double up, you need to make sure you're on the lower section, the low road, as we like to call it.
Carving back for Natasha. She started off on that on the right. She's now looking for those waves on her forehand. Up into the section. It's a little bit of a slower paced wave. She's doing well to generate her own speed, coming through for the finish. And small scores across the board, but we do have that one in for Macy Callahan. It locked in as a 6.17 and has set the standard.
Yeah, so that's the number that's all our competitors are trying to chase down now. And Macy's just really settling into this heat. You can see only the 2 waves so far, but they've been 2 of the best scoring rides of the heat so far, and Macy will look to just put down another big score and really take control of this heat. See the maturity and the way she's just being patient, waiting for that set wave, waiting for the right one. That's the difference sometimes.
Knowing well that it's definitely those sets that'll make it through. Sheldon had some great wave selection yesterday in his heat. Her partner walked away with a victory, which was exciting to see. Pauline has just dropped in a 5.10 on the scoreboard. And we've got 15 and a half minutes on the clock. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll bring you back more action right after this.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Make or Break now streaming worldwide on Apple TV+. Be sure to check it out to see so much more insight than we're able to offer, because they just track everything. The Box to Box film crew is trailing those championship tour surfers and picking up every little bit of conversation they possibly can.
Yeah, you've got to be careful sometimes.
Constantly aware when we're on the championship tour of what's being said. Macy Callahan, she was there last year. You'll see a little bit of her in Make or Break. And she tags the lip to finish.
Yeah, so Mace is looking really in control. Great backhand surfing, and Mace and Shelley, they were also at the gala last night, so sure, just sleeping in, making sure they get plenty of rest before the big heat. Sometimes it is hard to actually sleep when you know you've got to compete the next day. You're always, you know, anticipating what might happen, what the conditions going to be like, trying to calm the nerves. We see Mace on the replay. She just gets this little inside track. Hits that inside section. Clean finish.
Even thinking about the idea of trying to visualize maybe the night before, you know, visualize yourself on those sets, doing those turns. A little bit too much of that can risk the sleep, but also get the mindset in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, look, I'm a huge advocate of visualization. Even when you're paddling out after a wave, you're looking at waves coming towards you. I'm mind surfing almost every single one of those things as I'm paddling out. And, you know, I think as surfers, we just constantly do that. This is Pauline up and riding.
Great looking start for Pauline, finding that connection to the inside. And just staying really smooth. That rail just knifing through the sections, puts that powerful punch on the finish as well. And looking really comfortable in these beach break conditions. Ellie Harrison with the call up to the Sydney Surf Pro. Just goes down on the inside. She wasn't in the draw for the Gold Coast. Gets that CT replacement call up here.
Shame for Natasha there, just missing that low road there. That was a score just gone begging.
Scores coming through now for all 4 surfers in the lineup with 11 minutes on the clock. We currently have Macy Callahan out in front, Stace Galbraith out the back with Dometic. As we take a look at Natasha with a quick wave. My bad, Stace. And we'll track with this one now. She's gonna just tag the lip on the inside. Stace, you're there with Sheldon Simkiss. How's it going?
I am. Thanks for that, Shannon. Yeah, I found Sheldon, partner to Macy. Sheldon, how's the nerves?
Yeah, it's always nerve-wracking, I feel like, watching your partner competing because you want them to do so well. And, I mean, Macy does well, so I try not to say too much and let her know that I'm nervous. But, yeah, she's going all right at the moment.
Both left rip bowl specialists.
She's a lot better than me. I've learned a lot from her the past couple of years, and yeah, she gives me all my backhand tips.
You're on a bit of a roll at the moment. I saw you at the Chumpy Foundation dinner last night, but I did see you shuffle off nice and early. You're pretty focused for this week, mate.
Yeah, the Chumpy Pullen Foundation last night was really cool. There was a lot of good speakers, and I feel like I learned a lot from everyone who got up on stage, so that was quite inspirational for this week, and yeah, definitely looking to kind of back up last week. I definitely want to keep making heats and kind of set up the year early would be a little better. So yeah, round 1 done today. See how round 2 goes.
Glad to hear it, Sheldon. Looking forward to seeing you later in the week, and best of luck for Macy and the rest of this one.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Thanks so much, Stace. Macy securing that place in the lead. She's got a 6.17 and a 5.03. We are waiting for scores to come through now for Ellie Harrison and Natasha Van Grunen. Ellie chasing that 6.40 to take the advancing position back. And Richie, she has been on an absolute tear this season in the regional qualifying series as well as the juniors. She's taken out multiple victories. We'll track with Macy Callahan, who's one of those surfers that started with a really powerful Australian junior career, and it's launched her into the championship tour so that she could learn how to surf like this and really just perfect all of those little in-between moments. Ellie now answering back with her with a very bright future in front of this young woman. Lining it up on the inside now, goes for that powerful hit to finish and executes well.
Okay, she's asked the question here. That was a good read on that last ride for Ellie Harrison. Just really anticipating what the wave was going to do. She's got some good moves off there. Macy got another good wave too. I feel like she probably will increase her lead, but let's follow Ellie on the replay. Drives around that first section, gets a nice snap, keeps going down the line here. This is the good read. She takes this low line and then gets another hit here. Put a little bit more emphasis into that final turn. Touch of fin release there, but yeah, Mace, she does love these little rip bowls, originally from around the Central Coast area before moving up to the Gold Coast area. So no, very familiar territory, these sort of beach break setups.
8 minutes on the clock. Score still to come through for that last one of Ellie Harrison. Remember, chasing that 6.37. Now Ellie walked away with a win for the Harvey Norman Sydney Pro Junior here just over the weekend, which locked her a spot into the main event. An exciting finish for her, taking out names like Sierra Kerr, Isabella Caldo, and Jessie Starling in that final matchup. She found a couple of good scores, her high being a 7.37, and she's already found that rhythm out in the lineup. We're now waiting for her last score to roll through, but what an opportunity for a young girl like her to be able to get that victory at the break where she's then going to have to go to compete against some of her heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, coming through as a junior, it's a pretty special thing. And I think it was the inaugural year, the Sydney Surf Pro. Maddie Banting won the trials and then went on to win the main event as well. We can check on those stats, but you know, what an achievement to win the juniors, then get your spot, and then start to make some inroads. But she's got a little bit of work to do. I feel like this score that's going to drop, it may not be the number, 6.37, but I feel like she's going to replace one of those threes, those mid-range threes that she's got. And that's going to get her in strike zone. She can have a crack at moving into the second position.
Pauline's increased that scoreline with a 5.1 and a 4.70, which has that requirement in the 6s right now for Ellie Harrison. Judges taking their time, looking at those replays, just deciding how it falls into that equation, maybe in relation to where Macy's 5.5 is at and Pauline's 5.1.
Yeah, and I think the strength of the last turn is where most of the points are going to come from. She needs to be careful with wave choice here. Like this wave here, to me, is never going to give you any sort of score above a 3 or a 4. So no point even taking off on that wave. So a little bit of inexperience there. She, especially with, you know, under 7 minutes to go, needs to hold tight, needs to just wait, get that priority order going, find a better wave if she wants to get up and challenge for second place.
Score starting to trickle through now for her second to last wave, the one that we've just been discussing. And there it is, right between the middle of the 5.5 for Macy and the 5.1 for Pauline. It's a 5.20, which comes through as her highest wave, but now she's just chipping away at a 4.6.
Yeah, so right spot on, as I was saying before. It was, she was never going to get it with that just one wave. It was never going to be that that sort of higher 6 range that she needed, but she's helped her cause here, and now only needing that 4.6. And, well, we know that one good turn on the backhand really is what can get her that score. And now's when she needs that better wave.
Wave selection being so important. She's been working with Kurt Jacobs, coaching her the last little while. It's been amazing to see Isabella Nichols find that championship tour victory and some success there with his backing and a few other of that crew behind this pack of young surfers coming out of Australia.
Yeah, well, Kurt would know this break better than most of the coaches down here, because Kurt and I grew up together surfing down here at Manly, so he's very familiar with these conditions, knows it well. So I'm sure he would have been giving her great advice before she paddled out.
Down to 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock as we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap. Macy Callahan in the lead.
Very composed, very controlled surfing from Macy. Big, strong maneuvers. No little glitches or wobbles in between, just solid surfing. And also the experience of Pauline Ado just shining through. Perhaps not getting as good a waves, but doing enough on them to hold down second place. But she's not out of trouble here. Still only holding a 5 and a 4.7. And Macy just picking all these little diamonds in the rough. Some really nice rail transitions, keeping the board flowing, keeping it moving. Strong, powerful turns.
Scores in across the board. Situation remains the same. Macy on the inside now. And Ellie having a look at that one, but again, maybe some of that inexperience, just not waiting patiently enough for the right sets that are going to actually offer that good scoring potential.
So what she should be doing is putting a little bit of pressure on the other competitors, on Pauline, trying to make Pauline take a wave that perhaps is not going to improve her wave selection or her score. She's doing it again, like wide, even look at that wave. Seriously, she just needs to wait. Try and find a better wave.
Exactly, just be patient. She just missed out on that actual qualification for the Challenger Series. She's not on that list of women representing Australia and Oceania for the remainder of the Challenger Series, but she walked away with some great results. She had multiple finals day appearances, mostly in those QS 1000s though, which would lack a lot of points to them in comparison to the 3000 at Avoca and the two 5000s between the Tweed Coast and Newcastle that would really offer those chunky points for qualification. Pauline now racing down the line, getting a little bit stuck behind that section, but does well to match the finish. And Natasha, she's been steady on her feet. She's been looking for those inside connections throughout the entire heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ellie has got a real opportunity here. And she needs to be careful she doesn't make a really silly priority decision. I mean, she has first priority here. So an opportunity lies for this youngster to really take control of second place here. Only needing that 4.6. And because she was maybe just a bit too far inside on that set, that one looked like it closed out anyway, but she needs to choose wisely here, Shannon.
All coming down to these last couple of minutes, which is even a challenge in itself. Just trying to keep it cool, knowing that that clock is racing against you. I heard a recent interview from Steph Gilmore, and she was just mentioning how important it is for those surfers like herself or like a Kelly Slater to even feel like with just a single minute on the clock, they still have all the time in the world where they can almost check out and then check back in as that set comes through.
What about what Kelly did at Pite and that incredible ride? An amazing set. Any other human would have probably taken the first ride, and Kelly knew, I'll just wait for the second one. So here we go. Here's a chance.
All right, straight into the lip on the first turn. Connects for a powerful turn on the second. Wraps it back, and now, will this wave offer her the critical section that she needs to finish off with? She's not chasing a huge score, and she is putting on such a clutch performance right now. That's the moment we've been waiting for, the wave she has needed to wait for.
That's it. So just a little composure there, picking the right wave, and what I really love, Shannon, is that she just attacked that section. She didn't surf conservatively. With each section that popped up in front of her, she just threw everything at it, and that's a really gutsy approach here from the youngster, Ellie Harrison. This second turn here, just right under the lip, almost carved up and under the lip there. She did so well to stay in control. And then she just does a little bit of rail work all through the inside, gets another clean snap here, and the last one to finish off right on the sand. But watch this turn here. Gets on the hillside rail and just jams that right under the critical part. And that just fully scooped out under her board, and she was able to keep control. High-risk maneuver, that one.
Very high risk. Love seeing her drive through that turn. She's chasing a 5.41 now because Pauline did increase her situation. Pauline dropped in a 5.50 for her last wave. So the requirement just narrowly higher.
I still feel like she's going to get it. I really do. It was on the border of being in control and being out of control, and it was dynamic, and just by the nature of us kind of reacting to it like we did, you know, the judges have reacted like that too.
I mean, it was that second turn was just unbelievable, and then for her to keep that composure and connect all the way through. Pauline now with another opportunity. Should she increase that scoreline, it's going to make it a bigger requirement for Ellie Harrison. As we take a look at Macy Callahan, currently sitting in the lead with a 6 and a 5.5. She's looking smooth on her backhand attack. She really controlled this heat from the beginning. But we're now waiting for the moment for Ellie Harrison. She put it all on the line. Judges taking their time with it, but they absolutely loved it. And as you said, it's that gut reaction that they would have been looking for. It comes through as an 8.67, and Ellie Harrison, the wild card winner, wins the heat, takes out Macy Callahan in second and Pauline Odo in third. Now, Pauline does have another score to come. She's chasing a 6.17, but it's going to be shy of that, and it looks like Ellie Harrison with the win and Macy Callahan in second.
Wow, what a series of movement in placing towards the very back half of this heat. Look, even though Ellie got the win, I really want to have a chat to her and just break down what actually transpired in that heat, because I feel like there's a lot to learn, there's a lot to take out. Congratulations to the youngster. Great performance from Macy, though. She was composed, just controlled it the whole way through with some really solid surfing. What a heat.
What a heat. I'm even thinking Kurt's already on his way to G-Land, so she's out here on her own, making decisions like that,
I can go and have a chat to her if you want.
ahead of time. He's going to get the breakdown. Unbelievable heat from Ellie Harrison on the finish with an 8.67. Stay tuned for more action. Alyssa Spencer hitting the lineup right after this.
Welcome back to the show. We're here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. A grey afternoon, but there is still some scoring opportunity out there in this lineup. Alyssa Spencer's out there in the red jersey. Francisca Vaselka of Portugal will be in the blue. Holly Williams is in the white, and Autumn Hayes will be in the green. Ronnie Blakey with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, Kaipo Guerrero here on the Harvey Norman set to call through this heat for you. Loving being back here in New South Wales, and Bugs, so are our competitors, and we had this one for Alyssa Spencer earlier on. She's had a good run through the Australian events, getting some wildcard opportunities as well.
Yeah, well deserved. She certainly brings a calibre of surfing that is right up there.
Oh, did well with a tricky section at the end of that ride. Live action now. Autumn Hayes getting an opportunity. And that one not really panning out too well for her. But great to be back on the Northern Beaches with another big international event. It's played host to so many over the years. Seen some amazing events unfold here at Manly. Championship Tour events, qualifying series events, and now the second stop on the Challenger Series. Good matchup, this one, Kipes, but Alyssa comes in as the highest seed, and for good reason.
Yeah, she's had a spectacular pro junior career. And, but here we go, live action. Looks like it's Holly.
Yeah, Holly Williams from Badina, up there on the Sunshine Coast of Australia, 19 years of age. This is her second full run at a qualifying series, and now getting into some Challenger Series events.
Yeah, watched Holly come up through the ranks, through the juniors and through the representative ranks, and now she's really trying to make inroads at this level.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. Big day of competition, big days of competition in these opening rounds. So many competitors, but you know, the one thing that we keep touching on is just how cutthroat it is. You just can't afford to go out there and warm up. You've really got to get on the attack quick, get those big scores locked in. And Francisca Vaselka of Portugal's connected with a pretty decent ride here.
Yeah, nice banking, but back to the format. I'm going to call it the improved format, because rather than having that tiered system that I'll get back to that, because Alyssa Spencer back in that 5.67 up right away.
I know where you were going with the conversation, Kaipo. I like it. Alyssa's trying to make that jump through to the inside. Just didn't quite have the momentum. But again, there isn't seeded surfers in the second round, so everyone starts on that level playing field.
I just think it's easier for viewers to understand and surf fans to understand, and it's better for competition where there's consequence in every heat. Before those QS 10,000s, we would have this tiered system where there'd be a first round of seeds, a second round of seeds, and sometimes even a third round of seeds. And things got pretty complicated there. And I like the idea of simplifying the surf competition and also having consequence to every heat.
I love the real underdog stories that can come through on days like today, opening round of competition. We have seen some of those red jerseys fall out of the mix. We've seen, you know, relative unknowns, Bugs, break through for massive performances today.
And that's another thing about their system. I mean, you know, we don't know everybody from every region, but certainly at this level in the Challenger Series, new talent will be unearthed.
Yeah, I feel like we might see a bit of that here. Holly Williams, as I mentioned, is kind of new to the qualifying series and the Challenger Series, and has an opportunity here, and she put up a pretty reasonable number to kick things off here, 5.33. Alyssa Spencer, the experienced surfers, got the highest number so far, 5.67. But everyone kind of kicked off with an okay score. We've seen heats start a lot slower than this. So it feels like it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I feel it too. There's going to be a challenge. I don't know much about Francisca.
Yeah, well, we do know though that the European region And the qualifying series over there was, you know, well fought. There was a lot of talent coming from different areas, from Spain, France, obviously, and some of those other countries. Portugal's well represented, but yeah, it feels like that European region is growing all the time in its depth.
Well, between France and Portugal, wave-rich regions. We're on, you know, in France, we're probably on a third or fourth generation surfers. In Portugal, we're probably on a second or third generation surfers. But with that being said, that the surf culture continues to grow, and so do young surfers who come up really dedicated to the sport. And that's why you see the performers come out of those regions as those countries develop surfing-wise, which they've already developed, but developed generationally.
Yeah, I mean, Europe's a young surfing, you know, area.
I mean, you would have been there when Hasengar was basically...
Well, the story is, I mean, I went there in 1977, and we surfed down in Biarritz, and then a friend of mine said, look, when the surf went down, he said, look, come up to this beach break. There's some pretty nice little beach breaks just north of here. And I went, oh, yeah. I went up there, and it was absolutely unbelievable. And I said, well, what's that spot over there called? He went, La Gravière. Nobody surfs there. And ended up getting out there and just getting stand-up barrels, and it was unbelievable. And yeah, so that was the early days.
And the nightlife?
Unbelievable.
Just on 21 minutes, couple of waves taken then. Nice little exchange before we see some replays. Alyssa Spencer's going to tuck into one as well. And she's just looking for this reform, finds it. Nice little cupped out section here. Goes to that nice full rail turn, drops that back knee through it. Subtle style points, but the technique's strong. Just allowing her to coil up out of each of those maneuvers and let go of more. So staying busy. We'll get some replays in a moment. Right now, though, let's hear from the winner of the last heat.
We don't have to talk about your birthday, but we will. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Pretty special way to spend your birthday.
Yes, well, I didn't want to get knocked on my birthday, that's for sure. So this is a good present.
We were just talking off camera there about how you kind of seem to feel pretty comfortable chasing a score and that you can sort of surf nerve-free. Have you got any reason why you think that might be?
I just feel like I've got nothing to lose. So just, I don't know, I feel like just get the wave, try to do best surfing, and that's all you can do pretty much.
Should we get a bottle and just bottle up that feeling forever?
Yes, please.
It's a very special thing to surf like that. I don't see it too often, and it's certainly very noticeable. Big scores, excellent scores on the buzzer. You must be really proud of that.
Oh, I don't know, just, yeah, it's still sinking in.
You got any birthday plans?
I might go out for dinner and have some cake. Yeah, get ready.
Sorry, you got a favourite restaurant around here?
I heard the Japan is good, so probably go there. Yeah, or I'm staying at a friend's place, so we'll just have dinner there.
No, that's 2 votes for Japan today. Good zone. Happy birthday, Elle. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Yeah, solid performance from Ellie Harrison celebrating her birthday today. And yeah, there's plenty of great restaurants to hit up here. No shortage of fine food on the northern beaches and Sydney in general. But 19 minutes to go here in this heat. And Alyssa Spencer getting off to a pretty solid start. 5.67, 3.97. Autumn Hayes hanging on to that second position at the moment, but a couple of scores rolling through. We'll see the replay of Alyssa's last ride here, Kaipo.
So Alyssa on this replay, patient to get through here, but then gets the rail working and throws a series of turns. Has to get through a little bit of dead water here. No problem, though. Gets the finish. And what I want to point out is with Alyssa, we'll get back to that, but I'll finish that point, is that she's wearing the red jersey because she's the top seed. She's showing why she is the top seed. As we look at Autumn finishing off that ride.
Really accomplished Alyssa Spencer, you know, in that regional North American qualifying series run of events. She finished up the #1 seed. She had a couple of big victories. And here we go, surfing wide up at the moment. Holly Williams just loading up. She's energized today. Look at that. She's getting so much work done at the end of the ride. Didn't finish it off too well, but she did start the heat pretty nicely with a 5.33. So she's got the third highest number of the heat. The top 2 scores belong to the current heat leader, Alyssa Spencer, but Holly's in a good position to make a strike at the top 2.
Yeah, I did want to point out the ripped out water that you're seeing right now, a little bit of a disturbance in the water. We have another hour and a half of outgoing tide, of draining tide, and it seems that that receding tide right now is creating some of that disturbance that you're seeing in the wave face and also creating some of these rip bowls. Here's a replay.
Yeah, Alyssa just getting the one section, but what a turn, Bugs.
That was unbelievable. It was such a good turn. This wave of Holly, the thing about it's kind of a bit stabby. Like, she has a lot of big moves, and she gets a lot of volume of moves on this one. But again, even the last move here, you know, she seemed like she was just really overplaying her hand.
Yeah, she was just sort of jabbing away at that wave without really throwing the knockout punch at any point on the outside. Now Autumn Hayes is going to get an opportunity. A couple of nice backhand swerves from her. You really want to make that connection through to the shore break. It's one of those sections that's a little bit more critical maybe than what the wave can serve up through that mid portion of the ride. So if you can get that good start, find the shore break, finish strong, seems to be the ticket to a good score.
Yeah, I think that is what's holding Autumn back, because she's definitely got some game. I like, you know, that bottom turn and straight into the lip. She's got a good carve. She's just got to get that connection going, and she'll be a real threat in this heat.
About that one big backhand blast for Alyssa Spencer. Where are the judges going to go with that? That was one turn, but when you even compare it to what Holly Williams did and the quantity of maneuvers,
it's always going to be quality over quantity every single time, and Alyssa will get a larger score, a
live
higher
action.
score.
Yeah, and Holly's up again, just trying to improve. She only got a 3.57 for that previous ride. A number of short stabby snaps, as you said, Bugs, but Alyssa Spencer, one big backhand vert, one critical section on the right-hander, and she gets a 6.07, almost doubles that number. So, you know, I mean, if Holly Williams saw what Alyssa did, you know, the message is really clear from the panel. Pick your moments, stick some bigger turns, maybe do a little less work, but get those bigger scores. Autumn's up again, trying to chase down that second position there to 4.41.
So halfway through this heat, and you can already see that Alyssa Spencer is off to a great start, and really the battle, and when we look at the numbers, where there's really a convergence of numbers, is going to be for that second place in advancing position.
Holly again. This wave sort of just had a slower pace to it, so it did kind of allow her to round those moves out just a little bit more. But I don't think it's not bad surfing at all. It's, you know, she's keeping busy, but I think maybe wave selection holding back her numbers a little bit too. Alyssa Spencer finding a bit more room, a bit more face to work with, and it's allowing some more variation in her approach too.
Yeah, that would have been a big number if she finished that final maneuver, because that was a lot of commitment. That was a lot of power pushing with the back foot. Big snap, but went incomplete. But I like the intention.
So Alyssa now holding on to a good lead, trying to get rid of a 5.67 and kind of looking poised to really throw a huge number up at us at some point in this heat, just based on the fact she had one section turned into 6. You know, it's not rocket science. She gets a couple of those turns done, she's going into the excellent range.
Yes.
I feel like the other surfers, they're trying to get to that level at the moment. I think those big scores will be hard to come by unless they start tapping into rides that really do provide a little bit more face.
Yeah, I think they've just got to settle down a bit. I mean, Francisca's settling a bit too much. She's kind of gone off radar a bit, but she seems to be sitting out there waiting with priority for a certain kind of wave. And we have seen some kind of near panic sort of surfing going on from both Holly and Autumn, just not quite settling into the heat.
Could be some waves coming our way at the moment. Just under 13 minutes to go. Priority is with the surfer from Portugal. Francisco waiting for that opportunity. She's on that outside, holding strong. All competitors just keeping busy, paddling, trying to hold that position at the takeoff zone. Just over 12.5 minutes to go. We're going to take a bonsai brew break. Coming up in the next heat, we've got Caitlin Simmons sitting #1 on the Challenger Series ladder at the moment.
Here comes Molly Picklum. Big swing, big front side hook.
We're not too far from the heart of Sydney CBD, but just to the north of the Great Harbour entrance here at Manly Beach for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Out there in the lineup at the moment. Heat number 12, the opening round for the women, is being led by Alyssa Spencer, who's looked strong. She hasn't even really had a wave that's provided the opportunity to throw together a big combination just yet, but she's still hanging on to a 6.07, 5.67. Holly Williams in second spot at the moment. And up again, one big section to work with. Nice belt there. The majority of her points have come from, you know, repeatedly stabbing at some smaller rides. And she's got a 5.33, a 3.57. Feels like there's some real potential there for her to up her numbers if she can get on some bigger rides. That was just a glimpse of what she's capable of.
It was a glimpse, and so was her first wave. Her first wave was a really solid glimpse of what she's capable of. It's since then she's kind of gone into that, doing smaller turns and trying to go for volume over quality. That last one there, she went for it pretty strong.
Been a lot of situations like this, Kaipo, where we've had a surfer get on a bit of a roll early on and really turn it into a bit of a battle for second spot. We're not quite there just yet, but it is very tight between the surfers sitting in second, third and fourth.
It sure is. And with that one effort by Holly Williams, the number comes in, didn't help her overall scoreline. She'll remain in second, but still there's really a convergence of numbers for that second and advancing position. All three of those surfers just in a little bit of over the 8.2 wave total range.
Mate, you've been a busy boy out there in the field, and this is a big event site covering the entire stretch here of North Stain. You've been hanging out in the Dometic zone, camping out there. I've seen you set up. It's pretty impressive.
It's really nice.
Down on the beach with Javianas and out the back there, doing the Oakberry surf conditions report. What's your favourite hang zone, other than right here in the Harvey Norman
Dometic
booth?
camp is really comfortable, but I gotta tell you, Oakberry, super sweet. And I've had probably 2 of those acai bowls a day. I just can't stop on it. So I can't pick a favorite. The comfort of Dometic, and then just the deliciousness of Oakberry. They're the perfect combination. I have my Oakberry in the Dometic camp.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well set up. And then, of course, we had beautiful weather for the first few days of the event window, those opening days of competition for the World Longboard Tour, which is on standby tomorrow. Could potentially be getting back underway, but beautiful weather, and the surfers now have kind of retreated to the warmth and comfort of the Bonsoi athlete zone, and they've been camping out in there. It's a little chilly out here today, Bugs.
I tell you what, Ronnie, it really is. We had 3 perfect days of late autumn Sydney weather, which is usually immaculate. It's my favourite time of year to come here. But today, you know, this is La Nina has come back.
And has you've been enjoying your walks around the place?
Oh yeah, I mean, I see the beauty thing about Manly is that, you know, you've got this esplanade, this promenade walk, but you've also got on the other side this harbour. It is the most glorious harbour, and that walk through there is it's just magic. And actually, I don't even want to tell anyone about it.
Yeah, you walk through the Manly Corso there, and it's only a few hundred metres to get to Sydney Harbour, and you can jump on the Manly ferry there to make your trip over to Circular Quay and check out that zone. It's pretty cool.
I've always liked to watch boats coming and going. It's just been a fascination of mine. I like being on them sometimes too. Going.
You'll be going on one over to G-Land for the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro pretty soon, Bugs. You going to come? Come on, mate.
Well, I'll tell you what, I will be on a boat trip somewhere over there. That's all I'm going to say, mate.
Oh, it's a surprise. Beautiful. Well, 6 minutes remaining here, and we're going to dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. Alyssa Spencer having some real magic moments to kick this heat off, but it's still a pretty close one at the moment, Kaipo.
Yeah, but Alyssa Spencer, just the maturity in her technique and being very paced with her approach, lining it up, making sure she gets the moves in, timing it well with a little bit of backwash there. Impressive.
And Holly Williams has had her moments too, Bugs.
Yeah, well, this first wave, she really, look, the carving, this is what I've seen her do her whole junior career. She's really got a lot of a solid power base. And she's just kind of departed from this after this first wave. I nearly thought that wave was a bit underscored.
Yeah, this was the big number for Alyssa. Full credit for really just a perfectly timed hit there.
Yeah, kind of got upside down on the backhand re-entry, and beautifully done, just fading into that oncoming section and getting a bit inverted on the lip glide.
But, you know, the thing you were saying before about, you know, we've got an hour and a half or so to go with this outgoing tide.
Yeah.
This last 2 hours of the outgoing tide, it rips out.
Yeah.
And it's just going to tear this bank apart. I mean, it is sort of semi-disintegrating right now like it did yesterday afternoon. Remember how it got very difficult out there.
Well, talk to us, Kaipo, about the effect that tide has on the incoming swell lines too.
Yeah, it's fighting against it, right, isn't it? It's fighting against it, so that's why you have this disturbed water. And then in these conditions is when you have to have your head on a swivel. You got to keep paddling. You're going to get pulled out a little bit, so you got to keep paddling, or you got to keep riding waves. That way you kind of stay in rhythm. And sometimes it's better just to take off on a wave just to reposition yourself.
Absolutely true. I mean, that head swivel is a real factor that we haven't spoken about it. I call it Hully of a neck.
Oh. Yeah, well, we saw just a couple of hours ago, we saw competitors sitting out there and they weren't moving.
Right.
You know, the tide was slack and they were just sitting out there. They didn't have to fight this current. They didn't have to be too concerned about maybe just putting themselves a few feet too far out where you couldn't actually scrap into the wave.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right, with this outgoing tide is the wave will provide a mirage sometimes where it'll rear up, but it's not going to break. And so you're going to have to be right underneath the lip to get these waves just like that.
Well, Holly Williams just not quite under the ledge there on that sucky little drainer on the inside, and she's going to go down, but still hanging on to that second spot. But she must be nervous because Autumn Hayes only needs a 4.41. Francisca Veselka, she's only looking for a 4.14. So this second spot is well and truly up for grabs as we see Katie Simmons making her way down.
I can't wait to see what she's going to do. I can't wait to see how she's going to adapt to this. And she's just such a good surfer at such a young age.
Yeah, she's
it's a fun heat too.
Yeah, this is going to be a great heat. And, you know, she's got a confident walk.
She's got swagger.
She's like, she's
got a jive walk.
She's walking down there, it's like she's walking down the main street of, you know, Dodge City.
Well, Katie's up against one of the veterans, a former CT surfer, big wave charger, a real trailblazer. Kiara Kennelly's going to be out there. She's heading out now next to Katie. We'll see how the veteran goes against the young gun who's coming off the back of an amazing victory at Snapper Rocks. And we've got Zoe Vendetto out there as well. And Nixie Ryan, who had a really consistent run on the regional QS ranks, a couple of victories for her. So that'll be fun to watch as we see Holly up. So without priority, she's just going to the inside now, just looking for any opportunity to push the requirement higher, because she knows she's in a vulnerable, precarious spot at the moment, with Veselko only chasing a 4.14. Pretty nice flow on this ride. Links together a decent combo. And behind her, Alyssa Spencer finds another decent looking left here. Just trying to get on that front foot, climb over this double up section. And she does it, but this wave just disjointed and very difficult to reach. Did so well there, Bugs.
Oh no, she did. She battled that wave, and this is a real Sydney Rip Bowl low tide situation now. We saw Francisca, the right looked a lot cleaner. Kaipo, it might be an option.
Yeah, there's cleaner water there, right? Heading towards Queenscliff rather than this ditch that we have on the left. But this wave had nothing but opportunity, Bugs.
No, it did. I mean, this is what yesterday afternoon we saw Crosby Colapinto take the move down to the right. And this last move, is that wave going to give her the score? It was a pretty clean effort.
Meanwhile, Alyssa is having to fight this rip bowl here with the water going against her, but she does such a good job. And she has to get off the back foot, onto the front foot, get over that little curb cut, and then get the finish.
And a lot of the girls could really watch that and learn from that. I mean, sometimes you've just got to, pump and, rail to rail and use everything you got to stay on this wave and get over that hump into the double up section.
I think the number for Francisca Veselko is going to be an interesting one. Because Holly Williams, remember, on the backhand, that 3.57, she did a lot of work to get that number. Multiple turns. And Veselko, she had a few turns. They weren't, it was a smooth combination, but it wasn't super dynamic on that last ride. And not sure she's going to get there.
Yeah, where's Autumn? I haven't seen Autumn get away for a while. She's been sitting out there with that priority, but time's really getting away on her.
Yeah, we're waiting on numbers to come through, but it does feel like the surf from Portugal is going to fall short with that right-hander.
Okay.
But that's going back. I actually had to take my mind back to the work that Holly Williams did on that 3.57. Even though it was short, kind of stabbing backhand snaps, there was still a bit more in them than I think what we saw from Veselko on the right-hander.
Yeah.
But the numbers still rolling on through. And we'll get an official update on the situation in just a moment. As Holly, I think, is learning now that perhaps she's done enough to hang on there.
Yeah, she's sweet. Holly Williams to get through this one. She's going to hang on to that second place position. We still need a score for Alyssa Spencer, but Alyssa was just dominant in this heat, and she'll move through.
So there are the numbers, and Alyssa Spencer getting the job done and really getting it done early. Some great moments for her, and she'll continue to impress as she moves through the draw here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. here we go. Caitlin Simmers, she's up in the next heat, but we're looking back on her victory. And she started both Challenger Series campaigns that she's been part of with victories. And it was an amazing performance at Snapper Rocks, the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. She just took her time. She was patient with the wave. She read it beautifully, and she laid down some high-quality turns.
Oh, it was such a great performance. So cool and calm. You know, there's similarities. I mean, I think, like what you said, how John, she just keeps her arms. There's some Tom Curran, even though I'm talking about male surfers here, but she just got this feeling with the ocean and for such a young age.
Yeah, certainly has the X factor to her, being able to connect with whatever the conditions provide to her. And the other thing is where she places her turns and the mechanics of her surfing. For such a youngster, they're so well dialed and so mature that, you know, I'm so excited to see what the future is going to bring with the performances that she's going to bring.
She was classic at the presentation too. I said, look, you've just had a victory. If you go on and do make the Challenger Series, you know, top 5, you're going to take up that opportunity and compete on the CT next year. And she was like, maybe. She just said maybe. I was like, okay, maybe she'll like turn it down for a second year in a row.
Well, she brings something totally new to women's surfing, because I'm finding it hard to find someone to compare it to.
And just, you know, in this role that we have, you know, you see great talent, but Caitlin Simmers is on another level, but she won't let us get in her head. She won't buy into the hype that is being heaped on her, and it's really the celebration of great performances. It's not our intention to put unnecessary pressure on her as a young teenager, but she surfs that well that you can see her causing huge upsets on the CT already.
But to your point, Ron, as we look at this isn't even a really good wave, and she's able to find a line through it. And the fact that we literally watch thousands of heats, and so you can see this coming because when you're in our position, you do your homework and you watch a lot of surfing, and you know when there's something special going on, and that's what's going on.
Yeah. You might have called 1,000 heats this week, Kipes. But this was, as you said, it was honestly a horrible wave. And somehow she timed it perfectly and got the turns done. And she'll probably turn in a pretty reasonable score. This is Zoe Vendetto. And she's going to generate a 5.5 out of this ride. So Zoe's got some form here.
Yeah. And we're looking at the first ride for KK. This is a 3-point ride. And this is going to be the start for the veteran in this heat.
Yeah, well, she's challenged for world titles in the past. She was a serious rival for the likes of Lane Beachley. And as I said, she was a trailblazer in the big wave department. Still is.
But back to the Caitlin conversation, the one thing that that we are all aware of is what I call the Parco syndrome, in which she makes things look so easy. You want to make sure the judges appreciate it, because when these surfers make difficult look easy, sometimes the judges will suppress the number just a little bit, just because, you know, the seamlessness of their surfing. I think Joe Parkinson throughout his career sometimes would get numbers that should have been higher, but he just made it look so easy that he didn't get, you know, that extra quarter point that probably he should have gotten.
I'd still say, though, for the most part, that style of surfing and his brilliance was well rewarded, and that's reflected in the event results that he had. The world title, obviously, and the fact that he was one of the most high-scoring surfers of all time. So I get your point, but I think so far in her career, she's got nothing to worry about with the numbers she's received from the panel. But yeah, it's actually a refreshing thing to see. I think the point that you're getting to on the Gold Coast, she did have a wave early in the event where she had a double barrel.
Yeah.
And, you know, from our perspective, you're just looking at it going, oh my gosh, that was just so brilliantly surfed. And it wasn't like she was in a jersey. It was just like complete expression. And she was just surfing for herself. And the time between turns and not rushing it, not squeezing in more than she had to was refreshing to us, but it didn't take her into the excellent range on waves that had that potential.
No, well, that's right. And I mean, we thought that she was. We saw that and said, oh, you know, 10s, and she got nowhere near that.
Yeah.
Well, here she goes.
So not with priority at the moment, but seeing some potential in this one. She had a 6 on her opening ride. And this wave standing up pretty nicely. Nice hit there into the float. The variation super solid. So a 6 on that first ride, which was, again, like we said, a horrible looking wave. That one had a good shape to it, and without priority, she really saw something in it.
Just the rail work, the calm body, the placing of the turns, the reading of the wave. Again, that was really good surfing.
I was amazed that no one else looked at it.
Here it is, Bugs.
Yeah, it's just that little frothy takeoff there that it had a nice, she would have seen there was a nice wall to it. And this move here is so clean. She backs it up like with that. Just seamless.
Ever since she made that John point, Kaipo, I keep seeing it.
Huh?
Just little glimpses of it in there. But, you know, it's her style. It's unique to her. I just love the fact that, you know, she didn't even tee off on the first section there. It didn't really allow it, but she made up for it down the line.
It's like Bug said, it's that current-ish kind of read and connection to the ocean. It's something that Tom Curran would do so well, that he would be able to pick up the pace of the wave and accelerate when he needed to, but just be calm and wait when it was appropriate.
Yeah, exactly. That's really where I was getting to with that, even though it was, you know, I was comparing it to, you know, the John Curran kind of combo, but I mean, it's just surfing. And you know, we're just seeing influences here and a relationship with the ocean that's unique.
One thing that I always loved watching Tom Curran was he had such unique lines, and on tricky waves he found a way to make it look beautiful, and Caitlin has that. We've seen it a couple of times already here.
Yeah, and the thing is, to your point, you know, on that wave there, when you slowed it down, she did make it look so easy, and you kind of went with all that, with that subtle body movements, you kind of look at it and go, why don't we all surf like that?
Yeah.
You know, is it kind of gives you that feeling like, how easy is it?
Well, I don't ask, I pray. But just on 21.5 minutes to go, we're going to talk more about these other competitors that Caitlin Simmers is facing, but she's just put a 6.57 on the board, has taken the early lead. She's got the 2 highest scoring rides so far. Let's hear from Alyssa Spencer with Stace.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that hit win might feel like you just won the comp.
Yeah, that Heat win definitely felt really good. I mean, coming off of last year with the regional tour, I felt like so good and so confident going into Snapper. I felt like I had like prepared for everything, and it was just really hard to take a first round loss there. So to come out and make the first round here felt really nice.
You've been in Australia for a very long time, obviously winning the trials down there at Bells Beach. How do you keep the vibe up through such an extended period away from home?
Yeah, I mean, I love Australia. It's like one of my favorite places to come to. So I think I just enjoy like moving around and exploring all the different places and surfing such a variety of different waves, and just been hanging out with like the most fun people too. So I think it's just been a really good trip overall. And yeah, of course, I'm hoping to keep the ball rolling here and get a good result.
Let's quickly talk about equipment. I reckon you've probably had one of the most radical changes in equipment on the QS, men or women. Did you want to go into a bit more detail there?
Yeah, I used to ride 5'6", so I rode a bit of a longer board just growing up. I just wanted to learn, you know, to draw out my turns more and sort of get the basics down. And then in the last year or so, I dropped down like 3 inches in my boards just so I can kind of free up my surfing a little bit more and place the board where I want to. So yeah, now I'm riding a 5'3.5" as a short board, and then this little board's a 5'2", and it works magic in the small waves.
Certainly does. Well done, and best luck with the rest of the comp, Alyssa.
Thank you.
Wow. Alyssa Spencer on a 5'2". It's about this same size as your shoe size, Bugs.
But on that right, when she did that really big backhand turn, I thought it looked like she was riding a longer board.
Just over 19 minutes to go here. And Caitlin Simmers in control, and having a look at another one here. Doesn't get into this one, but was in third priority, so nothing really lost there. Up against Zoe Benedetto from Stewart, California. Number 6 seed from the North American QS ranks, Zoe, and she's currently sitting in that second position. She could put some pressure on if she can back up that 5.5 that she had earlier on, but Nixie Ryan's actually just jumped up into the lead. Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head, couple of victories on the regional QS ranks, but they were in those more minor QS events, and that kind of hurt her chances of earning a Challenger Series spot full-time this year.
No, it did. I mean, I've been waiting to see Nixie on her backhand, really. I've seen a lot of her on her forehand, and she's dynamite, but I like the way you said she's moved up into the lead. I mean, like, she's actually moved into the second spot, but
into that progressing position.
I mean, I think you've gone, well, Caitlin's won the heat. No.
Oh, almost.
I know.
It's at this stage, until someone starts dropping some 6-point rides, I think the fact that Katie hasn't even really connected with a proper decent ride out here from what we've seen today, I think she's got the potential to go into the excellent range.
No, I agree. I do think there's a great battle on between Nixie and Zoe for sure. Kiala's got to get something special here.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, not her ideal conditions. It's, it's not 10-foot chopu, but the other Zoe's got something pretty solid about her surfing, and Nixie. I've seen a lot of Nixie surfing. Not on her backhand, as I said, but she's very accomplished, and they've both got that around that 5.10 to 5.3. So there's a great sort of benchmark for both of them to progress upon.
Kiala Kennelly's out there just with that priority, waiting for her opportunity. I mean, she's got some real rising stars out there in the lineup that she's facing, but she's by far the most accomplished surfer in this lineup. 2-time winner of the event at Teopu, and a runner-up to the world title in 2003. She's won the Triple Crown, 2-time winner of the XXL Performer of the Year, and an inductee into the Surfing Walk of Fame.
Yeah, she's got a massive name in surfing.
And I think what KK realizes right here with priority is that she's going to wait because she knows she needs a really good wave to show her surfing. And whether it be a right or a left, I don't think it matters, but a set wave with a proper wall to it so that she can really show her surfing.
And you got to give credit where credit's due. Way before Paul Fisher made the jump from surfer to DJ, Kiala Kennelly, she was, dropping beats at all the banquets, bugs that you'd put together back in the day.
Kiala is a trailblazer in so many ways.
Yep. Loves her music as well. Maybe Fish can get her as a support act for one of his big gigs over there in the States sometime.
He wouldn't be able to afford her.
Nixie Ryan here on the backhand, trying to get rid of a 1-point ride to shore up second position. A 7.47 will see her up into the lead.
Zoe Benedetto just went for a paddle and lost priority. Here goes KK utilizing her priority.
Yeah, this is okay this way.
43 years of age. Let's see what Kiala can do. Trying to generate some speed. Hits the end section. Waited a while for that ride, just trying to get herself into the mix here and lower the requirement. I mean, as long as Nixie's hanging on to that 1-point ride, everyone's got a shot at getting into second place here.
And the thing is, guys, another thing about, I mean, Ronnie, you know better than me about Sydney beaches, but when in that last hit, we saw a big rip running through it for a while, and those things, they come and they go, don't they, Ronnie? Like, for a period, you'll get a 10, we see Kiala here, that's a great last Rio there. For a 10-minute period, they'll be just churning through the whole thing, and then when it cleans up, you've really got to make your mark. You've got to surf when it's cleaner. And it looks like there's just a little bit of a cleaner period before, and you've got to hope the sets come through, or you go for these little ones like we saw those first two that Caitlin got, and just make the most of them while there's a clean period.
14.5 minutes to go here, and Caitlin Simmers still hanging on to that #1 position at the moment. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. Back in just a moment. Loving our time here on the Northern Beaches of Sydney. Great to have the support of Destination New South Wales getting behind this event once again. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. Out there in the lineup at this stage, Caitlin Simmers. She got busy early, just 2 waves, couple of 6-point rides. No one else has really come close at this point in time. Nixie Ryan's in 2nd spot. She's just put a 3.83 on the board. That's made the requirement just slightly larger for Zoe Benedetto and also Kiala Kennelly. Zoe's well within striking distance, just needs a 3.43. Kiala's got a bit more work to do after a 5.93. Ronnie Blakey with Bugs and Kaipo. And, well, Rabbit, it's been a difficult heat as far as connecting with quality waves. The rip kind of tore through it, then it seemed to back off a little bit, but
it's back.
You know, Kiala's really fighting that little rip current at the moment. Hard to stay in the zone.
I know it's back. That rip is really back, and they've just got to tack back to stay on the bank, because once you're off it, you're on the right.
Seems to be too, just on the edge of the sandbar. That's where the water pulls hardest. And Caitlin Simmers, you know, whether it's strategic or not, just sitting in the deeper water, doesn't look to be fighting that current quite as hard. As we see Zoe there just trying to chase down that 3.43.
Yeah, Zoe staying busy, but back to Caitlin, she's gotten her 2 scores without priority. Now she finally has priority. She's going to be playing it smart. I mean, I think she has a high heat IQ. We already know about the talent, so why not sit out there?
But it's also a mental thing, because I mean, she's sitting out there, but when you are in need of a score, you kind of got to put yourself in the pit.
You're right.
You know, it's such a mental game. Whereas in actual fact, where she's sitting, she could like take 6 strokes and be on to, you know, see a wave coming, quickly paddle onto the bank. You know, maybe, but you know, you could sort of, if she could see a set coming, then she could position herself in a relatively short time. Looks like the rip's just backed off a little bit right now. It's so periodic.
Yeah, it feels like Zoe's going to dart to the north of the sort of predominant left-hander here, and maybe try and tap into a right-hander.
Yeah.
10 minutes to go. There's certainly time to still turn this heat around for Kiala Kennelly and Zoe out there at the moment. Kiala taking off late on this one. The wave already starting to step up, and she's going to kick out of this wave, head back out and look to chase down priority. Well, this might be one of those waves that kind of grooms the line-up somewhat. And we'll see if there's something on the outside.
All right, new theory.
Gets the attention of Caitlin Simmers. Well, here she goes. Stylish little cut down there. This wave not doing too much at the moment. But she's committed. She'll ride it through to the inside. Goes for the spin. Doesn't quite get the completion
I don't mind
there.
it. I don't mind it. I don't mind her pushing a little bit at this point. And it was pretty sleepy. She was hoping for a double up there, and the double up didn't quite hit the bank properly to give her that real cupped out steep section. But I don't mind her, you know, pushing the fins.
Okay, Zoe.
There's still the battle for that 2nd position at the moment. No one's really got a number to kind of really threaten Katie Simmers at this point. As Zoe makes her way to the inside, great small wave work, adding some flair at the end of that ride. And doesn't need much, just a 3.43.
But yeah, that's right, because she had the 5.3, which was just a bit better than Nixie Ryan's 5.1. Nixie backed up with it, looks like about a 3.93.
Kiala up again. So she's really just trying to get us a decent number on the board to chip away at the requirement here. Working hard for her points on the inside.
Yep, she had to battle that wave. She made it to the inside,
and Caitlin's up again, so didn't improve on the 6 on that previous ride. Maybe the same story with this one. She's going to head back out. 8 minutes to go here. And I think just the conditions are really a challenge for the competitors out here at the moment. obviously, as well as fighting against one another to tap into some scoring potential, but just the way the heat panned out for Katie Simmers on the opening couple of rides has just really worked in her favour, because we haven't seen that much scoring potential in the heat other than those 2 rides.
And surfers in the next heat need to really pay attention to what's going on here and acknowledge that. And I think you just got to be really busy out there. Here we go. Nixie.
Now, Nixie not getting too concerned about Kiala Kennelly there, just really wanting to place her turns right there in the most critical part of the wave, trying to improve on a 3.83. And she actually needs to get a 4.01 out of that ride, because Zoe did jump up into the lead with that last score coming through at a 3.6. Kiala unable to improve her situation, so she's still after a pretty decent requirement, but the first turn was strong there.
This first turn was really strong, and really not much happens here except she gets that in, and then that's all she got in. But that
almost
first turn,
takes KK's feet off.
That was close.
Oh, it's, you know, Kiala is the veteran out there. She's accomplished so much, but if there's only a couple of sections on offer, you've got to get those turns in, and Nixie did pretty well there. Did send a shower over the 43-year-old, though.
Yeah. So we got the score, and we're still waiting for the score for Nixie Ryan and see how that's going to affect everything.
All right, waiting on scores to come through. Let's check in with Stace. What do you got for us, mate?
Yeah, thanks, Ron. I'm out the back with Domenica. A very special guest here, Tess Cody, Olympic bronze medalist in the snowboard slopestyle. Tess, how are you?
Yeah, so good. Hyped to be here.
We're hyped to have you here. Who are you checking out?
Checking out everyone, really. Like, there's a pretty insane lineup here, but yeah, Caitlin Simmons in the water. She's ripping right now. It's sick.
Is this the first time you've seen her surf live?
Yeah, it is. And like, it's always so sick watching people live. Like, I feel like on social media you always see the best of someone, but then like when you see them rip all the time in person, it's like so much more respect too.
I was just checking out your social media. What do you reckon about getting Gimbal God into some surfing?
Gimbal God rips on a surfboard. Yeah, him and like Judd Henkes are in like, I don't know, somewhere tropical right now, like ripping, and they're sick. Yeah, really good.
How do you go on a surfboard, Tess?
Yeah, love surfing. It's good fun. Trying to get a bit more into like longboarding now too, because it's sick too. Like just all walks. It's real fun.
Well, you've come to the right spot this week. We've got everything on, World Tour longboarding and world-class shortboarding. So it's great to have you here, and have a good afternoon.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, heaps.
Wow. I'd love to get Gimbal God on some surfing. If you haven't checked out some of the footage from Gimbal God in snowboarding, he's the filmer, and he will do airs right side by side with the world's best snowboard athletes and catch the whole sequence in the air, flying next to them through multiple. It's really intriguing footage. I mean, the guy is a master.
Well, I mean, here's Kiala, but I'll come back to that in a second. Oh, that's a good move by Kiala Kennelly. So, you do all these things with Domenica, you jump out of planes. And now I'm thinking, like, what about a camera, you behind John at Chopu?
Oh, behind?
Yeah, behind him.
I don't think I can do the behind thing. That seems really, I'm scared of that place just on the shoulder. Maybe. Here we go.
Caitlin Simmers, she's been strong in the opening moments of this heat, and now looking to finish this one off. Shows that flare at the end of that ride. Unable to ride out of it, though. So, again, doesn't look like she's going to replace that 6, but she's in a really strong position still. Nixie Ryan's got herself back up in a second position. Had a 5.1 on that previous ride. Zoe's after a 4.7. Kiala's got a bit more work to do. She just hasn't been able to get herself out of that 3-point range. As we're going to dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap here. We're just on 3.5 minutes to go. And let's see it, the work from Katie Simmers early on.
Yeah, Katie came out of the docks, out of the blocks flying, and she's really showing just her wares. Surfing within herself, but the second ride she gets is just so crisp. She brings it on its inside section. She does this little combination of 2 moves coming up right here. Snaps off the top, then quickly brings it around for a beautiful float.
Yeah, just tidy on those first 2 rides, getting the completion. But you're right, measured through the start of her second ride, and when the wave stood up, she was right there, timed it perfectly. Just that little kick on the tail through those backhand snaps warrants that credit from the panel. 6.57, her highest score, and she's got a real edge over the field here at the moment.
Yeah, she's just pacing herself, I have a feeling. She's just, Katie Simmons just in second gear right now, doing what she needs to do to get out of this heat. You can take a look at all the numbers there for all the surfers.
Cool little battle unfolding between Nixie Ryan, though, and Zoe Benedetto. And not much in it. Zoe only needs a 4.7, and she's up at the moment. See what she can do. Nice slice. This wave has a good little pocket here. Gives it a good hit. Wants some steeper wall here. Wants to let go of something a bit more dynamic. Staying with it. I mean, her small wave surfing's been really strong. She's been finishing her rides off, but she needs something with a bit more height. She needs something that's got the opportunity to truly commit to something big.
Yeah, 4.7. So you've got to be thinking like she needs it like a 5-ish. Don't know if that was in there on that one.
No, there was a bit of downtime on that wave. I mean, there was a lot of effort put into that ride, and you know she's aware of the situation, but that wave just didn't seem to have enough push to really connect the maneuvers cleanly.
Let's have another look at it, Bugs.
Yeah, the outside, not a major move. Now she's come square off the bottom this time. Sort of cuts back into it. She needs something that she can really unleash on. She's got a big backhand snap on her. And she finishes here not that clean either. I just don't see a 4.7.
So hard, doing so much work in chasing down those numbers and trying to get blood out of a stone. You can't do it. It's just a wave that small just doesn't have the potential in it. Doesn't even have the opportunity for one big individual turn that's going to maybe turn in something excellent.
I mean, the second half of this heat, there has been no quality whatsoever. This is really hard going for this heat.
Yeah, the opportunity for all competitors has just evaporated. I mean, Caitlin Simmons has still been able to kind of put up 5s and 4s on her throwaway rides. But it's been a difficult one. 25 seconds to go. Feels like Simmons is going to get that win on the strength of those 2 6-point rides. Nixie Ryan and Zoe, well, they've been fighting. It's been a seesawing battle for this second position. But it feels like Nixie's going to hang on here. She's got the edge with priority over Zoe. She's chasing her around the lineup. She'll probably utilise that priority here and get into this one. So a scrappy one, but an important position for Nixie to finish in there. Second spot, moving on through to the next round.
Yeah, she, more than anything, she survived it. She survived the disintegrating bank.
Yeah, that was a difficult one. Let's hope for some more consistency when the next heat hits the lineup. But Caitlin Simmons, very strong once again. Nixie Ryan survives. And we'll be back with more from the GWM Sydney Surf Pro in just a moment. GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Rip Curl. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. And by Dometic Outdoor, official camping gear partner of the World Surf League Australia.
It's the final heat of the day for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, the women's round of 64. Nearly finished. We will have 2 more heats, 15 and 16, to finish out tomorrow morning. Out in the lineup right now for heat number 14, Sarah Wakita, Chelsea Tuak, Vahine Fierro, and Tessa Thyssen. 2 representing France, 1 from Barbados, and Japan out in the lineup. With a 3.33 on the scoreboard for Tessa to kick things off. And a slow heat on the last one. Hopefully, Richie, we get a few good pulses through to finish out the action.
Yeah, just have a look at that little right-hander up the top of the screen, peeling off down there. There are waves out there. This is a replay of the opening ride. Chelsea Tuak coming through and just hitting that inside section. And you can just see how much water is moving through the lineup, making conditions very, very tricky. It is, I think it was Stace, when we crossed down to Stace earlier, about an hour or so ago, he was saying that that right-hander, where the action got started this morning, pick up action here, this is red, Sarah Wakita.
Locks a few turns together there for Sarah. She'll get off to a good start, puts on that complete maneuver.
Yeah, but that northern bank, it is starting to work. I just sat down there for half an hour watching it. Yeah, I just wanted to get a perspective from way down the beach, and I walked down there and I was just looking at, and there were a number of good rides, really significant right-handers actually, big high scoring potential. So I don't know if anyone's really watching it, but seems like all the women are going to focus their energy on this little left-hander that it is really deteriorating fast.
Yeah, definitely. Now, as we saw that little pan back angle for a moment, would that takeoff zone for the right be kind of in line straight out with the red buoy, or even farther down towards the pipe?
Yeah, further north again, but still well and truly in the competition zone.
Yeah, so quite far from where the women are currently sitting in the lineup.
So
it's always
sort of where that little peak is, the end of that ride there.
Okay.
That's the zone.
Yeah.
Where you're getting these long stretched out right-handers. It's that southerly swell, just pushing into the northern part of the beach now.
It always feels a bit risky to be that first surfer in a heat if everyone's been paddling out to the same peak for a few heats in a row, to make that decision to change it up. As we see Sarah, we'll take another look at this one. She locked in a 5.17.
Yeah, it was a good start actually. She found one of these little nuggets through the inside, and just a compact little surfer, getting some great work done on the backhand.
25 minutes on the clock, and a paddle now from surfer in green, Tessa. She opened up with that 3.33. She's backed it up with a 1.5, just a quick in and out again. Chelsea Tuak sitting with priority. She opened up on a 4.17. So for her and Sarah, they've got those positions to now build from. You can really see how rippy it is. Literally, it's like an escalator kind of rolling against the momentum that they want to be finding.
Yeah, and you can find yourself on the treadmill where you're just sort of paddling against this rip and not really getting any reps happening. But this is blue up and riding. Chelsea Tuak again.
Nice couple turns to start off with. Linking it into the inside as it begins to bowl up for her. She'll put on that finish, doesn't ride out with that momentum that she would have needed to be complete. Vahine getting started, looking really smooth with that rail-to-rail work.
Just back to your point, Shannon, just about risk. And I'm just thinking back to that heap prior. If I was a competitor right now, I'd be looking, well, there's really not many scoring opportunities out front. They're few and far between. What have I got to lose? Why not start down there? Why not try and mix it up? Break away, try something new. If it doesn't work, go to plan B. Come back down to this rip. I don't think it's going to change too much in the next 25 minutes. It seems like there's only a certain level of scoring potential out the front right now, where there's big potential further up the beach.
Well, we got 23 minutes on the clock. We'll see if anybody decides to take that risk. Vahine had this opportunity after Chelsea linked into a good top-to-bottom combination.
Yeah, that was a great maneuver there as the wave bowled out. there are these little moments on these waves that are really tricky to find them. Replay here again. Sarah Wakita. Little two-hit combination on the outside, bringing it all the way through, staying light, bouncing through, wants to get the connection. And she does. Another nice turn. And just a lot of work, but she gets there to the end.
Chelsea Tuak with another opportunity. She opened up with that 4.17, looking to now improve as she sits in the lead.
Yeah, surfing well. These little bowly left-handers just staying right in the pocket. Multiple turns on that ride. And just a slight body climb there, just standing tall, just letting the judges know that she liked it.
All right, so current situation, Chelsea in the lead with a score to drop, looking to improve on a 4.17. Vahine, her 2 scores in at the moment, highest locking in at a 3.4. Sarah Wakita opened up with that 5.17, and we're now waiting for her backup score to drop. And Tessa, her high score still that 3.33. Vahine, nice carve back into the pocket, pushes that tail around for some variety, connects through with the lip, and just breaks that horizon for a moment. Cuts back into the pocket and puts it up on the finish. Smooth surfing from Vahine, and looking to bring that variety into the conversation.
Yeah, Vahine found a little gem then. That one just kept giving all the way through the inside, just walling up. She had to work for it, but she got there. She did get some maneuvers done, and I feel like that's probably going to be her best ride.
Taking another look at it here.
Yeah, you can see the water just pulling back into the pocket here, and she just starts to wind up. Just getting a little bit caught on that third turn, but cleans it up here right through to the inside. And what all that water does, drawing out, it actually helps the wave stand up a little bit at certain moments.
Tessa trying to connect through to the inside. She's got to put a lot of pressure on that front foot. Gains a lot of speed to tag the finishing section, but the nose goes down. 21 minutes on the clock. A decent sized score starting to drop through for last of Chelsea Tuak. Sarah with a 4.83 is sitting now in the lead to back up the 5.17. Chelsea, though, drops through a 5.47 for her last wave. That keeps her in second position at the moment. Vahine with a score to come. And Tessa not really improving on that score line at the moment. Now for Vahine Fierro, this is an important year for her. Last year, she was an absolute standout surfer within the women's field, but she just missed out on a couple of key opportunities, as we'll track with live action for Sarah Wakita. Drives through the pocket on that first turn. Patient as she tries to time out the second, but just slips off the tail.
Just overcooked it a little bit.
And now, Tessa finding that little wedge to stand up in front of her. And that is a good call. The fact that that tide draining seems to be helping, aside from that wave, as I start talking about it. Those waves to start standing up and actually giving it a little bit of a steeper section.
Yeah, well, it's almost like a ripper wave in theory. And that's just how fast this rip is moving out through the break. But it gets to a point when the tide does drop out too low and the rip sort of blows out the bank to a certain extent. There are still waves out there. And I can see that, you know, the goofy footers are eyeing this off, going, yeah, I want to stick with it. Try and find those little gems within the sets. Those little inside moments there, you can see it's still just hugging the bank.
We've got that low tide coming up this afternoon at 5 o'clock. We're about 30 minutes away from it, so it'll be right on the finish of this heat. It'll continue draining throughout. And scores are finally starting to trickle through for that last of Vahine Fierro. Tessa has a quick kick in and out, and Vahine drops in a 4.30. She's still sitting in that third place position, but her requirement has shifted. She's now chasing a 5.35. And it seems like the strategy at the moment is just to stay active, to stay busy and catch waves to see what will connect through. Now, last year, Vahine Fierro was 1 place away from qualification on the championship tour.
Wow.
Technically 2, because Molly Picklum was that one above her, and Molly got the spot when Katie Simmers decided to decline her space on the CT. But then it was Vahine Fierro in at number 9, as we see Chelsea Tuak tag a really good-looking section. The former CT surfer out of Barbados negotiating a challenge really well.
Yeah, that was a tricky wave. just had a couple of different lines, and she chose well on the first hit.
So for Vahine this year, she's coming in hungrier than ever. Not only did she miss that CT qualification, but she missed out on the Olympics by 1 spot as well.
Oh, wow. That's a double blow.
Chelsea putting on that finishing section. See if she's able to improve on her score line.
Pretty neat little 2-turn combination on that one. And currently in second place, so looking to drop that 4.17. Be close. She may get there.
Sitting with priority, it's our surfer in white, surfer in red, sitting with second priority out in the lead, but it's still really tight between that first and second position. Those fives really setting themselves apart for Sarah and Chelsea. Still waiting for those scores to come through for Chelsea Tuak as we see Vahine just putting herself back in position. And Tessa now with the opportunity. She'll drive into the pocket on that first turn and hope that it stands up for her. She's doing well to gain that speed coming out of her wraps back into the pocket to really just link through with the little bit of power that there is on offer by staying connected to that white water. And now that nice rail-to-rail work, keeping it smooth as she tags the inside.
Yeah, nice. Read the wave. Smart reading of that wave then.
Tessa's one of our competitors that's gotten that CT replacement call-up. And that's, we've seen quite a few in the draw this week because so many of our CT surfers have headed straight to Bali to get some warm-ups in for G-Land, as opposed to the Gold Coast where most of those CT surfers took the opportunity to surf a perfect right-hand point break and check off the list for aiming at that Challenger Series finish.
Yeah, and the forecast also helped the decision. We knew as we were coming to the tail end of the Margaret River event that Snapper was going to be on fire, and I think a lot of the competitors choosing wisely. Some great waves, even when that onshore flow happened, Snapper produced.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible to be able to witness all the action and just to see those surfers getting some incredibly good waves without the crowded lineup up there. It's great to see, though, for these events like Manly, it'll be interesting to see between the Bolito Pro, the US Open, and France and Portugal to see how many more of those CT surfers pull out of the draw, which may open up doors either for those on those alternate lists heading down that were next in line to qualify through their regions that were just a result or two away, as well as those local opportunities popping up, because for the Challenger Series, at every event, there's going to be reserved those 34 spots for the men's CT and those 17 spots for the women's CT, which does open up fresh opportunity for new names that didn't quite qualify.
Yeah, if you're there, if you're up the top of those ratings or just quite missed out, you need to stay sharp, need to stay ready. The bag needs to almost be half packed, I think, because if you get the call up, you've got to jump on that plane and get going.
Exactly, and that's what's happened for Tessa all the way from France, knowing that she was going to get the call up here for Manly, missing out on the Gold Coast, but now with an opportunity. And Vahine into the pocket. Nice rail work for that opening carve. Pushes a lot of water on the second as well. Just gets that little hand drag too, feeling the face of the wave, really feeling that style. Sarah now with the pocket. Puts it up there, looks for the second. She's also looking really strong on her backhand attack. Scores are through. For last of Chelsea Tuak, it was a 4.63, which moves her up into the lead. Now scores for last of Vahine and Sarah to come in.
This is going to be interesting. Vahine got a good wave to drop, and then Sarah Wakita. Great three-term combination there. I think she's going to improve on her 4.83.
Scores to come in. We're going to go down to catch up with Caitlin Simmers, winner of the last heat and winner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro.
First time to Manly, Katie. Well, in fact, first time to Australia. How are you enjoying your trip so far?
Yeah, it's been really fun. My whole family's here, so it's cool to have my family here. And we did like a little road trip. Got some other waves other than this. Just, I don't know, it's just been fun.
Do you still look for skate parks when you're mid-comp, or do you keep it mellow?
Yeah, you know I do. Yeah, me and my brother skates too, so yesterday we hit a really fun skate park, and yeah, I mean, there's like 20 skate parks here. If you look up skate park in the maps, it's like the skate capital of the world or something. I don't even know, but there's so much skate parks, so we've been skating because the waves are kind of small the past couple days, but yeah.
You've got a big fan in a Olympic snowboarder down here named Tess Cody. She was very impressed with your performance. Do you look to other sports for inspiration outside of skateboarding and surfing?
Yeah, I definitely watch a lot of snowboarding. I don't snowboard too much, but I definitely enjoy it. Like some powder, it's the best feeling ever. But yeah, I watch a bunch of snowboard edits and stuff and skate edits, and yeah.
Happy days. Well done, and we'll see you in the next couple of days.
Thank you.
I always love a good Katie interview, but that one was like really interesting and insightful. Clearly, she's hungry to skate any chance she gets, drawing inspiration from other sports, giving us her real feedback on what it's like to be in Australia.
Yeah, we do have a lot of skate parks around here.
Skate capital of the world, Sydney,
yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah, I know. There are a lot of parks. We got it up at Mona Vale, about half an hour from where we are here. Really good skate park, big vert ramp, and the kids have spent hours in there actually.
I'm curious to know where Katie goes with her career because she obviously declined that CT position. We don't know if she's going to take it up if she qualifies. Her goal right now out of Gold Coast is to win the Challenger Series. The goal is not to qualify for the championship tour, from what came out of her mouth.
I feel like there's a career in boarding of some description, whether it's a surfboard or a skateboard or a snowboard. I just feel like she's destined to do great things. Perhaps she'll be one of those freaks that actually masters multiple codes. Certainly a lot of surfers who have got really good skills on a skateboard. Julian Wilson's one, he's really good on a skateboard. But I find that, cement's a little harder than water, that's for sure.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, I'm thinking right now about Sky Brown, who walked away an Olympic medalist in skating, street skating, as just a young teenager. She's now transitioning fully to become a surfer with the goal of qualifying for Chopu.
Yeah.
We could see something like that out of Katie Simmers. As we track quickly with Fahine Fierro, she'll kick out. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll bring back more action, a Bonsoy Brew break to finish out the day.
And I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind. Don't know where to go and I don't mind. I don't mind.
We have a fully stacked field experiencing New South Wales in the lineup from all over the world. At the moment, it's Japanese competitor Sarah Wakita, who is born and raised on the north shore of Oahu and is doing very well to show us her style, her connectivity in small beach breaks, but she charges when she's at home.
Yeah, she's very well-rounded and adapting extremely well. Tricky little beach breaks down here at North Stane Beach at Manly. And she's out in front at the moment, and that good little three-turn combo that netted her that 6-point ride out in front.
Nice and whippy, those little warm-up sessions that she would have had over and over again out at Pupakea on the smaller days. A little bit of wind chop in the question as well. Surfing out there with her brother Tai Chi, who's qualified for the Challenger Series as well. He took out a great victory yesterday.
Yeah, he was ripping. Really smooth surfing. I was super impressed. And, well, it's always good to have inspiration from a sibling, huh? That's good stuff.
Definitely is. Chelsea Tuak sitting in that second position, and Vahine Fierro now with priority. She has increased her score line. She found a 5.73, but she's been unable to get that requirement since. She's had 3 different opportunities. They've all fallen short of that 1-point range. Tessa now coming through to the inside, just connecting the dots, and it doesn't stand up enough for her there. She's sitting under that priority at the moment, chasing a big score of a 6.40, and thinking back to that heat where we called with Ellie Harrison, officially, her coach, Kurt Jacobs, Bella Nichols, the whole crew, they're already in Bali. They were cheering on. It was a great birthday lap for Ellie to take out that win, but it really took her waiting for the right wave at the finish to get the score she needed. And that could be what's happening right now for Vahine Fierro. Great wave selection, gets a couple of smooth turns connected together, needs to hold on to this on the finish, and she does.
Yeah, that was a make.
Tessa now as well, locking into what looks to be a better wave on takeoff. Let's see what she's able to get done with it. It just doesn't amount to what that situation like Ellie was looking like.
Yeah, just crumbled off down the line there, but that was a good wave for Vahine. She found a little bit of open space to really get the rail engage. A little rare right-hander here.
Split
Surfer
Heap
in red.
as we track with Chelsea Tuak. And she'll just cut down to the bottom of this, connect up into the lip. And she's looking to advance through, feeling really stoked to be back in Australia after 17 months away. Took out a big win on the North American qualifying series, the final event of it at Barbados, the Barbados Surf Pro. And just an incredible performance for her to be able to win at home as well.
Nice feeling, getting the victory on home soil. As we watch a couple of the replays here, we're going to follow with Sarah Wakita here. Big rapid cutback to start things off and a clean snap as the wave closes out. The replay of Vahine's wave, just back into the power source to start things off, and then the wave stands up tall. She gets another open face carve. A little caught up there, Shannon, on that final turn, but she did ride out of it. But the judges will take note that she took a little time to really gain control again. This is Chelsea Tuak on another set wave outside, just pumping, trying to get down this little section, and she does. A cleaner section here, and then she throws it right up high on the backhand.
So the important waves to come through, Sarah Wakita, the 2-turn combination. Vahine Fierro with those 2 big wraps, got a little stuck on the finish. She did ride out complete, but it wasn't with control straight away. And then Chelsea Tuak got another opportunity in there. Tessa with a couple of throwaway scores coming through. Down to nearly the 5-minute mark, and it's been a very scrappy heat. There's been a couple of those gems that have popped up, but it's been difficult and challenging to find.
Yeah, it's been tricky, and we knew it was going to be. It's one of those heats where no one's really taken full control with a decent score. 6-point ride is the highest wave of the heat so far. Nothing really separating first all the way down to third. Tessa with a little bit of work to do. This is Vahine.
Yeah, throws it up vertical for that first turn, gets a wrap to connect. Judges with their hands very full at the moment with scores coming through across the board. Sarah now sitting with priority out in front. Vahine has moved into that second place position. She increased her score line. She found a 4.73 for her previous wave, which was enough to move her from third into second. Chelsea Tuak now into the knockout position with scores coming through. She's chasing a 5.00, and her last score comes through as a 4.53. It's too shy of her requirement to even fall into her top 2 scores, so hers will stay the same. And Tessa with throwaway scores to come in won't factor into that situation.
It's a battle of the 5s at the moment, and well, Chelsea's just 0.36 off the pace here, but needing that 5-point ride to get back into the qualifying situation. Vahine holding it down in second place. Crucial 4 minutes left on the clock here.
An important result as well for all 4 of these women. So Tessa with her first Challenger Series event now here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. But for our other 3 competitors, they didn't have great results out of the Gold Coast. So they're really looking to make it through some rounds here to be in a better equation heading out of Australia.
Yeah, especially, you know, an international field, traveled a long way And not to convert in one of the two events out here in Australia is going to sting on that flight home. So well, we'll be sending 2 of our women home in about 3 minutes' time.
And considering when we talk qualification at the end of the season, we've got 8 events in total, so we've still got 6 more past this, and it's only the top 5 events that count. But on the women's field, it's a small number making it through onto the championship tour, as we see Tessa tag the lip. She's now going to try and reconnect on the inside. She's going to stick with this one, and it's going to give her that little corner to work with. Now just milking it for all that she possibly can. Nice little speed pocket to finish off with, and she'll execute. There's only going to be 5 women qualifying for the championship tour out of this year's Challenger Series. It's going to be really important, Richie, to get themselves those quarterfinal finishes at least.
It's at least. You're probably going to have to throw a win in there, or at least a final as well. And it's got to be consistent, Shannon. You've got to be able to perform across, well, you know, 5 events minimum, but the likelihood of putting together 5 amazing results in a row is very difficult. So the 8 events, and then you drop your best, drop your worst 3, keep your best 5.
Definitely not the best. That would be
yeah.
As we take a look at that one from Tessa.
Yeah, nice backhand hit, and then she gets the redirection. As this wave just starts to wall up again, but really losing a lot of that height. So, you know, perhaps putting maybe 0.5 of a point on top of the that little backhand hit. But I still think it's not going to be enough. She still needs that 6.76.
Yeah, it's a big requirement. At the moment, she hasn't been able to chip away at anything above those 3-point rides. Sarah, smooth and speedy into that first turn. She'll kick out. She is sitting in the lead. She's increased that score line with a 6.5 to back up her 6-point ride. Vahine now chasing a 6.77 to take the lead and feel somewhat comfortable as we come down to the final minute, because Chelsea Tuak is only chasing that 5-point ride.
Yeah, it's not a big score really, but today difficult to come by in these difficult conditions down here for the final heat of today. But they're out there.
There are some great waves. It's been a fun day of competition here at Northstain. We started out early on, finishing out the last 4 heats of the men's round of 96 that we couldn't fit in with daylight yesterday. We're now going to have to hold off on heats 15 and 16 for the women's side of the draw until tomorrow morning. We've got some great names coming up in the draw for those couple of heats, and can't wait to see them get underway. We'll have Zoe Stain, Sophie McCulloch, Kobe Enright, and Ariane Ochoa in heat 15. And then BettyLou Sakura Johnson, Nadia Aristabe, Kira Pinkerton, and Charlie Hurst coming up in that final matchup for the women's opening round, all happening tomorrow morning. And at the moment, with another opportunity, it's Tessa Thyssen, but that wave won't amount to anything of scoring potential. She did well on her last wave to increase that score line. She found a 4.7.
Yeah, so that was her best ride of the heat so far, but you know, it's a learning experience, isn't it? You take the losses, you come in, you figure out what went wrong, and I dare say wave choice, maybe positioning in the lineup are 2 things that our ladies who are unfortunately we're going to say goodbye to in this round.
Sarah Wakita with the victory, finds a couple of 6s in challenging conditions. Vahine Fierro scrapes through just above Chelsea Tuak, bowing out of competition alongside of Tessa Thyssen. And a great battle coming down for the final heat of the day. Too many waves caught to even try to count, as we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap with Sarah Wakita just linking it together, finding that pocket engagement and putting a show on.
Yeah, she really was the one who took control of the heat. She found some nice open face and just some good solid surfing, really fast, confident maneuvers each and every time, and built a pretty decent score line.
Well, stay tuned as Ronnie Blakey joins myself and Richie for the WSL post show right after this to break down all of the action that we saw throughout today.
left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I get high. Try to put me out and I get wild. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Great to have your company for the WSL post show and what has been another monster day of competition. We had the completion of the opening round for the men before seeing the women take to the lineup in stacked heats. We saw great performances, and it's been a lot of fun to watch it all go down. Some high pressure moments and obviously some upset results as well. Ronnie Blakey with Shannon Hughes, Richie Lovett here on the Harvey Norman host set. Rich, how you feeling?
Feeling pretty good, mate. Another huge day of competition, and stoked that the waves turned up and we saw some really spectacular moments, some tricky moments through the day when the tide ran out and the waves kind of left the party, but then they came back again. So, no, it's been a great day.
Yeah, this bank just keeps providing, Shannon, even though on certain parts of the tide, especially that outgoing, as Rich said, it gets tricky. For the most part, there's lots of opportunity with 4 surfers in the lineup.
Yeah, there's so much opportunity. Literally, I couldn't count the number of waves that were caught in that last heat. I tried to as we were on the countdown just to give the audience an idea of it. There's so much opportunity out here. It's been absolutely amazing. And when it is that fuller tide conditions, the waves have been outstanding. We've seen those excellent scores coming through. Thinking of Moana Jones-Wong out there this afternoon. It was unbelievable, and the conditions were so pristine for her to be able to capitalize in.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure we're going to be talking about her as we dive into some of the highlights. But right now, we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat of the day. Sarah Wakita is down there with Stace.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. It's going to be a happy household in the Wakita household tonight, Sarah.
Yeah, for sure. I'm stoked to get through the heat. I had a shocker at snapper, so just to get through the first round, it's relaxing, and yeah, super excited for the next round.
I spoke to Alyssa Spencer earlier. I think she has a similar feeling to you. Unfortunately, not the best performance at snapper, or best result, excuse me. It must feel really nice to get one on the board here.
For sure. It's a total different wave, but just to get through the first round and have the opportunity to surf again, it's really good.
How do you manage your energy through the day? I spoke to you when your brother was surfing earlier, but that seemed like last week. Do you go home and have a nap, or do you go for a surf, or what are you up to?
I just watch the live webcast the whole time and just take a nap and eat my mom's food, and yeah, just relax.
Well, thanks for the performance this afternoon. I'll let you go and get warm, and best of luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, Sarah Wakita just putting great performances on, progressing along with her brother. So that's a fantastic little story unfolding here. But there was a lot of big heats. We did have to get the completion of the opening round for the men underway. And there were some real highlight moments. Of course, in the first round of these Challenger Series events, we're seeing top seeds clashing, surfers that have been on the CT push back onto the Challenger Series, coming up against surfers that are desperate to break through into the CT ranks for the first time. And that's exactly what we had in Heat 24. We had a couple of pretty well-known names in Jake Wilcox and Connor Coffin going up against a couple of Frenchmen who really fought hard to get those victories.
Yeah, it was unbelievable for those two to walk away. Looking at it, the piece of paper, anyone would have had it going the opposite direction. And I just love that storyline, that the fact that surfers like these two are going to have to go up against surfers with maybe more experience, with more accolades to them in these opening rounds, and have to perform at their height from day one.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, Jacob started really well, but the Frenchies just didn't go away. They just came bouncing back, found some incredible waves, and that turn in particular, that sort of set the benchmark for the day, and that was one of the biggest scores that we saw. But have a look at the backhand attack here. And just rapid fire, really aggressive in the approach. Beautiful, clean little running waves too.
I want to call them the French Bulldogs, but they're actually both big, lanky guys, over 6 foot, both of them. Thomas Debier getting through in second position. Jorgen Kusanay dropping an excellent score, really healthy heat score total for him, one of the biggest of the round.
It was exactly what he did at the Gold Coast as well, getting that 15 points and above. Now we're going to see, can he back it up heading into round 2?
Yeah, that's the big challenge for a lot of competitors, because we did see plenty of that on the Gold Coast. People who went out after basically establishing themselves as favourites in the contest. And this is what Jorgen's got to look forward to. A heavily stacked heat. Another Frenchman, Justin Becret, he surfed really well. Liam O'Brien, though, interested to see how he bounces back. Not even sure if he's 100% back to his best physically.
I would say there's no chance he is, but he's here anyways. He's that hungry to keep himself in the mix this year.
Yeah, David Silva's won here before too, so you know that is a really difficult round of 48 clash. Transitioning now into the women's event, there was some very strong performances across the board, but Luana Silva, Rich, she stood up today.
Oh, absolutely. She just put on a display of surfing that really sent a message I want back on the tour. You can see here just on her backhand, just attacking these waves, just found a really good rhythm and flow with the sets. And then she converted when she got them, streaking down the line here. Some great surfing, getting high up in the lip and really confident with each and every maneuver.
Yeah, Shannon, I was just going to ask you, you know, a lot of the rookies performed well at different stages throughout the year, but it felt like Luana Silva had performances in losing heats that you were like, wow, she was so unlucky that she fell into that heat in that particular round, because she would have won many other heats in the comp. But you know, she just proved today, I think, that she's got that CT level performance within her.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think she did have some of those just unlucky matchups, and that happens coming in as a rookie, being those lower seeds, having to battle out with the world's best that have been there consistently. For her to walk away with the surfing she did today, it was really impressive. It's her first time in Sydney as well. To find herself with an 8.33 and a 7.83 in her opening round above 16 points was unbelievable in a place she's never surfed before.
Yeah, that heat was no joke too. That was a really stacked heat, and she was, you know, a couple of points ahead of everyone who also put up decent numbers. So a class above at the moment, Luana Silva, and this is what we can look forward to, a big matchup for her in the round of 32.
It's going to be really excited. Kayala, Sophia, and Sam, they're all that newer up-and-coming generation. Kayala Tomata Bernat's been around for a little bit longer. She's got a bit more experience on that QS, but between Sophia and Sam, they're all fresher, younger names coming into it, and I love seeing that they're all into that round of 32.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch it all unfold. Of course, we've still got to get through a couple more heats in that opening round. The Challenger Series is wild. Two huge days of competition. We're not out of the first round yet. But let's talk about one of the star performers today. Had a great run at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Molly Picklum looks so sharp. Oh, yeah.
How could she not? I mean, she's here. She's competing at home in Australia. She loves these beat break conditions, Richie. And for her to come out looking like this, especially finding waves like that here at your home, it must be unbelievable to witness.
Yeah, it's cool to witness. And, you know, Molly, with that one turn that she did at Margaret River, I feel like that was something clicked there for her. The confidence just rose to a new level, and I feel like she's brought that straight into the Challenger Series. She's got the runner-up finish up on the Gold Coast, and I feel like she's going to go deep in this event as well.
Yeah, it was an interesting heat, that one, wasn't it? Because Molly Picklum, she kind of was the big story in the opening stages of the heat, dropped that nine-point ride and just kind of had the spotlight just firmly fixed on her. It was all we were talking about. But then there was a really interesting situation there with Leilani McGonigal.
Yeah, there was that priority interference, which was really unfortunate for her because she was sitting in the lead when that moment happened. It then knocked her down to third. She then eventually ended up in fourth because she was losing that second scoring ride. She's someone that's going to come back so much stronger, I think, in the next event. She's someone we'd expect to do really well. But, yeah, here we go. Molly Picklum with her next heat.
Yeah, Molly Picklum's got a good one here, Rich. Sarah Baum, she didn't qualify via the African region. She came here to Australia. She proved how worthy she is in the last qualifying series event, cracked the final. It was a great performance. But Teresa, she's a proven performer at the highest level.
Yeah, well, we'd expect it. With each round that passes, we're going to see the level rise as well, and hopefully that's going to travel all the way through to the final. This first round, it's nerve-wracking, you know, and we do see sometimes a bit of a hesitation in some of the performances. Others we just see open up and attack from word go, but I'm still sensing a few little nerves in there.
Oh, we'll see. It's all going to play out. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. There'll be some big performances for sure. We've still got more to come on the WSL Post Show, including the Boost Mobile Wave of the Day and our top 5 moments. Ronnie here with Shannon and Rich for the WSL post show, and we touched on the amazing performance of Molly Picklum again. And a Boost Mobile Wave of the Day could only go to one person, and Molly's going to get it. And she's been doing this a lot lately. 9.27. Let's have another look at it. Brilliant surfing, and the opportunity just flows so seamlessly from one turn into the next.
That's what it takes to get into those nines. It's really that seamless flow, and Molly, zero downtime, straight off the bottom, hitting that finishing section after two flawless maneuvers before it. It's got to be the wave of the day.
Yeah, I think really just the trend in the judging kind of took that score to the next level, just based on how tricky the conditions were throughout those first few heats, Rich.
Yeah, although it was only a three-turn combo, and I don't mean to talk it down, it was an amazing three-turn combo. And just the setup work, the bottom turn, how she just leant on that rail for so long and then attacked the lip at the right moment. But there was a speed in that was sort of not seen throughout the day, and she just brought this new level of energy to her heat, and that's why the judges got super excited.
Yeah, I think it was like really one of the first times in the event too that we've seen someone off the bottom be able to commit to a long drawn-out bottom turn. Yeah. And for me, that always kind of puts you on the edge of your seat. When someone hangs on that bottom turn for a while, you're like, oh, what's coming? And then she went into the big combo.
Yeah.
So, yeah, great reward for unbelievable surfing. Let's now dive into some of the other highlight moments today and get stuck into the top 5 moments. Starting with number 5, past champs, starting to fire up here. And there is a whole lot of them in the mix. Leonardo Firavanti, first heat of the day, clean conditions, looked really on.
It was just too dreamy to show up to this morning, and for Leo to be able to find his way through a few really nice waves and back up the great result he had the last time he was here.
Super polished performance here, and this was David Silva. I don't think we saw the best of him, though. He's still got a couple more gears to go through.
He was having a shocker at the start of that heat. He kind of saved himself. Nikki Van Dijk, however, on the backhand, really looked comfortable. She looked so switched on, and just great to see her looking reinvigorated in the jersey.
That's exactly what we've been wanting to see from her. Off of injury, feeling so good coming into this year's Challenger Series. We didn't see her on it last season, and now I think there's that hunger, that drive coming off of a quarterfinal finish on the Gold Coast now to want to do it over and over again.
Coming in at number 4, it's the birthday girl, Ellie Harrison, getting it done in the final moments.
That was nuts. Richie, we were here to call the action, and it was honestly unbelievable that she waited out this opportunity and then went as hard as she did.
She was so busy in this heat, and I thought she was actually going to blow it because she wasn't really being that selective. And then that turn there, for me, was probably the turn of the day. It was just so critical and on edge, and it was clutch because she had to pull that. She had gone nosedive, she had caught a rail, that's it, good night, the birthday's over. But now she can go home and celebrate.
She gets some cake tonight.
Yeah, well, it's well deserved, isn't it? Number 3, whenever you're at a beach break and you get these steep little sections, you think of Keely Andrews surfing just working so well. She looked brilliant.
My absolute favorite to see Keely on a right-hander. I love that she went for this wave as well, that it was mostly less being caught. She decided to take that risk in a space she was slightly more comfortable, and then she had an in-section like that stand up.
Yeah, kind of had some snapper rocks look about it, actually. But she found a couple of lefts too, and Keely just so strong on the backhand, just referencing the little left rip bowls up on the Sunshine Coast. Feeling confident.
Coming in at number 2, ruling the North Shore of Oahu, now here on Sydney's North Shore. And it was Moana Jones-Wong just setting this place on fire today and proving that she can get it done away from those big heavy barrels at Pipeline.
That's it. She had some vengeance to prove, and she absolutely left no questions to be asked. Her rail surfing is all time. Her wave selection was incredible, and the work that she's put in not only at Pipeline but next door at Pupakea is now paying off here in Manly.
It sure is. And Luana Silva, Rich, getting another look at her brilliant performance here. So confident. Great technique and some really big turns.
Yeah, it was just solid, really good rail-to-rail transitions, great flow, kind of going ticking all the boxes that the judges want to see. Wave choice was there, but really critical. I just love how much acceleration she gets out of each turn, kind of driving through them, not just placing the board up on the lip, but really attacking it and driving through it, ripping the top off it.
Yeah, solid stuff from Luana. She'll be fun to watch as she makes her way through to that second round. But owning the post show today, and we're just along for the ride, is Molly Picklum, the highest heat score total of the day. we'll see that amazing 9-point ride again. That was just a setup ride. She also had some incredible throwaways.
Oh, I mean, to have a heat like that where you're throwing away scores that anybody else in the draw would have been begging for in a heat, that's one of those to absolutely remember. To do it here in Australia where she's just so at home and comfortable before heading overseas is a really special moment.
Yeah, well, another big day of competition, and today the fans starting to come back out and even dealing with some rain squalls at different stages, but I think they're going to keep turning up. Tomorrow is the obviously a Saturday, so expecting huge crowds down there. Rich, what do you reckon?
Absolutely. We saw, well, a couple of kids got off early, I think, because they were starting to congregate around the action this afternoon. I think we're going to see a busy beachfront tomorrow.
Shocking. Missing a day of school. No, it's worth it. And, you know, you just don't know what kind of effect that's going to have on this next generation because Shannon, Rich, he watched the contest back in the day and got all the way to the CT, won a contest at Trestles.
Thanks, mate.
We're so proud of him. It's been amazing.
Incredibly proud of him, and it's great to have you on the panel. Thanks for joining us for the WSL Post Show. We'll be back here bright and early tomorrow morning to get competition back underway. See you then.
Just a couple of minutes before we get underway.
Welcome back to Manly. Nice little waves on offer.
It looks like it's going to continue to build during the day.
We are really talking about human effort.
Firavanti looking sharp on his opening ride here.
Sheldon Simpkins just getting some work done. The 4 Queenslanders battling it out here at Manly. And wow, nice attack. Whip into the pocket. The 2 French surfers.
We are talking about a society in which there will be no roles other than those chosen.
First heat of the opening round for the women, the round of 64.
Air travel is as available to them as to men.
Fia Medina. We might know her older brother. Charlie's on the move.
Wow. The Hawaiian strong.
Driving down the line. Look at this wave. One of the best rides we've seen all day. Big rip off the top.
Baby, I've been going kind of crazy.
What about that turn?
Muito bom. That was sick.
Here's a penny for a
Sarah Boom, and again, beautiful stall. Oh, nice carve back.
honey. Here I am, fresh out of
Jamming away, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together.
If you don't mind my bohemian style. Here's a penny.
Nikki's just let go of a serious combination of big turns there.
Just went absolutely bonkers on that first turn.
With Keely Andrew now, a good looking right in front of her.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.